When the body was torn apart, no blood spilled. Was it truly a body of pure chakra? Uzumaki Mizuki muttered to himself, his mind racing. Could this be the key to eternal life? Or perhaps a ploy to spread chakra among everyone, allowing them to develop new techniques for him to learn? Mizuki contemplated the enigmatic motives of Otsutsuki Hashirama, also known as the Sage of Six Paths. The idea of abandoning the physical body seemed suspicious, a possible conspiracy hidden beneath the guise of enlightenment. A being who had lived for millennia surely harbored plans beyond mortal comprehension. The timing of his potential reappearance was uncertain. Mizuki hoped for the best-case scenario, a delay of 2 or 3 years, similar to the cycles of the tailed beasts. If so, Mizuki would have precious time to prepare. By then, the flourishing population of his domain, Uruk, would yield hundreds of millions of points, enabling him to exchange for powerful equipment and grow stronger. For now, though, Mizuki relied on equipment to compensate for his childlike body. His physical limitations were clear, and while rigorous training would help, his true potential would only begin to manifest at the peak of his physical maturity at age 16. Mizuki found himself surveying his surroundings. The land of lightning, he murmured, identifying the jagged peaks and sparse trees around him. Travel shoes are still on cooldown for another 4 hours. Looks like I'll have to find my own way back. He considered his options. Flying Thunder God was still beyond his grasp, and conventional travel would take far too long. He opened the king's treasury beneath his feet, summoning the Skylock. Chains emerged, anchoring themselves to the ground and propelling him forward. Alternating the use of the chains, Mizuki quickly achieved speeds of 150 km per hour. Otsutsuki Hashirama must have resided here, he speculated, noting the distinctive terrain. Even the Golden and Silver brothers could be descendants of the Otsutsuki lineage. Despite his speed, the vast distance was insurmountable in a few hours. Mizuki eventually halted, deciding to wait for the cooldown on his travel shoes. The moment they were ready, he used them to teleport back to a preset coordinate at the daimyo's mansion. As soon as Mizuki appeared, he was surrounded by familiar faces, the first Hokage, Tsunade, and Kakashi. Tsunade, ever wary, relaxed slightly upon recognizing him. I knew Jiraiya was exaggerating, she muttered, brushing off Mizuki's presence and disappearing as quickly as she arrived. Wasting my sleep on nonsense. Kakashi, on the other hand, was more composed. Everything all right? He asked. Everything's fine, Mizuki replied, his tone measured. The war should conclude in a few days. The news of victory can be shared soon. Kakashi frowned, troubled by the mention of war. Memories of his father and close friends haunted him, casualties of past conflicts. War always takes its toll, he said softly. The first Hokage nodded solemnly. Many lives will be lost. Victory rarely comes without great cost. Mizuki wasted no time. Using his heightened spiritual power, he observed Naruto's condition, focusing on the nine-tailed seal within his brother's body. Entering the seal's domain, Mizuki faced the colossal fox. Roar! The nine tails bellow reverberated through the chamber. Its malice was palpable. But before the beast could lash out, Mizuki's Sharingan flared, exerting control and calming the storm. He scanned the seal's intricate patterns, ensuring nothing had changed. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. Back in his own thoughts, Mizuki considered his next moves. In addition to Obito, there's one more enemy to keep an eye on, he mused. But Yagura, the three-tails Jinchuriki, is already dead. Akatsuki's plans will take another 2 or 3 years to come to fruition. He knew Otsutsuki Hashirama would eventually aim to become the 10-tails Jinchuriki, a feat requiring the resurrection of the 3 tails. This gave Mizuki precious time to accelerate his growth. His goal was clear, to reach the pinnacle of strength in this world before those events unfolded. Hashirama's threat rivals Kaguya's, but with far more battle experience. I can't afford to underestimate him, Mizuki thought grimly. I need to expand Uruk faster, earn more points, and acquire stronger equipment. As dawn broke, Mizuki allowed himself a brief moment of rest. His night had been spent eliminating Tsunagekyu's forces. Despite his exhaustion, he couldn't relax completely. Shadow clones had been deployed to monitor the battlefield, ensuring no loose ends remained. Raza ran with his forces, Mizuki noted with some amusement. A shadow clone almost turned the tide against him. Smart of him to retreat. Turning to Uchiha Fugaku, Mizuki issued his next orders. Secure the area and manage the aftermath. Return once everything is stabilized. Yes, my king. Fugaku's tone was laced with zeal. The Uchiha leader shared Mizuki's vision, the eventual unification of the ninja world under Uruk's banner. Even as Mizuki prepared for the next phase of his plans, he acknowledged the toll it had taken on him. His childlike body wasn't built to handle the strain of constant battles and explosive magic power. Still, he felt a renewed sense of purpose. "I've taken the first steps toward true strength," he muttered, steeling himself. "Now, it's time to accelerate. With power comes security, for Naruto, for Uruk, and for me." With that resolve, Mizuki set his sights on the horizon, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. The news of the crushing defeat of the 4 major ninja villages spread like wildfire. Panic rippled through the nations, and uncertainty gripped their leaders. While Uzumaki Mizuki spared some Kirigakure ninjas, many had escaped, spreading tales of devastation. The sight of the Yex curry stick, a weapon more destructive than the tailed beast bomb, had left surviving ninjas in abject terror. Entire units were annihilated in an instant, leaving no trace of their comrades behind. The sheer power was unimaginable. In the daimyo's courts, doubt brewed. Was this cataclysm truly the work of Uruk? Or was it an exaggeration fabricated by their own ninja villages to mask their failures? After all, Uruk's core forces were once Konoha ninjas. While Konoha defeating a single village seemed plausible, a simultaneous rout of 4. That stretched belief. Meanwhile, chaos spread within the ninja villages themselves. Iwagakure was in disarray after Akatsuki captured its 4 tails and 5 tails Jinchuriki. The perpetrators, Pain and Konan, had left devastation in their wake. Similarly, Cloud Shinobi Village suffered crippling losses. Kakuzu and Sasori subdued the 2 tails Jinchuriki, while Obito secretly targeted Killer Bee, the 8 tails host. Sunagakure, deemed too weak and strategically unimportant, had been spared for now. Its reprieve was cold comfort amidst the turmoil engulfing the ninja world. In Akatsuki's shadows, Obito sat in contemplation. "Yagura is dead," he asked, his voice tense. The news left him scowling. With the death of a Jinchuriki, the tailed beast they hosted would vanish temporarily, only to reincarnate years later. Yagura's death delayed Obito's timeline for the infinite Tsukuyomi plan by at least 2 years. "Yes," Zetsu confirmed. "We can focus on collecting the 1 tail, 6 tails, and 7 tails in the meantime." Obito's unease grew. Uzumaki Mizuki was a wild card, an enemy not accounted for in their plans and far more powerful than anticipated. Zetsu had managed to recover memories from surviving ninjas of the 4 villages, and the accounts painted a grim picture. Mizuki's strength was unprecedented, and his actions hinted at knowledge far beyond what any shinobi should possess. "He knows too much," Zetsu remarked. "Just like Hagoromo, but we can't gauge his limits." Obito's eyes narrowed. "Nagato and I are likely the only ones who stand a chance against him," he said coldly. "And we still have to deal with the 9 tails." Zetsu suggested a contingency. "If all else fails, we may need Nagato to use Rinne Tensei to resurrect Uchiha Madara." Obito's jaw tightened. Resurrecting Madara was a last resort, one he deeply resented. He desired to control the plan himself, not serve as a pawn in Madara's schemes. Back in Uruk, Uzumaki Mizuki was training Naruto. After days of intense practice, Naruto collapsed onto his knees, exhausted but resolute. "I don't want to fall behind you, big brother," Naruto declared, his face serious despite his weariness. "I want to be as strong as you." Mizuki smiled faintly, helping Naruto to his feet. "Then start with the basics," he said, handing Naruto a scroll. "This contains the foundational sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. Master this, and I'll teach you new ninjutsu." Naruto groaned at the sight of the scroll. "More studying," he whined, pouting. But his determination didn't waver. A few days later, Mizuki turned his attention to an important task. Orochimaru had promised to release the soul of his cheap father, Minato Namikaze, from the Reaper's clutches. Today was the day. The preparations were complete. The sacrifices, captured white Zetsu from the battlefield, were ready. Mizuki had no qualms about using them for impure world reincarnation. During the war, he had killed or captured dozens of them, a necessary measure to counter Akatsuki's intelligence network. "Are you ready?" Mizuki asked Orochimaru. Orochimaru, wearing the Uzumaki clan's ceremonial mask, gave a sly grin. "I hope the information you've promised me is as valuable as you claim." Mizuki waved dismissively. "It'll keep you busy for quite some time. Now get on with it." Orochimaru began the ritual, his movements deliberate as he performed the seals. The air grew heavy with anticipation as he muttered the incantation. "Ghoul seal release." A surge of energy filled the room, and the mask glowed with an eerie light. Mizuki's heart pounded as he watched. The stakes had never been higher. With Minato's knowledge and power, they could tip the balance in their favor. As the ritual unfolded, Mizuki's thoughts turned grim. The appearance of Hagoromo Otsutsuki has raised the stakes. I thought achieving Super Kage level strength would let me dominate, but now the 6 paths level has entered the frail asterisk. He clenched his fists. I need to accelerate my plans, expand Uruk's influence, and strengthen myself further. The ninja world is no longer a battleground for the weak. The faint glow of dawn filtered into the room, illuminating Mizuki's determined expression. For now, the war outside would pause, but in his heart, the battle raged on. Mizuki knew that true power lay not just in strength, but in preparation, strategy, and the unyielding will to protect what mattered most.
Hey everyone, Quantum Audiobook here. Sorry for interrupting, but if you're enjoying this content, please consider subscribing to the channel. Also, feel free to share your thoughts on this novel in the comments, and don't forget to like the video.
After seeing the so-called spirit appear, Uzumaki Mizuki didn't even look at Orochimaru. Orochimaru could only do it himself, and after giving up his own body, he immediately occupied the body of a white Zetsu next to him. That Shinigami seemed to growl a little bit before disappearing. I don't know if I'm saying, liar, big liar? And Uzumaki Mizuki looked at this blue soul, hesitating for a while. What's wrong? Isn't this a success? Orochimaru wondered. After changing his body, he was somewhat uncomfortable. But the previous body can't last long, so I don't have much opinion. Reanimation Jutsu. Uzumaki Mizuki this side, no longer hesitate. Use Impure World Reincarnation directly. The gene fragments were provided by Orochimaru. There are a lot of tomb robbers of this thing, and there are a lot of stocks, especially Konoha's. The tied white Zetsu was devoured by King Luo. Soon a new figure appeared. It seems that my guess is still wrong. You really are not the 4th generation. Orochimaru still sighed from the sidelines. Here is Orochimaru. This kid. Minato woke up with a startled expression. 25. Raise your hands and raise your sword fingers, ready to use Flying Thunder God at any time. But after seeing the situation clearly, he couldn't help but froze for a moment. At the moment when his memory remained in the ghoul seal, he thought that something went wrong and he didn't die. But now it seems that it is not the case. Who? I am Uzumaki Mizuki, your son. You are dead. I sent you to Impure World Reincarnation to let you protect Naruto. Although I recognize Namikaze Minato in my heart, after all, I was just born. He was the one who saved himself when his body was covered in detonating symbols, and there was nothing wrong with calling him dad. But after so many years, I got used to not having one. Now that there is one more, it's a bit twisted, but soon got used to it. To Namikaze Minato, explain the matter clearly, and tell him what to do after Impure World Reincarnation comes out. So, now you are the daimyo of Uruk, the land of fire. Namikaze Minato couldn't digest this information for a while. Your son is amazing, Gate. Orochimaru smiled from the side. Uzumaki Mizuki glared at him. Orochimaru wilted immediately. Seeing this scene, Namikaze Minato finally believed it a little bit. For the specific situation, you can go outside and find out by yourself. I will wait for you at Naruto. This is just shadow clone. Uzumaki Mizuki said. The instructions are too complicated. It's easiest for him to experience it for himself. I believe you. After all, you are my son. Namikaze Minato said seriously. Uzumaki Mizuki was speechless, but also felt relieved. I have been protecting Naruto all the time, and I feel a lot of pressure in my heart. No one can be completely trusted. Within 1 year, I will resurrect you and mother as soon as possible. During this period, you can show up to face Naruto by yourself, or you can hide in the dark until you are completely resurrected. It's up to you to choose. Uzumaki Mizuki said. After all, Naruto is not himself. It is not easy to say whether he can maintain a stable mentality in the face of his dead relatives. These years, you two brothers have worked hard. Namikaze Minato looked at Uzumaki Mizuki, who looked like a little adult, and couldn't help but feel a little distressed. How much did this child go through to become like this? Thinking of this, he felt like a knife was twisting his heart. Good. Orochimaru, the information will tell you tomorrow. You should get used to this body first. Uzumaki Mizuki nodded, and after speaking, he released Shadow Clone and disappeared in front of the big snake, leaving Orochimaru and Namikaze Minato staring at each other. You've worked hard, I'll go out and have a look first. On Namikaze Minato's side, he didn't plan to talk much with Orochimaru either. He also doesn't know what kind of relationship his son has with Orochimaru. New information, seeing how Uzumaki Mizuki cares so much, it shouldn't be easy. On Orochimaru's side, he couldn't let go of this information. It is too difficult to fuse the blood succession boundary, and it is not that he himself has tried it. Now I just know that the relationship between the Uchiha, Senju, Uzumaki, and Hyuga families will be very easy to integrate. But he wants more. It took too long to study by himself, and he wanted to speed up his pace after learning all the information from Uzumaki Mizuki. Namikaze Minato appears at night after Naruto falls asleep. Now you can't drink water, so I won't pour it for you. Uzumaki Mizuki took Minato, came to the living room, and spoke. Your strength, is it really that strong? Namikaze Minato couldn't help asking. After going out for a stroll, he realized what his son had done. Also met old friends, Fugaku, Narashiju, and so on. All information is obtained from them. Finally, I met first Hokage, which made him come straight for a while. After walking around for a while, he finally knew what his son's identity was at this time. Moreover, the defeat of the attack of the 4 major villages shocked him even more. After all, he himself has participated in the Ninja World War, and knows how much strength is needed to do it. Not strong enough, that's why I need you to protect Naruto, Uzumaki Mizuki said directly. The destructive power is not worse than the 6 paths level, but in other respects, it is far behind. In the case of a hexagram, it is in terms of destructive power, which exceeds the limit of a hexagram, and the difference is too far in other aspects. These all need to be compensated. Understood. Leave Naruto's safety to me in the future, and I will protect him. Seeing Uzumaki Mizuki like this, Minato didn't ask any more questions. Although I also want to know the secret of my child. However, as a father, I do not have this qualification. Protect Naruto, it seems he has suffered a lot. If you have time, deal with politicians too. Fugaku and the others are a little cautious, and they are too biased towards the family. A father who was born as a commoner should know how to be more friendly to commoners. If you want to do it, just do it directly, and I will support you. Uzumaki Mizuki continued. First generation is too simple, let him deal with the government, it is unreliable. It is good not to send the country out. But according to my own father, I have been a Hokage, and I have understood the gap between the family and the common people. These are all better solutions. If it can help you, then no problem. Having said that though, but Minato also felt a little twisted. Being supported by my son, I feel that I am a bit incompetent as a father. P.S. The second update. Thank you for your flowers and evaluation tickets, stable updates, safe collection, please subscribe, please ask for monthly tickets. It turns out that Chakra is from an alien planet. Orochimaru was in shock and couldn't wake up for a long time. Uzumaki Mizuki came to tell him the information the next day. About the origin of the Otsutsuki clan, the appearance of Chakra, the reason for the existence of tail beasts, and the truth about the Akatsuki organization. Including the fact that pure fairy art is the real power of the ninja world, I told him everything. The physique of Sage of 6 Paths was achieved through the evolution of 10 tails, and it should be the strongest physique that can be achieved in the ninja world. When Chakra reaches a certain level, it can undergo a qualitative change. Is it the same when the magic energy exceeds a certain level? The limit of blood succession is Rinnegan. If you are stronger, you need 10 tails. The limit of fairy art has not yet appeared. Ordinary 5 attribute escapism, the limit is there, you can see the head at a glance. If the temperature of fire style can rise to tens of thousands of degrees, this simple fire attribute is enough to crush other ninjutsu. Uzumaki Mizuki instilled Orochimaru with all sorts of strange knowledge. At the same time let him not go paranoid. If the technology line can come out, it will definitely be very rewarding. But it didn't help him much. So, you too. On Orochimaru's side, after waking up from a lot of fantasies, he looked at Uzumaki Mizuki with complicated eyes. Now that all the information is out, Orochimaru can't guess, he is a fool. You keep this secret yourself, if others know, I will kill you first. Uzumaki Mizuki said very calmly. He hasn't revealed the secret of the paper man yet. Let Orochimaru guess work. Clear. Orochimaru nodded silently. If you want to make your own body and adapt to your soul, then use your own cells to fuse the body made by first generation cells, and then find a way to infuse the fairy chakra. This should be the best choice. Uchiha's Sharingan and Hyaga's white eyes will not cause any burden to the body at that time. There are too many fused cells, which will also put a lot of pressure on your own cells. Uzumaki Mizuki tells Orochimaru away. Comparing Uchiha and first generation cells, the first generation cells are definitely better. I will make a few more subjects and choose better ones. Orochimaru replied. This is also his inner thoughts. Knowing that immortal art is the source, he is not so enthusiastic about the blood succession boundary. In the past, I was keen on this because I felt the limit brought by my body. If I have the limit of the blood inheritance, I will definitely be able to do better. Now I think, if I didn't choose to change my body, but practiced immortality in Ryokai Cave, would I be stronger? At this time, if Uzumaki Mizuki is still here, he is ready to start preparations directly. The swirl glass says a lot, too. Now his main body can finally come out for a walk, and it is Shadow Clone who stays beside Naruto. In the next few days, Namikaze Minato also began to intervene in government affairs, but instead of Uzumaki Mizuki, Fugaku and others will come and ask Minato. They also know about the existence of Minato, and dare not have any opinions. Wang's father asked, what did they dare to be? Namikaze Minato tried a few times to give more benefits to the common people, and found out that these family leaders did not dare to refute. It was carried out easily. This made him doubly excited. What I couldn't do when I was in Hokage, I didn't expect to be able to do it to the whole country now. So work hard and work hard. As for Uzumaki Mizuki, he asked Minato to guide him in learning Flying Thunder God. Some difficulties encountered are no longer troubles. The speed of practice increased at once. I haven't practiced much other ninjutsu. Except for 100 healings mark, and strange power, I didn't learn much about other ninjutsu. After all, the limit of 5 attribute ninjutsu is there, and there is no way to get stronger with chakra. Unless it is to cultivate the 7 attributes and finally make a truth-seeking ball, then it is considered acceptable. But it takes too long, time and space skills are different, the effect is very good, and those with special attributes can be of great help. The 100 healings mark is able to store chakra, monster powers provide strength bonuses, and more. There is also 8 inner gates, and I will try to practice in the future, but I am not ready to learn general ninjutsu. But in addition to this, Uzumaki Mizuki is also preparing to practice Saiinjutsu. You want to practice fairy art. Hearing this, Jiraiya was somewhat surprised. After all, he feels that Zenju doesn't seem to help Uzumaki Mizuki very much. Uzumaki Mizuki's current strength doesn't need to rely on fairy arts at all. It's an attempt. Uzumaki Mizuki didn't say much. He mainly wanted to see if fairy art could increase the effect of magic power. If it doesn't work, it can also be used as a buff to increase strength and enhance perception, etc., which are considered good states. Now it is supplementing the foundation and improving the other curves of the 6-pointed star. If you want to learn, of course there is no problem. However, it is somewhat troublesome to learn fairy art. It may take 10 hours. Jiraiya said. He was not prepared to hide his secrets. You don't have to go to Mount Mayaboku, you guide me. Uzumaki Mizuki said. He wasn't going to see Toad's face. I always feel that these animals that have lived for thousands of years are like monsters. Although you have learned knowledge, why do you help humans? There is always a problem. Learning the fairy art chakra has certain risks. If you don't control it well, your body will produce strange changes. In Mount Mayaboku, there are props to get rid of this strange change, so that you can practice stably. Jiraiya said straight. Providing natural energy to Uzumaki Mizuki is not that much trouble for him. The trouble is, when merging the celestial chakra, there will be problems. You enter sage mode first, I'll check the situation, I seem to have a prop in my hand, and I can do this kind of thing. Uzumaki Mizuki said. At the same time, he took out the talisman that broke the precepts of all things. This thing has top-notch effects in breaking buffs and debuffs. If it is the limit, it has not been hit yet. Is that so? Then try it out. Although I don't know why Uzumaki Mizuki resisted going to Mount Mayaboku, but he didn't refuse either. Close your eyes, begin absorbing the forces of nature, and prepare to enter sage mode. He didn't give the 2 toad sages to summoning. After all, he just tried it out, and he didn't need to fight all the time. He asked the 2 immortals to help absorb the power of nature to maintain sage mode. It took about half an hour before he absorbed enough of the natural power of Zhaoli. Both the face and body have undergone slight changes. It looks like a toad spirit. This is sage mode. Jiraiya showed Uzumaki Mizuki, and Uzumaki Mizuki directly touched Jiraiya with the talisman of breaking all commandments. In an instant, Jiraiya's body changed, disappeared immediately, and returned to its original appearance. Ugh! Jiraiya was taken aback. Feeling that I am a fairy chakra, I suddenly lifted the fusion state, and the force of nature was directly excreted from the body and disappeared. It seems okay. Then let's start practicing. Uzumaki Mizuki is no surprise. It works on the force of nature. Then, let's start by explaining how to integrate the fairy art chakra. The mood is a little complicated. But Jiraiya began to explain seriously. Start with the basics. P.S. The 3rd update. Thank you for your flowers and evaluation tickets, stable updates, safe collection, please subscribe, please ask for monthly tickets. Thank you for your supporters. The entire ninja world fell into a calm state. But in this calm, there is panic hidden. The daimyos from the 4 major countries all began to contact each other, and it took a while in private together in the Land of Thunder for a meeting. And Kirigakur, and Uegakur, at this time directly began to select new shadows. But the daimyo began to interfere. After losing the shadow, these daimyos felt that this was a good opportunity for them to intervene to enter Ninja Village. On the surface it was calm, but in private it was about to fall out. This person is very strong. 9 Tails Jinchuriki, if it is in his hands, it is too difficult to take it away. Nagato looked at the information in his hands, feeling a little stressed. The war against the 4 major powers stopped, but Uruk was not too polite to the small countries that participated this time. Konoha alone is enough to deal with them. The country of grass is the worst, and it is the country that has been targeted the most. If you can't face him head-on, you can only think of other ways. Konan followed suit. This time I caught 4 Jinchuriki, which can be said to be half the battle. 7 Tails is already in the hunt. Traces of 6 Tails were also found. 1 Tail isn't too stressful either. It's just that the 3 Tails are wiped out and it takes a while to respawn. 207 The most troublesome thing is 9 Tails, in the hands of the most dangerous man in the ninja world. According to intelligence, this Uzumaki Mizuki seems to value his younger brother very much, and usually won't leave. Unless there is another ninja world war like this, forcing him to leave 9 Tails Jinchuriki, then there will be a chance. Nagato finally thought of only this method. Secondly, you can only hold Uzumaki Mizuki by yourself, and then others can snatch 9 Tails. Also, Uzumaki Mizuki had to be held down before 9 Tails could be pulled out. Beat Uzumaki Mizuki, he feels like he's not too sure. I think another way is better. Obito emerges from the twisted space. Then he spoke. Nagato frowned while Konan looked at Obito warily. Mr. Madara, do you want to do it yourself? Nagato wondered. In his opinion, the strength of this Uchiha Madara should not be much stronger than himself. However, the two sides have no reason to fight, so they have never committed a crime. However, if one more person helps, it can indeed relieve a lot of pressure. No, I have tried, but I can't beat him. I'm talking about another, Kaguya, method. Obito shook his head, then said. In fact, it was a fiasco, and he couldn't find the slightest chance at all. If it wasn't for Kamui, I guess I would be instantly killed by the opponent. Therefore, he felt that Nagato was not Uzumaki Mizuki's opponent either. But if this Rinnegan is in his hands, he might be able to fight. What way? Nagato also asked directly. After all, the other Jinchuriki aren't that troublesome to recycle, only the 9 tails, which stress him out a lot. Although he himself is a god, he is not invincible. Unite the daimyos of the 4 major powers and let them send out the ninja coalition to attack Uruk together. We can also work secretly to help promote this plan and force Uzumaki Mizuki to take the 9 tails Jinchuriki. Obito said directly. The plan that was never given was to resurrect Uchiha Madara. But he doesn't approve of it. He doesn't want to be a chess piece, he wants to be a chess player. Therefore, it can only be changed to another method. At the same time, he also wanted to take advantage of the chaotic moment to investigate something. Rinnegan, together with 10 tails, can have the same power as Sage of 6 Paths, and at that time, no one can stop him from taking revenge. Therefore, he is also very eager to collect tailed beasts. Have enough strength to be able to do what you want to do? Hearing this plan, Nagato was taken aback. After all, what they are doing is equivalent to destroying all human beings on the earth, and then putting the consciousness of all human beings on the internet to survive. But they who do this kind of thing actually have to ask the 4 major powers for help. It feels ridiculous to write in the future. However, it seems that it is not impossible. We just grabbed Uegakur and Jinchuriki from Cloud Shinobi Village, will they say yes? Konan couldn't help but speak. She doesn't trust Obito at all, and is deeply on guard. Has been collecting information on Obito, ready to counterattack at any time. So he couldn't help but retort. Uegakur, Onoki is dead, and now in the midst of civil strife. I'm choosing a new Tsuchikage, and Cloud Shinobi Village. It's a little more troublesome, but if he is the only shinobi village who objects, he won't agree because of his name. Tsunagakur and Kirigakur, we didn't do it, who would object? And most importantly, now Uruk is the enemy of everyone. He has killed a large number of ninjas in the 4 major villages. At the same time, the daimyos of the 4 countries are naturally looking forward to the death of the ninjaborn king. In addition to this battle, they can clearly see that no country can resist Uruk alone. Then how could they not join forces? According to intelligence, the daimyos of the 4 countries have met in private, and we just need to promote this matter, understand? It was rare for Obito to say such a long word. However, what he said is also true. I didn't want to entrap Nagato either, I was very confident when I spoke. Then, like this, they can solve it themselves, why should we intervene? What if they know our secrets and join forces to deal with us first? Konan is still not convinced. But it's not a slap in the face. Still gave the reason. Time. That Uzumaki Mizuki is growing too fast. The negotiation time between the Dark 4 countries may take half a year or even more than a year. And he's only 9 years old now. Although 3 Tails hasn't been reborn yet and needs to wait, Uzumaki Mizuki's strength won't wait. If he keeps getting stronger, then it will be difficult to carry out this plan. Obito said straight. This is what worries him the most. After the investigation, according to the intelligence of those ninjas, Uzumaki Mizuki's strength has been getting stronger. This time, alone, he dealt with the ninjas of the 4 great villages and killed 2 shadows. Even he can't do so many things in one day, then follow this plan, as soon as possible. Nagato said with a solemn expression. The sooner the plan, the better, he felt. This Uzumaki Mizuki has a big problem. Moreover, he doesn't like this kind of war very much. There is no gain at all, and it is impossible to make everyone feel pain, so they are afraid, and they will die more and more. Therefore, he wants to solve it as soon as possible. Konan is not talking. Then, let's use Hanzo's name to raise this matter. Obito said. After all, the Akatsuki organization is basically rebellious, and now the only one who can take it out to do things above board is the leader of Rain Shinobi Village, the name of half-body Hanzo. P.S. The first update. Thank you for your flowers and evaluation tickets, stable updates, rest assured collection, ask for monthly tickets. Weird power. Uzumaki Mizuki tensed his hands, holding the longsword in his hand, and slashed directly towards the Senju pillar. Senju Hashirama was not polite either, he directly held the sickle in his hand and chopped it up. Clang. The weapons in the hands of the two couldn't bear this force at all, and they collapsed directly. The blade part of the sickle, as well as the sword body, were directly broken. The quality of this weapon is too bad. After so many years in the ninja world, there are no good weapons. Senju Hashirama had no choice but to drop the handle of the sickle in his hand. He accompanies Uzumaki Mizuki to practice physical skills, because it is difficult for other people in Uruk to compete with the Whirlpool Mizuki in terms of strength. Although Tsunade also has strange power, the power that erupts is simply incomparable. He will also have similar skills, so he can compete with the Whirlpool water. However, he felt that Uzumaki Mizuki was improving very fast. At the beginning, he could beat Uzumaki Mizuki. He could feel that Uzumaki and Mizuki basically had no progress experience, relying entirely on instinct to fight. Several times he beat Uzumaki and Mizuki disgraced, which made him feel happy. Because he was always reprimanded by Uzumaki Mizuki in the past, he almost didn't feel the feeling of being an elder. The weapon is too strong, and it is easy to hurt yourself. The level of training is almost the same. No matter how strong it is, it will take life and death to comprehend it. As for Uzumaki Mizuki, I don't feel much. He had intensive training with Senju Hashirama for over a month. In addition to practicing ninjutsu, most of the day is spent practicing against Senju Hashirama. Skills or something, Uzumaki Mizuki didn't learn much. It's just about mastering what kind of posture can exert the greatest strength. It is enough to learn these. He is not interested in learning any swordsmanship, as long as he can use it. Now, if he meets 4th Raikage again, he will definitely be able to fight back. I don't know that you have such a great power. If you don't turn on Sage mode, I can't compare to you. When Senju Hashirama heard Uzumaki Mizuki say that the training was over, he couldn't help but feel a little empty. At the same time, I am even more curious about where the strength comes from these small arms and legs. Pay money to buy. Sorry to bother you. Uzumaki Mizuki is telling the truth here. It all depends on buying equipment and then attributes. But in the past few days, relying on myself alone has also increased a lot. After all, I have officially started to cultivate myself. Attributes began to increase significantly. After thanking, Uzumaki Mizuki left directly. Senju Hashirama also lamented that after one generation is stronger than the previous generation, he is ready to go for a stroll. Watching Uruk keep getting better is the reason for him to stay here. Originally, he thought about going back to the Pure Land. But I still feel that I should see it for the last time, and see how far this world can go, so that I can feel at ease. How is the force of nature research going? Leaving Senju Hashirama's side, Uzumaki Mizuki came to Orochimaru's side. From Jiraiya, after learning how to absorb the forces of nature, I figured it out myself. The power of nature, chakra, spiritual power, the fusion of 3 equal parts, is the magic chakra. With Uzumaki Mizuki's current level of magic power control, it is not difficult to practice, but for the force of nature, Uzumaki Mizuki is going to let Orochimaru figure out what substance it is. It can be said that chakra is another form of the force of nature. It is 10 tails, that is, the sacred tree, which absorbs the life force of the ninja world and bears fruit, and the force area appears. An energy conversion? The force of nature has become better controlled, and at the same time, its strength has also been lost. Immortal jutsu has a remarkable effect on improving ninjutsu. At least it is more than doubled, and 2 or 3 times is normal. I have studied this thing, tried to improve it, and made a curse mark that belongs to me alone. It works on people, but not everyone can adapt. If not, they will die. But the strength improvement it brings is also very good. It can strengthen the chakra in the body several times. The experimental results have a certain relationship with physical fitness and strength, and after the human body is suspended animation, this power can be activated and made stronger. Orochimaru said. Now, he is also researching, thinking about how to clone his body cells so that they can fully adapt to the power of nature. His body, which is completely powered by the force of nature, made him feel a little eager to move. Sage mode has been practiced. It's just that Mizuki wants to go one step further, replace chakra with magic power, and perform fusion to create a new fairy chakra. But failed. That strong resistance almost didn't allow him to use the talisman that broke the commandments of all things. However, Uzumaki Mizuki felt that there seemed to be a possibility of success. But it took too much time to think about it by himself, so he asked Orochimaru to study what the nature of the force of nature is. See if you can find any solution. If he tried it himself, the feeling that his body was going to explode made him feel a little stressed. Ask for flowers. But his fairy face is not a frog. Probably not done at Mount Mayaboku. In a place that is not a fairyland, it is still difficult to perceive the power of nature. It took Uzumaki Mizuki several days to find the power of nature and then introduce it into his body. And his fairy face is just the water chestnut of the 100 healings mark on his forehead, which has become a shape similar to an eyeball, and at the same time there is a crown on the eyeball, and then there are like wings on both sides. Nothing else changed. The color is dark blue. Uzumaki Mizuki doesn't look good, but it can be said to be the perfect fairy face. Uzumaki Mizuki felt that it was much more beautiful if it was like the dark red magic circuit emerging from his body. The force of nature can make people irritable, and it can also deform people's bodies. Do you think that the 3 immortals of Mount Mayaboku, Ryokai Cave, and Shibone Forest were human before? Uzumaki Mizuki asked. Possibilities exist. After all, Jiraiya's body has undergone strong changes at this level. In the past, without chakra, it is not impossible to completely drink the power of nature and completely transform the body into an animal. There is a possibility. However, is it possible that humans have not mastered this kind of power before? When the Otsutsuki clan invaded, only the toad from Mount Mayaboku tricked the Sage of 6 Paths into taking action. Orochimaru was also puzzled. But with regard to history, no one knows the specifics. At the same time, let alone the other party's heart. Finding the essence of this power can solve most of the doubts. Keep going. Uzumaki Mizuki said helplessly. In this regard, he is really not that strong. And the treasure that can provide help is too valuable. Known as the all-knowing and omnipotent star. Can penetrate the essence of affairs, stronger than Sharinon and supercilious. But the price is not cheaper than the distant ideal land. I heard that the 4 major powers are going to form a coalition. Do you need help? Orochimaru nodded, and asked further. Almost 4 months have passed since the last war ended. Uzumaki Mizuki is also 9 years old. The news of the ninja coalition spread more and more intensely. But it's not quite done yet. I'm waiting for them. Uzumaki Mizuki said calmly. P.S. The second update. Thank you for your flowers and evaluation tickets, stable updates, safe collection, please subscribe, please ask for monthly tickets. Originally, Uzumaki Mizuki was planning to expand and bring the surrounding countries into Uruk's territory, so as to unify the ninja world as soon as possible. However, Uruk's manpower is indeed less. In the past few months, in addition to stabilizing the internal situation of Uruk, it is to train new consuls, and then let them manage the country that will become Uruk's territory. The existence of Otsutsuki Yi made him very upset. Who knows what this old guy's final plan will be? Come back next time, it will definitely be the real Six Paths level, and the possibility of becoming stronger is not out of the question. After all, he has been hiding for so many years, he can't be playing, he must have a plan. Beware of Otsutsuki Momoshiki and others, you must be prepared for a perfect plan. Could it be like Kaguya, who also made 2 children from the sacred tree, Indra and Ashira? Uzumaki Mizuki guessed. Yi and Hamura 633 were also made out of sacred trees, not the children of some human leader. But guessing randomly here will not get the truth. After all, the only one who knows the facts is Otsutsuki Yi. Just protect Naruto. The truth of other things is just like that. Calculating the time, the manpower prepared by Uruk is almost ready, and it's time to start the annexation plan. Uzumaki Mizuki looked at the map of the ninja world and felt that there was no need to wait any longer. The more territory and population, the more points you will get. Let's exchange the distant ideal land first. This also has confidence. Uzumaki Mizuki held a meeting. Except for Akamika Dingza, who was away from home, everyone rushed to the scene. After all, everyone knows who is the real king. Although he usually handles government affairs, he has completely become Namikaze Minato. But everyone still depends on Uzumaki Mizuki's face. It's been so long, and it's rare for the first time to have a meeting, and no one is absent. Including Senju Hashirama, they all came to watch the show. The location of the meeting is in a newly completed Western-style castle. In the hall, there is only one king chair, and everyone else is standing, including Namikaze Minato. This meeting is held for the sake of the Ninja Alliance. The new consul is almost trained, right? Have you understood the new law? Uzumaki Mizuki said directly. Then asked Narashiju. This matter is his responsibility. About 1,500 people have been trained, and if one person manages a town, it is roughly enough. However, when it comes to management, many people will resist and don't believe us. In the territory of Uruk, we have encountered many such things, and the decree cannot be fully implemented. Narashiju walked out of the team, then bowed slightly and said. Many opponents of the old forces are often right and have caused many conflicts. It's almost there. The people who died in this kind of resistance should not die as many as in the war. Then let's talk about the war. This time, bring the entire ninja world into the territory of Uruk. Don't waste any more time. Uzumaki Mizuki said directly. He is actually not that good at management. But as long as we do 2 things, let everyone have enough to eat, and the second is to give the people a way to keep climbing. Just do these 2 things. Others, just take the requirements of the earth and ask these rulers. If you can't do it, the consequences will depend on whether you are strong enough or not. Dead people are inevitable, so Uzumaki Mizuki is not ready to be merciful either. Wouldn't it be too much to annex 4 countries at once? It was Namikaze Minato who spoke. In the past, people like Konoha did not dare to refute Uzumaki Mizuki at this time. Although Namikaze Minato has managed Uruk for a long time, his consciousness is still the consciousness of 10 years ago. As for war, I still hope to avoid it. Beating them is not a problem for me, the problem is whether you have the ability to manage these positions. Vortex Namikaze took a look at the water, and then said directly to the people below. Namikaze Minato also realizes that it is not good to ask such a question here, so I will not say more. From now on, gather the manpower, wait for dispatch in the capital. Externally, as always, just stabilize the situation. Half a month's time, the manpower preparation will be completed. Ninja Alliance, just leave it to me to deal with it alone, and you can take care of the aftermath. That's it. Uzumaki Mizuki, there is not so much nonsense. It's up to him to do the fighting. Calling him to come is not to boost morale, the main thing is to inform, prepare to take over the site, and prepare the manpower. As for the manpower, he is going to make himself cheaper to his father, and use the flying thunder god to teleport it, which is simple and convenient. Now impure world reincarnation is infinite blue, and there is no pressure to teleport, so he will not be polite. My father is also my laborer? Yes. The people below replied in a calm manner. These are benefits? Although the risks are great, the benefits are also much greater. Now, apart from not offending the king and at the same time doing the job well arranged by the king, there is no risk. Compared with Konoha before, it can be said that there is too much freedom. The profit is also high. Apart from being besieged and beaten by the 4 major powers and losing a lot of manpower, there is nothing else. This time, Wang did it himself, instead of spreading the front line and waiting for rescue as before. So, such a simple job must be done well. Although they may not die, being excluded from the most profitable team will also make them heartbroken. Therefore, we must do our best to complete the tasks assigned by Uzumaki Mizuki. Still resist. Now Tsunagakuer, Iwagakuer, and Kirigakuer are here. If they object, they will attack Cloud Shinobi Village first, and then deal with you, said to 4th Reikage AI, who has the appearance of Hanzo, but the real body is Obito. Among the 5 major villages in the past, only Cloud Shinobi Village treats daimyo on an equal footing, and even has an advantage. After seeing Uzumaki Mizuki's power, 4th Reikage knew that the numbers didn't matter much. But the big names didn't listen. They just want to kill Urok, the 0.3 outlier in this country. All hands, gathered in the territory of Thunder Country in the opponent Cloud Shinobi Village. If he doesn't agree, the Ninja Alliance will kill Cloud Shinobi Village first, and then attack Urok. Understood? Let's do it. As a demigod, I hope you can stand up and face Uzumaki Mizuki. 4th Reikage couldn't refuse. There is a lot of hatred for Uzumaki Mizuki though, but this feeling of being threatened really made him feel very uncomfortable. Certainly. Obito breathed a sigh of relief. The last puzzle of the Ninja Alliance has also been assembled. The next step is to dispatch and attack Urok. Uzumaki Mizuki's growth rate, let him feel fear, can't drag it down. P.S. The third change, thank you for your flowers and evaluation tickets, stable updates, rest assured collection. Please subscribe, please ask for a monthly pass. This guy is our target this time. All other things can be put aside, as long as you can kill him, it will be considered a success this time. It was Luo Sha who stood on the stage and explained. 4th Reikage is not interested in going up to explain. The other 2 villages did not come over because of the dryness of the daimyo. The 2 sides are still arguing. In the end, the daimyo promised that as long as Urok is killed, you will still be responsible for Ninja Village from now on. But Kirigakuer also has a genshi, which is different from other ninja villages. He is a person who can share power with Mizukage, and the 2 sides are equal. It's just that he doesn't have much strength and relies on prestige. But although there is no shadow to do it. But the elders and other hardcore figures from the old faction came a lot. I think a Jonin level team should be formed to target him. Ordinary ninjas have no effect at all, although unwilling to serve as an explanation. But what should be said? 4th Reikage will still say, ordinary ninjas are really useless, just other ninjas 25 used to contain Urok. Kill Uzumaki Mizuki and this war is over. This is what everyone thinks? I think it would be best for the head of the team to be headed by the Hanzo of Rain Shinobi Village. Master Yuan stood up tremblingly, and spoke directly. The reason is naturally the interests of Kongayan Village. Letting the shadows of other ninja villages take charge of this matter will definitely consume the manpower of other ninja villages. Jonin are all valuables, and if one is missing, it cannot be replenished in a short period of time, which is completely different from genin. Then, as a neutral Hanzo, it is very suitable for this matter. Iwagakuer is also in favor of the proposal. Kita said calmly. In Iwagakuer, there are actually not many middle-level bosses who can make a move. Because Onoji, basically like Sarutobi Hiruzen, wields power and suppresses his opponents. At the same time, the disappearance of the 2 Jinchuriki greatly weakened their strength. This time I came out with Deodara and Black Soil. He has to support it until the younger generation grows up to take over Ying's position. Iwagakuer has no shadow. Therefore, he agreed with Master Yuan's proposal. What's Feng Ying's opinion? 4th Reikage, naturally doesn't think highly of Luo Sha. After all, in his eyes, that is, Iwagakuer and Konoha village are 2 big enemies. The strength of Tsunagakuer and Kirigakuer is not at the same level as them. Moreover, he felt that Uzumaki Mizuki did not kill this guy. It must not be the reason for lack of strength. After all, he was forced to run away and did not dare to resist at all. Therefore, this Kazekage is likely to have surrendered to Uzumaki Mizuki. If Reikage has no objection, let the leader Hanzo be in charge of this team. Luo Sha's face was a little ugly. He felt that it would be best for him to be in charge of this team. But now, this is not Kirigakuer. We must respect the opinions of other forces. After all, without their consent, it is useless to be responsible for ourselves. Most importantly, he wants to restore momentum. But I recalled the pressure I felt when facing Uzumaki Mizuki. Let Hanzo be the leader. Then, you're welcome. Obito didn't expect that he could get into this position. Originally, he was ready to leave, and wanted to take advantage of the ninja coalition forces to attack Urok, and lead Akatsuki to arrest Nine Tails Jinchuriki. But now it seems that it is better to stay here and gather manpower to deal with Uzumaki Mizuki. After all, without Uzumaki Mizuki, Urok is just a chicken and a dog, and it is not vulnerable at all. Discussed for a long time. In the end, the heads of the major villages all joined the team. Includes Reikage and 4th Reikage. Iwagakuer Terracotta. Kirigakuer Hoshigaki Kisame. Then there is the puppeteer Ebizo. Cloud Shinobi Village Todai. Others, there are about 100 jonin. This is almost the remaining strength of the 4 major villages. Except for a few guards at home, all others have been called out. The 2 shadows, and many assistants are responsible for keeping Uzumaki Mizuki in check, while the others try to find each other's weaknesses and consume his chakra. Too many people will also cause trouble, so find the right time and then do it. If it doesn't work, you can help us from the sidelines. Obito said seriously. On the court, only 4th Reikage, Luo Sha, and him survived under Uzumaki Mizuki. The rest are basically wiped out. Or survive, but don't know how strong Uzumaki Mizuki is. With several people added together, it is always possible to hold him back. It makes sense. Master Yuan followed suit. Kirigakure has nothing to lose, but what is lost is the last. Although he doesn't know it yet, Kisame is also a traitor. Kirigakure faulted? Kicked to death by might die 4 ninja 7 people. Due to civil strife, the Suejijija family was almost wiped out. After that, among the 7 ninja swordsmen, Hoshigaki Kisame was the only one in the village. This is still the case where the previous Suka mountain puffer ghost died under unknown circumstances, and Kirigakure has no time to investigate internally. Then, assemble your troops and prepare to go, Obito said directly. This time, he chose to bring Nagato with him. Kakuzu, on the other hand, went to Konoha, trying to capture Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Will definitely help them. Konan and Nagato, followed by 383, dealt with Uzumaki Mizuki together. I hope to see you, Willow, the leader of Hanzo. Fourth Reikage got up, and said to Obito. He is always restless. But with so many ninjas on the field, it is impossible to add up to one Uzumaki Mizuki. Of course I will take the lead, hold Uzumaki Mizuki and leave it to me. On Obito's side, he thought Fourth Reikage had doubts about him. The soldiers are already approaching the city, and there is no time to back down. So he pretended to be very generous and said, everything is up to him? At this time, everyone has their own plans in their hearts. They all knew that the daimyo might already be unhappy with them. And the same is true for them, very dissatisfied with the daimyo. Especially Fourth Reikage. I feel that daimyo seems a little afraid of death and dares to provoke him. If it wasn't for the fact that all the ninja coalition forces had gathered, he would definitely have taught daimyo a lesson. That's good. For Fourth Reikage, they are still planning to keep the strength of Cloud Shinobi Village as king. Everyone, 2 people appeared in the sky, Uzumaki Mizuki and Konoha's 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato. Did not wait for them to leave the meeting. The person in charge of security appeared directly and said very anxiously. P.S. The first update. Thank you for your flowers and evaluation tickets, stable updates, safe collection. Please subscribe. Please ask for monthly tickets. This number, the number of ninjas should exceed 40,000. Minato stood on the skylock, watching the situation below. It was evening now, and the sun was about to set. But there is some commotion below, it seems that they have been discovered. Just leave it to me, father, you shadow clone, it shouldn't be a big problem to protect yourself. Uzumaki Mizuki spoke. Although he came here, he is also a shadow clone. Now there is a lot of wealth, and the mana value has exceeded the upper limit of 500,000. The main body only left 50,000 magic points, while shadow clone has 450,000. Enough is enough. And now, with Namikaze Minato here, the shadow clone thing has been knocked out, so it's good to do it again. Is it really okay for you to be alone? Namikaze Minato though has heard many rumors about Uzumaki Mizuki's strength. However, I still don't believe that one person can defeat tens of thousands of people. My strength is not at the same level as it was half a year ago, Uzumaki Mizuki said very calmly. Now he has laid the foundation. The utilization rate of magic power is more than double than before. It is no longer the easiest way to use it directly by bombarding it directly. After finishing speaking, he opened the treasure house of the king and drew out the sword of vowed victory. Before coming, he had already put on the armor of the king. You, be careful. On Minato's side, it's hard to say much. For this son, he really can't give birth to any discipline mentality. After all, I owe him what I owe. Moreover, it's just a shadow clone, and it's nothing if it fails. So he is not too anxious. After finishing speaking, he directly used Flying Thunder God to leave and go to a nearby location. A Flying Thunder God Konoha was placed here in advance as a coordinate, which was brought by people from Uruk. It's not very far from here. Let's have a salute first, let them fall into fear. Uzumaki Mizuki, holding the sworn victory sword in his hand, moved his head. Ordinary ninja he doesn't want to kill too much. But, if you don't let them feel the pain, how can they be afraid? In this regard, he has the same philosophy as Nagato. Hit them until they are scared. The golden light directly illuminates the starry sky at dusk. This light caused many ninjas below to feel panic. But after all, he was professionally trained and did not run away directly. They are waiting for the boss to come out and give them face. Stop him quickly. If he is released, at least thousands of people will be killed or injured. See this light. The faces of Fourth Reikage and Luosha changed drastically. Luosha shouted anxiously. Only Obito is a little confused. Isn't it the red light? It seems that something has changed. But no one knows everything about Uzumaki Mizuki's specific strength. Leader Hanzo, let's do it together. Kaze Cage, send us to the sky, we can't fly. Fourth Reikage said hastily. Now, it is within the territory of the Land of Thunder. The ninjas from several parties gathered scattered, not mixed. Therefore, it is very likely that this blow will only cause huge damage to a ninja village. He didn't dare to gamble. After trying this taste, I still feel that it would be better to stop the opponent. Go. On Luosha's side, he waved his hands. Immediately, 2 clusters of golden sand emerged from the ground. Fourth Reikage jumped on it without hesitation. Obito thought about it and followed suit. However, he is still very concerned about Uzumaki Mizuki's ability to tear space and attack him. If he feels bad, he will run away immediately. That's the AFK. Too small. Younger than when we met Jiraiya-sensei. Tiandeo raised his head, looked at the appearance of Uzumaki Mizuki in the sky, and couldn't help but exclaimed. Although I have seen the information, I was still a little surprised to see it with my own eyes. But at this time he was not panic, because he felt that his strength was enough to deal with Uzumaki Mizuki. Watching fourth Reikage, and Uchiha Madara dressed as Hanzo charged towards Uzumaki Mizuki. He wants to collect information first. X-Curry Stick. Uzumaki Mizuki swung the sword of sworn victory without hesitation. He deliberately waited a little longer, just waiting for someone to come out. Let's see if anyone is willing to block mine. An X-Curry Stick with 50,000 mana is enough to destroy the entire Konoha. It is similar to the damage range of Tiandeo's super god Luo Tianzhang. But the destructive power is far beyond that, especially the beam of light released is a condensed power. In addition to controlling the two golden sands in the sky, Luo She also controls a large pile of sand, which directly goes up to the sky. Hateful. Fourth Reikage did not dare to resist this beam of light. He watched helplessly as the beam of light passed through his side and rushed towards the ground. The same goes for Obito. The king's treasure. Unfold. After releasing the X-Curry Stick, Uzumaki Mizuki waved his hand. A dense golden halo appeared behind him. The Skylock rushed out of it and bound towards the two of them. However, the ordinary Skylock did not pose much threat to the two of them, but it also interfered with their rushing towards Uzumaki Mizuki. Boom. But at the same time, the X-Curry Stick also exploded. The ninjas below watched the beam of light fall. Many ninjas also released various escape techniques in order to resist. But whether it is fire style, water style, or wind style, lightning style, they are all instantly swallowed. Finally standing in their way is earth style. The terracotta condensed a huge soil flow wall, blocking the line of the beam of light. Like water off a duck's back. The light directly penetrates the good ground. The surrounding ground cracked uncontrollably. Then, the energy explodes. A mushroom cloud rises, and the impact spreads in all directions. A large number of ninjas were affected. They would have been very clustered. The location of the camp is about the size of 2 Konohas. Now the X-Curry Stick explodes directly in the middle, and the scope of the ninja is also the largest. Boom. Likewise, Blast the Blaster. It also made the two of them in midair blown so that they couldn't stand still at all. With this power, he has become stronger. Obito was terrified. When he was in Konoha, he was put under a lot of pressure. But now it seems that it is no longer the same. The speed of progress must be too fast. P.S. The second update. Thank you for your flowers and evaluation tickets. Stable updates. Safe collection. Please subscribe. Please ask for a monthly ticket vote. There is still a chance to surrender, and I am not interested in killing people. Being a dog to daimyo is worse than being a dog to me. I will give more. On Uzumaki Mizuki's side, looking at the two people stepping on the sand and constantly dealing with the Skylock, said. But the line of sight is more focused on Hanzo. He was guessing the identity of this Hanzo. What kind of demigod is this? He should be dead. So, is this guy Obito or Nagato? But now, there is no way to deal with him, because the person who came is not the main body, so he cannot use the deviation sword. If you can't tear the space, you can't hurt Obito. If it is Nagato, then it is not a big problem. Lateral bolt of pain. But what responded to him was fourth Reikage's hand knife. He directly rushed through the siege of the Skylock, and rushed over stepping on the Skylock. Speed up to ultimate. Weird power. But Uzumaki and Mizuki didn't use cut. Instead, go straight up. Puff. Uzumaki Mizuki, directly with the sword of Oath of Victory, cut off the palm of fourth Reikage along the wrist. The last time he was beaten, it made him angry for a long time. So this time, he didn't use any other means, just be tough. Although the speed is faster, but because it is not on land, it cannot be used to ultimate. At the same time, Ed Sherinon 163 with supercilious eyes on the shoulder, locking it tightly, and training experience with Senju Hashirama. This time, he stabbed the opponent steadily. The sharp sword of vowed victory, coupled with the burst of strange power, just cut off the palm of fourth Reikage. In the past, when the armor of lightning style exploded at full strength, he is just like the man covered by armament haki in one piece, the general attack can't break the defense at all. However, the sharpness of the sword of oath to victory is not comparable to that of ordinary ninja tools. Zi. On the fourth Reikage side, some couldn't believe their attack was cracked so easily. Also lost the palm of his right hand. However, he was still very decisive. Using lightning style, he directly burned his right wrist with high temperature to seal off the large blood vessels. However, Uzumaki Mizuki wasn't looking on. He's not the kind of man who would just stand aside while watching Sailor Moon transform. Directly control the Skylock and rush towards the fourth Reikage. Obito on the side, seeing this, was full of hesitation, not knowing whether to help or not. Fourth Reikage frantically forced the Skylock back. When I found out that Hanzo didn't help, I couldn't help being furious. Then, without hesitation, he jumped off the sand. He is not prepared to cooperate with such unreliable teammates. This operation surprised Obito. I regret not showing my strength just now. Help fourth Reikage? Then, he saw a large number of Skylocks rushing towards him. Without Kamui, his strength is at the level of elite Jonin. How could it be possible to resist the lock of so many days? No matter how strong fire style is, it doesn't work. Kamui. Had to use Kamui. He wanted to jump like fourth Reikage, but there was no chance. It really is you, Obito. Uzumaki Mizuki is calm. Then, he stopped attacking Obito. Instead, it also rushed towards the ground. Obito was stunned for a moment, wondering why Uzumaki Mizuki gave up dealing with him. Logically speaking, shouldn't you deal with yourself first? After all, for Uzumaki Mizuki, he is undoubtedly the biggest enemy, killing his parents. However, before he could go down, a person appeared in midair. It really is you, Obito. Namikaze Minato looked sad and angry. Teacher. Obito's eyes darkened. The person who notified them just now said that the fourth Hokage is here. He thought it was fake, but he didn't expect it to be real. Boom! Fourth Raikage hit the ground hard. However, this kind of impact does not have any pressure on him. Why did you stop? Don't you want to kill the FG mother first? I'm already, Kfia, preparing to send other people up together. Luo Xia was very angry at this time. But sanity is still on the line. Fortunately, Tsunagakure is the farthest away. When I came here, the location was relatively remote and outside. Minimal impact? However, thousands of ninjas were killed or injured. The plan was discussed today. Although I know the names, these ninjas have not met. Therefore, he didn't mobilize people in the first place just now because it took time to find people. That guy Hanzo is unreliable. If there are all such people, then the coalition forces won't need it. Fourth Raikage said with a gloomy face. He didn't like this kind of alliance. This is different from the battle against the Xiao organization that destroys the world. Uzumaki Mizuki, in fact, there is still a way out. Many civilian ninjas are looking forward to running away to Uruk. Only the ninjas of the big family felt that their interests had been violated and had to resist. The most rebellious attitude is naturally the nobles and the ninjas of these families. When being persecuted, Fourth Raikage also considered whether to seek refuge with Uzumaki Mizuki or not. Now, he felt it even more. Although the palm was cut off just now. What? That guy, betrayed. Luosha was startled. He's working hard here. He came. Abizo said coldly. At the same time, open the scroll to release 8 golems made entirely of Jonin's corpse. Earth-style Gangli-style technique. Chi-Tu, who was lucky enough to survive, has already started to attack. Go straight to Earth style, create a rock titan, and charge towards where Uzumaki Mizuki falls. Liming technique. At the same time, Haitu also followed to help. C2 Dragon. Deidara's side, 2. Uzumaki Mizuki personally killed Oniki. For the 3 of them, they are enemies? Water style mackerel ball technique. At the same time, Kisame also released water style. Uzumaki Mizuki, who had just landed, was besieged by several ninjutsu. X-curry stick. But Uzumaki Mizuki slashed the sword of the vowed victory, like drawing a knife, instantly. A golden ray approaching 330 degrees cut these ninjutsu directly. It can be done with a minimum of 2,000 mana points. Those who reacted quickly, naturally avoided the light, but there were a lot of ordinary ninjas around, so they were not so fast. Instantly cut in half. The ninjas who survived felt terrified. Looking at Uzumaki Mizuki who fell to the ground smoothly, no one dared to attack him for a while. P.S. The third change. Thank you for your flowers and evaluation tickets, stable updates, safe collection, monthly tickets, subscriptions. Surrender, or die. Uzumaki Mizuki glanced around. Rosa. Fourth Raikage. Abizo. Hoshigaki Kisame. And dozens of ninjas. It seems that they should be elite combat power. However, after the strength gap reaches a certain level, these enemies who are very powerful in the eyes of others are just mobs killed by AoE in seconds. He didn't pay attention to these enemies who they considered to be high-end combat power. Raikage, this is not the time to retreat. If you don't get rid of him, the ninja will never have a peaceful day. Luosha is still continuing to persuade Fourth Raikage. He really dare not go up alone? If everyone wasn't here, he would have run away just like last time. Surrender to you, can I let Cloud Shinobi Village manage alone? But Fourth Raikage did not respond to Raikage. Instead, ask Uzumaki Mizuki. What I was asking was what happened after surrender. The new country will use new laws, and everything must respect my orders. The king will not accept any threats. Uzumaki Mizuki looked at Fourth Raikage and said. Although he directly agreed, it is very likely that he will directly surrender himself on the spot. But is it necessary? As a king, he bowed his head to an enemy without any reason. So, Uruk is going to massacre all the opposing forces. On Fourth Raikage's side, she also has a temperament that cannot be irritated. Originally, he thought that with his identity, if he was willing to bow his head and surrender, no matter what, the other party should say something nice. But now it seems that the other party doesn't care about him at all, and treats him as if he is a slave, and can control life and death at any time. Everything is according to the king's will. As a king, whatever I want to do is reasonable. Don't have to explain it to anyone. Uzumaki Mizuki is very calm here. The other people beside them began to silently not know what routine they were preparing. Looks a bit like joint ninjutsu. Because of this, Luoshe and the others allowed the 2 of them to talk without disturbing them. Fourth Raikage's eyes drooped. Then, it's better if I kill you. Fourth Raikage ran around with electric arcs all over his body. There are a lot of dirt on the ground, which is directly covered by the good seat of the car. Do it. Luosha said without hesitation. Uzumaki Mizuki's feet were immediately surrounded by golden sand. Luosha has also been making preparations, eroding the soil and turning it into gold sand. Earth-style Niuruo Heian. Iweigaku Ninja, ninjutsu at the ready. It is a sealing technique. The ground was instantly covered by dense curse marks. Then, the ground turned up, like two slaps, and slapped towards Uzumaki Mizuki. Lateral bolt of pain, chop. And the fourth raikage appeared above Uzumaki Mizuki's head at some unknown time. The palm of the left hand, covered with a sharp electric arc, slides like a saw blade. Boom. However, none of these are messed with. The energy released by the sword of vowed victory directly broke through the surrounding seals. The sand that was wrapped around Uzumaki Mizuki's feet was also pushed away by the impact. Fourth raikage, who was in midair, was even more unprepared, and was directly hit by the beam of light. This time, the left arm completely disappeared. Curry stick. Uzumaki Mizuki's eyes were cold, and he took the sword of vowed victory without hesitation. The target pointed directly in the direction of Luosha. Luosha panicked, and his whole body instantly turned into sand and fell to the ground. On Ebizo's side, there was only time to manipulate the puppets to release various sealed spells. But before it showed its power, it disappeared together with the puppet. Then, let's start the slaughter. Uzumaki and Mizuki flexed his neck here. The mushroom cloud rising again illuminates the night sky that has almost entered the night. Many ninjas who were about to approach were immediately scared away when they saw this light. So scary? Just now, it directly devoured the ecology of thousands of people. If the team hadn't been scattered and guarded against other people from Ninja Village, they would have run away long ago. Boom. Uzumaki Mizuki kicked hard. The whole person is like a bullet train, rushing towards the ghost who is still alive at this time. Water-style big storm water rush. Before Uzumaki Mizuki approached, Kisame unleashed a super powerful water style. Ask for flowers. But this water has not appeared to half the extent. The sword in Uzumaki Mizuki's hand directly sliced through Kisame's abdomen. If he hadn't been a little off, the whole person would have been split in half. The sharpness of the sword of vowing victory is not something ordinary people can hold. At the very least, a weapon of the level of the Kusanagi sword is required to be able to resist. And how can a ninja's body be able to withstand such a weapon? Vomit. Ghost Shark spit out a mouthful of blood. But his whole body was immediately surrounded by water. Coupled with the blurry blood from the wound, it was impossible to see his condition clearly for a while. But the other ninjas around looked crazy and rushed towards Uzumaki Mizuki. But Uzumaki Mizuki is no longer a rookie. Through the white eyes and Sherry-non, I can see the situation clearly. The sword of the vowed victory covered with the enchantment of the Wind King wandered among the crowd. The invisible sword cut off everyone's bodies with ease. Lariat. Fourth raikage, although lost an arm, and a palm. But he still hit Uzumaki Mizuki with his remaining right hand. Uzumaki Mizuki dodges easily with a jump knife. And before leaving, the skylock that appeared in the passage of the king's treasure house left behind directly tied him up. He didn't have any time to break free, and vowed that the sword of victory would directly split him in two from the top of his head to his feet. Killing fourth raikage, Uzumaki Mizuki didn't feel anything. Instead, keep killing? Reconciliation is too much trouble. He didn't want to be that kind of king who was treated like a puppet. So, those who are looking for trouble, just kill them. Limbs and broken arms are everywhere. Uzumaki Mizuki's side, there is no pressure at all. Uchiha Madara of Impure World Reincarnation completely suppressed the entire ninja coalition. This is the case when he is not serious. Uzumaki Mizuki did not come though the main body, but the avatar can basically display 80% of the calendar area of the main body. Full output? The golden light kept flashing. The most central battlefield soon quieted down. P.S. The first update. Thank you for your flowers and evaluation tickets. Stable updates. Rest assured collection. Please subscribe. Please ask for monthly tickets. There is no single enemy? After filling the foundation, Uzumaki Mizuki was able to play his original strength even stronger. Although there is still a big gap with Gilgamesh himself. After all, Curry, the treasure of the other party's king, has much more treasures than him. At the same time, almost all of them have been promoted to the highest level. In addition to being a little bit arrogant and looking down on the enemy, everything else is almost perfect. Less than half an hour. The elite team that was supposed to target Uzumaki Mizuki is gone. Only Luosha, who ran the fastest, ran away. Including Kisame, Deodara, Terracotta, etc., have all been killed. Without giving them a chance to magnify their moves, Uzumaki Mizuki is a dry word. However, there are still a large number of ninjas who have been terrified. They looked at Uzumaki Mizuki without any resistance at all. 783 Those who submit, kneel down. All who stand will die. Uzumaki Mizuki spreads his voice throughout the battlefield through magic power. Obito, who was fighting Minato, also heard it. He is running all the way, but I found that my teacher has always appeared by my side. Only then did he discover that his body had already been left with the Flying Thunder God spell. There is no possibility of escape. In the words of Kamui, even your own teacher can send a Raisnon over and interrupt directly. Almost invincible. His eyes were a little dark at this moment. Because, I feel hopeless. Obito, give up, you can't escape. Minato said very calmly. Knowing Obito's ability, it is very simple to deal with him. Basically no pressure. Essentially, he and Obito are a sword, assassin, great assassination ability. However, once you know what Obito is capable of, you're sure to win, because the seal of Flying Thunder God has been left behind. Without this, it would be very difficult for him to find Obito. It's not over yet. I won't admit defeat so easily. Obito's eyes are also cold. Why would a dead person come to stop him? It was this father and son who made their plans stand still. He wants to know the truth. I want to revive Lin. Planetary devastation. But at this time, Heavenly Deo Pain, who was hiding in the dark, finally made a move. First, it is the strongest sealing technique you have mastered. The entire ground was shaking, and it was only when the mushroom cloud rose before that there would be such a vibration. Minato frowned and glanced at the sky. That thing made him feel a little bad. And Obito finally smiled. The power of Uchiha Madara should be enough to turn the tide of battle. Boom. However, a golden light instantly shattered the sphere that was constantly attracting various objects in midair. Exploded directly in midair. Not even falling rocks, everything was crushed. Seeing this scene, Obito can only continue to run away. Why? Why did he become so strong in 1 year? Obito was very confused about this. When he played against Uzumaki Mizuki, he clearly felt that he could still beat the opponent. But now, with so many ninja allied forces, no one can stop them? Uchiha Madara doesn't like adults hitting children, but I like children hitting adults, and I won't hold back any hands. Uzumaki Mizuki looked at the fireworks in the sky and felt that his shot was good. At this time, there are still about 150,000 magic points. Spent a lot before, but the rest is enough. Found it. Then, the lock of the sky rushed directly towards Pain, who was hiding in the dark. There were too many people just now. Although they rolled their eyes, they didn't notice it because there was too much information. However, the opponent made a shot and Uzumaki Mizuki quickly locked in position and found a clear target. Konan and Tiandeo jumped up immediately, avoiding the dense locks of the sky. Those who surrender, leave here. After that the light of Urok will shine on you. On Uzumaki Mizuki's side, he used his magical power to amplify his voice again. If you surrender, then you are one of your own, so you will earn points. Uzumaki Mizuki naturally didn't want them to die, but Uzumaki Mizuki did not keep those shadows and jonins, because the points they provide every year after surrendering will not be much higher, so Uzumaki Mizuki doesn't care. The surrounding ninjas scattered. No one wants to work hard. After all, the vast majority of ninjas are of civilian origin. After knowing Urok's policy, naturally there will be no resistance in mind. I can't fight now. If I don't run, when will I wait? While all the ninjas were running away, a large number of origami rushed towards Uzumaki Mizuki, the richest woman in the ninja world. 300 billion detonating symbols. A piece of one tail, that's 300 billion tails. Uzumaki Mizuki cares more about Konan. He didn't pay much attention to Tiandeo Pain on the side. I thought that if I put all of Konan's inventory in Wangjibeo curry, not to mention that it is not considered a wealth, but it is just used, that would be a cool thing. But these detonators, Uzumaki Mizuki set up, because it does not break the defense. Unless the power of the detonating talisman can be raised to the level of Big Ball Raise Non. Otherwise, it would be impossible to break through the golden armor. Just now, I used this to resist many Jonin's attacks, and then directly killed them with an injury for injury style of play. Boom boom boom. A large number of detonators exploded, and Uzumaki Mizuki rushed directly into the smoke of the explosion. He rushed directly towards the position of the two of them. Universal pull. Tiandeo Pain started, using the suction directly. Konan, on the other hand, arranged a large number of detonating symbols directly in the direction of the suction force. Summoning technique 0.0. And among the ninjas hidden in Rain Shinobi Village, there is also the Beast Way. Use the summoning technique directly to get all of Pen's 6 paths. Then summoning out split dogs, chameleons, rhinos, 8-foot birds, and so on. The field was full all of a sudden. 7 or 8 summoning beasts rushed towards Uzumaki Mizuki at the same time. On Shura Road's side, the fort on his body has already been opened, and a large amount of firepower is ready to be released at any time. The king's treasury, unfold. Uzumaki Mizuki, for his part, let the attraction draw him. However, hundreds of passages to the king's treasure house were opened at the same time. The dense sky locks rushed directly towards these summoning beasts and Pain 6 paths. P.S. The second update. Thank you for your flowers and evaluation tickets, stable updates, safe collection. Please subscribe. Please ask for monthly tickets. Pain 6 paths can be regarded as infinitely close to the strength of Chaoying, Xianming, and Mangekyo Suzuki are no match for Pen 6 paths. Among the cage levels, Pain 6 paths is definitely the strongest. It is still a bit difficult to fight against one of the 5 major villages, but this can also be achieved at the national level. But Uzumaki Mizuki's strength at this time has already reached cage level. After reinforcement, it is already steadily surpassing cage level, which is the level of first generation Uchiha Madara, Kurama Naruto, and Eternal Mangekyo Suzuki. Therefore, an ordinary summoning beast is nothing more than a relatively large cannon fodder on the battlefield. Even breaking free from the skylock is very difficult. Directly bound by dozens of skylocks, unable to move, Uzumaki Mizuki is less than 20 meters away from Lijian Road. Along the way, he was beaten by dense detonating talismans. No harm was done to Uzumaki Mizuki though. Shen Luo Tianzhang. Tiandeo naturally didn't mean to let Uzumaki Mizuki get close to him. He could see the battle just now very clearly. The invisible sword in Uzumaki Mizuki's hand is very sharp, and it can easily cut through various ninjutsu, including human bodies. Yahiko's body. Nagato didn't want to hurt him yet. When Uzumaki Mizuki directly swung the sword of vowed victory, and directly slashed at the repulsion force of 25 Shenluo Tianzhang. Instead of cutting through ninjutsu as easily as before, he was forced to take a few steps back. However, the impact of Shenluo Tianzhang is gone. But as soon as he stopped, dense missiles flew towards him. At the same time, a blue laser appeared in front of him almost instantly. However, he reacted in time and blocked it with the Sword of Oath of Victory. With so many attacks, Uzumaki and Mizuki couldn't fight back for a while. The hungry Kido lunged straight at him. Sage mode on. As for Uzumaki Mizuki, they did not choose to use X-Curry sticks, but Sage mode. Physical fitness, including perception and reaction speed, etc., all increased rapidly. Vigorously swinging the Sword of Vowed Victory, directly cutting out the pressure of the sword, similar to the attack of the Day Tiger that is completely composed of impact. Directly intercept Konan's detonating talisman and Shurida's missiles in midair. Shenluo Tianzhang. The cooldown of Shenluo Tianzhang is good again. Tendo didn't want to see Uzumaki and Mizuki break free from the fire. Prepare to press Uzumaki Mizuki. Strange power. But this time, Uzumaki Mizuki directly cut through Shinra's impact. At the same time, it burst out instantly, and a sword energy stronger than before was cut out, rushing towards the heaven. Summoning technique. Animal Deo directly summoned a summoning beast, which blocked Tiandeo. It was directly divided into two by the sword energy, and Tiandeo and others also escaped the attack. And Uzumaki Mizuki also managed to escape the fire coverage. At the same time, rushed directly towards Konan in midair. Konan scattered his body without hesitation, turned into origami and floated around. But Uzumaki Mizuki cut directly and forced Konan out. This thing is not Logia. Is it still immune to shock? Tens of thousands of origami sheets gathered together to stand in front of Konan. But it was about to be cut open by the slash. Universal pull? Tiandeo made a move and pulled Konan away from the coverage of the sword energy with suction. How many heads of Jinchuriki have you collected? Uzumaki Mizuki asked. But at the same time, unfold the treasure house of the king. The Skylock rushed out without stopping. It can be said to be a model worker among treasures. The target points to the various pens around. No matter how clearly Rinnegan can see, there must be a place to hide. There are two worlds and hells, but their combat effectiveness is average. Shura Deo has to help. And Kido's ability has no effect on the Skylock. Animal Deo could barely use summoning as a shield. After being caught by the Skylock, it will be released immediately, and then summoning again. Hearing Uzumaki Mizuki's question, Tiandeo's face tightened. It seems that the other party knows something about them. Many people are convenient. However, it consumes a lot of chakra. You can't use satellites either. People should be around here. Guess where your body is? Southwest. Uzumaki Mizuki continued to speak. There is nothing wrong with killing pain. After playing for a while just now, I found that my strength has indeed become much stronger, which made Uzumaki Mizuki very satisfied. So get ready to settle the fight quickly. After all, Sage mode only lasts about 8 minutes. Because absorbing the force of nature is not so smooth. He still can't do it in seconds. I was able to turn on Sage mode just now because I was already absorbing the power of nature during the previous battle. You. What the hell do you know? Heaven was shocked. It can be said that only a few people know about this matter. Konan, absolutely. Uchiha Madara? Others, who don't know his own existence at all, always think that the way of heaven is the ontology. His most important secrets were exposed, which made him unable to bear it, so he had to speak. Because you are also from the Uzumaki clan, I will give you a chance to surrender to me. Your fate is controlled by others. Uchiha Madara, he killed your parents, replaced you with a Rinnegan, and then conspired to make Konoha Danzo think you were in danger, and joined hands with Hanzo in the Lost Awareness organization to force Yahiko to death and let you fell into despair, and then reappeared as a guide, allowing you to achieve infinite Tsukuyomi. Ultimately use you to collect tailed beasts, then kill you and get the Rinnegan back. Uzumaki Mizuki to Nagato. He is not a boss, but Konan's detonator. After thinking about it, I decided to see if I could get it. Impossible. Rinnegan, it's mine, not Uchiha Madara's. Tiandeo Pain retorted angrily. He didn't believe it. The so-called immortals of the Six Paths will not be backlashed when using Rinnegan. The Rinnegan that does not belong to you is already squeezing your life. Also, the Uchiha Madara you think is a fake. The real Uchiha Madara is dead, waiting to be revived using Rinnegan's Rain Tensei technique. For Konan's sake, I'm giving you a chance to surrender. Uzumaki Mizuki said things directly. It's Konan's face. The second is that I am afraid that Rinnegan will be destroyed. After all, it is an important prop used to revive my cheap parents. Impossible, this is impossible. Uzumaki Mizuki said several points. Includes Rinnegan's Rain Tensei technique. He didn't tell anyone about this technique. Why is it known by Uzumaki Mizuki? Konan's face also changed drastically at this time, revealing a sad expression. She felt that Uzumaki Mizuki seemed to be telling the truth. Surrender, give me the Rinnegan, and I'll give you a new one. Resist, then go to the Pure Land and meet Yahiko. Uzumaki Mizuki Sage mode has about 4 minutes left. Enough. Nagato's position, he has already locked the road with his white eyes. But instead of using the X-Curry stick, I'm going to rush over to deal with it. Because he wants to get Rinnegan, use X-Curry sticks, afraid of destroying it directly? PS, the third update. Thank you for your flowers and evaluation tickets, stable updates, safe collection, please subscribe, please ask for monthly tickets. Everything you say is a lie, because you want my Rinnegan, so trick me, you can't beat me, so use this method. Paranoid people will jump on it without hesitation when they find an excuse. That's what Nagato is now. He couldn't accept that his efforts for so long were all false, including the so-called hope. Oh, can this king not beat you? Uzumaki Mizuki felt that he should show him what despair is. Nagato, calm down. Konan naturally didn't want to continue fighting. She felt that what Uzumaki Mizuki said was true, but at this time, I don't have so many thoughts about what to surrender or not. At this point, I just want to leave with Nagato. I'm calm, Konan, stand down, I'm going to kill him, Tiandeo said to Konan. At this moment, he looked very angry, but as soon as he finished speaking, several skylocks rushed towards him. Tiandeo backhanded a Shenluo Tianjing, and directly bounced it away, and then the other pain quickly followed suit. But Uzumaki Mizuki ignored them, instead he just stepped forward and rushed past the doctor in the direction of Nagato he had found. The main body has been discovered. Get out of here, Nagato. Konan saw the moving direction of Uzumaki Mizuki, his face was tense, and he said to Tiandeo quickly. At the same time, she herself hastily used the Shiki paper dance mode and rushed in the direction of Nagato. Boom boom boom. The position where pain was located immediately turned into smoke. This is summoned by Nagato body using summoning technique. It is very convenient to move. And Uzumaki Mizuki is running at full speed. Every step is very hard, the ground where the soles of the feet step on, the ground is directly shattered, and the muddy field is shaken up. It's like a monster stepped on it. In less than a minute, he arrived at the location of Nagato's body. But what greeted him was the missile released by Shuradeo. At the same time, there was a ripe summoning beast that rushed towards him and bit him. Curry stick. A curry stick with 10,000 magic points. Directly sweep away all the obstacles in front of you, and when you meet the summoning beast, you will be pierced immediately, and then the summoning will disappear. A deep ravine was drawn on the ground. The golden light was blocked in the distance. Tiandeo Pain used all his strength to use Shenluo Tianjing to barely bounce off this attack and rushed to both sides. Hungry Kido wanted to absorb it, but found that it was not chakra and could not be absorbed at all, so it was directly swallowed by the light, and the corpse was gone. It is not so easy to restore the Hellway. And Tiandeo himself was also pushed back tens of meters by the impact of this light, and the two ravines under his feet were directly smoothed out by the beam of light. Because it is necessary to control the way of heaven with all its strength and resist Curry sticks, Nagato has no spare power to control other armor. But Uzumaki Mizuki doesn't have that much pressure. The Skylock continued to be dispatched. It was easy to catch a few pain who were like puppets. The animal way, the human way, and the hell way. These three were directly bound by the Skylock. When Kuni Nagato realized that he wanted to break free, Uzumaki Mizuki has taken control of the Skylock, grabbing the three pain in front of him. Then he took out the talisman that broke the precepts of all things, and poked them directly. The connection between the three pens and Nagato was directly released. How come? Why pens? Out of control. Nagato himself was shocked. This is the first time I have encountered such a thing. Too fast. Is it a contract seal? But he didn't give him much time to think. Uzumaki Mizuki rushed towards Shura Road. Universal pull. Nagato naturally does not want to continue to lose pain. Hastily controlled Tendo, using universal pull, trying to change Uzumaki Mizuki's course. But what greeted him was densely packed skylocks. The skylock blocked in front of Uzumaki Mizuki, and the suction was directly cut off, unable to threaten Uzumaki Mizuki. And Uzumaki Mizuki has come to Shuradeo? Shuradeo is not without resistance. But the strength of Shuradeo is just like that. Although there is Rinnegan, he can see clearly. However, strength is not at the same level. So is speed. Even with 6 arms, he couldn't stop the sharpness of the sword of vowed victory. Although retreating, Uzumaki Mizuki hit him, splitting him in two from the waist. But Pain is not a human being. Although he was dismembered, he can still fight back, shooting out all his arms and fists. In the end, it exploded directly. But it's useless, except for the laser. It is very difficult for ordinary missiles to break the defense. There's only one pen left. Planetary devastation has also been used. Shenluo Tianjing is of no use to me. What do you have? Uzumaki Mizuki looked at Tiandeo, who was standing still without any movement, and said very coldly, "If you don't get beaten up, do you really think you are a god? It's not over yet." Tiandeo Pain is naturally still dissatisfied. But Konan also rushed over at this time, and her flying speed naturally couldn't keep up with Uzumaki Mizuki's full running speed. Saw a few pains down on the field, and a hungry Kido who disappeared completely. She knew that Nagato would have a hard time beating him this time. Nagato, aren't you awake yet? That Uchiha Madara is a liar. For so long, he has been letting you do things, using the illusory infinite Tsukuyomi. That is a lie. Seeing Tiandeo like this, Konan couldn't bear it anymore, and said loudly. His face was full of anger. She was scared. Afraid Uzumaki Mizuki. I'm also afraid that Nagato will die like Yahiko. She didn't want to see this scene. Therefore, if you want to make Nagato wake up, don't be lied to. Lies. Impossible. I am the reincarnation of Sage of Six Paths. I am a god. Although Tiandeo said so, his tone was flustered. He couldn't imagine, if everything was a lie, then why did he work so hard for so long? That guy from Sage of Six Paths isn't dead, what reincarnation are you? Uzumaki Mizuki looked at Nagato's stupidity, and complained directly. But at the same time, he controlled the chains of the sky and caught a white zetsu out of the ground. This thing is a very good material and cannot be wasted. You should be able to feel your limits. And a real god has no limit, such as me. Uzumaki Mizuki said with his head held high. It's just a little shorter, and it doesn't look so hacky. P.S. The first update. Thank you for your flowers and evaluation tickets, stable updates, safe collection. Please subscribe. Please ask for monthly tickets. Thank you book friend J341638 for your reward. Impossible to be fake. Even though he said that, Tiandao's tone couldn't be tougher. You die together, or live together, make a decision quickly. I want to quickly end this battle, unify the entire ninja world, and end the war. Uzumaki Mizuki spoke. Not to get Rinnegan for stability, he doesn't want to waste this time. However, the main combat power of the Ninja Alliance has been eliminated. The rest is to deal with those famous and tough nobles. This is all time-consuming work that requires a lot of time. However, it was also the time when his points skyrocketed. Now the points for killing people are no longer very eye-catching, and it's okay to change to odd props. Other real X-level treasures are not so cheap to get. You won't lie to us, will you? After you get the Rinnegan, do it to us. It was Konan who asked the question. She knew that if she didn't intervene, Nagato still didn't know what would happen. In the past, I always echoed Nagato and Yahiko, never really stood out, and kept hiding behind them. But this time, she felt she had to stand up. Uzumaki Mizuki dealt with the attack of the ninja coalition forces, which made her terrified. At that time, she didn't want Nagato to do anything and wanted to retreat. But Nagato had to give it a try anyway. Now, 5 pens have been lost, but they haven't hurt each other yet. In this level of battle, she can still clearly distinguish who will be the final winner. This king has no need to deceive you. I can take whatever I want. For Jireya's sake, I'll let you go. Secondly, I don't want to destroy Rinnegan. Of course, you can also destroy it. I can find a replacement, but you have to bear my anger. Uzumaki Mizuki also made no secrets and directly stated his intentions. Without these 2 points, he just bombarded him directly. There is no point in wasting words here. Konan. Oh, Nagato was struggling at this moment. It's not like he couldn't see the situation clearly. It is definitely not easy for oneself to defeat the opponent. Might have to pay with his own life. However, he didn't want to admit that his efforts all the time were false. Nagato, you must listen to me this time. I don't want to lose Yahiko and you. Then I'm alive, CFDG, and it's meaningless. Konan stood firm. Tiandao hesitated several times on his face, but he didn't speak. After a while, the ground shook slightly. Nagato slowly walked out from the hidden hole. Controlling the wooden body, it moves very slowly. The whole person is like a drug addict, without any firepower at all, and his skin is dry, like a human being. Hand over Rinnegan and I'll get you a new pair of eyes. Uzumaki Mizuki looked at Nagato and said, there is a talisman that breaks the precepts of all things on his body to avoid illusions. Although it is only shadow clone, but this time let them run away, it will take time to find them again. At about 8 o'clock in the evening, the sky was completely dark. But through the white eyes on the shoulders, Nagato's face can still be seen clearly. Very struggling. Plus this body looks like a drug addict, like a zombie? Since you mentioned teacher Jireya's name and learned about our affairs, I hope you didn't deceive us. Konan continued speaking. At the same time, it slowly landed beside Nagato, then covered Nagato's right hand with both hands. I will always be with you, Konan said very firmly. And Uzumaki Mizuki somehow felt a little uncomfortable. Face-to-face dog food? There is a set. Hurt yourself in this way? Is everything you said true? Nagato asked with trembling lips. You caught Jinchuriki, and you have arranged so many things. Then do you think it's normal for Uchiha Madara to use you as a pawn for a plan like Infinite Tsukuyomi? Uzumaki Mizuki asked rhetorically. We are all old conspirators. It's just that Nagato is lower level and purer. But it also made a lot of arrangements. Nagato remembered his arrangement. When those ninjas acted as pawns, his face was full of despair. It seems that this is the truth. Put your eyes in this bottle, and that's over. Afterwards, I will arrange for someone to replace your eyes with new ones. Sherinon is a little troublesome, but if you have white eyes, it shouldn't be a big problem. Uzumaki Mizuki took out a test tube about the thickness of an arm from Wang's Haibeo curry. This thing was taken from the Orochimaru Research Institute, and Tian's Haibeo curry put a lot of it. There are also a dozen vials in test tubes of first-generation cells. Skylock took the test tube to Nagato. Konan looked worried and scared, and Nagato looked up at the starry sky. In the end, very calmly, he closed his eyes and put them in the test tube. Uzumaki Mizuki recovered the test tube, and directly poured Rinnegan into the king's treasure house under Konan's surprised look. Before Konan could speak, 2 Rinnegans, replacing White Eyes and Sherinon, appear on either side of Uzumaki Mizuki's shoulders. With the loss of the most important props, Ju's plan seems impossible to realize. Uzumaki Mizuki felt that there was no problem, and then spoke. Jinchuriki can't be collected, now Rinnegan is lost too. The harvest that has been accumulated for so long is gone now. After knowing this, I don't know how uncomfortable it will be. It's okay, Nagato. Konan looked at Nagato's face with some concern. Lost eyes, sunken eye sockets, and blood and tears left behind. But soon stopped. Without Rinnegan absorbing chakra, the body should recover. When I return to Urok, I'll have someone treat it, and then I'll see if I can heal your leg. Uzumaki Mizuki got Rinnegan, and he felt very relieved. So make a promise directly. Also, is there any possibility of revenge? Nagato couldn't help asking. He wants revenge? Yes, the mastermind behind the scenes has not been solved yet. That's the one. The real Uchiha Madara was also deceived by him. He is the biggest behind the scenes of the infinite Tsukuyomi plan. I didn't expect it. Uzumaki Mizuki was in a good mood, so he continued to talk more. Direct spoiler for Nagato to know. Both Konan and Nagato looked disbelieving, but immediately remembered that Uzumaki Mizuki probably wouldn't talk about the plan. Ju is the mastermind behind the scenes. Nagato felt that he didn't have time for this kind of work behind the scenes. For so many years, I often didn't notice it. Although he also knew that Infinite Tsukuyomi's plan was too extreme, he never thought about the possibility that he might be just a chess piece. P.S. The second update. Thank you for your flowers and evaluation tickets, stable updates, safe collection, please subscribe, please ask for monthly tickets. Shen Luo Tianzhang. While waiting for Minato to return, Uzumaki Mizuki began experimenting with Rinnegan's abilities. Sharinan basically only has one skill, and a few moves. Bien only has one active skill. But Rinnegan's skills are many. Shen Luo Tianzhang, Planetary Devastation, Absorb Ninjutsu, these are the three most important abilities. Repulsion, Attraction, and Absorption. Other abilities are mediocre, Uzumaki Mizuki doesn't like it. For Rinnegan who is not himself, Nagato can say that he is playing well here. But in the eyes of someone of Uchiha Madara's level, it's useless. Because in Susanoo's case, one knife is enough to solve most problems. The strong repulsion directly smashed everything in front of it to pieces. Konan was shocked by the way Uzumaki and Mizuki used Rinnegan. On Nagato's side, because I can't see it, I don't know what's going on. Konan explained to him in a low voice. Whoosh. But before they could say more, Minato came. Appeared directly next to Uzumaki Mizuki with a flying thunder god kunao on his body. You let him go, didn't you? Uzumaki Mizuki looked at his father and asked calmly. Yeah, he said he wanted to finish the last thing and kill himself. Looking at his son, Minato didn't have any confidence at all. Not from strength, but from guilt. Understood. This is Nagato and Konan, disciples of Jiraiya, take them back together. After Uzumaki Mizuki finished speaking, he directly lifted the shadow sub-collar. It's just shadow clone. Konan asked in shock. She thought, it was Uzumaki Mizuki himself here. Such a powerful Yashihili, after defeating the high-level ninja coalition forces, also suppressed Pain's 6 paths and cleared 5. In the end it turned out to be just a shadow clone. You are also disciples of teacher Jiraiya. You can call me senior brother, I should become Jiraiya teacher's disciple before you. I'll take you back to the royal city of Urok. Don't worry. Urok has a good medical environment and should be able to treat your injuries. Minato didn't explain much. He can't control the matter of his own son. But for others, he is very natural. Troublesome brother. Konan said quickly. She felt that the senior in front of her seemed to be a little different from normal people. But she didn't like to ask too much. Troublesome. Nagato also spoke. In fact, he was close to death. But there is still Konan. He has to protect Konan. Before confirming Konan's safety, he would not die so easily. It will be here soon. Minato nodded. Then stand behind Konan and Nagato, put one hand on Konan's shoulder, and put the other hand on one foot of Nagato's spider-like moving toilet. Then use Flying Thunder God directly to bring the two to Urok. And the Land of Thunder, where ninjas gather, suddenly regained its calm. It's just that a large number of ninjas have fled, and they don't really want to go back to Ninja Village. Too difficult? The ninjas who have seen Super Cage level power have no longer the will to resist. And Ninja Village, not so good. Except for some family members who had to go back, those who had no other concerns became traitors without hesitation. After Konan and Nagato came to Urok, they were arranged for treatment soon. Jiraiya also came over in person. Seeing Nagato's appearance, his eyes were red and he could hardly hold back his tears. Finally, instead of lying down on Tsunade's hospital bed, Nagato came to Orochimaru's research table. I didn't expect to meet in this way, leader. Orochimaru here, still saying hello. Konan stared at Orochimaru from the side, as if ready to strike. Then, Orochimaru led the medical team to treat Nagato. Finally, I chose to inject first-generation cells. This is the latest version that has been optimized. The vitality of the Uzumaki family is more adaptable to first-generation cells. This thing has not yet acted on Fugaku and Itachi. Mainly Fugaku, still worried about accidents, so wanted to wait until it was safe. Worked all night and stopped because of this. He has collected a lot of data, as well as Nagato's cells. Nagato's body also became ruddy from decaying gray. Asking for flowers. It seems to be a little fuller than before, but it still looks dry. And Uzumaki Mizuki began to arrange for Urok to start receiving the surrounding countries. Incorporate these countries into your territory earlier, then you will get points 1 day earlier, and at the same time, you can get points earlier in the second year. Assign 4 teams. Uchiha is in charge of the country of water, Ino, Shika, Cho is in charge of the country of wind, Hyuga is in charge of the country of thunder, and the rest are in charge of the country of earth. Other small countries are also assigned to small families for management. Uzumaki Mizuki, plus Minato, send out a shadow clone every day. At the same time, with the manpower in charge of the country, they went straight to the capitals of these countries and killed all the big names in these countries. Then go to the ninja village in the country to collect people and let them join the working team. Ninja obedience is truly the best. Just arrange the tasks to execute. There were also many problems during the period. But Uzumaki Mizuki only troubles those families who are in charge of various countries. If you want to get benefits, do things well for me. It took a total of 2 months to visit the daimyos and ninja villages of all the countries in the ninja world. None can resist. The ninjas surrendered honestly. After all, everyone is a professional, and really can't beat it. The big names resisted fiercely. But nothing works, easily suppressed. The entire ninja world has become the territory of the Uruk Empire. However, it takes a lot of time to finish. But there is no need for Uzumaki Mizuki to bother. All he has to do is prepare to meet the powerful enemies that may appear next. For example, Otsutsuki Yi, and the Otsutsuki family that will appear in the future. Although this time is very busy. But looking at the dense numbers of points, Uzumaki Mizuki feels worth it. It's almost time to replace it with something better. Uzumaki Mizuki was very excited. I want to change to an X-level treasure to strengthen my own strength again. P.S. The third update. Thank you for your flowers and evaluation tickets. Stable update. Safe collection. Please subscribe. Please ask for a monthly ticket spoon. Nagato is gone. Rinnegan is gone. Gadu statue has also been captured. This time, the loss is heavy. Ju's tone was very bad. At that time, he took Kakuzu and Scorpion together to capture Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. But not long after it got close, it was blocked by people. Sunin's Jiraiya. First Hokage. And fourth Hokage? Kakuzu and Scorpion were caught without even making a big fuss. It's still closed and not released. The elites of the Akatsuki organization can be said to have been wiped out. Now that Nagato is gone, it is difficult to sneak into Uruk, because the eyes of the Hyuga clan never stop. I am very alert to White Zetsu, and dozens of them have been arrested. He doesn't have much stock left, it's all left over from Kaguya-ji. The plan that could have been completed in a short time could not be carried out at this time. How could he not be angry? 840. Still have a chance. Just find Nagato, Obito said very indifferently. But he already felt hopeless at this time. With his own teacher around, he can't succeed at all. Flying Thunder God technique is really too strong. Secondly, he wants to know the truth. Was it true what Uzumaki Mizuki said at the time? He is very defensive against absolutes. It's just that Uchiha Madara is also dead, so what if he is the murderer? Kill him again? It can't work now. I can only let Madara-sama take action. Ju shook his head and said, he's alive. Hearing this, Obito was shocked. I still have a chance? No, he's dead. You saw it with your own eyes. However, Madara-sama, in order to carry out this plan, has prepared many backup players, and Rein Tensei Technique's resurrection of him is the second. But if it doesn't work, then you can only use reanimation jutsu to summon him again, and Lord Madara will deal with the current situation. In the current situation, only Lord Madara can solve this matter. Absolutely said, the solution. Hearing this, Obito's face darkened. But with a mask on, you can never see it. However, at this time Obito has no ability to refuse. Because his life and death are in Ju's hands, the seal on his heart can kill him at any time. Reanimation jutsu, only Konoha has it. We don't seem to have this technique in our hands, asked Obito. He actually didn't know about this matter. The legacy left by Uchiha Madara, he inherited, including the name Uchiha Madara. This is the backhand prepared by Lord Madara, only I know. But when second Hokage used this ninjutsu, Madara-sama went to collect it, but he didn't attack Konoha. Absolutely said calmly. Obito couldn't argue with anything either. After all, the other party is the person Uchiha Madara trusts the most. Never monitor yourself, monitor Nagato yourself. But the target of my monitoring is gone. Uzumaki Mizuki is too strong, although he was pestered by his teacher at the time. However, with the tragic situation on the field, one knows what is going on. That's comparable to the explosion of tailed beast bomb, wave after wave. This is a spell, find a sacrifice later, and sacrifice him. Ju took out a scroll and handed it to Dai Wang. Obito is also a little absent-minded at this time, because he doesn't think much about Uchiha Madara appearing. In that case, the situation will lose its control, and it will become a pawn again. So when I took the scroll, I reached out and touched it directly. But right away, he felt something was wrong. Obito's eyes widened. Because he saw that the black part of Zetsu's body was wrapped around his arm, and the black on white Zetsu's body began to decrease. So he did not hesitate to use Kamui Hollow, trying to avoid the opponent's entanglement. But it was useless. Black Zetsu was still tightly wrapped around his body, and the time-space technique could not affect Obito's body. Then slowly cover half of his body including half of his face. It wasn't until he lost control of his body that the black part stopped. Wouldn't have thought of doing this, but you're such a disappointment, Obito. Black Zetsu said in his own hoarse voice. Reanimation jutsu, is really no. She used Haibo Madara didn't like this stuff at all. When he wanted to reappear, he naturally used resurrection as a method, and he didn't want to use this dirty method. And at that time, this technique, second generation, was not used to resurrect any powerful characters, but was used to resurrect ninjas of Jonin's level. Then use it with his ninjutsu tandem paper bombs. Just treat the character of Impure World Reincarnation as a flying thunder god coordinate point that can automatically lock on the target, and then he continuously sends detonating symbols to blow up people. The ninjutsu developed is very powerful, but when used, it is a little bit worse. At that time, this technique was still despised by others, and it was not a very powerful move. It was not taken seriously until Orochimaru developed it. It turns out that after being resurrected by the boss, he can be so fierce. This is also the impact of the ninja power fault. I didn't betray, why would I do that? Didn't you say I want Impure World Reincarnation Madara? Obito can also speak. Absolutely no limit. The current situation makes Obito very confused. Why do you want to do it so quickly? Is it because you have exposed your intention to never do it? Reanimation jutsu, I don't have one. So need to steal. Also, it seems that the resurrection of Uchiha Madara will not work this time. We have to wait for this generation to disappear. It is too difficult to succeed in this era. Ju explained a little bit, and then began to talk to himself. He has a life to wait. Since it doesn't work, then wait until these people are dead, and then come again. It's just that it's very troublesome to lose the Rinnegan. It's best to get it back, if not, let Uchiha think of a way, and then find a way to squeeze a person of the Uchiha clan and turn his eyes into Rinnegan. In this era, what do you mean? Obito felt as if he had said something. The half of the face not covered by black zetsu looked shocked. 5.7. You don't need to know. Next, use your eyes to see. Black zetsu said darkly. Where they are now is the base that Madara prepared for herself. I can only hide here and wait for new opportunities. Can't take any more risks. If my own capital is gone, then there will be no chance. However, this Uzumaki Mizuki, what is the background? Black zetsu can't tell at all. Is Yui still the reincarnation of Hashirama? Black zetsu wondered. And Obito, with those peeping eyes, was full of despair. At this moment, he was basically sure that he was really just a pawn. As for Lin, she was implicated by herself? How can it be repaired? I can only curse in my heart. In despair at the same time. P.S. The first update. Thank you for your flowers and evaluation tickets, stable updates, safe collection. Please subscribe. Please ask for monthly tickets. 730 million points not enough. After waiting for more than a month, the points stabilized at the number of 700 million. Although it is still growing, it seems that it is not enough to increase by another 300 million. The population of other countries is not as large as the country of fire. The country of wind and the country of earth combined are less than 80% of the population of the country of fire. That is to say, the population of the land of water and the land of thunder has increased a little, otherwise, the points will not be able to break through 600 million. Now the whole ninja world is busy, passing on the basic chakra refining technique, as well as the two ninjutsu of reclamation and water style. Farming is the first priority. The second is to stabilize the society, and then slowly improve. Class or something is not so easy to change now. Maintaining stability and allowing the population to increase steadily is what Uzumaki Mizuki needs. Next year, you can exchange it for the distant utopia. However, this is an X-rank treasure phantasm for defense. If you want to improve your strength, you need to exchange it for other weapons. Weapons with tens of millions of points are not very helpful to me now, but to exchange for hundreds of millions of points will consume 25 points a little more. I don't know when Otsutsuki Yi will show up. First, find a way to squeeze the treasures of the ninja world and improve your own strength. Uzumaki Mizuki figured out how to spend his points steadily. Those weapons in the League of Legends brought so-so help, and now he doesn't particularly need them. Entering Sage mode, there are many more that can double the attributes of other forces. The help it brings is much better than some tens of millions of equipment. Now he has Rinnegan, which is of great help to him, because of the king's treasure house, so he will not be affected by the side effects of Rinnegan. At the same time, the help brought by Rinnegan is not weaker than the Sword of Vowed Victory. Sword of Oath of Victory, however, is more focused on attacking, while Rinnegan is a bit more comprehensive. The two sides can be regarded as treasures of the same level. Kirigakure's ninja sword is just that level. Put it in Wang's Haibeo Curry, it can be fired as a cannonball. The same is true for the Sword of Thunder God. This time we collected the daimyo's treasury and put a lot of weapons in it to make do with shells. What's left in the ninja world are tailed beasts and Tenseigan. Uzumaki Mizuki is cleaning up. What treasures are there in the ninja world, which he has not collected yet? Duplicate things, use very little milk. So Uzumaki Mizuki didn't take much Sharinon and supercilious things. The Gadu statue is so ugly, Uzumaki Mizuki didn't put it in Wangjibeo Curry, but gave it to Orochimaru for research. And in the Gadu statue, there are 4 tailed beasts. The remaining 5, which have not been caught yet, are 1 tail, 3 tails, 6 tails, 7 tails, and 9 tails. Get all the tailed beasts, plus Rinnegan, and you will be able to grow up to the 6 paths level. It's just that Uzumaki Mizuki doesn't care too much about this 6 paths body, but is more interested in this infinitely regenerating magic value. But it's not needed yet, so I didn't draw it out. Let's get the Tenseigan first. Let's see if the tailed beast can be placed in Wang's Haibeo Curry. This thing should have an impact on Otsutsuki Yi. @2 It just so happens that Nagato's eyes haven't been replaced yet. Take him to the moon and replace his eyes together. Uzumaki Mizuki decided. Now the ninja world is no longer a big threat. Even if Obito is still hidden, he is basically not a threat to Naruto. Second, he got the Rinnegan, which can also be used to revive Naruto. It's just that there is no distant ideal land, Rinnegan's backlash. He is afraid that the talisman that breaks the commandments of all things will not be able to withstand it. So wait until next year. In exchange for reaching the distant utopia, he will start to revive his parents. One day later, the candidate to go to the moon has been decided. They are Nagato, Konan, Orochimaru, and Hyuga Hayashi and his men. On the moon, the descendants of Otsutsuki Hamura, the ancestors of the Hyuga clan, live, but now, I want to include the moon into the territory of the Uruk Empire. There are a lot of white eyes on it, but looting is not allowed. Except for Nagato in exchange for a pair of eyes, other than the consent of the Hyuga clan, looting is not allowed. Before heading off, Uzumaki Mizuki spoke up with a warning. Mainly to Orochimaru though. This guy has been crazy recently, researching various new bodies for himself. But they are all clones, integrated into the cells of the most perfect body he wants. At the same time, help the Hyuga and Uchiha clans and research the secrets of their bloodlines. But Uzumaki Mizuki didn't care about these things, because the limit of this bloodline power was in his hands at this moment. The remaining one will also be available immediately. Yes, King. Hyuga Hayashi showed no disrespect to Uzumaki Mizuki at this time. It is very precious. Orochimaru was somewhat excited. The same bloodline, different families, will the body structure change? Konan was excited that he could give Nagato new eyes. Nagato also fluctuated somewhat. Because recently I found some meaning to live. Now in Uruk, the family is basically in charge. But the biggest manager is Namikaze Minato, who was born as a commoner. Although also relying on his own son. But really capable. On Minato's side, he didn't want to rely on these families, but the only thing he could rely on was the family. Ordinary people simply cannot do many jobs, so they have to be handed over to the family. Minato also saw that his two juniors were a little idle, so he thought of asking them to help. I understand that the essence of 000 Uruk is to end the war. The whole ninja world belongs to one country. The war will end soon? So he more or less gushed out Yahiko's dream back then? So I also started to help Minato share, and so did Konan. The two organized the members of the Akatsuki organization and became a new force, a way out for the common people. However, Nagato is now wearing normal eyes, or Orochimaru clones. General effect. Uzumaki Mizuki is ready to replace him with a good one. Neither Uchiha nor Hyuga, though, had spare eyes to show. Uzumaki Mizuki gave him Ching's white eye, but he was still planning to make a pair. Shisui's eyes were more or less useful, but he didn't give them. Then let's go. At this time, everyone has arrived at the secret passage leading to the moon. It is a location known only to the Hyuga clan. It was Minato who sent them here. Uzumaki Mizuki is the past of the body. If there is a problem, you can also use the travel shoes to come back by yourself. It is enough to leave a clone to watch the house. The most important thing is to send the main body this time. I am afraid that there will be problems, so Kaguya will come out. Then the main body is there, and it is easy to solve this matter. P.S. The first update. Thank you for your flowers and evaluation tickets, stable updates, safe collection. Please subscribe. Please ask for monthly tickets. A group of people arrived on the moon very smoothly. But as soon as they passed the passage, they immediately found the Otsutsuki clan. Many people. Hyuga Hayashi said nervously. After all, this is his own family. But the two sides are already two branches. If only he came by himself, maybe it would not be a big problem. But bringing other people here, and still preparing to unify the moon, this is equivalent to leading the way. Therefore, he is somewhat uneasy. But Uzumaki Mizuki knew the existence of the Otsutsuki clan. Even if they didn't rely on this channel, there were always other ways to get here. The result is still the same. Therefore, it is better to come here by yourself, as a bridge for communication between the two parties, to reduce the losses of the Otsutsuki family. Here is the same as you. Finding the biggest house should be the main line. They can take care of everything. Ordinary Otsutsuki people, don't worry about it. They don't have much power just like the Hyuga branch house. Uzumaki Mizuki said very calmly. Then he walked out directly. At the same time, two small halos appeared on the shoulders, and Rinnegan also appeared. As soon as he went out, he directly used illusion on a large scale. It was also discovered outside that someone from the Otsutsuki family who came over fell to the ground after being hit by an illusion before they had time to do anything. Let's go. Uzumaki Mizuki spoke. The others didn't speak either, silently following behind Uzumaki Mizuki. Ka. Then, Uzumaki Mizuki controlled a stone slab on the ground to rise through gravity. Take everyone with you and take off directly. Now he can fly too. It doesn't cost much mana, and Uzumaki Mizuki is happy to use this method to move. The main reason is that he is still a little short. Although he is almost 10 years old, he is still less than 1.5 meters, and he is still 5 centimeters short. This is the only flaw he feels about himself? No way. People can't always be perfect. But this point can be gradually improved in the future. Along the way, everyone was dazzled. It feels very primitive here, completely different from life in the ninja world. Especially Hyaga Hayashi, the touch is deep. This is someone who is of the same blood as me. There is no technological advancement at all, very old family. Orochimaru followed suit. He is very interested in this, because he also wanted to study archaeology to see if there was anything he could discover. Although it looked ancient, he didn't dare to be careless. The descendants of God must have two in command. Unexpectedly, I don't understand this world at all. Nagato laughed to himself. Obviously thinking of what I had done before, I felt ridiculous. Konan held his hand silently, offering comfort. They stayed on the moon for a plan. If the ninja world still keeps fighting and at the same time revives the Otsutsuki clan Kaguya, the people here will use the power of Tenseigan to destroy the ninja world and wipe it out. Uzumaki Mizuki is also very idle. Although people from the Otsutsuki family have been approaching, but he didn't come over, and was stunned by Rinnegan's illusion. The consumption of magic power is very fast, exceeding 20,000 points in one go, but for the current Uzumaki Mizuki, it's nothing at all, and it won't be long before he can recover. So there is also time to speak and explain to them the meaning of these people's existence. Destroy the ninja world. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Originally, many people looked down upon the original appearance of this place, including clansmen following Hyaga Hayashi. They feel that the lives of the fellow clansmen here are too miserable, and they are not living as well as they in the ninja world. Now it seems that they are the most powerful guys. The Uchiha family is the Rinnegan, which is the one on my shoulder, and the Hyaga family is the Tenseigan, which is the target of my visit. Uzumaki Mizuki doesn't hide his intentions either. I told you, so what? Tenseigan has many ways. For example, if two families change eyes, it is like making up for a defect in a gene, so that the conditions for evolution to Tenseigan can be achieved. Just like Rinnegan, the requirement is to first reach Mangekyo. Another way is to pile up a lot of white eyes to form a Tenseigan, but it doesn't have as much power as the real Tenseigan, but it can exert a power comparable to Tailed Beast Bomb. Uzumaki Mizuki continued. On Orochimaru's side, he took this information seriously. He also felt that Uchiha's eternal Mangekyo was done to make up for genetic defects. Now that there is more information about the Hyaga family, it seems that there is no problem at all. Hyaga Hayashi was taken aback, didn't expect Uzumaki Mizuki to know so many secrets. At the same time, he glanced at the people around him with a bad expression, including Orochimaru and Konan Nagato. Obviously don't want these people to know this secret. But now, there is no way. But this is what Uzumaki Mizuki did on purpose. After all, if the Otsutsuki clan on the moon were taken over, the power of the Hyaga clan would skyrocket. The Uchiha clan, Suzuki has not grown up yet. However, the two Mangekyo, Fugaku, and Itachi, can barely stand up, but the manpower is still a little short. So, push back a little. Avoid the Hyaga clan going too far. It seems that it has come. Uzumaki Mizuki didn't wait for others to speak, and said directly. In the distance, someone has been seen walking towards this side on a strange mechanical bird. There are many people. It seems that there are other ways of information transmission here. The lock of the sky. This time, Mizuki did not use illusion. Because he saw through Rinnegan, these people seem to have no life, like puppets. So use the sky lock to deal with it? Easily destroy these, monies, puppets. It took less than 20 minutes to rush all the way, from the entrance, to the castle of the Otsutsuki family on the moon. Surrender, or die. Uzumaki Mizuki looked down, staring at his many white eyes with hostility. Said very coldly, the main purpose of this visit is for Tenseigan. These people will definitely not agree easily. So, fighting is inevitable. Let them feel the despair of the gap in strength, and then give up resistance and surrender to themselves. Kill. These Otsutsuki people below are not weak guys. At this time hardliners have emerged, misinterpreting the message left by Otsutsuki Yi. It can be said to be the most rigid faction. Such an arrogant outsider? Just do it straight. P.S. The third change, thank you for your flowers and evaluation tickets, stable updates, rest assured collection. Please subscribe. Please ask for a monthly pass. Otsutsuki Tonari, lying on the window, his face full of horror. He is about the same age as Uzumaki Mizuki now, and already knows a lot of things. Seeing his clansmen falling at the feet of Uzumaki Mizuki one by one, he couldn't restrain the panic in his heart. He wanted to escape, but there was no escape. Uzumaki Mizuki watched as one Otsutsuki clan after another was bound by his sky chain. The people here have not fought for a long time. Strength is not very strong. The strongest is cage level, vulnerable to a single blow. Hyaga Hayashi and others were silent, watching Uzumaki Mizuki standing in place, subduing hundreds of Otsutsuki people without any movement. Orochimaru glanced at Uzumaki Mizuki enviously. He couldn't analyze the origin of Uzumaki Mizuki's golden halo and chains. This is Uzumaki Mizuki's own secret, the secret of another world. Nagato and Konan have experienced a lot, and they are not as soft-hearted as before. So I also watched indifferently from the side, and at the same time, I was ready to help at any time. This place is almost covered by dense sky locks, and the people of the Injing Otsutsuki clan are all bound. It took about half an hour, and finally no one resisted. Go find the person in charge here, explain the situation to him 143, let him think clearly, if he doesn't agree, just solve it. Uzumaki Mizuki controlled the slate to fall, and said to Hyaga Hayashi. After finishing speaking, he walked directly into the castle. Hayagawa Hayashi hurriedly greeted his own people and began to ask about the situation here. But what greeted us was one hostile look after another. And Uzumaki Mizuki took Nagato Konan and Orochimaru directly into the castle. Through Rinnegan, the location of the large number of chakras was quickly located. There were also people in the castle who resisted, but likewise, they were all restrained by the chains of the sky. Evil human, die. However, when approaching Rinnegan, someone rushed out with yellow chakra on his body, raised his hand and directly released dozens of chakra balls. It is powerful, not inferior to tailed beast bomb. Shen Luo Tianzhang. But Uzumaki Mizuki's hand didn't even come out of his pocket. Rinnegan's Shen Luo Tianzhang spread out these attacks directly. Immediately afterwards used the universal pull to keep it under control. Although he has the power to resist, the skylock that appeared from the king's treasure house directly bound him. The yellow chakra on his body disappeared quickly and was suppressed and absorbed by the skylock. Terrifying suppression. Watching Uzumaki Mizuki get rid of this guy so lightly, Orochimaru looked at Uzumaki Mizuki, who completely exposed his back to himself, and couldn't think of any resistance at all. It's better to do research honestly, maybe there will be some opportunities. It's not suitable for me to do backstabs. After that, the day will be very long. No other enemies were encountered. It seems that the one just now should be the biggest person in charge of this place. Use the power of the Tenseigan in front of you. Uzumaki Mizuki found Tenseigan without a hitch. But no one spoke, because they were all overwhelmed by the dazzling scene. For this yellow sphere floating in midair and covered by several golden rings, I felt a strange beauty. Something attractive. Orochimaru, do you want to go up and try? Uzumaki Mizuki said suddenly. Get ready to mess up. Startled, Orochimaru woke up from his immersion. Can I? He didn't expect that Uzumaki Mizuki would hand over such an important thing to him. Although he has begun to study deeply now, but the most contacted are Bian and Sherinan, and Mangekyo Sherinan is very difficult to come across. The two members of the Uchiha clan are still somewhat resistant to the injection of first-generation cells, so they have not yet had the opportunity to contact Mangekyo Sherinan. Of course can. Uzumaki Mizuki nodded. This thing doesn't have the blood of Hamura's descendants, so if you touch it, CFDB, something will happen. But anyway, Orochimaru can't be killed casually, it's good to cure his curiosity. Then, I'll start. Orochimaru looked serious. This thing can almost be said to be the pinnacle power of the ninja world. Just like the two on Uzumaki Mizuki's neck. Raise your hand, stretch it out slowly, and it becomes longer directly, like a luffy rubber man. Instead of using the snake as an intermediate contact, he used his own hands. How can such a precious touch be missed? And soon, what? Orochimaru screamed. The entire hand was directly annihilated by Rinnegan's burst of chakra. Orochimaru felt that his life was in danger if he hadn't retreated. His face was covered with cold sweat. Both Nagato and Konan were stunned by the scene. But at the same time, Hayagawa Hayashi also appeared. He looked around outside just now, and finally knew that the boss was in the house, and then saw the man tied up by Uzumaki Mizuki on the way to Tenseigan. But he rolled his eyes again and saw Tenseigan, so he couldn't help but came over. This thing, not the blood of Otsutsuki Hamura, is untouchable. Uzumaki Mizuki was not afraid that Orochimaru would know that he cheated him, so he told the matter directly. Hayagawa Hayashi was attracted by the beautiful eyes and couldn't help but want to get closer. But soon, he watched helplessly. The familiar golden light appeared behind Uzumaki Mizuki, and at the same time dozens of chains stretched towards the light. Then the chain, together with the Tenseigan floating in midair, turned into particles and disappeared. Didn't it mean that the blood of Otsutsuki Hamura is untouchable? Orochimaru couldn't help asking. The bleeding on the arm has been stopped by him. That level is useful to you people, and that's it for me. Uzumaki Mizuki said very calmly. Skylock specifically restrains enemies with divinity. Although I haven't done a detailed analysis, the effect seems to be a little bit better for people with the blood of the Otsutsuki family. Just now Tenseigan seemed unable to resist the power of the Skylock at all. After being touched by the Skylock, you can directly bring it to Wang's Haibeo Curry. In Wang's Haibeo Curry, it is natural to be suppressed. Therefore, if you don't touch it with your own hands, basically nothing will happen. 17. Orochimaru felt that he should study how to backstab. And Hayagawa Hayashi's eyes were full of disappointment, but he didn't dare to say anything. I feel that with Tenseigan, there seems to be no way to resist the king? Are those people willing to surrender? Uzumaki Mizuki ignored Orochimaru and asked Hayagawa Hayashi behind him. P.S. The first update. Thank you for your flowers and evaluation tickets. Stable updates. Safe collection. Please subscribe. Please ask for monthly tickets. Reporting to the king, they may not be able to accept it for a while, so it will take a while before they are willing to bow their heads. Hayagawa Hayashi actually doesn't have much confidence here. After all, the Otsutsuki clan on the moon used to fight among themselves and looked down on people in the ninja world at all. Because they feel that they have noble blood, how could they submit to a lowly human? Then, I'll leave it to you dash. Uzumaki Mizuki to, Hayagawa Hayashi said. Killing them won't give you more points. Anyway, there is no rush to go back now. Uzumaki Mizuki is going to stay on the moon for a few days. Also, get ready to try out the power of the Tenseigan. Also, want to see if I can find Otsutsuki Kaguya. Without the blessing of 10 tails, Kaguya-ji's strength should not be underestimated. However, Uzumaki Mizuki feels that Kaguya-ji's hatred for his son should be greater than himself. You can also try to see if you can suppress Kaguya-ji with your current strength. Anyway, I still have hundreds of millions of points on my body, and there are many ways to solve it. So staying for a few days is nothing. Yes. Hyuga Hayashi replied quickly and respectfully. You guys also go to help, and watch by the way, so that Hyuga Hayashi doesn't die. If anyone is unconvinced, let's make an example to the monkeys, don't waste your eyes, keep them as inventory. Uzumaki Mizuki greeted Nagato Orochimaru and the others. Bring it here, and you have to work too. And there are always people who disagree. The supercilious eyes obtained, in addition to giving another one to Nagato, you can only use the other supercilious eyes for research, and the information must be given to the Hyuga family, to be used by others, with the consent of the Hyuga clan, including yourself, understand? Uzumaki Mizuki went on to add. After all, this is tantamount to digging out human body organs for use. Although it is not for nothing, Uzumaki Mizuki is not too polite in front of the Hyuga clan. Feels a bit disrespectful. So, just to add. Yes. Orochimaru hastily agreed. But he didn't have much thought about the white eyes. After all, Hyuga Hayashi is not his opponent. Unless he can get in touch with the power of Tenseigan, otherwise the white eyes will be like that, and he himself can't see it. Thank you for your grace. Hyuga Hayashi felt relieved. He was very afraid of Uzumaki Mizuki, and killed all these people on the moon. Then take away all the white eyes. This will definitely make him feel uncomfortable. However, what Uzumaki Mizuki added later made the knot in his heart disappear. After saving face like this, what other enemies can he have to talk about? A group of people came out of the castle. People outside are still bound by the chains of the sky. After all, Hyuga Hayashi doesn't have the power to suppress these people either. Coming out of the castle, Uzumaki Mizuki opened the king's treasury and revealed Rinnegan, half a Tenseigan stuck in the middle of the king's treasury. The eyes of the ancestors. The members of the Otsutsuki clan on the field exclaimed when they saw Tenseigan. This eyeball is almost equivalent to their spiritual sustenance, and what they worship every year is equivalent to the existence of their ancestors. Kaguya-ji, it should be in the most central position here. Try the power of the Tenseigan. On Uzumaki Mizuki's side, he didn't look at the Otsutsuki clan who were crying around. With a wave of his hand, he directly let the lock of the sky pull these people away. Expose the open space. Others don't know what Uzumaki Mizuki is going to do, and what he mainly does, is it something they can ask? And the surrounding Otsutsuki clan looked at Uzumaki Mizuki with cannibalistic eyes. But they are also wondering, isn't the ancestors' eyes only available to the descendants of their Otsutsuki Hamura? Could it be that this child is also a member of the Otsutsuki clan? But, no blindfolded? This confuses them the most. Boom. But they didn't give them much time to wonder. The yellow Tenseigan directly emitted a fluorescent green light and hit the ground. It directly caused a huge mushroom cloud to rise. But before it had time to inflate, it was directly cleared by Uzumaki Mizuki with Shinra Tenji. The power is not bad, but also repulsion. Uzumaki Mizuki nods this way. It feels that Tenseigan seems to work better than Rinnegan in terms of gravity and repulsion. But Rinnegan is more capable and more comprehensive. And also has special abilities. For example, the ability of these two Rinnegans is the round tomb prison. But Uzumaki Mizuki can't use it. Because the control over this Rinnegan is not that deep. Also, this could be Tenseigan, Uzumaki and Mizuki can't play at their strongest. Because it cannot be fully grasped. It all takes time. However, if there is a golden treasure, the all-knowing and omnipotent star, he can quickly master all the abilities of these equipment. Ask for flowers. But the price of this thing is too expensive, even more expensive than the distant utopia. Surrender, or die. Using your eyes, you can also make another Tenseigan, if you don't want to exterminate the clan. Uzumaki Mizuki glanced at the people around Otsutsuki, and then spoke. No one dared to speak at this time. Uzumaki Mizuki's ability to use the eye of the ancestor is enough to prove that he is special. If it was another ability, they would definitely not be convinced and want to resist. But, one feels, this was the choice of their ancestor, Otsutsuki Hamura? Clatter. If you want to die, do it. I won't hold back this time. Uzumaki Mizuki snapped his fingers. The skylock directly turned into golden light particles and disappeared in midair. Some people from the Otsutsuki clan around them looked at each other like a tiger, but they did not lose their ability to fight. Hyuga Hayashi had cold sweat on his brow, and he felt like he was in some danger. And Uzumaki Mizuki directly unfolded the king's treasure house. The dazzling golden light made the surrounding Otsutsuki clan squint their eyes. Packed with strange weapons, including the Rinnegan, Tenseigan, and Shisui's Sharingan. Most of them are recently collected weapons. The effect is mediocre, but it seems to be good for scaring people. No one from the Otsutsuki clan dared to do anything. Some of them died here, so I'll destroy the moon, understand? Kaguya-ji, the guard, I will also release it. I'll leave the rest to you, Hayashi. Uzumaki Mizuki threatened. Deliberately controlled the movement of Tenseigan, as if scanning the crowd. Then Uzumaki Mizuki closed the king's treasury and walked towards the castle behind him. Regarding the matter of looking for Kaguya-ji, he is not going to do it so quickly, he will see the situation first. The people of the Otsutsuki clan felt angry, but they were afraid. Branch House of the Ninja World, explain the matter clearly to me, what's going on? but they can still feel kindness, and there is no dead person in this kind of intention. So, they set their sights on Hyuga Hayashi, the only one who seemed to be an acquaintance. Orochimaru and Nagato, these people dare not move now. After all, they are also afraid of making trouble. P.S. The second update. Thank you for your flowers and evaluation tickets, stable updates, safe collection. Please subscribe. Please ask for thousands of monthly tickets. That's the way it is. The current king is already the king of the ninja world, and this place is not allowed to have territories that do not belong to his rule. So, he came to the moon this time for this purpose. But it won't oppress everyone. As long as you abide by the laws of the Uruk Empire, there will be no big problem. Hyuga Hayashi is sweating profusely. There are too many people around him. It would take a second to kill him. Even with revolving heaven, he still felt like he couldn't block a few moves. Too dangerous? But what has to be done still needs to be done. He also didn't want all the clansmen in the same line as him here to die. Can he use Tenseigan, the blood of our Otsutsuki clan? On the moon, a member of the Otsutsuki clan asked. In the lineage of Otsutsuki Shiran, 013 is actually a branch house, not the main family. I live here because I belong to the powerful people in the branch house, and I also have a small status in the Zong family. It is the branch house that engages in the destruction of the world, and the people in the branch house are more or less reasonable. That is to say, dawdling, not too ideal. The blood of Otsutsuki. Hearing this question, Hyuga Hayashi remembered Uzumaki Mizuki's explanation when he introduced Uchiha, Senju, Vortex, and the relationship between the Hyuga clan. The Uzumaki clan is undoubtedly of the Otsutsuki lineage. Then Hyuga Hayashi continued to brag about the strength of Uzumaki Mizuki. He didn't say that one person is against one country, but one person is against one ninja world. These Otsutsuki people who think they have noble blood, but actually don't have much combat experience, are taken aback for a while. But Orokai and the others didn't feel that Hyuga Hayashi was bragging, because it is the truth. Sure enough, there is a seal. Uzumaki Mizuki through Rinnegan, and Tenseigan's power. Sensing the state of the moon. Finding the most central location, there is indeed a place. However, there are two ways to break the vortex water. One is to find the seal, and then touch it with the talisman that breaks the commandments of all things. Maybe it can be untied. The second is to cut open the space seal with the deviant sword Ie, and release Kaguya. But Uzumaki Mizuki is now considering the consequences of his release. Also, beware of Otsutsuki Yi. Uzumaki Mizuki feels like Otsutsuki Yi handles more than Kaguya. After so many years of preparation, it is much better than Kaguya, a fool who only knows how to make tools like white zetsu. See, if it's not a bother, get Otsutsuki Yi FG out and meet him. Looks like fun. Uzumaki Mizuki thought about it, and finally decided. After that, I waited for Hyuga Hayashi to reply to me. There is nothing to do here, and it is already very good if you can eat enough and wear warm clothes. Technology products are almost zero. Uzumaki Mizuki also silently practiced Flying Thunder God and Fairy art. Immortal art can adapt with the body, and can absorb the power of nature faster. For the Flying Thunder God technique, he can already teleport items, but it's not so stable. So I dare not risk my life to try. And there are travel shoes to go back. So there is no rush. It took about 2 days. The Otsutsuki family on the moon finally recognized reality. At the same time, I deeply despise Hyuga Hayashi, the leading party. They were ready to kill Hyuga Hayashi if they were not really afraid that Uzumaki Mizuki would destroy the moon. Hyuga Hayashi also felt a deep killing intent. He couldn't help but find Orochimaru and Nagato to protect himself. The current Nagato has also reached cage level strength, because he has learned the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki family. At the same time, with a white eye and a powerful chakra, the strength is completely enough to reach cage level. Orochimaru is also cage level. So is Konan. All three are stronger than Hyuga Hayashi. Finally, Hyuga Hayashi brought several selected members of the Otsutsuki clan to meet Uzumaki Mizuki. Meet the king. Uzumaki Mizuki was notified in advance. So we met in the castle hall. Uzumaki Mizuki himself sat on a king chair made of gold and looked at the crowd indifferently. Only Hyuga Hayashi saluted, and a few people from the Otsutsuki clan around him were obviously not used to this matter, so they didn't move at all. Has the discussion come to fruition? Surrender, or perish? Uzumaki Mizuki asked directly. Wang, they have a few questions they want to ask, and then they are willing to answer. Hyuga Hayashi said to Uzumaki Mizuki with a troubled face. This is the last condition for these people, and Hyuga Hayashi has no choice but to do so. Just ask. Uzumaki Mizuki said. King of Uruk, we would like to ask, why did you say that you released Otsutsuki Kaguya at that time? Isn't this a good decision made by our ancestors together? Kaguya must be sealed on the moon and cannot come out. The person in charge of the head of the Otsutsuki family asked a little respectfully. After all, someone who can use the Eye of Ancestor so easily is definitely worthy of their respect. I do things, do I need to explain to you? I thought you were going to ask about your own treatment. It seems that you guys didn't understand the situation. Uzumaki Mizuki stood up slowly while talking. Hyuga Hayashi's head was sweating from anxiety. But now, he doesn't dare to interrupt. Uzumaki Mizuki's coercion is getting bigger and bigger. Now he has to think twice even when he speaks. Several members of the Otsutsuki family who were brought over also became tense. who is not afraid of death. Kaguya-ji, you must not let it out, she will destroy this world. However, the person in charge of the Otsutsuki clan who spoke was still very strong, although it looks a little scary. But there is no flinching. I was still thinking about whether to release her so soon. 5.3 But you have said so, it seems not good if you don't release it for you to see. Why? Uzumaki Mizuki smiled and said. Hearing this, the Otsutsuki clan could no longer keep calm. His face was full of panic. She's gonna kill everybody. However, they know they can't beat Uzumaki Mizuki because they've experienced it. So we can only hope to frighten Uzumaki Mizuki through the strength of Kaguya-ji. Well, I'm scared. Uzumaki Mizuki said so though, but the golden halo behind him has unfolded. A giant Tenseigan appears in the middle, with Rinnegans on either side. P.S. The third change, thank you for your flowers and evaluation tickets, stable updates, rest assured collection, please subscribe, please ask for a monthly pass. Crack. Uzumaki Mizuki controls Rinnegan and Tenseigan, using repulsion together. The power is added, and the power is multiplied. In an instant, a gap as wide as 3 meters opened directly on the ground of the castle hall. Then the crack opened downwards, faster and faster. The target is the exact center of the moon. Everyone around was taken aback. But the few Otsutsuki people on the field naturally knew that Kaguya-ji was sealed in the middle position. The location they live in is just above the shell of the seal. Don't want. They only had time to let out a miserable cry. Then, I saw Uzumaki Mizuki jumping directly into the crack, and falling straight down. Nagato and the others were also stunned. They didn't expect the situation to turn out like this. Only Orochimaru, some excitement at this time? The true ancestor of Chakra, sage of 6 paths, the FK, such an existence, he really wanted to see it. So, he also jumped down. Seeing this scene, the others were even more stunned. But soon, the Otsutsuki clan realized that they absolutely wanted to stop this matter. This is their mission. A 25 and 2 followed suit and jumped off. I'll keep watch here. If Hayagawa wants to go down, he can go down together. On Nagato's side, say to Hayaga Hayashi. He could also see that Hayaga Hayashi was having a hard time. The people of the Otsutsuki clan are still rebellious and think that they are the descendants of gods. Now, to release God, they are afraid again. But a king is an existence more terrifying than a god? He felt that the king should be able to suppress this god. Therefore, he didn't intend to go down to help, because he felt that he couldn't help much. Trouble. Hayaga Hayashi's face was stiff, and after thanking Nagato, he also jumped down. After all, he is the bridge between Otsutsuki and the king. He was afraid that those few Otsutsuki would collide with the king, and the result would be very troublesome. The rest of the Otsutsuki family on the moon are innocent? Tenseigan and Rinnegan's repulsive force easily broke through the hard underground soil layer. The speed of movement has reached hundreds of kilometers. After falling for more than 10 minutes, it still hasn't reached the end. Uzumaki Mizuki was a little impatient, so he speeded up, and the speed directly broke through to 500 kilometers per hour. In this way, it took a little more than an hour to reach the final destination. Is this the place? Uzumaki Mizuki looked where the repulsive force could no longer advance. At the same time, I felt a huge force pulling me. At least 30 times the gravity of the ninja world. A pitch-black, seemingly unstable wall appeared in front of Uzumaki Mizuki. The repulsive force released by Rinnegan and Tenseigan was absorbed by it. This should be the core of the moon's gravity, and also the place where Otsutsuki Kaguya was imprisoned. If you use the talisman that breaks the commandments of all things to destroy this place, then the moon may also be destroyed, which is a troublesome matter. Uzumaki Mizuki passed Tenseigan and Rinnegan, observing this black wall. In fact, it is a huge seal with a powerful quotation. 6 paths planetary devastation. A powerful seal dozens of times stronger than normal planetary devastation. If you fully grasp the power of Tenseigan, you should be able to sneak in, but now, on the premise of not destroying the seal, you can only use the deviation sword. After Uzumaki Mizuki thought it over, he opened the king's treasure house directly in front of him and took out the deviation sword Then inject energy, and then release it directly against the black wall in front of you. In an instant, a channel with a diameter of about 2 meters was directly opened up. Originally, the power of Rinnegan and Tenseigan could not affect the black wall, but it was easily cut open by the power of deviation sword. Uzumaki Mizuki stepped directly along this passage, and stepped directly into it. When Orochimaru and others came over, seeing the wall, it was very difficult to resist, let alone find Uzumaki Mizuki. But after they came over, an hour had passed. After all, their speed of movement was not as fast as that of Uzumaki Mizuki. Is there any movement on the seal? Is that the traitor? Or the black eagle I left behind, succeeded? Kaguya-ji's eyelids trembled, and then slowly woke up. She didn't stay awake all the time. Because it's too lonely, too lonely. After she persisted in the first few decades of being sealed, she couldn't persist. She was afraid she would go crazy, so let yourself fall into an endless slumber. Of course, if there is movement, you can still wake up. The place where she was sealed is actually the space she created before, the first ball space formed by reincarnation Sharinon. This technique is also called the Imperial Center of Heaven. But now, she has lost the 10 tails, and the reincarnation Sharinon cannot be activated, because it needs a powerful chakra to maintain it. Therefore, she cannot leave this seal. She woke up from the castle. There is a castle and a statue of her in every space in the Imperial Palace. Way to leave, tried many times, but couldn't find it. But today's movement made her a little moved. After all, it is something that has never happened before. Getting up from the bed, looking at herself in the mirror, Kaguya floated off the ground directly, and then floated towards the outside of the castle. She was going to see what was going on. After all, it has been so many years, and she is not the simple woman she was back then. With all his heart, he wanted to take revenge on his two sons. So, she has to live. Blind eyes. After Kaguya went out, she rolled her eyes, instantly locked onto Uzumaki Mizuki's position. However, this is not the Yui or Hamura she is familiar with. Not to mention Black Zetsu, who was left behind by me. She didn't go easily. Because she is not in its heyday now, her own strength has dropped sharply. And the people who can come here are definitely not simple things. But at least not from the Otsutsuki clan. This is the only point where Kaguya can come easy. She is also afraid of death. After all, it's not that she cannot be killed, but the method of killing is mastered by the Otsutsuki family outside the starry sky. You are Kaguya. It's exactly the same, but it looks a little scary, and it's still floating in the air, like a female ghost. Uzumaki Mizuki stepped out from the snow beside him. Looking at Kaguya, he commented directly. P.S. The first update. Thank you for your flowers and evaluation tickets, stable updates, safe collection. Please subscribe. Please ask for monthly tickets. Who are you? Kaguya asked very cautiously. However, she was also very angry when Uzumaki Mizuki commented like this, and her face was a little ugly. However, she is not the same as before, she will think more now, and will not be fooled again. Therefore, before she figured out the situation, she felt that it would be better for her to be more careful. King of Uruk Uzumaki Mizuki. Uzumaki Mizuki looked at Kaguya, slightly surprised. Originally thought that after coming in, they would fight immediately. But now it seems that Kaguya is much quieter than expected. Is Uruk a galaxy force? Kaguya's head was spinning fast. However, he did not find such a force in his memory. The Otsutsuki clan is the strongest she knows. She has never heard of the Whirlpool family. Is there a purpose for you to come here? Kaguya asked. Look on guard. She couldn't see the details of Uzumaki Mizuki. If she knew that Uzumaki Mizuki was just someone she thought came from Seedbed Ninja World, she would definitely not be so polite. Already started? After all, she doesn't know anything about the ninja world. So people who think that they have power, except for their two children, the rest are people outside this planet. This king is here to conquer you. The place where you were sealed is already the territory of Uruk, and all the people and items on it belong to me. Surrender, or die here. Uzumaki Mizuki spoke directly. He didn't mean to lie to Kaguya, because there is no need. Everything depends on strength. It's not very useful to play tricks. My younger brother may still be a little good in this regard. However, strength is everything. A stronger galaxy than Otsutsuki. Want to government this planet. The two rebellious sons have also fallen. Kaguya was a little flustered. After all, she is not a fighter, she is mainly responsible for planting the sacred tree. Relatively simple. Although I think I will no longer be deceived. However, if you deceive yourself, you can still do it. Yui and Hamura, have they fallen under your hands? Kaguya asked Uzumaki Mizuki with patience and uneasiness in her heart. She doesn't discriminate against short people. Because, the Otsutsuki family has a powerful dwarf, Otsutsuki Momoshiki. So, she doesn't think that Uzumaki Mizuki is a child, but the height is what it is. But she didn't even think about it. Just thinking, figuring out the situation. Hamura should be dead. Yui killed him last time, but he shouldn't be dead. He hid, but he can't escape. Uzumaki Mizuki is telling the truth here. At the same time, I wonder, is this woman really so cruel? Who used humans as sacrifices to make white Zetsu? No wonder, it is so easy to be deceived. If it was him, he would be able to trick her into having a football team. Really? Hearing this, Kaguya became even more worried. Although he didn't show his true strength at the beginning, he was sealed by the two brothers. However, those two brothers are not simple guys. It is also the weapon she uses against the incoming Otsutsuki clan. All of these can prove that the person in front of him is powerful. This time, I'm going to take you out to scare Otsutsuki Yi, but I feel that it's useless to him. After all, he has already done something to you as his mother. The next time I see him, he should be in his heyday, but without 10 tails on him. I'm curious as to what his strength can be. How much strength can you exert now? Uzumaki Mizuki didn't even realize that Otsutsuki Kaguya was shocked by himself. I thought Kaguya knew nothing about the outside world, so I wanted to know some information. Yi, did he lose to you without 10 tails? Hearing Uzumaki Mizuki's words, Kaguya was stunned for a moment, then a surprised look appeared on his face, so he asked Uzumaki Mizuki quickly. Well, almost a year. Now, think about surrender, or death. Uzumaki Mizuki nodded, and asked. So, your strength is not that strong. Kaguya's eyes lit up again. She thought that this time she was going to be finished again. But now it seems that he is lying to himself. Try it, and you'll know if you don't. Uzumaki Mizuki raised an eyebrow, and then spoke directly. He felt that Kaguya might have misunderstood just now. However, it doesn't matter. Anyway, his goal here, besides subduing Kaguya, is to fight her. If it doesn't work, then solve it. He has no interest in leaving hidden dangers. Unlike pets like tailed beasts, this woman does have the power to destroy the world. Although I don't know what's going on outside, but the strength to defeat a Yi without 10 tails is not enough to be so rampant in front of me. Kaguya-ji's expression changed. Very proud and cold, while looking at Uzumaki Mizuki with disdain. It seems that we still have to fight. Let me just say, how can you hesitate for so long with a single-minded person like you? Uzumaki Mizuki smiled. Then the clothes on his body were gradually covered by the golden armor. When dealing with Kaguya-ji, it is better to be cautious. Kneel down, ants. Kaguya-ji directly used the coercion of white eyes. The heavy momentum instantly crushed the vortex. Okay, Zhao Mizuki. Through this kind of power before, she easily controlled Hamura. But now it is not so strong, and without 10 tails, its strength cannot be fully exerted. Is that all? The king's treasure. Unfold. This coercion has no effect on Uzumaki Mizuki at all, and the defense of the golden armor easily excludes him. Then, Uzumaki Mizuki waved directly. It was a dark snowy night, instantly illuminated by golden light. Otsutsuki Kaguya was similarly stunned. She had never seen this kind of trick. The one kneeling should be you, miscellaneous cultivator. Uzumaki Mizuki had a fighting look on his face. Then he raised his hand, and the densely packed skylocks rushed directly towards Otsutsuki Kaguya-ji. P.S. The second update. Thank you for your flowers and evaluation tickets. Stable updates. Subscribe with confidence. Ask for a monthly ticket. Ask for a subscription. Yachigami Sky Strike. Kaguya-ji frowned. With her white eyes, she couldn't see through the situation behind the golden halo. Still, raise your hand, compress the chakra directly, and release it straight away. Dozens of times stronger than the 8 trigrams air palm of the Hyuga family. But now, without the 10 tails bonus, the power drops a lot. But it is still possible to knock the skylock away. However, there are too many skylocks. Kaguya-ji could only keep pushing these chains back. Now with enough magic power from Uzumaki Mizuki, the skylock is no longer as simple and fragile as before. Ordinary attacks cannot destroy the skylock at all. Ocean Hirazaka. Kaguya-hime uses the ultimate spacetime ninjutsu. It can open a portal out of thin air, and can travel between different spaces. But because chakra is not enough, it cannot break through the space of 6 paths planetary devastation. However, in the current space, she can move freely. Uzumaki Mizuki released Rinnegan and Tenseigan directly, locking Kaguya-ji's position. Boom! Tenseigan unleashes a powerful chakra ray and rushes towards where Kaguya was captured. But this power was directly absorbed by Kaguya-ji. Kaguya-ji, who has the chakra physique, can absorb any ninjutsu attack. 777. Including pupil surgery. It's invalid. It seems that you still need to use a treasure. As Uzumaki Mizuki spoke, he drew the transparent sword of vowed victory. This thing is used a lot now, and it is used in close combat. The deviation sword is used as a big move, and I am afraid that Kaguya-ji will be killed in one shot. Although it is said to have an immortal physique, but under the deviation sword, it is not sure. Kaguya-hime moves through Koizumi Hirazaka again, this time appearing on top of Uzumaki Mizuki. What? She shook both hands. The snow on the ground directly condensed into ice spikes, heading towards Uzumaki Mizuki. But Uzumaki Mizuki shredded the icicles with a single swing of the Sword of Oath of Victory. Then, the Skylock continued to rush towards Kaguya-hime. Kaguya-ji is also a little afraid of the Skylock. It feels like there is something wrong with this thing, and she is not very good at melee combat, so she doesn't mean to get close. Instead, continue to gain distance through Koizumi Hirazaka, and then with chakra, etc., wanting to attack Uzumaki Mizuki. But they were easily blocked by Uzumaki Mizuki. The strength is about the same as that of Otsutsuki Yi at that time. CFCB, without 10 tails, is that all that restricts them? Uzumaki Mizuki wasn't too busy killing Kaguya-hime. It's collecting data. Otsutsuki Yi is much more dangerous than Kaguya-hime. Sure enough, Kaguya-ji is still a little stupider. Kill the ashes together. On Kaguya-ji's side, he used only a few tricks of his own. She doesn't have much skill development, and she uses instinct more. At that time, it was just crushing people to death with levels, without any operation. In the end, she was defeated by her own 2 villains through micromanagement, and at the same time, someone helped her secretly, and then she won. If she is a little manipulative, neither of the 2 Nizai can be her opponent. X-Curry Stick. Uzumaki Mizuki is a little more serious here. After all, this thing is still very dangerous. Directly cut out a golden shock wave, hit the ashes of the total killing. A total of ashes were killed, like bullets hit in the water, directly rushing into the golden impact. But it didn't rush to Uzumaki Mizuki, and disappeared when it was less than 1/5 of the distance. Damn, if there is 10 tails, he is definitely not my opponent. Kaguya-hime, feeling very angry. He thought that in the heyday, this dwarf was definitely not his opponent. But now, I still have to do a good calculation to win this victory. Truth-seeking ball. Kaguya-ji started making truth-seeking ball. She is not a hassle to make, but consumes chakra. It's very troublesome for her to fill chakra now, but fortunately Uzumaki Mizuki gave her a wave of mana just now. Otherwise, she doesn't even want to use this trick. Finally, 5 truth-seeking balls were produced. Then Kaguya-ji controlled the truth-seeking ball and rushed towards Uzumaki Mizuki. Too boring. Uzumaki Mizuki feels that Kaguya-ji really has no combat experience. He doesn't want to play anymore, and he has no sense of accomplishment at all. Looking at the 5 truth-seeking balls rushing over, this time Uzumaki Mizuki directly put a 100,000 magic value X curry stick, instantly swallowed 5 truth-seeking balls, and then rushed towards Kaguya-ji. Kaguya-ji Yuxi, thinking that he can fill up the blue again. But waiting for the impact to reach her body, she felt something was wrong. It's not chakra, it's another power. Kaguya-ji was shocked. Hastily used Huangquan Biliang Saka, trying to get out of the range of the attack. Boom! A huge mushroom cloud rises. Directly illuminate the entire space. The impact directly shattered Kaguya-ji's castle. Push all the trees on the ground flat. What kind of power is this? Kaguya-hime dodged the attack. Only the corner of the clothes was affected. In the end, close the portal and close it fast. Otherwise, it will also be affected by this attack. It's over. But suddenly, Kaguya-hime was shocked. She saw Uzumaki Mizuki did not know when, had appeared behind him. Before she could open the portal again, the surroundings of her body are illuminated by the golden light of Wangji Bailian. Then dozens of sky locks directly bound her whole body firmly. The neck, limbs, including the abdomen, both arms, are all bound by the lock of the sky. After Uzumaki Mizuki used up the X-curry stick just now, he kept using Rinnegan to lock Kaguya-ji's position. Finally, after Kaguya-ji teleported, she fell into a moment of shock and found her location. Directly and quickly approach, and reach the distance of the knife jump, and then directly teleport. Kaguya-hime didn't even have time to react. Originally, she was not very good at facing, and when she was fighting with the 7th class, she was often close. But meeting him was different. The lock of the sky, restrain the gods? Crush me. Kaguya-hime fights hard. A powerful chakra erupts from the whole body, similar to the skill of Shen Luo Tianzhang. More than a dozen of the locks of the sky were broken. Puff. The sword of vowed victory pierced directly into her shoulder, terminating her resistance. Then a dozen other weapons flew out from the king's treasure house and pierced into her body. At the same time, more sky locks were tied up again. Don't give her a chance to break free. I don't think you are truly immortal, why don't you give it a try? Uzumaki Mizuki looked at the 2-meter-tall woman, and Tianfen said coldly. P.S. The third change, thank you for your flowers and evaluation tickets, stable updates, rest assured collection, please subscribe, please ask for a monthly pass. What? Kaguya-hime roared. She tore off her hands abruptly. It's not a big problem for her, and it can be recovered with chakra. Stronger recovery than ninja art, mitotic regeneration? Puff puff. However, more than a dozen weapons pierced her body. The previous ones turned into particles and disappeared, returning to Wangjibeo Curry. Kaguya-ji's arm grows out again, and she wants to use Yasi Kamikazu to kill the ashes. But the arms just grew out. Uzumaki Mizuki held the sword of the vowed victory in his hand, and directly chopped it off. If you like to cut off your hands, just keep cutting them off. Uzumaki Mizuki said very coldly. No mercy. Kaguya refused to accept and continued to try to break free. Crush me. A strong breath erupted from Kaguya-hime. In an instant, all the locks of the sky were shattered. Kaguya-ji's feet cracked the portal again. But before she had time to fall, the pitch-black portal was hit by the impact of the deviation sword. Fragmentation directly. However, this dark door did not disappear, but Kaguya-ji already felt that it was not the portal she opened. She dared not go in. So, he was bound by the lock of the sky again? Then, Uzumaki Mizuki began to grind. This person is really not easy to kill. He cut off Kaguya's head, but couldn't kill her. But Uzumaki Mizuki also found out that her regeneration is getting slower and slower. It feels like it won't be long, and it should be able to grind to death. Without the constant supply of chakra provided by 10 tails, Kaguya-ji simply cannot last long. But Uzumaki Mizuki is not sure, after killing Kaguya-ji, will he be resurrected again like Otsutsuki Yi? Are you scared? Uzumaki Mizuki looked at Kaguya-hime with a tired face and asked. If I were in my prime, you would never be able to do this to me. Kaguya-ji was full of dissatisfaction. But Mizuki looked at Uzumaki with fear in his eyes. In fact, she didn't suffer too much. Even if he was sealed by his 2 sons, he had never been treated like this. Just now, all her limbs were broken, including the head has been cut off. It was the first time she felt this feeling. If it hadn't been for being imprisoned for so long, it was a bit crazy, and if it was me in the past, I might be scared to cry. After all, she is not a warrior, and she doesn't have that kind of fearless heart. Do you think that I have used all my strength? Uzumaki Mizuki raised his head slightly, looked at her and said. The voice fell. Another 5 sharp weapons pierced her inside. Kaguya-ji does not bleed. More like a chakra creature, similar to a tailed beast. If there was really pain, Kaguya-ji would have passed out long ago. Hearing this, Neg was shocked. She is completely unable to see through Uzumaki Mizuki's abilities. She recognized Rinnegan and Tenseigan, but this golden chain that could suppress her own strength was unheard of. She can no longer break free from the sky lock. There is no strength to resist. Before this attack is condensed, make your choice. To completely erase you from this world, I don't know if you can be reborn. Uzumaki Mizuki said to Kaguya-hime while holding up the deviation sword. Annihilate her whole body directly, and feel like she will be reborn like a tailed beast. Then use the deviation sword to directly shatter her entire space, leaving no trace of her existence. I don't know if it can be reborn in the same way as the tailed beast. The deviant sword spun rapidly. The piercing sound made Kaguya feel flustered. Looking at this dark red weapon with a strange gold border, she couldn't help feeling a little scared. Because just now, she saw the attack of this weapon, which destroyed the portal opened by Huangquan Biliangsaka. What would happen if you hit yourself with a weapon of this power? The hasty voice, like a reminder, made Kaguya unable to calm down at all. 10,9,8. Uzumaki Mizuki starts counting down. If Kaguya refused, he had no choice but to try. Anyway, it's not a big problem to kill. Let it out. The main thing is disgusting Atsutsuki Yi. The second is to see if there is any good way to suppress Atsutsuki Yi. Others are of no use. Wait 2 more years, Uzumaki Mizuki feels like he is invincible? There should be a lot of points for killing Kaguya. 3,2. Uzumaki Mizuki slowly put down the deviant sword Ie, facing Kaguya. Do the final countdown with your mouth. An attack of 200,000 mana. This wave is going to completely destroy this place directly. I surrender. I am willing to surrender to you. Kaguya was scared. Didn't she swallow the chakra fruit for eternal life? From the sword in Uzumaki Mizuki's hand, she felt fear. If you get hit, something will happen. She thought she was going to die? So, surrender is okay. Anyway, in the past, I had no status in the Otsutsuki clan. Are you really afraid of death? It seems that this attack is useful. Uzumaki Mizuki stepped forward and came to Kaguya who was tightly bound. He squeezed her chin and looked straight into her pupils. Want to confirm the other party's true thoughts. Against Otsutsuki Yi earlier, use it to cover the entire area. But seeing Otsutsuki Yi's fearless eyes, Uzumaki Mizuki thought Ie couldn't completely eliminate him. But now it seems that it should be effective. Or in other words, what arrangements did that guy make outside that space at that time, so he was not afraid of Ie's attack? Yes. Kaguya was still trembling a little at this moment. After all, I have never seen such a scene. Uzumaki Mizuki pinched her chin, which made her feel a little angry. You are clearly a god? The redness that appeared on her face was not shyness, but redness with anger. Let me see you. Heaven and earth, leave pishixing, and tear the world apart, Ie. Uzumaki Mizuki, in front of Kaguya, directly released the power condensed by the deviation sword. Condensed at one point, just like the main guns of those motherships in Gundam. The dark red light instantly tore apart the space, revealing an incomparably pitch-black darkness. It's like a blackboard full of chalk words, being scratched by a chalk eraser. Erase everything that comes into contact with it directly. This force directly smashed through the seal of the Six Paths planetary devastation, and then moved forward all the way. Pass through the thick soil layer under the moon, and finally break through the zenith where the Otsutsuki family lives, and come to the universe. Those who pay attention in the ninja world may be able to see a red meteor flashing across the moon. P.S. The first update. Thank you for your flowers and evaluation tickets. Stable updates. Safe collection. Please subscribe. Please ask for a monthly ticket. All it be that the king is behind here. Hayagahayashi, hands and feet, both attached with chakra, stuck to the wall. Looking at the black wall below, he couldn't see through his white eyes. It seems that he was sucked in by the sealing technique of his ancestors. Branch house of the ninja world, you guys are going too far, actually revealing our information. The Otsutsuki clan breathed a sigh of relief. They also looked at it for a long time with blank eyes. I can't see any information, but I tried it. Using moves such as empty palms to hit this dark wall, there is almost no response. It was as if all the power had been sucked in. In this way, they believed that Mizuki might have been sucked into the seal by the suction force. The king already knew, but he didn't know about the passage from the ninja world to the moon. And if he wants to come over, he can fly directly to 283. In that case, the conflict will be even greater. Hayagahayashi had to explain. But in my heart, I was somewhat worried. After all, what Uzumaki Mizuki was looking for was Sage of Six Paths FG. Who knows how powerful it is? Humph. Anyway, you killed us. That guy is sealed, you don't have to leave. The ninja world is indeed too dangerous, so disconnect the channel. In the future, if there is any problem in the ninja world, you can only clean it. The people of the Otsutsuki clan did not hate Hayagahayashi too much. Just blame him for bringing Uzumaki Mizuki to the moon. Hayagahayashi has pleaded for them, they still feel it. So there is no point of killing Hayagahayashi here. Has a judgment been made so quickly? The power of the king is beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. The desperate situation in your eyes may be just a small problem in his eyes. On Orochimaru's side, many snakes crawled out of the hole in the clothes, biting the ground firmly. This allows Orochimaru to stand up and look much better than the few guys lying on the ground. Hearing what a few members of the Otsutsuki clan said, Yinzi couldn't help laughing. This kind of thing, he felt, could not restrain Uzumaki Mizuki. UBD. I have long felt that he is not pleasing to the eye, neither male nor female. There's a lot of yin and yang here, so we should be ready to face our results. It's not that the branch house in the ninja world doesn't give you face, but these people, we won't let them go back. A few people from the Otsutsuki clan said very angrily. They were already full of anger, but now being ridiculed by Orochimaru like this, they felt extremely angry. This time Uzumaki and Mizuki brought people to kill them, but they were frightened and had no resistance at all. If Hayagahayashi hadn't interceded for them, they probably wouldn't have spared even Hayagahayashi. after killing Orochimaru and the others, closed the passage to the ninja world. Boom. All of a sudden, the mountains shook. Everyone froze for a moment, looking around in shock. A lot of rubble fell from the cracks. However, this caused them little trouble and was easily resolved. What happened? A member of the Otsutsuki clan, feeling increasingly uneasy. They thought of the worst possibility. Those who were guarded by them escaped. The source of this vibration is on the other side. You should know what happened when you get back to the ground. Orochimaru sent vibrations through the snake on his body. The direction of vibration can be easily distinguished. He didn't look at the people around him. Orochimaru rushed directly towards the crack. He thought, Uzumaki Mizuki should have come out. However, no direction was found. Do not run. People from the Otsutsuki clan, seeing Orochimaru running away, he chased after him without hesitation. But their speed is not as fast as Orochimaru. They could only watch as Orochimaru disappeared before their eyes. Is this the place where I was sealed? Kaguya floated out from the ground. Looking at this very ancient environment, she felt inexplicably familiar. Because it is almost the same as the environment of her era, so she didn't feel the time difference. Look, if you can find your son's remnant soul, Hashirama should die here. However, he should be different from Otsutsuki Yi. The specific situation is not very clear. Uzumaki Mizuki to Kaguya. Bring her out just to target the more dangerous Otsutsuki Yi. It is impossible for Kaguya to forgive Otsutsuki Yi who betrayed her, but she can't wait to lock Yi up and let him have a taste of being sealed for so long. So, it is impossible for her to team up with Otsutsuki Yi. That's enough. If Kaguya wants to make trouble, Uzumaki Mizuki will kill her without hesitation. My power has dropped too much. However, these people below are indeed the blood of the Otsutsuki clan. But, it's bad quality. Kaguya replied. At the same time, slightly discriminatory, he took a look at the group of Otsutsuki people below. I feel, some of Otsutsuki's blood is covered. The following people can be said to be pure blood of the Otsutsuki family. This kind of Uzumaki Mizuki has been diluted countless times. Kaguya couldn't sense it at all. Open the space door and go to the other side. For Uzumaki Mizuki, I don't mean to comment. The points provided are the same, and he doesn't want to care about the others. Next, greet Kaguya Michi. Huangquan Biliangsaka can basically be used as a weakened version of any door. Call. Kaguya rushed to a moment of suffocation. Did you come here to do this kind of thing? But for Uzumaki Mizuki, she already felt the fear from the bottom of her heart. When she was stabbed into the body by weapons again and again, fear flooded her heart. He would really kill himself? Moreover, he has such a calendar area. However, he still opened the portal obediently. The range of the moon is not large, and in the same space, the consumption of chakra is not much. It was easy to find the location. Uzumaki Mizuki walked behind Kaguya, came over the castle of the Otsutsuki clan. Here gathered the elite of the 4.6 Otsutsuki clan on the moon. They all noticed something was wrong overhead. That is, goddess of Mao, Kaguya, mother of Hashirama's ancestors. She escaped from the seal. What to do? Rinnegan is gone, how can we seal her? The people below were very flustered. This is the fear implanted in their hearts since childhood. If Kaguya comes out of the seal, the whole world will be destroyed. Kneel down, shoddy. And Kaguya sighed, heard what the people below said. Anger could not help but rise in my heart. Did the two rebellious sons actually prepare so many backhands? Directly exude the coercion on the body, shocking the people of the Otsutsuki family below. P.S. The second update. Thank you for your flowers and evaluation tickets, stable updates, safe collection. Please subscribe. Please ask for monthly tickets. Don't kill them, it's up to you. Uzumaki Mizuki gave a warning, and then nothing happened. These people have not yet surrendered to themselves, so they are not counted as their own people. Of course Uzumaki Mizuki didn't need to care about them. If Kaguya wants to kill them, he might as well do it himself, so that he still has points. 1 point and 2 points are also points. Hearing Uzumaki Mizuki's warning, Kaguya resisted the urge to kill. Then it fell directly from the sky. Uzumaki Mizuki followed, but did not stand behind her. And it floats above her height. If you are too short and there is contrast, it will be difficult for you to gain momentum. Size does matter a lot. Nagato and Konan come out from the castle. They didn't think too much about Kaguya, and came directly behind Uzumaki Mizuki, a descendant of Hashirama. It seems that my son really cares about his mother. Afraid that no one will come out to meet her, did you prepare so many people? Kaguya said in a very low voice. The people of the Otsutsuki clan around were sweating coldly and did not dare to move at all. Most importantly, those in charge of the Otsutsuki clan are all underground and have not yet come up at this time. Now they don't know what they want to do. Naturally, they didn't dare to attack Kaguya. So, it can only be deadlocked like this. Hashirama, are you still coming out? On Kaguya's side, she suddenly snorted coldly, and then said. The people of the Otsutsuki family around them all looked shocked, and then showed joy. If the ancestor is still there, maybe there is a way to deal with her. Master. One is very transparent. Otsutsuki Yi, who was close to the Shinigami situation where the ghouls were sealed, slowly appeared in midair. It looked like it was about to go out at any moment. What a ghost. Yi, didn't he do you any favors? You're going to disappear at any moment. Seeing the appearance of Otsutsuki Hashirama, Kaguya showed a mocking look on his face. Then he spoke sarcastically. The situation of Otsutsuki Hamura cannot be compared with that of Otsutsuki Yi. Kaguya saw through it at a glance. Hamura persisted entirely on his own strength. Brother, he has his own things to do, I just need to do what I want to do, Otsutsuki Hamura said silently. Facing Kaguya, he really couldn't stand up. After living for such a long time, he felt that what Kaguya did back then didn't seem to be that excessive. It is normal in this world for the weak to prey on the strong. Ha ha ha. That rebellious Yi has had many ideas since he was a child. Although I don't know what's going on, but have you achieved what you want? This world, as you think, has become better. Kaguya sneered at first. Then the anger was really unbearable, and he asked directly. Going against themselves, what good end did they get? These are the beginnings of changes in the ninja world. It's a pity that Orochimaru is not here. He should be very interested in these. Uzumaki Mizuki is here to watch the play, also interested in speaking to Nagato and Konan. Nagato and Konan both watched seriously. They are equally curious about the history of thousands of years ago. The people of the Otsutsuki clan naturally dare not make any moves at this time. An ancestor, an old ancestor. That can't move. No, Hamura wasn't lying. He has also observed the situation in the ninja world. During that time, when he was still able to move, I saw it. Ninja world, war broke out. Because of mastering chakra, more people were killed and injured. It seems that making white zetsu consumes more than my mother. You are still more obedient than Yi. However, I am so disappointed. Kaguya also has no intention of making a move on Otsutsuki Hamura. Because she saw it, Hamura couldn't last long. This time I appeared and met myself. It is estimated that I will die soon. Therefore, there is no need to make a move. I'm sorry, my lord mother. My lord, do you still have the same purpose as before when you take action this time? These descendants of mine, they can protect yours. Otsutsuki Hamura, worried about Kaguya, is planning to start the Infinite Tsukuyomi project again. He wants to use these descendants of himself to replace white zetsu and protect his mother. Hehe. Are these shoddy goods? Kaguya said disdainfully. She didn't take these inferior products seriously. And the most important thing about white zetsu is absolute loyalty. However, it is useless to say these now. The person behind him has been staring at her all the time. Master, can I ask you to live peacefully in this world? Stop making those things, big brother, protect you. Otsutsuki Hamura could only persuade. If you don't agree, will you seal me up again? Sealed in that cold space where no one exists. Kaguya glared at Otsutsuki Hamura. This is the most unforgivable point of her. It is also the place that she fears the most in her heart. If mother still wants to continue like that, then I can only use my last strength to seal you up. Otsutsuki Hamura looked at Kaguya very stubbornly. Although he looks older than Kaguya 133 at this time. But when treating Kaguya, no matter in tone or gesture, they are very respectful. Turning around is just as quick. Such things as killing masters are the norm in the ninja world. Obito vs Minato, Nagato vs Jiraiya. Orochimaru vs Sarutobi Hiruzen. It is basically passed down in one continuous line. Unfortunately, I didn't come out by myself this time, but was brought out by someone. No matter what ideas you and Yi have, under the glory of the king, there will be nothing left. Kaguya had a smile on his face. Then he flattered Uzumaki Mizuki, which made Uzumaki Mizuki a little uncomfortable. Ahem. The king's people are naturally guarded by the king? Uzumaki Mizuki spoke very cooperatively. At this time, Orochimaru also rushed out from the ground. He did his best. After coming out, I saw a strange picture on the field. But after seeing Uzumaki Mizuki, he also breathed a sigh of relief. If Uzumaki Mizuki was really absent, he would not be sure to escape under the siege of such a Otsutsuki clan. Secondly, I am also curious about what the true ancestor of Chakra was like. At a glance, he locked on the existence of Kaguya. P.S. The third change, thank you for your flowers and evaluation tickets, stable updates, rest assured collection, please subscribe, please ask for a monthly pass. Young man, you are also from the ninja world. Mother, leaving the seal will cause irreversible consequences. Do you know the risks involved? Otsutsuki Hamura explained to Uzumaki Mizuki. He's more of a nice guy, the one who was sold by Otsutsuki Yi and helped count the money. Similar to Might Guy. Now Might Guy is still teaching gymnastics honestly, just like a master of gymnastics. I don't care about other things at all, including benefits and so on. Only focus on what you focus on. Strength limits your vision. Kaguya is not my opponent, including the affairs that Kaguya is afraid of, so it is. Now, the ninja world is my territory, Uzumaki Mizuki, so as the king, I will shoulder the responsibility of protecting it. In the future, this place will also be the territory of Uruk, and all my people will be protected by the king. Uzumaki Mizuki looked directly at Otsutsuki Hamura, and stated the facts very calmly. The positions where the two sides look at things are not at the same level at all. Kaguya heard this, her lips trembled, but nothing came out. She really didn't dare to resist Uzumaki Mizuki. In the past, she only saw the power of the Otsutsuki clan, but she didn't really suffer any torture. This time, it was enough for her to experience it. A feeling of dread. Uzumaki Mizuki's short figure has been deeply engraved in her head, making her dare not make any rash moves. You? Otsutsuki Hamura looked at Uzumaki Mizuki in slight shock. At the same time, I observed the face of my mother, and found that there seemed to be a trace of fear on my mother's face. Seeing this, Otsutsuki Hamura was also shocked. Does this person really have a very powerful calendar area? But now, my mother is not in her prime, she should be about the same as when she sealed her back then? Can it surpass its own power at the time? Maybe. Can he really suppress his mother? Can I trust you, youth? Otsutsuki Hamura asked seriously. Why should I promise you? Whatever the king wants to do, do it? Uzumaki Mizuki raised an eyebrow. People from the Otsutsuki clan around, seeing Uzumaki Mizuki being so rude to their ancestors, couldn't help but want to do it. But after all, he had been taught a lesson, and after thinking about it for a long time, he finally stood aside silently. Now, it's your turn to make a choice. Surrender, or die. Now the entire ninja world, including the moon, is Uruk's domain, and you have nowhere to go. So, make a choice. Then, Uzumaki Mizuki asked directly to a group of Otsutsuki people around him. Otsutsuki Tonari, who was hidden in the crowd, trembled. At this time, he had no idea of resistance at all, let alone the idea of destroying the world. Just think, live. King, the Otsutsuki clan below. After knowing that you have entered the seal, you are ready to turn your face and kill us. On Orochimaru's side, it is very appropriate to stand up and make a small report on Uzumaki Mizuki. But it is also true. There is no intention of framing the other party. It seems that you have already made a choice. Anyway, this place doesn't have much value in the first place, it's just reserved as a front station to observe the movements in the universe. Then you all will perish here together. As Uzumaki Mizuki spoke, he drew the sword of the vowed victory from the king's treasure. Nagato and Konan were startled. Unexpectedly, Uzumaki Mizuki would actually do this. After all, the population here has exceeded several thousand, approaching 10,000, and a small number. Similarly, people from the surrounding Otsutsuki clan, and Otsutsuki Hamura, whose faces changed drastically. Kaguya didn't think too much, because in her opinion, there was no need for these inferior products to exist. All of them added up are not enough for the two she made. But these two betrayed her? I regret it now, I shouldn't have been so powerful in the first place. Because leaving the flaws is the best. The killing intent is too heavy, young man. Otsutsuki Hamura's face was heavy. He didn't mean to underestimate Uzumaki Mizuki. However, now he really has no ability. The Rinnegan he originally stored disappeared for some reason. This is where he stored his power. It can't be used now, and the strength can be said to be greatly reduced. I feel a lot of pressure to stop Uzumaki Mizuki. Aren't my people, keep the people they want to target me in the future. Uzumaki Mizuki asked back. If they stay, they will be divided, and there will always be wars in the future. However, these people are definitely not Uruk's opponents, and they will still be annexed by then, or they will perish, and there is no second way to go. Therefore, it is better to let him solve it earlier. Is there no other choice? Otsutsuki Hamura naturally still wants to strive for a better condition for his offspring. Being able to continue to survive on the moon is also a good choice. Why should I give you a choice? Those who want to resist, I will give you a chance to prepare. Let's start. Uzumaki Mizuki finished. The sword of the Oath of Victory in the hand directly emitted a golden light, straight into the sky. In an instant, the top cover above was smashed directly. Seeing this power, Otsutsuki Hamura looked solemn. Nagato and others are not surprised. But at the same time, in the crack where Uzumaki Mizuki went down, several heads of the Otsutsuki clan and Hyuga Hayashi came out. They also ran back at full speed all the way, but they couldn't compare with Orochimaru's speed. However, as soon as a few members of the Otsutsuki clan appeared, they were bound by the chains of the sky. Although he wanted to resist, the weapon fired by Wang's Haibao Kuri directly pierced their bodies, taking their lives away in an instant. Otsutsuki Hamura saw it, but he didn't intend to rescue it. Because if you make a move, it means that you can't get back. The king is good. Before the light falls, make a choice. Uzumaki Mizuki looked down at the crowd below. The members of the Otsutsuki family all looked angry. After all, Uzumaki Mizuki killed the head of their Mu family in front of them. Kaguya was a little trembling. Are you killing decisive people? If I really betrayed, then there shouldn't be a second chance. Otsutsuki Hamura looked at his mother. Finally made a decisive choice. The Otsutsuki family is willing to serve you under your flag. Otsutsuki Hamura said to Uzumaki Mizuki with a slight bow. Now that his mother is no longer a threat, then, there is no need to insist on yourself. I don't know what my big brother will do. However, he no longer had the chance to watch it. P.S. The first update. Thank you for your flowers and evaluation tickets, stable updates, safe collection. Please subscribe. Please ask for monthly tickets. The people of the Otsutsuki clan around were startled. They did not expect their ancestors to make such a choice. Originally, many people made desperate decisions. Want to use the number of people to accumulate victories? But they don't know, it's just useless. However, they have the heart to resist. Unexpectedly, my ancestors would choose to bow their heads to this person? This is their proud ancestor? Come here, kneel down. From now on, you can't betray this person, and you must obey this person's orders, just like treating me. Do you understand? Otsutsuki Hamura commanded his descendants very seriously. These people were all delayed by him. Otherwise, in the ninja world, there will definitely be some development, and it won't be what it is now. Now, the things that need their guarding no longer exist. It seems that this danger is not something he needs to worry about now. Then, let's make the last choice for our offspring. He didn't want these people to die in front of him. Yes, the morale of the Otsutsuki clan is somewhat low, but there are also many people who are relieved. 300. Not everyone is willing to pay the price of their lives to deal with Uzumaki Mizuki. More people still want to survive. Louder please. Otsutsuki Hamura, old voice, with anger. He doesn't want his descendants to make wrong choices later. So from the very beginning, let them realize what is going on. There is no other choice left. Only by giving all your allegiance to this young man can he survive. Thinking about it now, he felt that when his mother was around, everyone could barely survive, but they had to pay their lives as sacrifices. He couldn't help but feel ridiculous that he would think so. Yes. See ancestors get angry. These people didn't dare to be sloppy, and responded very loudly. Hayashi, I leave the rest to you, don't let me down again. Uzumaki Mizuki glanced at Hyaga Hayashi and said to him, Yes, King. Hyaga Hayashi felt a shudder down his back. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He sensed that Uzumaki Mizuki had a problem with him. This time, absolutely cannot go wrong. Boom. Then, the light of the sword of vowed victory rushed directly into the sky, piercing the surface of the moon. It then exploded in space, forming a giant golden firework. Hurry up and deal with it. Orochimaru, check the terrain and see if it would be a good idea to place a sentry there. A place where a telescope can be used. Uzumaki Mizuki asked. Then he ordered to Orochimaru, who was beside him. Bringing him up, apart from gathering intelligence, is for this matter. Always be on guard against the enemies that may appear in the universe. Who knows if someone will show up in a Gundam. Anyway, he doesn't need to watch it, just arrange someone to come over and monitor it. It's not about being afraid, it's about avoiding being caught off guard. If the other party comes to cause damage, and puts a few planetary devastation spells like Shenluo Tianzhang, I don't know how many people will die. These are his points. Yes. Orochimaru naturally had no opinion. Now his sight is more focused on Kaguya, who is about half a meter high floating on the ground not far away. His eyes were a little hot. He could tell right away that this person was different. Pale skin, two small horns on the forehead. This distinctive style of painting is not simple at first glance. Kaguya was a little impatient at Orochimaru's look. When she first saw Orochimaru, she thought Orochimaru was also from the Otsutsuki family. After all, his skin was pale, but found out it wasn't. She has no interest. That's it, leave in a day. Uzumaki Mizuki had no intention of staying any longer. The next thing has already been arranged, and he doesn't need to do anything else. Just wait for the points to be credited to the CFBJ account. Kaguya glanced at the people around him, and he, who had some thoughts, also stopped. Because these people are already Uzumaki Mizuki's people, if they do it casually, it will cause the other party's displeasure. But she didn't intend to stay, and left behind Uzumaki Mizuki. Otsutsuki Hamura took a look and felt that his mother seemed a little, well-behaved. It seems that the problem I was worried about should not exist. In the future, don't have any other ideas. Otsutsuki Hamura began to instruct his people. Originally, he didn't have much strength to persevere. Now that Tenseigan is gone, there is no way to continue. However, he had no intention of continuing to live. So be it. After about half an hour, he slowly disappeared with tears in the eyes of many Otsutsuki clan. But in fact, he still has breath and can hold on for a while. A day later, Hyaga Hayashi showed up with the new head of Otsutsuki. In the future, whatever you want to live here, or at home. But I will send people over to set up a sentry here to prevent enemies from outside the universe. Send 50 people, regardless of age, to the ninja world to learn about Uruk's politics and laws. At the same time, hand over your information about the techniques and return to Uruk. You can also get a copy of Uruk's Present A Scroll of Super Spells. Uzumaki Mizuki ordered very directly, without any room to speak. Yes. After these people accepted the order of their ancestor Hamura and brainwashed by Hyaga Hayashi, I can no longer feel any resistance to Uzumaki Mizuki. Then immediately arrange for candidates who need to go to the ninja world. After about half an hour, the gathering was complete. Open the portal to the ninja world. On Uzumaki Mizuki's side, ordered Kaguya very bluntly. Kaguya twitched, but she didn't dare to refuse Uzumaki Mizuki's request and opened the passage directly. Go in. Uzumaki Mizuki went in first. Seeing this, the others followed them into the cave according to their uneasiness facing the pitch-black hole in their hearts. Kaguya stood to the last one. Orochimaru was second to last, and he glanced at Kaguya before walking in. Kaguya kind of wanted to run away, but looking at the strange seal on his arm, after thinking about it, he sighed and walked in. This sigil is the coordinates of the Flying Thunder God. Although Uzumaki Mizuki himself is afraid to use it now, it is still possible to set the coordinates. But Kaguya still has a solution, such as tearing off the arm. But, she was scared. As long as Uzumaki Mizuki doesn't want her life, it can actually be discussed. Back then, he betrayed Otsutsuki because he knew that his end result would be death. She doesn't want to become a fruit and strengthen the calendar area of others. Go through the portal and close it. P.S. The second update. Thank you for your flowers and evaluation tickets, stable updates, safe collection. Please subscribe. Please ask for monthly tickets. Kaguya came last, and Uzumaki Mizuki glanced at her, which made her panic. I'll get someone to pick you up and wait. Uzumaki Mizuki spoke directly. Although I have returned to the ninja world, the surrounding area looks very desolate. It should be the territory of the previous Land of Thunder. But now it has been renamed Liun District. The country plus the name of the village of Jonin. This is so convenient that people in the past can easily remember to distinguish. But now they are all in one group, and there are not many restrictions on going there. After finishing speaking, he directly used the travel shoes and disappeared in front of everyone. Everyone is silent. Nagato and Konan have never talked much. The same goes for Orochimaru. Kaguya is not interested in these lower humans talking. The people of the Otsutsuki clan didn't have any peace of mind at this time, and felt a little flustered. Otsutsuki Tonari also came. Together with them, there are 5 children. All others are adults. Most of them are branch houses. People from the Zong family are quite cunning. Probably less than 3 minutes. Namikaze Minato appeared. The coordinates are with Nagato. Everyone, please hold your hands together. I will use the time-space technique to bring you all to Uruk. The one coming over from Minato is just a shadow clone. Chakra of 10 tails. When Kaguya saw Minato, his eyes dropped. She felt the breath of 10 tails. It's just very light. Minato came over, and it was somewhat difficult to teleport so many people at once with his own chakra. So a lot of 9 tails tail beast chakra was given to Shadow Clone. Hyuga Hayashi immediately began to arrange for the Otsutsuki clan to join forces. Orochimaru and Nagato Konan, standing outside. Nagato holds Orochimaru and Konan on the other. Konan raised his head and glanced at Kaguya. For Kaguya, she is somewhat in awe. After all, she more or less understands that this is the true ancestor of chakra. Just talking about age, I don't know how much older I am. Definitely strong? I don't need it. After you leave, I will lock onto the location and go directly there. Kaguya said coldly. She didn't mean to touch these inferior products. Okay. Before Minato came, he was also ordered by Uzumaki Mizuki. Whatever the white long-haired woman said, just respond. After confirming that everyone touched each other, Minato directly used Flying Thunder God to take these people away. Kaguya took a look and quickly locked the position. In the end, he still had no intention of running away, so he followed behind and opened the portal. They are located at the gate of the castle where Mizuki Uzumaki works. It's wide here. The Otsutsuki clan looked around in surprise. They basically have white eyes and can see the surrounding situation. Far more lively than they were on the moon. Kaguya glanced at it, and didn't take it too seriously. She didn't care too much about these things. Men of the Otsutsuki clan, please follow me. I am the ruling leader of Uruk. I am in charge of Uruk's government affairs. I will deal with matters related to the residents of the Moon Otsutsuki family and related training. On Minato's side, people from the Otsutsuki clan greeted them. Your eyes, I will prepare them today, and I can operate on them tomorrow. Orochimaru said to Nagato. The eyes were picked out from the eyes of those sects. There are 12, enough to use. Nagato nodded, and followed Minato with Xiaoxing. In the end, only Orochimaru and Kaguya are left at the end. Master Kaguya, if you have nowhere to go, you can live in my research institute. Orochimaru sends an invitation to Kaguya. He dared not do it. Afraid of being beaten. He felt that the current self should not be Kaguya's opponent. Put your thoughts away, lowly humans. Kaguya glanced at Orochimaru and said indifferently. Although I don't know what this person is thinking, it must be something bad. If it weren't for the fact that she couldn't kill casually, she would definitely want to kill Orochimaru's. After finishing speaking, Kaguya left here directly. If Uzumaki Mizuki wants to find her, he can find her directly through the coordinates. So she is not afraid that Uzumaki Mizuki thinks she is running around. As long as she has the coordinates, it proves that she has no heart to run. Orochimaru glanced at Kaguya and finally went back. There will be more opportunities in the future. Kaguya wandered straight down the street. People on the road were surprised when they saw her. After all, everyone can feel that Kaguya is out of tune with them. However, no one dared to provoke them. The current laws are very strict, and the laws protecting women are very strict. If you do something casually, you can easily be locked up. Breath of 10 tails. Kaguya doesn't really hang around. But smell it? The young man just now also had that aura. But it doesn't feel very easy to catch. The opponent's time and space technique is very powerful. However, there is also the breath of 10 tails in other places, so she also came out to try, if there is a chance to replenish her own power emperor. Ask for flowers. Soon, she found a place. The gate of Uruk Imperial College of General Education. This is where children under the age of 12 study, and over the age of 12, the Institute of Higher Education. As soon as she appeared, she was noticed by many people, including Kakashi, Uchiha Itachi, and Jiraiya. However, the 3 of them did not act rashly. After all, they did not know what the purpose of this woman appearing here was. And those eyes are white eyes? Is it from the Hyuga clan? Or the king brought it back from the moon? It should be one of our own. Soon, when it was time to leave school, a large number of children ran out of the school happily. This change in the ninja world has the least impact on these children. Found it. 0. Kaguya's eyes locked on Naruto. Soon, another target was discovered. Gaara? The kid. Kaguya froze. Because she feels that Naruto seems to be very similar to that man, but immediately, she felt a chill behind her. He opened his eyes and saw that it was Uzumaki Mizuki. She turned around stiffly. That's my younger brother. If something happens to him, I will let the ninja world be buried with him. Do you understand what I mean? Uzumaki Mizuki looked at Kaguya Hime indifferently. Kaguya Hime felt the heavy killing intent on Uzumaki Mizuki. This is an aura she has never felt on the moon? Even if he said that he wanted to kill himself at the time, it was far less serious than the killing intent now. Understood. When Kaguya spoke, she trembled a little. She is really afraid of Uzumaki Mizuki. Come to me at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, I need you to do other things. Uzumaki Mizuki finally said to Kaguya Hime. Then he immediately showed a bright smile and went to meet Naruto. Kaguya, who was watching this with a smile, was stunned, almost thinking that Uzumaki Mizuki was about to make a move. She was relieved to see him go to greet the kid with the 10 tails chakra. Is that kid's big brother? So, his age is not very old? Kaguya reacted immediately. This is completely different from what she imagined. She also thought that Uzumaki Mizuki was one of the other great powers in the universe. Never thought that the other party is really just a child, not a real dwarf. P.S. The third change, thank you for your flowers and evaluation tickets, stable updates, safe collection, please subscribe, please ask for a monthly ticket inch. The next day, Uzumaki Mizuki took Kaguya Hime to Orochimaru's research institute. He asks a question, you can answer it, if you don't know, say you don't know, if you know it, just answer it. Uzumaki Mizuki found a chair and sat down, and said directly to Kaguya who was still floating in midair. Orochimaru's eyes are a little excited. With a piece of draft paper in his hand, there is a camera recording beside him. This is very important information. But about the nature of chakra in this world. Understood. Kaguya Hime is stuffy though, but still did not refuse Uzumaki Mizuki's request. Although I don't really want to talk nonsense with this lowly human being. But Uzumaki Mizuki's orders, still have to listen. What about the nature of chakra? Where did the God 407 tree come from, and why does it have such power? Does the limit of blood succession come from the mutation of the genes in the human body? Blood following the snare, after all the genes in the human body are activated, do they gain abilities? On Orochimaru's side, he asked uninterruptedly. But Kaguya basically does not understand this information. After all, she is a tree planter. The status is not high. In the end, it is very likely that it will directly become a sacrifice and be eaten by people. Well, she naturally wouldn't know too many things. Just know that the sacred tree is able to absorb the power of the planet, and then transform into chakra. For the rest, Kaguya Hime doesn't know anything. But Orochimaru still feels like he has something to gain. There is a further understanding of the nature of exploration. About this planet, do you know about the animal immortals in several so-called holy places? Uzumaki Mizuki asked Kaguya Hime. This is the native power of the ninja world. It's just that human beings really have no power at all? The only thing that looks a bit like the original power is Mycoshin, and there is also a monster called Sprites. But the strength is too weak. Naruto can solve it without turning on Kurama mode, and Uzumaki Mizuki naturally ignores it. Back then, it was true that some animals attacked the divine tree, but they were easily dealt with by the divine tree. What holy place? I hadn't heard of it at that time. Kaguya shook his head, then explained. At that time, she was not hindered too much. It has been going well all the time, waiting for the tree to bear fruit. When she started to rule the world, the animals started to make trouble. Your eldest son was persuaded by the toad among these animals to seal you up. Uzumaki Mizuki said a little bit. Then I started to think about all kinds of information about Toad Sage in the plot. This is the only unknown thing, the others are nothing to worry about. There is only one Atsutsuki Yi left to solve. So it's these guys. Kaguya was a little angry. She didn't know about it at all. The two sons who were trained very well by me suddenly rebelled because they were deceived. Get rid of Black Zetsu, it's part of you, eliminate its consciousness. I don't want to keep seeing it exist. Then, Uzumaki Mizuki ordered to Kaguya Hime. He didn't know if there was any connection between Kaguya Hime and Black Zetsu, but he could definitely find it. So, he has no interest in going after Black Zetsu anymore. Best to let Kaguya Hime handle it herself. If she has a different heart, just kill her. It is disgusting to release Atsutsuki Yi now. Let's see if he really hasn't been resurrected, or if he has been resurrected and is preparing secretly. Seeing the mother I was most afraid of in the past appeared, would I not be able to bear it and seal her up? Understood. Kaguya replied silently. In fact, she also has a little plan in her heart. It's just that it's one thing to dare to do it, but it's another thing to know how to do it. But now it seems that there is no chance to do it. Your eldest son is stronger than you think. I've arranged so many moves over the years, so I won't go into details. If you find Black Zetsu, you should know the changes that have taken place in the ninja world over the years. If you don't understand then, come back and ask me. If you want to take revenge on me, there is no hope, but I don't think it's a big problem to teach your son a lesson. What do you think? Uzumaki Mizuki stood up while talking. After helping Orochimaru understand the information, he is not going to stay here any longer, because it doesn't help him much. The only one that still works is 10 Tails Jinchuriki. But now 3 Tails has not been revived, so Uzumaki Mizuki just asked Orochimaru to study first to see the situation. Hamura, I won't let him go. Kaguya also said with a stern face. If it wasn't for her son, she should have established a powerful white Zetsu army by now. Even facing this person in front of him, he should have the power to fight. It is all thanks to this son that he has fallen to this point. Therefore, she will definitely fulfill her responsibilities as a mother. Boom. Uzumaki Mizuki's shadow clone is lifted. Kaguya glanced at Orochimaru, still not paying attention. She didn't think Orochimaru could research anything. This is the realm of God. Then open the portal and disappear into Orochimaru's research room as well. Drain the life of the ninja world and convert it into a chakra fruit. 10 tails are huge chakra aggregates. They can be restored even if they are destroyed. As long as the core is not destroyed, they can always be restored, just like tailed beasts. The 4.4 life force of the planet is probably able to stimulate and improve the genetic defects of the human body, and then through the powerful chakra, catalyze them to the extent of blood inheritance. Orochimaru counted all the things he guessed. In the end, I felt that, as expected, the natural calendar is the variable in motion, and the blood succession boundary that I have seen, although it also has a strong enough potential. But the limit, he had seen. And the limit of the power of nature, he still doesn't understand it yet? Sure enough, the decision to join Uzumaki Mizuki is the right one. Orochimaru was overjoyed at this time. If he was killed at that time, or if he ran away directly, then there is no such good opportunity. P.S. The first update. Thank you for your flowers and evaluation tickets, stable updates, safe collection. Please subscribe. Please ask for monthly tickets. My lord. Black Zetsu looked at Kaguya in shock. Although he felt it too, Kaguya seemed to be in the ninja world. But he thought it was an illusion. After all, the Gadu statue was stolen. Unexpectedly, it really appeared. Black Zetsu, tell me everything that happened during the time I was sealed. Kaguya said directly here. I looked at half of Obito's situation, and then I didn't care about it. An excellent product among inferior products, but she didn't take it seriously. Yes, Angel. After you are sealed, I will start. Black Zetsu was talking about his hard work. Obito, who has always been conscious, is not dead. He was also listening to Black Zetsu's explanation. But listening to it, I felt something was wrong. Isn't this Black Zetsu the incarnation of Uchiha Madara? Why start with Sage of Six Paths? When he heard later, when he chose Uchiha Madara as the candidate for resurrecting Kaguya, he woke up. 25 UBD. You did everything, and Madara was also cheated by you. And Lin, brute. Obito exploded here. Slightly broke free from Black Zetsu's grip and was able to speak. But the voice is a little hoarse. Because absolutely as long as Obito is alive, he can use this body. I basically didn't care about eating and drinking. Needed dishes will be replenished at once. Otherwise, there would be no water at all. No, I chose Uchiha Madara, and Uchiha Madara chose you? The plans about Lin were also made by him. At that time, I didn't want him to feel that there was a problem, so I just helped him all the time. Black Zetsu here answers Obito's question. He didn't pay attention to Obito's anger at all. It's just that if you didn't do it yourself, there is no need to admit it. It's all about you. It all started from you, you scum. Obito continued to curse angrily. He didn't expect that after so many years of hard work, he was only doing things for this dark guy. The so-called infinite Tsukuyomi is also fake. At this point he wished he could kill Black Zetsu, but he couldn't. Kill him Black Zetsu, there is no need to exist anymore. Kaguya said very coldly. At the same time, the head is also analyzing what happened in these years. Are Indra and Ashura made by imitating myself as a rebellious child? This matter made her a little concerned. Others, such as the division of 10 tails chakra into 9-tailed beasts, she is also a little strange. Even if you have 10 tails all the time, you can have a long lifespan. She doesn't believe her son, he is a good old man. Yes, Mom. As for Black Zetsu, there is no need for the king to continue to exist. Originally planned to grab the impure world reincarnation. But now what I have to do has been done, so there is no need to waste this arm. Then, Black Zetsu directly activated the seal that Uchiha Madara left in Obito's heart. You. Obito spat out a mouthful of blood directly. Unstoppable bleeding from the mouth. But his eyes were full of unwillingness. I have done so many things by myself, but everything is in vain. And still help the enemy to do things? He hates it. With such despair, Obito died completely like this. Black Zetsu kept confirming that Obito had lost his breath before getting off his body. Having been with Obito for so long, he knows that Obito is not a simple guy. It's hard to get rid of this guy without using a meter. Then Black Zetsu happily crawled into Kaguya's sleeve. Mother, the next step is to collect the tailed beasts and get back the 10 tails shell, so that the strength can be restored. However, the biggest enemy is the king of Uruk. His younger brother is 9 tails Jinchuriki. It will be troublesome to get rid of him. So now we should catch a few tailed beasts to replenish our strength, and finally deal with him. Black Zetsu is still making plans here. There was no fluctuation in Kaguya's heart. Black Zetsu is just a pawn left by her, and she has done a very good job. However, it was time for him to end. She dared not betray Uzumaki Mizuki's orders just yet. At the same time, I also feel that it doesn't seem to be of much use to keep Black Zetsu. Facing Uzumaki Mizuki who didn't know his strength at all, Black Zetsu didn't help at all. Then, it's better to reintegrate into your own body, let yourself understand the world better, and at the same time restore a little bit of strength. Mother, what are you doing? No, my lord mother, I have worked so hard for you for so many years, and I have always thought of bringing you back to life. No, my lord mother? Black Zetsu also experienced the feeling of Obito at that time. At this time, there is no way to resist. After all, he was made by Kaguya-ji, so Kaguya-ji naturally knows how to handle it. Black Zetsu had no chance to resist. The pitch-black body was slowly absorbed by Kaguya-ji's arm. Kaguya-ji ignored Black Zetsu at all, and finally absorbed it completely. Uzumaki Mizuki, maybe not as strong as I thought. Yi has no way to save him completely, maybe, I still have a chance. After absorbing Black Zetsu, Kaguya-hime fuses his memories. Learn more about what happened over the years. Finally, such a judgment was made. She feels that Uzumaki Mizuki's strength is not as strong as when she was at her peak. I am not his opponent, it should be his strange weapons that have had a great impact on me. For example, the golden chain is the most restrictive to yourself? During his fight with Yi, find a way to find opportunities. Kaguya 797G still did not dare to take that step easily. Be ready to see the tricks. At this time, she couldn't help but be thankful that she was still useful as a rebellious son. Otherwise, I should not have any chance. Building an elite class. Minato was slightly surprised to hear Uzumaki Mizuki's words. Well, gather children who are about 10 years old and have strong aptitude to conduct more advanced training. Let someone arrange it, and I will personally guide it. Uzumaki Mizuki said. He is going to gather 12 Xiaoqiang, Gaara to marry Kankuro and other children together for special training. But it's really focused on Sasuke and Naruto. He wants to try. Can he find out if there is something inside Sasuke and Naruto? Let Otsutsuki Yi come in person. Understood, I'll arrange it. This kind of thing can only be regarded as a trivial matter now. But it was rare for his son to speak, so he naturally had to do it properly. Get ready. The day after tomorrow, I will start using resurrection. Tomorrow I will give my mother to impure world reincarnation. Get ready. Uzumaki Mizuki said finally. Originally, I had to wait for the distant ideal land. But Uzumaki Mizuki does not have enough points to exchange now, and there will be more points next year, so Uzumaki Mizuki is going to change to other props to do this. P.S. The second update. Thank you for your flowers and evaluation tickets, stable updates, safe collection, please subscribe, please ask for monthly tickets. Namikaze Minato couldn't sleep all night with excitement. Uzumaki Mizuki took a white Zetsu out of the prison the next day, and then used impure world reincarnation to revive Kushina. Still feeling embarrassed, Uzumaki Mizuki asked his father to explain, and he left. Exchange, Guardian Angel. Uzumaki Mizuki spent 100 million points to exchange for a resurrection armor. This thing adds a little defense, the most important thing is the resurrection skill. But it's actually kind of tasteless. Because if you are beaten to death, you will still have the same result when you are resurrected. Only when the kind of death is unknown and there is a second life, it will have some effect. For example, now, to use the side effects brought by Rein Tensei, this thing comes in handy. But this ability is also very heaven-defying, so it can be worth 100 million points, which is only 20 million less than the Sword of Vowed Victory. The cooling time is 120 days. It increased a little bit of defense, but it was just enough to block Rei's non, far worse than the golden armor. In the evening, I met my cheap mother. He was immediately hugged in his arms. Some can't breathe. Thank you for your hard work these years, Mizuki. Kushina couldn't stop crying. Just listening to Minato's explanation, she knows how much the two children have suffered. As big brother Uzumaki Mizuki, none of these things are easy. Thinking of this, Kushina wanted to cry. I didn't tell Naruto about your affairs. After resurrecting you tomorrow, give him a surprise. Uzumaki Mizuki managed to break free from Kushina's arms, and said to them, it's not too late. Naruto still has time to feel the warmth of the family. Will this matter be dangerous? If it's dangerous, then don't do it. We don't want to see you get hurt. Kushina said hastily. She was already happy to see her two children again. I never expected to be resurrected. It's okay, trust me, I'm the king of Urok, very powerful. It is not easy to elaborate on Uzumaki Mizuki here. That's all I can say. Really, this technique must be risky. Kushina is not stupid and sweet. Her strength was also strong at the time, if not for the production of the Uzumaki brothers. Obito wants to deal with Kushina, not sure who will fight whom? Trust the child. He has come this far, he must have his own ideas, if something really happens, he will say it. Minato hastily persuaded. He knew that his eldest son was completely different from ordinary children. Fearing that Mizuki would be annoying, he quickly persuaded his wife. Go and see Naruto. He always wanted to have a family meal together. Uzumaki Mizuki spoke. Hearing this, Kushina nodded quickly. There is another son who has not seen it. Minato hurriedly took her away and went to see Naruto, who was at school. On the third day, Minato, Kushina, and Orochimaru, a group of people in a hidden barrier. This is the concealment enchantment used by Minato to cut off the flying thunder god, and it can also be used for defense. Uzumaki Mizuki didn't care about these, it was Minato's own arrangement. Record the situation and see if it can be replicated. Uzumaki Mizuki greets Orochimaru. Then, open the treasure house of the king and release the two Rinnegans. Kushina was a little surprised to see this scene. But she didn't speak, for fear of affecting her children. Yes. Orochimaru has already begun to use the video very skillfully and began to record the situation at the scene. He was also very curious about what kind of power constituted the resurrection. It has started. Heretic Rine Tensei technique. Uzumaki Mizuki is very decisive. Use this special ability of Rinnegan directly. A large amount of mana infused into the Rinnegan. Then, 2 green lights appeared next to the bodies of Minato and Kushina. Orochimaru stared and began to record it all. Observe the changes of the two. The bodies of the two gradually began to turn into flesh. The outer shell of the body collapsed directly, and then the hot flesh behind was exposed. I changed clothes last night, so I wasn't exposed. A miracle. Although I saw it with my own eyes, it was definitely a miracle, Orochimaru said in surprise. He feels that this technique is not regeneration. Instead, he directly fabricated a body out of thin air. It's a type of yin and yang escape. Yin dun represents the power of the spirit, and yin dun technique can create form in the invisible. Yang dun represents the power of the body. Yang dun technique can inject life into the form, and the combination of the two can achieve the current situation. Uzumaki Mizuki released it himself, and the natural feeling came out. The opening explained to Orochimaru. It's true, a warm body, Minato. On Kushina's side, she couldn't believe that she was really resurrected. Some wept with joy. The same is true on Minato's side, with tears running down the corners of his eyes. He was also very sad when he had to say goodbye to the 2 children and Kushina. Unexpectedly, there will be a day of family reunion. It all depends on my own child. God-given treasures for them? Wang, is there any change in your body? After Orochimaru recorded what Uzumaki Mizuki said, he quickly asked Uzumaki Mizuki. These are valuable information and should not be missed. It hurts like chakra is being squeezed too much. Uzumaki Mizuki said with a frown. Sweat trickled down his forehead. However, there was no feeling of imminent death. The life value is decreasing, but it is not approaching the level of death, and now it has only dropped to a little more than half. Orochimaru didn't worry about what Uzumaki Mizuki meant, but continued to record these materials seriously. What's wrong with you, Mizuki? Seeing Mizuki's pale face, the joy just now disappeared. Kushina hurried to Uzumaki Mizuki, but didn't dare to touch it, fearing that it would make Uzumaki Mizuki worse, so he could only keep wiping away his tears, and at the same time, Gotchao, asked Uzumaki Mizuki. It's okay, it seems that it should be a little pain. Uzumaki Mizuki showed a forced smile and said to his mother, is it because of the king's treasury? It seems that the backlash has become less powerful. Uzumaki Mizuki thought to himself. He uses Rinnegan, there is no pressure, giving mana points. Rinnegan works without any side effects, including Shisui's Mangekyo, and Tenseigan etc. There is no phenomenon of backlash. This should all be offset by the king's treasure house. But this time the backlash was really strong, so did some of it fall on my body? On Orochimaru's side, he continued to watch Uzumaki and Mizuki's body change. Then watch Uzumaki Mizuki's face gradually return to rosy. The backlash seemed to have passed, and the life value gradually recovered, and the body recovered in an instant. P.S. The 3rd update. Thank you for your flowers and evaluation tickets, stable updates, safe collection, please subscribe, please ask for monthly tickets. Naruto, I made an agreement with you before to resurrect my parents, do you remember that? In the evening, Uzumaki Mizuki returns home. Naruto has come back one step ahead. Now it's just the 2 of them living in the house. There are no servants. Most of the chores have been transferred from Uzumaki Mizuki to Naruto. He uses a lot of shadow clone to solve these tasks. It is also a kind of cultivation. That matter, I haven't taken it to heart. By the way, brother, this time, this elite class is going to teach some very powerful ninjutsu. When Naruto heard Uzumaki Mizuki's words, he was taken aback for a moment, and then quickly changed the subject. He is also 10 years old now, and has learned a lot of knowledge. In this knowledge, he knew that it is impossible for people to be resurrected. Therefore, he doesn't want his expectations to become the pressure of his big brother. Although I know I am a big brother, I am very strong now, but there is no way to do such an impossible thing. They have been resurrected by me, just this morning. Uzumaki Mizuki said to Naruto very calmly. When Naruto heard this, his expression froze. He didn't speak, but looked at Uzumaki Mizuki very seriously, looking into his eyes. The 2 brothers occasionally joked and laughed. But this time, Naruto didn't see a smile in his big brother's eyes. Very serious? It is true. Uzumaki Mizuki nodded slightly without waiting for someone to speak. Naruto was a little excited and a little overwhelmed. Kushina and Minato pushed open the sliding door at this time and walked in directly. Kushina was also in tears. Minato also had red eyes. Naruto. Kushina cried out, then hugged Naruto directly and cried. She felt that she had lost money to her 2 children, but felt even more sorry to Naruto for forcing the fate of Jinchuriki on him. Having been a Jinchuriki, she naturally knows what it feels like. There was a lot of trouble all night. Uzumaki Mizuki can't be safe here, so he can only eat and talk with him. A rare day off. But early the next morning, Uzumaki Mizuki went out. But he also left after compulsively eating breakfast. It's a bit of a burden. Uzumaki Mizuki sighed. Still, it felt good. Today is the day of the elite class assembly. CFBG, Uzumaki Mizuki will be there. At the same time, there is Orochimaru. Because Orochimaru is mainly responsible for guiding the practice, and asked him to record the data so that it can be used for analysis. Both parents have things to do today. Kushina will visit Uchiha Mikoto and Tsunade. These were the only two people she had a better relationship with. Minato was busy as always. Wang, is there really no discomfort in your body? Orochimaru, seeing Uzumaki Mizuki, asked again. It should be my ability, which helped me solve the side effects. Although there is a little bit, it is not fatal. I can't use common data. Uzumaki Mizuki replied. At the same time, I looked at Kaguya Hime who appeared on the side. This woman was also requested by him. I want her to take a closer look and pay attention to Naruto and Sasuke. Is there any problem? Understood. If it can't be used as basic data, it doesn't make much sense. He has watched the resurrection video several times. As for the soul, he felt that he had a rough idea. After all, the impure world reincarnation and the living corpse reincarnation were all uses of the soul. But creating a physical body is not so simple a technology. Kaguya did not speak, honestly being a tool person. The place where she lives is set next to Orochimaru's laboratory. The servant or something gave her some white zetsu and let her handle it by herself. Plus she doesn't need to eat or drink now, so there is no trouble to deal with. Soon, 20 children gathered. The last 5 added are Karen, Kimimaro, Shigego, Suijitsu, and Sai. Originally, Bai was planned to be included, but he is a little older, and with his strength, he can basically work on his own. The water mist area also needs manpower, so it was not included in the end. Gaara was very disturbed. But his father, the only one who escaped Uzumaki Mizuki's men and became the only shadow who surrendered, asked him to be honest and obedient. Temari and Kankuro, who are afraid that their younger brother will cause trouble, are also very careful. Because their father described the king as a very powerful person. And if there is a disagreement, cannons will be fired and thousands of people will be killed. This is a language that intimidates children. I am your instructor, Irika. Today is the first day of training, and then listen to Uzumaki Mizuki, the great Uruk. After Irika stood up and explained, he immediately gave up his position. The crowd gathered in a newly built research institute near the school, not in the school. Seeing Uzumaki Mizuki, 12 Xiaoqiang, and others were shocked and numb. Especially those who were beaten up by Uzumaki Mizuki before, they couldn't help but feel lucky at this time. The 3 of Gaara were shocked by the appearance of Uzumaki Mizuki, because it was exactly the same as the one named Naruto in their team. The ninja world will change in the future. Ordinary ninjas may become mostly production tasks. The number of ninjas suitable for fighting may decrease sharply, but their strength will also become stronger. What changes the battle situation is not the number of ordinary ninjas, but the number of cage-level ninjas and stronger ones. And you, as an elite class, aim at cage-level students. Irika is in charge of the daily affairs, the practice guide is Orochimaru, the director of the institute, and this is the guidance counselor at Satsuki Kaguya Hime. If you don't understand something, you can ask questions at any time. In addition to confidential information, the staff of the institute will provide you with information about your own situation. Today conduct the initial test, record the physical data, and then tomorrow we will arrange a training plan for you. That's it. Uzumaki Mizuki stood up and said very calmly. Although he was little Sakura, Ino, and even Temari, gave him slightly warm eyes. But there is another one, his younger brother, who is equally enthusiastic. But this enthusiasm is pride. Next, we will be responsible for recording the data of everyone's body. Please follow our instructions to start. Yakushi Kabuto walked over with his men, and then said to everyone. Naturally, Orochimaru would not do this by himself, and at most pay attention to it. This matter is mainly handed over to the hands to run. How effective will this be? Kaguya is also the first time to see such a situation. Can't help but ask curiously. P.S. The first update. Thank you for your flowers and evaluation tickets, stable updates, safe collection. Please subscribe. Please ask for monthly tickets. In the Otsutsuki clan, there is no such intensive training. Basically, it is distinguished by the nobleness of the blood. This particular training is never done. It can be said that the Otsutsuki family uses a very old method. Because they have never encountered an enemy who can resist them, they will naturally think that this method is invincible. It's a theory of bloodlines. For example, a sacred tree that is not managed by anyone can only grow so high, and a sacred tree that is pruned by someone can grow so much taller. As Uzumaki Mizuki said, he used the lock of the sky as a metaphor. The sky lock emerges from the ground. From the first section to the waist, the second section is slightly higher about 1/5. It doesn't look like there's a big difference. Kaguya Hime doesn't feel like much has changed. Just like you. If the person who has your strength is a person with rich combat experience, then it will not be so simple for me to catch you. When you use power, it's completely a firepower-covered style of play. If your strength is not far behind the opponent, then it will become your weakness. Uzumaki Mizuki also had no intention of hiding this matter. Directly stated Kaguya's shortcomings. Even if Kaguya knew, it would not be a short while to make up for this shortcoming. But the speed at which he increases his strength is far beyond Kaguya's ability to catch up. Hearing Uzumaki Mizuki's direct words, Kaguya's face froze. This method does have merit. Kaguya did not hold back and admitted the matter. And Naruto et.al. have already started testing. Uzumaki Mizuki has been watching here. Orochimaru didn't care too much here, he just came over as a shadow clone, which was enough to handle the task. Now he is stepping up research. These days, I have seen many things with Uzumaki Mizuki. Even, upon request from Uzumaki Mizuki, got Kaguya Haime's hair and a strand of cell. Uzumaki Mizuki told him that using this thing, there may be a possibility of being backlashed, and it will become Kaguya-ji's clone. However, he believes that Orochimaru is not an easy enemy to kill. Even for him, it seems that it is not so easy for him to kill Orochimaru completely, much more difficult than Kaguya-ji. The statistics will be completed soon. Did you notice anything wrong? Uzumaki Mizuki asked Kaguya Haime. What's wrong? Kaguya asked suspiciously. She had been looking at Gaara and Naruto all the time. She really wants these chakras. For example, Yi's backhand, or something. Uzumaki Mizuki asked. Is there such a person? Blind eyes. Hearing this, Kaguya-ji was a little surprised. Then he opened his white eyes directly and began to observe the bodies of the 20 children. However, nothing amiss was found. No. After reading it, Kaguya Haime replied. I let the owners of these tailed beasts output chakra for you all the time, reaching the level of a tailed beast, so that you can return to your peak. Uzumaki Mizuki did not continue to ask, but changed the question. Can the tail beast continue to output chakra, and then form a second head tail beast? With enough chakra, my strength can sleep more. Are you going to give me back the 10 tails? Kaguya-ji's face Jonin couldn't help showing joy, and asked Uzumaki Mizuki quickly. No, it's just an experiment, don't give you 10 tails, just ask them to give you chakra, can you return to your peak? Uzumaki Mizuki shook his head, almost saying you were thinking about shit. Then state your intentions directly. With enough chakra, it should be possible to get back to the top in a short time. But after it's used up, it won't work. It needs to be provided by 10 tails all the time. Kaguya Haime has no intention of cheating Uzumaki Mizuki yet. So the question is still answered. It seems that there is something in the tail beast that can be resurrected after being wiped out. It seems to have some kind of core. Is it the power emperor of the VA? On Orochimaru's side, he directly stated his guess. To be able to withstand this kind of chakra, you should be able to slowly refine it yourself. You must have the power of a tailed beast. Uzumaki Mizuki continued to ask. 10 tails, the core of bearing strength. Kaguya-ji didn't want to say it, but said it anyway. Can the seeds of the divine tree be replicated? Orochimaru couldn't help asking. This thing, he feels, is the core for evolution. The seed of the sacred tree can only be found in the Otsutsuki family. Kaguya Haime also answered Orochimaru's question. There is no way to copy this thing. Only the mother tree can be made. The Otsutsuki family is also good at farming. It seems that this power is not easy to replicate. Let's find a way to find the essence through chakra and the power of nature. Yinshawan. Uzumaki Mizuki sighed, and then said to Orochimaru. Gadu statue was placed in Wangjibeo curry by him, and he didn't want to put such an ugly thing in it. But at that time, I was going to deal with Kaguya-ji, and I thought it would be safer to put Wang's Haibeo curry, so I haven't released it yet. Yes, King. Orochimaru didn't give up. He also got a part of the Gadu statue, but he didn't research anything before. 0. After that, I was blindfolded by more information. It is only now that I realize that this thing can also be used for evolution. After taking out Otsutsuki Yi, let's start expanding. This world is still too small. Uzumaki Mizuki spoke. Orochimaru's expression shook. He was extremely curious about the outside world. I feel that if it is integrated with outside technology, it may be able to promote the development of its own technology. Kaguya Haime also looked at Uzumaki Mizuki in some shock. I feel in my heart that this person is indeed a person from outside this planet. Because from the memory brought by the fusion of Black Zetsu, Ninja World knows nothing about the universe. But the thought of the two is completely different from that of Uzumaki Mizuki. So, hurry up and find this guy at Otsutsuki Yi, and get rid of him. Don't think about it, I won't give it a second chance. Uzumaki Mizuki looked at the two and said. Now, the most dangerous things in Uruk are these two. If one fails, it will cause trouble. The other one might have been thinking about backstabbing. So, be warned. The faces of the two tightened and neither spoke. Both of them have a deep understanding of the world. But only, I don't know about Uzumaki Mizuki. That leaves them with a fear of Uzumaki Mizuki. P.S. The second update. Thank you for your flowers and evaluation tickets. Stable updates. Safe collection. Please subscribe. Please ask for monthly tickets. In the following days, Uzumaki Mizuki continued to practice Flying Thunder God. At the same time, he also felt that his body seemed to be growing at an accelerated rate. The chakra provided has actually exceeded the number of 20,000. 2,000 is already a chakra of ordinary Jonin level. He is only 10 years old, and he has already reached the level of 10 times Jonin. Whoosh. Uzumaki Mizuki, appearing at the Flying Thunder God coordinates he arranged. The speed is a bit slow, it takes nearly a second of preparation time. However, this means that distance doesn't mean much to me. As long as the mana is enough, I can reach it in an instant. Uzumaki Mizuki moved his lower body. Prepare to insert coordinates all over the ninja world. But the first time, he left his own coordinates on Naruto. It has been more than 3 months since the elite class started training 163. Good results. In addition to Orochimaru, there will be Might Guy, Kakashi, Uchiha Itachi, Shizun including Kushina to guide. Represents Taijutsu, Ninjutsu, Genjutsu, Medical Ninjutsu, and Sealing difficulty respectively. Except for the 3 major arts, body arts, ninjutsu, and illusion, the remaining 2 are voluntary learning. The ones that worked best were Hyuga Neji and Gaara and Sasuke and Kimimaro. The next level is Naruto, Sai, Lee, Temari, and Kankuro. Others are tertiary. But this is learning progress. The strongest ones are naturally Gaara, Kimimaro, and Naruto. Others are slightly weaker. The strongest 3 can basically beat elite Jonin. In addition to the slightly inferior experience, the basic strength has been achieved. At the level of Sasuke and Neji, you can deal with Jonin. The others are more or less behind, but Chunin's strength is still there. The combination of Ino, Shuka, Cho is more than enough to deal with Jonin. It's just that Uzumaki and Mizuki haven't seen what he wants to find. The most important thing is that Otsutsuki Yi will play tricks on Naruto. Now Uzumaki Mizuki is calling attention to the intelligence of the Three Tails resurrection. At the same time, look for traces of Otsutsuki Yi while inserting the coordinates in the ninja world. Mother was released. For Otsutsuki Yi, the resurrection time of Tailed Beast is earlier, but the place where he is not on the surface of Ninja World, but in Pure Land. This is an independent space. Stores the souls of people who died in the Ninja World. However, he who was resurrected not long ago is not very strong. Plus Kaguya came out, which shocked him. Originally, I wanted to wait for the arrival of enemies outside the Ninja World, and when the Ninja World couldn't resist, the regiment prepared to use it. Do you want to continue waiting? Or, just use it here, don't wait any longer. Otsutsuki Yi's side is also struggling. He is indeed preparing something. It's just that he is a little bit kinder than Kaguya, and he doesn't make people into sunsets. His intention is to let more people have chakra. The chakra that these people have is passed on by themselves. The stronger they learn, the more chakra they will have when they need it. The two sons are also his test subjects. It's just that at that time, he didn't make such a fuss. Ninja World's own development makes it even bigger. At that time, when Otsutsuki Yi was still there, it was just the farming era. And what he taught was also the technique for farming. I didn't expect that I would change so much later. Although many people use ninjutsu to kill more people. However, there are many more people who will use chakra. The reincarnation and inheritance of the power of the two sons was created by him. Because, he is going to absorb these two forces and fuse them into his body. Otherwise, why didn't he suppress it with one hand when Indra made troubles? How can someone with only Mangekyo beat Rinnegan? But the presence of Uzumaki Mizuki broke his plan. Feeling that Uzumaki Mizuki is a little dangerous, he wants to take back the power of the two sons, but was blocked. Mother has not yet become 10 Tails Jinchuriki, and her strength is no longer at its peak. I don't know how far that Uzumaki Mizuki will continue to grow. If I wait forever, will I win, or will the two of them find me first? This is one of the biggest headaches for Otsutsuki Yi. He felt he had time to wait, but he was afraid that before that, he would be found by these people. Wanting to gather strength is not something that will happen in a short time, it will take a little time. It is to leave it to fate and wait by oneself afterwards. Or go out with your own hands and fight to the death with the opponent. Both are very risky, because the plan he had prepared did not know how much help it would bring him. Waiting for luck to kill each other? It seems impossible. Can't wait any longer. Let me take charge of this world again. Finally, Otsutsuki Yi, with firm eyes. It is best to be responsible for your own destiny. Leave it to luck, he can't believe it. Let's end it within 3 months without causing a commotion. Otsutsuki Yi closed his eyes and began to get ready. He needs to, this ninja world mess up so that Uzumaki Mizuki can't notice what he's doing. So, dead undead. Come back to this world? Otsutsuki Yi sneaks up and uses reanimation jutsu on his own initiative. Released all the troublemakers in the ninja world over the years. Uchiha Madara, Golden Horn and Silver Horn. 2 or 3 shadows of each ninja village of the 4th generation, including Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Hanzo, and many more. He didn't let go of any of them, all given to Impure World reincarnation. He did not appear in front of these people. Because of them, it is natural to be against Uzumaki Mizuki. The ninja world now is completely different from what they remembered. Uruk, which occupies their country 4.0 and Ninja Village, will they really sit idly by? Moreover, what Otsutsuki Yi wants is just a chaotic ninja world. He doesn't care what he does, as long as his plan can be carried out stably. Then it's all worth it. This is also the reason why he established the Pure Land in the first place. At the same time, it was also his last available whole card. After accumulating for so many years, there are always many powerful guys who can act as thugs. Chaos, Ninja World. Otsutsuki Yi took one last look, then immediately returned to the Pure Land, not daring to appear. He is very afraid of his own mother and Uzumaki Mizuki. P.S. The third change. Thank you for your flowers and evaluation tickets, stable updates, rest assured collection. Please subscribe. Please ask for a monthly pass. Here is Impure World Reincarnation. Why not Rein Tensei technique? Uchiha Madara awakens from Impure World Reincarnation. In order to avoid being discovered, Otsutsuki Yi left one step ahead of time and did not let them wake up quickly. And in case anyone goes through these Impure World Reincarnation folks, find yourself. So he controlled a ninja and borrowed his body and chakra to use this technique. It can be said that he was afraid of his mother and Uzumaki Mizuki being afraid of ultimate fear of being found. Many people around also woke up together. Everyone was at a loss, not knowing what was going on. The vast majority of people know that they are already dead, and they don't know what happened. Uchiha Madara's body is also in an old state at this time, because Otsutsuki Yi is not interested in changing the physical fitness of impure world reincarnation for a single person. You are Madara. There were Madara's acquaintances who recognized him. It is second Hokage. He also discovered his status as impure world reincarnation, but he felt that the people of impure world reincarnation seemed to have disappeared. Therefore, this group of people who have been reincarnated from the filthy soil are not controlled by anyone. Undead, unlimited chakra, those two things combined were enough to make Senju Tobirama feel troubled. Not to mention seeing the troublesome guy Uchiha Madara. It is you. It's not the technique you used, so who is it? What about Obito and Black Zetsu? Uchiha Madara was a little irritable at this time. The plan didn't go according to his imagination, which made him feel a little uneasy. He is not quite clear about the current situation in the ninja world. He wants to find Obito and Black Zetsu now, and find out what's going on. Monkey. Sarutobi, come here, how did you die? Although Senju Tobirama is not happy with Uchiha Madara, but now that both of them are dead, it doesn't make any sense to fight. So he kept looking around, and soon found another acquaintance. These people are the location of impure world reincarnation, all together. Otsutsuki Yi directly found a village and directly sacrificed all the people in it. People around have gradually begun to run outside. Everyone wants to find out what happened in the ninja world. Second generation project. Sarutobi Hiruzen was also shocked to see his teacher. And there is another person who came with him, Danzo. Sarutobi. I was controlled by the distinguished heavenly gods. I didn't intend to do that. Danzo felt very guilty about himself. When I saw Sarutobi Hiruzen, I came over and apologized. Stop it all, whoever dies is the last, stand up for me. Uchiha Madara is a little angry here. He waited for a while, but did not see Obito and Black Zetsu. This made him realize that something had definitely gone wrong with his plan. So he asked directly. At the same time, trees popped out of the ground, directly binding those people's bodies. Wood-style technique? The scene was chaotic. Basically, those who wanted to escape were tied up. Senju Tobirama was a little shocked that Uchiha Madara was able to use wood style. But at the same time, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo were also asked how the two disciples died. What did you say? Killed by a kid who was only 8 years old. Senju Tobirama looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen in surprise. Even if my big brother and Uchiha Madara were at the genin level when I was 8 years old, the strength of my own disciple is not so strong that even Jonin can't reach it. My big brother, was he given to impure world reincarnation? Sure enough, I feel his coordinates. Senju Tobirama continued to hear the news. His face was cloudy and uncertain. He didn't expect that the technique he developed would make his big brother sleepless after death. A bunch of trash. Uchiha Madara looked around and found that most people died earlier than him. He didn't care about Senju Tobirama's side because he knew that the other party had Flying Thunder God, and it was difficult for him to catch it. Finally, Uchiha Madara directly uses the ultimate body of Susanoo, spreads her wings directly, and leaves from here. He's going to the base. He prepared to see what's going on. The people around who came out from impure world reincarnation also ran away directly. Uchiha Madara has a problem. However, our strength is not his opponent. Let's find the first generation project first. Senju Tobirama, seeing Uchiha Madara leaving, also couldn't stop it. The fact that Uchiha Madara knows wood style is very suspicious. Coupled with the actions just now, he felt that Uchiha Madara might be hiding something important. In the past, there is a high chance of facing that Uzumaki Mizuki, Sarutobi Hiruzen hinted. But now that he is dead, those obsessions are not so deep. I just hope that my family can still have some incense to inherit. Now is the situation of impure world reincarnation, and there is Flying Thunder God. What can he do? Senju Tobirama said disdainfully. Then, he directly put his hands on his two disciples. Then use Flying Thunder God. The target is exactly the coordinates of Flying Thunder God that he left on his regimental lieutenant before. Ha ha ha. I finally won this one. Senju Hashirama laughed loudly, and happily took the chips from the gaming table to his arms. But on the court, it suddenly became quiet. Ugh. Senju Hashirama also feels wrong. Turning his head to look, he was immediately taken aback. Although he is a big brother, he is very afraid of his younger brother. Big brother, what are you doing? Senju Tobirama's face was very ugly. He originally thought that his big brother would be misused as a weapon by that kid named Uzumaki Mizuki, who kept killing Konoha's people. But now, gamble? If my sister-in-law hadn't persuaded me, the entire Senju clan would have been exported. I'm resting. I'm very busy every day. I have to develop a lot of skills and guide some cultivation. I can come here to gamble, but I have been approved. Senju Hashirama said very hard. This casino is only open to high-level people. Come in with a capital limit. Specifically for the rich. Ordinary people don't even have the qualifications to come in. So Uzumaki Mizuki didn't bother. What's going on now? Tell me clearly. Senju Tobirama, with a dark face, asked very seriously. Seeing his brother angry, Senju Hashirama flinched, but felt a little humiliated. There are many gamblers around, it's a bit embarrassing. Hurry up and drag Senju Tobirama out of the casino, wanting to find a place where no one is around, and whispering to his brother. P.S. The first update. Thank you for your flowers and evaluation tickets, stable updates, safe collection, Please subscribe. Please ask for monthly tickets. I see. This little devil is a bit powerful. After listening to Senju Hashirama's narration, Senju Tobirama said with a complex expression. Back then, Konoha also possessed such power. It's just that because of my big brother, I can't choose this option. It was rare for him to think of going with Uchiha Madara at that time. Rule the entire ninja world. Unexpectedly, it was actually completed by a child. Has he already achieved this level? Sarutobi Hiruzen was also shocked. He didn't expect Uzumaki Mizuki to get this far. At that time, when he died, he thought that Konoha might be destroyed. Unexpectedly, the final result turned out to be like this. Shimura Danzo was at a loss here. It is obviously unbelievable that that Vortex kid actually has such power. Even if I was in the heyday of my life, I should not be his opponent now. Senju Hashirama sighed. But recently, he really has nothing to do. That's why it's time to relax and gamble. By the way, help my granddaughter quit gambling? The time he used was his granddaughter's share. Tsunade was very angry, but he couldn't break the rules, and he couldn't beat his grandfather, so he had to give up. Then focus on your own project. She is now mainly doing simple project formulation and division, and mainly researches without hands. So phobia, it doesn't matter. Big brother, aren't you his opponent? Senju Tobirama was a little shocked, because he originally thought that his big brother was the strongest in the world. At the beginning, Uchiha Madara also died at the hands of his big brother. However, what I saw just now is very wrong. That appearance is not the appearance when he died in battle at all, but died of old age. There it is, Otsutsuki Yi. But at this time, a voice suddenly sounded. Senju Tobirama, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Danzo were all on guard immediately, as if they were ready to strike. Turning his head to look, he found Uzumaki Mizuki who came out of the portal opened by Kaguya Hime. Also appearing together are Kaguya Hime and Orokai Nishi. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo both looked at the child with complicated expressions. Take control of the three of them and ask how they woke up. Uzumaki Mizuki ordered Kaguya Hime-ji directly. During this period of time, Kaguya-ji was basically familiar with this feeling. Although the heart is still angry, but still do it. Before Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen could form seals, the eyes of the whole person turned into the appearance of Rinnegan. Kaguya Hime easily invaded the impure world reincarnation's spell. In front of the real ancestors of ninjas, these ninjutsu are not very useful. Neither Uzumaki nor Mizuki can achieve this level with Rinnegan and Tenseigan, which is an essential difference. You can ask. Kaguya Hime said. Uzumaki Mizuki glanced at Orochimaru. Orochimaru hurried forward. Where you were when you regained consciousness, do you know who gave you to impure world reincarnation? What was the situation around when it appeared, and who were there? Orochimaru started asking a bunch of questions. At the same time, he took out a pen and paper and began to record the answers of the three people. After about 5 minutes passed, I finally figured out what was going on. Impure world reincarnation has a bunch of awesome characters. However, I couldn't find the caster, so I hid. A lot of people I don't know, even people who are dressed in old-fashioned clothes. Through these 3 points, Uzumaki Mizuki basically locked that this thing was done by Otsutsuki Yi. On Kaguya-ji's side, I still don't know why. Okay. Uzumaki Mizuki to Kaguya Hime. Kaguya-ji immediately released the control. Although she didn't know why Uzumaki Mizuki was able to judge so decisively that her rebellious son had appeared. But, she's excited, because this means an opportunity, and at the same time, it is also an opportunity for him to take revenge on this traitor. No matter which one is achieved, it is a good thing. This woman. After Senju Tobirama woke up, he looked at Kaguya-ji with a face full of shock. Impure world reincarnation was developed by him, so he understood what happened just now. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo were even more shocked. They didn't even think that they couldn't even resist. Let's get rid of these two. Uzumaki Mizuki then ordered. Kaguya-ji was very powerful, and directly ejected 2 ash bones about the length of a thumb. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo didn't even have a chance to escape. In the end, their bodies turned into ashes and disappeared slowly. The Sarutobi clan is still there, and so is Shimura. I'm not your kind. These are the last words Uzumaki Mizuki said to the two. Sarutobi Hiruzen showed a relieved expression, while Danzo's expression was complicated. One is the feeling that I felt the extraordinariness of Uzumaki Mizuki at the beginning, and the other is regret. It is right that the twins should be separated after they are born. However, everything is over. How come? Impure world reincarnation is immortal, there is no other solution except seal. Senju Tobirama did not feel sad about the departure of the 2 disciples. Because they are already dead. Second generation, your understanding of this world is too little. Now, it's a brand new world, are you interested in understanding the true nature of this world? For Orochimaru's side, no reminder from Uzumaki Mizuki. He sent an invitation directly to Second Hokage. He was not killed because of his scientific research ability. Most of Konoha's forbidden technique was developed by him. The strength is limited by the times and cognition. In the current situation, he is definitely no worse than Orochimaru. First generation, he will be handed over to you. Don't let him make trouble. If you don't agree, I will send him away when you come back. Uzumaki Mizuki said finally. Then use Flying Thunder God directly, and leave with Kaguya-ji. What is going on in this world? Tianfen is so strange. You talk very wildly. Who was that woman just now? Senju Tobirama also has its own arrogance here. Being treated like this is a bit uncomfortable. To Orochimaru, he was very rude. Zhao Qianzhao asked directly. The true ancestor of Ninja Chakra, the mother of Sage of Six Paths, Insuki Kaguya Hime. But Orochimaru's side was not offended. The identity of Kaguya-ji is explained in great detail. What did you say? Hearing this explanation, Senju Tobirama was taken aback. It's true, Ma. There are a lot of secrets in this world. Everyone didn't know them at the time, but that child knows a lot. Senju Hashirama's side helped Orochimaru to confirm. Although he doesn't hold meetings often, no one keeps secrets from him about some major events. But Senju Hashirama doesn't care about these things. As long as he sees that everyone has food to eat and can live steadily, he is very satisfied. What is the essence of this world paper? By the way, what's your name? Senju Tobirama's thirst for knowledge came up here. P.S. The second update. Thank you for your flowers and evaluation tickets, stable updates, safe collection. Please subscribe and ask for monthly tickets. Have you found nothing? Uzumaki Mizuki, with Kaguya-ji, appeared in several positions in the ninja world. During this period of time, the coordinates of Flying Thunder God have been roughly inserted, about 100 kilometers apart. It can be said that it is densely packed, and basically anywhere in the ninja world can be reached within an hour. No, he hides it so well. Kaguya-ji's face is also heavy. My rebellious son is far more powerful than I imagined. In Black Zetsu's memory, there is nothing about his son. Focus on Indra and Ashura? To actually think that Otsutsuki Yi is dead. Even if the 10 tails are scattered, they won't only have that little lifespan. It seems that there is a purpose for letting these guys out. Disrupting our view. Uzumaki Mizuki felt a little irritable. In 1 month's time, the Land of Fire will be included in Urok for 1 year. At that time, the points can be directly exchanged for the distant Utopia. So there is no pressure to deal with Otsutsuki Yi. It's more annoying to not find this cockroach-like guy. If I can regain my prime, I may be able to find him? Kaguya Hime said tentatively. Although it seems unlikely. But still, give it a try. Undoubtedly, it was a success. Don't play tricks 153. Do you think you can defeat me if you regain your peak? Uzumaki Mizuki looked at Kaguya Hime with murderous eyes. Rush to kill Otsutsuki Yi, mainly for Naruto. Otherwise, Uzumaki Mizuki is in no hurry. If you have the ability to hide, then don't come out. After 2 years, I will kill you with 1 blow. Just can't figure out what happened to Naruto right now. The omniscient and omnipotent star is too expensive, and it is worth more than the distant ideal town. It will not be able to be exchanged in a short time. For the power of Ashura's reincarnation, Uzumaki Mizuki didn't pay attention at all. It's just that if it's on your younger brother, you can't take it away. Yes. Kaguya-ji was caught by this glance, and her heart skipped a beat. The pressure is too strong. Totally different from another kid who looks exactly the same. If it wasn't for their appearance, she really wouldn't be able to feel that these 2 children are brothers. You get rid of all these people who have been reincarnation by impure world. Find Otsutsuki Yi and I'll give you the chakra of the tailed beast, but forget about 10 tails. Uzumaki Mizuki ordered to Kaguya Hime. He doesn't care if Kaguya-ji recovers or not. The insidious guy is even more troublesome. On the bright side, this kind of person is easier to deal with. Yes, King. Kaguya-ji regained her previous calm again. But what kind of idea is in the heart, the whirlpool water doesn't know. Then, Kaguya-ji started to work. She also wants to find her son. I feel that my son should be preparing for something. It must be related to restoring strength. If I can get it, maybe I can restore the peak strength. It's a little uncomfortable to see people's faces. Return to the royal city of Urok. Uzumaki Mizuki began to think about where Otsutsuki Yi would be hiding. If it's another place like a space seal, then maybe it's only right if the ninja world is completely smashed. But the odds are high. But a week has passed and there is still no news. Kaguya-ji worked very hard here, and killed many enemies who were reincarnation by impure world. However, there are also many people who were hidden after the impure world reincarnation. They basically knew the current situation in the ninja world, and they were all shocked. They obviously didn't expect someone to be able to dominate the ninja world. This kind of power is definitely not something they can deal with. But this almost comparable to rebirth made them unwilling to die again. Moreover, there are also many people who want to restore their former power, and feel that the ninja world should not speak out. Anyway, there are people with all kinds of ideas. As for Urok, an experiment is going on. The eyes of Fugaku and attack is switch. It is very possible to become an eternal Mangekyo, and if it fails, it can be exchanged back. Orochimaru, as the chief surgeon, Kfa, began to explain to the 2 of them. On the side there are Shizune, Yakushi Kabuto as secondaries. Senju Tobirama watches from the operating room. Lament that life is impermanent. Unexpectedly, it would come to this point. The Uchiha clan survived, but the Senju clan is almost extinct. However, he is also quite concerned about this kind of technique, but he didn't do it, but watched it. It doesn't matter, let's do it, because of the director. 1. Fugaku is calm here. The risk is not great. This experiment can help the Uchiha family understand a lot of news. Then he is naturally obliged. The first generation cell was also the first one he transplanted. After there were no major problems, it was Ataka's turn. For Uchiha, he can be said to have tried his best. Surgery will begin shortly. The physiques of the two have been improved by the first-generation cells and have stabilized a lot. At about 5 hours, both men rose from their hospital beds. Then removed the bandages from the eyes. The two used their Mangekyo Sharinon as strangers, and finally, it worked. The pattern has changed. Orochimaru was somewhat agitated. Then he quickly drew a tube of blood for the two of them. He wanted to see if the genes of the two had changed after the eyes were replaced. With the first-generation cells, the next thing is to master the fairy art, and then we will arrange for the tailed beast to inject you with a large amount of chakra, and you should be able to try to open the Rinnegan. Uzumaki Mizuki arrived just before the end of the operation. The landline phone is already connected, so there is no need to wait. Uzumaki Mizuki guessed many places, and finally felt that Otsutsuki Yi might stay in Pure Land. This place is really hard to find, which makes him feel a little helpless. He almost contributed to the fact that there will be more new Rinnegans in the ninja world, so he is also interested in coming to check. Thank you so much, King. On Fugaku's side, thank Uzumaki Mizuki directly. He knows that everything Uchiha has now, cannot do without Uzumaki Mizuki. Loyalty to me, because I am loyal is enough. After opening Rinnegan, there will be something for you to do, Uzumaki Mizuki said. He's going to try and make someone with 6 paths mode. Otsutsuki Yi can give the power of yin and yang, and he thinks Kaguya should be fine too. Big deal, sleep tail chakra for her. Kaguya can make the truth-seeking ball by herself, which is enough to prove her strength. Kaguya, who is still looking for her son, and the people who deal with the impure world reincarnation, never thought that she would be used as a tool man by Uzumaki Mizuki. It's your duty, King. Both Fugaku and Itachi were kneeling on the ground, very respectful. I have tried the feeling of losing everything before I realize how precious it is now. King, is everything to them? P.S. The third change, thank you for your flowers and evaluation tickets, stable updates, rest assured collection. Please subscribe. Please ask for a monthly pass. Uzumaki Mizuki didn't delay. The father and son who possessed first-generation cells quickly mastered the art of immortality. It's just that the effect is not too strong, it can only be regarded as mediocre. But, like Jiraiya, there is no need to have 2 frogs squatting on your shoulders to help absorb the forces of nature. Then, Uzumaki Mizuki arranged for Jinchuriki to come over and help Uchiha and his son activate the reincarnation eye. Here comes, Tao Jinchuriki Fu. She is a little older than Naruto and the others. When she came over, she was a little trembling. In order not to scare her too much, she passed out directly to avoid accidents. Inject the chakra of the tailed beast in her body into these 2 people, and don't let this child get hurt. Uzumaki Mizuki greets chakra expert Kaguya. I specially brought her back today, just to let her come to work and at the same time experience the power of technology. Yes. Kaguya didn't ask any more questions. She knew what to do and wanted to help open the Rinnegan for these 2 slightly better scumbags. But she felt that even with Rinnegan, their strength would not be so strong. Essentially powerful is level suppression, having the same ability, but the difference in strength is too big, it will not have much effect. However, it is considered a stronger soldier. In the Otsutsuki family, they can barely take on the task of dispatching combat. Then Kaguya directly extracts the tail beast chakra from Fu's body, then inject it into Fugaku's body. He still served as the first test product in order to reduce the risk. Although his son is too paranoid, he is still his son. Fugaku actually felt that his eyes had reached the conditions for evolution, but it just feels a little bit worse. At this time, a large amount of chakra is injected into the body. Fugaku felt that his eyes, like a bottomless pit, quickly absorbed these chakra. About less than 5 minutes, the eyes of Fugaku's eternal Mangekyo directly changed into the pattern of Rinnegan. Purple Rinnegan, same as Uchiha Madara Rinnegan owned by Uzumaki Mizuki. Next, Uzumaki Mizuki ordered. As for Orochimaru, he has already rushed up to ask Uchiha Fugaku how he feels. Fugaku also feels very magical here. It seems that there are a few more pupils in his eyes. Kaguya didn't stop and continued to commit crimes. Inject chakra into the body of Uchiha Itachi. Takes about the same amount of time as Fugaku. The eternal mark Mangekyo opened by Itachi also becomes the pattern of Rinnegan. Also purple. The batch of Senju Tobirama I saw was a little envious. Dog Day Uchiha, how lucky is he? At the same time, he no longer felt guilty about his 2 dead disciples. They made the Senju clan so miserable. Send Fu back, check the situation, if there is any discomfort, notify Orochimaru immediately. Uzumaki Mizuki has Orochimaru's men on his side. Several medical staff hurriedly pushed Fu, who was on the hospital bed, away from the scene. Try it, your strength. Uzumaki Mizuki spoke. Fugaku and Uchiha Itachi looked at each other, and then began to demonstrate the new pupil technique they had after opening Mangekyo. Both Universal Pull and Shen Luo Tianzhang are available. There is also Absorption Ninjutsu, including Rein Tensei also has, but it doesn't work. Now your strength should surpass Pain's 6 paths at that time, but there should be some gap with Uchiha Madara. After all, there are more chakra and Indra reincarnations in his body. However, it has officially entered the level of the top ninja powerhouse. Uzumaki Mizuki nodded, acknowledging the strength of the 2. With these 4 Rinnegans alone, as long as the Uchiha family does not want to rebel, they will basically be the pinnacle family in the ninja world in this life. There is also a special ability. Fugaku followed suit. Itachi also nodded. The two then demonstrate the temporal and spatial abilities that both Rinnegans have. Like Sasuke's is the Sky Hand Force, and Madara's is the Wheel Tomb, and Fugaku's is the Gate of Space, which can be similar to Kaguya opening the portal, but slower, and can't tear the space, more like Obito Kamui absorbs it. It is an escape skill. And Attack's Rinnegan time-space skill is similar to Flying Thunder God's ability to guide minds, which is to transmit the attack to the enemy who attacks him. Anti-reverse? The pinnacle of blood succession boundary. Orochimaru was slightly envious, but what he pursued was a stronger level. He's been replaced with a clone. This clone has wood style, but is tiny. Ask for flowers. But inheriting the great restorative powers of the first generation, he has now pressed a Sharingan and a White Eye, not for combat, but for better observation and recording of experimental use. It is the damaged part of the soul, it is difficult to repair it, and the journey to practice immortality is still a bit far away. Then, it's the next step. Kaguya, pass on your Yingdun and Yindun powers to them for a try. Uzumaki Mizuki continued to order Kaguya. Hearing this news, Kaguya was taken aback. Then his face was a little unwilling. This is her power, a level that ordinary inferior products can't reach at all. But now, if it is given to them like this, maybe they can grasp it themselves. 0. Have you thought through the consequences? Uzumaki Mizuki didn't have a good attitude. He is not interested in being a licking dog, so slowly convince her. It's best to make a clear threat. I'm sorry, Wang, I'll execute it right away. Kaguya looked unwilling, but still did it. Still came to Fugaku first. Fugaku was a little puzzled. Isn't it over? However, this is Uzumaki Mizuki's arrangement. He naturally has no objection. Although he is so strong now, he still has no idea of challenging Uzumaki Mizuki. Because, he witnessed how Uzumaki Mizuki got to the present level step by step. Kaguya raised her hand, and the palm of her hand passed the power of Yin Yang Dun that she had mastered, and passed it to Fugaku. Yin Yang escape is the secret of her immortality. Yin Dun's spirit is immortal, and Yang Dun's body is immortal. After fusion, it is her immortal ability. Kaguya's palm, pressing on Fugaku's head. It was over in about a minute. Other people on the field are paying close attention to this place. Because of this incident, no one in Uzumaki Mizuki knew about it, so they all wanted to know what changes could be made by doing so. In Rinnegan, Guyu appears. Orochimaru was surprised. He originally thought that Rinnegan should go to Uchiha's ultimate, but unexpectedly, he was able to see this scene. P.S. The first update. Thank you for your flowers and evaluation tickets. Stable update. Safe collection. Please subscribe. Please ask for a monthly ticket knife. Fugaku also felt that he seemed to have changed a bit, as if there was something more. This power, if not, won't last long. Kaguya said to Uzumaki Mizuki with her mouth flattened. Let me explain. The main reason is that after this situation disappears, Uzumaki Mizuki will think that she is playing tricks. Just now, she absorbed a lot of chakra from that Jinchuriki. Not all passed to Fugaku and Atake, but now, teaching Yin Yang Dun is very consuming chakra. Feeling lost? Now that you have the power of Yin and Yang, you can try to do the truth-seeking ball, which is the power to reach 6 paths. It's him next, go ahead. Uzumaki Mizuki didn't care what Kaguya said. Anyway, it's just a try, and it's good to have any good changes. Kaguya was a little depressed, but 430 followed suit. Gather the power of Yin Yang Dun again and pass it on to Atake. Itake's pair of Rinnegans also underwent the same changes as Fugaku, and 3 Tomo appeared in the middle of the pupils. It is different from Sasuke's Ryuguyu Sharingan. Then there is the Hyuga clan. Let their clans exchange eyes to see if they can make Tenseigan out. I don't quite understand this. Uzumaki Mizuki then spoke to Orochimaru. He is rapidly expanding the strength of his subordinates. Now ordinary Mangekyou's strength, under Uzumaki Mizuki's hands, is basically a 1 second. It just depends on the degree of magic power. Yes. Orochimaru sighed, happy. Start blood draws, get cells for research. You said, if there are dozens of fighters of this level of strength, it shouldn't be a big problem to deal with the Otsutsuki clan you are worried about. Uzumaki Mizuki then asked Kaguya. The people who have Rinnegan are already good fighters in the Otsutsuki clan. If there are dozens of them, they should be able to withstand it. Although Kaguya didn't want to admit it, she still told the truth. However, people are selfish. I don't want to see someone catch up with me. She felt that the father and son were not too far apart from her. What is missing is only the difference of the sacred tree. In other aspects, it is not the inferior product that I think it is. Has great potential? Kaguya has a Vegeta feeling when he sees a low-level fighter like Son Goku who has the potential to become a Super Zyanja. Some can't believe it. You, like Otsutsuki Yi, never thought of passing on your power to others. If it is the same as it is now, there is no need to wait so many years to continuously train a large number of fighters with Rinnegan. Although I don't know what Otsutsuki Yi has prepared this time, I will definitely make him despair. Uzumaki Mizuki said very calmly. Kaguya and Otsutsuki Yi both subconsciously fear that they will be surpassed by others. But Uzumaki Mizuki didn't? His own strength is far from touching the boundary. Itake and Fugaku, if he can reach the level of Uchiha, he is already very satisfied. There is only one 10 tails after all. Uzumaki Mizuki wanted to keep it for his younger brother. However, he didn't want Naruto to turn into 10 tails Jinchuriki until he got rid of Otsutsuki Yi. Kaguya was silent, feeling the air of confidence in Uzumaki Mizuki. At the beginning, she only felt this kind of feeling from the noble Otsutsuki clan. Looking not far away, a pair of father and son who are testing their strength again. Kaguya feels, does she really have any hope of rebelling against Uzumaki Mizuki? Then, it was the Hyuga clan who started experimenting. The selected ones are the head of the Hyuga clan and the ninjas in the branch house whose strength has reached the level of elite jonin. Mainly exchange eyes with the Otsutsuki people on the moon, and test the situation. Whether it will be successful or not, no one knows. Uzumaki and Mizuki didn't bother, letting Orochimaru do it. Anyway, it's all blank stares, it's not a big problem. What he is busy now is to help Naruto master the power Emperor of Nine Tails. Now Naruto's body is barely able to use Nine Tails. At the same time, the foundation is also very good. To be able to become an elite class, it is still unbelievable to rely on strength alone. Cultural courses and basic aspects must be achieved. Although Naruto was specially approved by Uzumaki Mizuki, his courses were all ranked in the top 5. Should Naruto be given this power now? At that time, when I was 16 years old, I only came into contact with this power zone. Kushina is a little worried. I didn't want to tell her at first, but in the end I did. It doesn't matter, I can easily suppress Nine Tails, if not, I will stop. Uzumaki Mizuki reassured. Now with Rinnegan and Tenseigan, can half Nine Tails turn the world upside down? An existence that can be easily suppressed. Not much danger. Don't worry, Mom, I'm sure I can do it. You can be 16, but I can be 10. Naruto is talking big here. But in fact, I still feel a little uneasy. Clang. Humph, talk big, if you fail later, wash the dishes for me for a month? Seeing that her son was so rebellious, Kushina punched him hard. The beaten Naruto held his head and screamed in pain. Let's start. If you can convince Nine Tails that it's the best, if not, just suppress it directly, and then extract its chakra and use it. Uzumaki Mizuki spoke. In fact, he wanted to draw out Nine Tails even more. He always felt that this guy must have something to do with Otsutsuki Yi. Nine Tails probably didn't even know it themselves. Otsutsuki Yi divided the 10 tails into 9 and let them have independent consciousness. There must be some kind of plan. Maybe when the time comes, these tailed beasts will rebel by yelling directly. So today, Uzumaki Mizuki is going to seal this thing up and wait until the matter of Otsutsuki Yi is over. Good. 3.3. Naruto also hastily gritted his teeth and closed his eyes. I was hit just now, and my head still hurts. Tenseigan. Uzumaki Mizuki used the Tenseigan on the moon. He easily invaded Naruto's spiritual space and saw the sealed Nine Tails. Nine Tails also looked at Uzumaki Mizuki with unkind eyes, as if a hungry wolf was about to come up and bite. Sit down. But behind Uzumaki Mizuki, the huge floating Tenseigan directly released its breath, and instantly tamed Nine Tails like a dog. Squat down directly. Just like Urha. Choose, help Naruto honestly, or be sealed. Uzumaki Mizuki gives Nine Tails options. P.S. The second update. Thank you for your flowers and evaluation tickets, ask for monthly tickets, ask for subscriptions, stable updates, rest assured collection. You are strong. But why should I listen to you? Nine Tails is not convinced. Just like Urha, you always have to try it. Otherwise uncomfortable. Uzumaki Mizuki no nonsense. With red pupils, Nine Tails looked straight at him. Then, it's on point. Tenseigan's strength directly suppressed it. Then, Uzumaki Mizuki jumped up and directly lifted off the seal of Nine Tails. Boom. Nine Tails is not without resistance. It's just being held down. When the seal is opened, Nine Tails directly used several chakra arms to grab Uzumaki Mizuki. Behind Uzumaki Mizuki, a golden light lit up. The Skylocks, which were more than Chakra's arms, rushed out directly, easily suppressing these Chakra's arms, and then the Skylocks tightly bound Nine Tails' whole body. Nine Tails was still struggling crazily, but Uzumaki Mizuki didn't want Naruto's mental space to be destroyed. Opened the treasure house of the king, and a red wine gourd appeared from it. Its Uchiha attack is Ten-Fist Sword, but it was exchanged by Uzumaki Mizuki from the system. This thing is formed by chakra, and there is no entity stored in Itaka's eyes. This time, in order to seal Nine Tails, Uzumaki Mizuki spent 2 million points to redeem, which is specially used to seal Nine Tails. Although Uzumaki Mizuki has basically mastered the 25 seals, Uzumaki Mizuki doesn't know if it will be useful to Otsutsuki Yi, so it is more stable to use equipment. Roar. Nine Tails opens its mouth, ready to use the tailed beast bomb. But Tenseigan released the heavy pressure, pressed it on its mouth instantly, and broke it directly. Then, the wine gourd opened in an instant, and a long sword made entirely of chakra emerged from it, which was then ejected directly from the king's treasury. It stabbed Nine Tails hard on the head. No no no. Nine Tails let out a struggling roar. But, nothing works. The whole body was quickly sucked into the wine gourd. Then the lid of the wine gourd was closed, and the whole spiritual space became calm. Uzumaki Mizuki then scanned Naruto's mental space. It was also his first time here. I didn't come here before because I was afraid of problems and I was afraid of hurting Naruto. Now that the strength has arrived, there is not so much consideration. Uzumaki Mizuki unleashes Rinnegan, who, along with Tenseigan, scans the mental space earnestly. Otsutsuki Yi is capable of pulling both Naruto and Sasuke down into the mental space. So, there must be something wrong here. But after searching for a long time, I found nothing. Uzumaki Mizuki finally had to give up. This time, the main purpose is to watch Nine Tails. Now that Naruto is not expected to work, the only enemy is Akatsuki Yi. No matter how strong Naruto is, there is no way to quickly grow to the level of 6 paths in a short period of time. And who knows what the hell happened to the tailed beast, it's better to be more stable. Uzumaki Mizuki didn't let Naruto's spiritual awareness in. Until Akatsuki Yi is dealt with, this Nine Tails is better off staying in Ten-Fist Sword and not coming out. Failed. Uzumaki Mizuki opened his eyes in this world, Tianfen said calmly. Naruto also slowly opened his eyes, a little dazed. He was hit by an illusion just now, and did not enter the spiritual space. So it's still a little unclear. Naruto, are you okay? Is there any discomfort? Although I said it just now, Naruto has to wash the dishes because of defeat. But Kushina is still very worried about Naruto's physical condition. I seem to have fallen asleep just now. Do you feel uncomfortable? It seems that you don't. Naruto got up straight from sitting cross-legged. Then check your body. I don't know why, but I feel a little relaxed in my body. After answering his mother, Naruto opened his hand and tried to hold the Raisnon together. It seems that it has become easier. Looking at the Raisnon that appeared quickly in his hand, Naruto opened his mouth in surprise. Before, he could only use Shadow Clone to make Raisnon. But now, it can be rubbed out with one hand. Without success, I resealed Nine Tails, and now it should not affect your chakra. In the past, you were disturbed by Nine Tails chakra, which was equivalent to a weight. Now after subtracting the weight, the degree of mastery of chakra is naturally more refined. Uzumaki Mizuki explained. Then comfort Naruto and tell him that at most 1 year, he should be able to master the power of Nine Tails. When the time comes, Sasuke can be hoisted and beaten with one hand. This made Naruto very satisfied. Just have to pay more attention. Uzumaki Mizuki left the house and sat down in his own quiet room. I started to wonder if there was something I had overlooked. The half Nine Tails on his father, Uzumaki Mizuki had already informed him that something might happen. But Minato decided to take it on himself. Because no one knows, Akatsuki Yi will choose which half. It is best to take the risk yourself. This is Minato's belief. Forget it, beat him upright. Solve all the plans he prepared, and then take back all the tailed beasts. Uzumaki Mizuki decided this way. Kill those impure world reincarnation people first. After that, the other tailed beasts were taken away. Now the remaining Jinchuriki are 1 tail, 6 tails, 7 tails. Naruto's immobility, these 3 let Orochimaru try to see if he can pull out the tailed beast without dying. In case of death, just use Rain Tensei. Anyway, this thing, to Uzumaki Mizuki, is like a resurrection without cooling down, a little pain and it's gone. Although I don't know what the consequences will be, but if it can be used, let's use it first. Find Orochimaru and state your request. Orochimaru naturally had no opinion. Start arranging this right away. How about the Tenseigan of the Hyuga clan? Uzumaki Mizuki asked Orochimaru after finishing the 613 arrangement. Because they didn't know how to do it, and neither did the Otsutsuki family, so they just had a simple eye replacement surgery. After the replacement, Tenseigan did not appear, but the chakra and physical fitness of both sides have improved to a certain extent. After analysis, the genes seem to be filled. Hyuga Hayashi has used first-generation cells, and the effect seems to be better. Now his strength has reached cage level, and his eyes seem to be turbulent, but he has not evolved. Orochimaru replied seriously. In his view, these are the powers that can be his own. So I care very much. He already has the cells of these families, except that Mangekyo is a little more difficult to deal with. He has the supercilious eyes of the Otsutsuki family and the genes of the Hyuga family, and as long as he succeeds, he can reproduce them. Kaguya Haim should know, just ask her. Uzumaki Mizuki spoke from this side. It may be that chakra is not enough, or there are certain conditions. However, there is no question that the strength of both sides has increased. These 2 families can be said to be the purest families in the ninja world, especially the Otsutsuki family on the moon. It is almost the earliest gene of inheritance, which has been passed down. It shouldn't take many changes to reach this level, but there must be preconditions. Otherwise, wouldn't it be possible to make dozens of pairs of Tenseigan casually? P.S. The 3rd change, thank you for your flowers and evaluation tickets, stable updates, rest assured collection. Please subscribe. Please ask for a monthly pass. It's coming soon, just another month. Akatsuki Yi opened his eyes slightly, feeling the changes in his body. It won't be long before his preparations can begin. Restoration. No, it won't be long before you surpass your own strength back then. At that time, no one in the ninja world can stop him. This world, it's only past this time, why is there such a big change? Uchiha Madara is at a loss here. When I went to my own base, there was nothing but Obito's body, and the way of death was to be killed by the seal he left on his heart. The Akatsuki organization was completely wiped out. The entire ninja world has become a member of the so-called Urok. Everything made him think that infinite Tsukuyomi had already started. Have your memory been rewritten? But, he of impure world reincarnation, feels this world, too real. The plan I had prepared, but the doctor failed. Black Zetsu can't be found, and Gadu statue can't summoning now. Let's see, the king of this world, if the strength is mediocre, I will replace you, then re-establish the order, and complete infinite Tsukuyomi's plan. Uchiha Madara has found a new target. He felt that there should not be too many strong people in the ninja world now, otherwise, Yi will not be unified. Even if he joined forces with Hashirama to unify the ninja world, it would take a lot of time. Now he has no interest in controlling a new force. Although I don't know who sent me Impure World Reincarnation, but he will regret this decision. Uchiha Madara made a decision. Then turn on the full-body Susanoo again, spread its wings directly, and fly in the direction of the former Fire King city. Hamura's eyes need to have a certain potential, and at the same time, the level of chakra must reach the level of the father and son. On Kaguya-ji's side, he spoke. People from the Hyuga clan and the Otsutsuki clan looked at her eagerly. After all, they are ancestors. They're kind of down the line, more respectful. Although this person was also guarded by their ancestors. However, the ancestors were right. Unlock Niji's caged bird, I think he has the potential. Uzumaki Mizuki sighed, to Hyuga Hayashi. Hyuga Hayashi's face tightened, he didn't dare to refuse the king's request. However, unlocking the caged bird in the branch house really troubled him. But he felt that the pressure from Uzumaki Mizuki was getting stronger and stronger. Finally, I had to respond with my mouth, yes. The genes of the Otsutsuki family do have problems. If you want to surpass your ancestors, you must either have perfect genes, or you can only create a new path. In the future, I feel that you are here in Orochimaru, and there is more future. Uzumaki Mizuki here, then commented. Lineage has limits, but it is also the easiest to rely on blood. Orochimaru feels cool. Being evaluated by Uzumaki Mizuki like this, I feel that I did not choose the wrong path. The members of the Hyuga clan and the Otsutsuki clan looked a little helpless, and they were almost satisfied if they could reach half of their predecessors. Do you want to use the ninja world as a base to expand to the entire universe? After Orochimaru left with the Hyuga clan, Kaguya couldn't help asking Uzumaki Mizuki. Because, if only to manage the planet, Uzumaki Mizuki is more than enough. His subordinates are enough for him to manage the entire planet. However, watching Uzumaki Mizuki continue to strengthen the strength of his men, Kaguya felt that Uzumaki Mizuki had a big plan. It doesn't look like he just wants to develop on this planet. Maybe, what about a place bigger than this universe? Uzumaki Mizuki looked at Kaguya and said. Kaguya felt a chill in her heart. I felt that I still underestimated this man. Work hard for me. I'm not like your Otsutsuki clan. I'll eat it up and clean it up. If it's useless, I'll kill you. In a few years, your strength is in front of me, and that's it. Uzumaki Mizuki said finally. The time when Kaguya can backstab himself is before he can deal with Otsutsuki Yi by himself. After killing Otsutsuki Yi, then I have nothing to worry about. This old guy, being able to seal Kaguya, this idiot, is indeed not an easy thing. It has been stored for thousands of years, but Black Zetsu has not found it at all. Black Zetsu also thinks that he is secretly leading the progress of the ninja world, but it is actually because of Yi. Yes. Kaguya-ji's thoughts of backstabbing have become less and less. In this matter, she felt that the success rate was too low, because she didn't have so many arrangements. To restore the peak, you need to take back the Gadu statue plus the 9-tailed beasts. The odds are too low. Okay. Uzumaki and Mizuki aren't gone yet, though. Together with Kaguya, both sensed that there was a powerful chakra approaching. A huge blue Susanoo, falling straight from midair, just outside the royal city of Uruk. Uchiha Madara also has no idea of slaughtering the weak. For him, killing the king of Uruk upright would be enough. Although I don't know how the other party has mastered such a big country by relying on the 10-year-old grade. However, I must be stronger than him? He just showed up not long ago. Around, there are people approaching. The leader is Uchiha Itachi. He is now in charge of the Royal City Guard Army. Is a rear admiral. Only belonged to the king's confidants. Kakashi was handed over to his own father by Uzumaki Mizuki, who was not in the mood to control this person. Who? Uchiha Itachi also opened Susanoo without hesitation. Nyonyo is good. His eyes directly changed into Rinnegan's appearance. The huge red Susanoo, confronted with Uchiha Madara's blue Susanoo. Are you the king of Uruk? But it's not called the Whirlpool, it's from the Uchiha family. Looking at Uchiha Itachi's Rinnegan, Uchiha Madara couldn't help asking. Good guy, this Rinnegan is not his pair, because there are 3 Tomo in the middle of this Rinnegan, which is different from his own. Uchiha Madara, it is disrespectful to call Wang by his last name. Give up resistance and return to the Pure Land, otherwise, I will seal you up. Uchiha also recognized Uchiha Madara. He knows all of these things that have happened recently. Let him pay attention to the people of Impure World Reincarnation who will appear near the royal city. P.S. The first update. Thank you for your flowers and evaluation tickets, stable updates, safe collection. Please subscribe and ask for monthly tickets. Aren't you the king of Uruk? Uchiha Madara was taken aback when he heard Itachi's response. When he saw Uchiha Itachi, he felt a little troubled. I don't know how this descendant turned on Rinnegan, but now it seems that the situation is more complicated than I imagined. Without waiting for Uchiha Itachi to respond, Uchiha Madara raised his head and looked inside the city walls. I saw another fuchsia Susanoo appeared in midair. At the same time, Susanoo, who finally became a perfect body, reached a level with his own Susanoo. Then, he watched this Susanoo fall in front of him. Another Rinnegan. Looking at Uchiha Fugaku's pair of Rinnegans, Uchiha Madara was a little lost for a while. Sure enough, I still won Infinite Tsukuyomi. Forget about everything before Infinite Tsukuyomi was completed. Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Fugaku looked at the man in Susanoo in the distance with a complicated expression. It was this man who changed the fate of the Uchiha clan. Is their own ancestors. More or less a little bit of kinship. But now, he is the Generalissimo of the Army 523 that belongs to the Uruk Empire. No longer are people of the Uchiha clan alone. You are the king of Uruk. Uchiha Madara asked again. Only this time, he didn't have the affirmative tone before. A little, disturbed? Madara. You are finally here, I have been waiting for you for a long time. However, there are also people who are full of interest and rush over with a smile on their faces. It is Senju Hashirama. Straight across the city wall, jumped out. Standing on the ground under the city gate, looking up at Uchiha Madara in midair inside Susanoo. UBD. Seeing Senju Hashirama's appearance, Uchiha Madara felt that he was still not in Susanoo. Some happy, but also some lost. Still, Infinite Tsukuyomi, he's definitely getting it done. The current world is just false and will be destroyed at any time. Only Infinite Tsukuyomi is the eternal utopia? Whatever it is, let your king come out and don't get in the way here. Uchiha Madara spoke directly. He didn't think that if the opponent had Rinnegan, he would be his opponent. The same weapon has different effects on different people. Let these juniors experience their own strength. Seal him, Itake. Fugaku didn't intend to continue persuading him either. If it had been that simple, Uchiha Madara would not have defected in the first place. Yes, father. Uchiha Itake nodded. Then took the lead in controlling Susanoo, holding the ten-fist sword, and slashed towards Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara is not a good stubble either, directly facing him. The powerful impact instantly shattered the ground. Madara, fighting is useless, you are no longer the strongest ninja. On Senju Hashirama's side, he was still persuading. I want to tell my good friend this cruel fact. Now there is not so much to bear, and both of them are already in the 4 countries. So Senju Hashirama has no hatred towards Uchiha Madara either. Naturally, I don't want to see my good friend disappear like this. But Uchiha Madara didn't care at all. Now he has nothing to lose. Uchiha Fugaku followed. The 2-on-1 Susanoo battle started directly. The movement is not small. The movement is a bit loud. It's good to let Fugaku and the others exercise, but we need to change the place. Uzumaki Mizuki and Kaguya Hime also came. It's just that the figures of the two were not found. Kaguya looked at Uchiha Madara, not knowing what to say. She has absorbed the memory of Black Zetsu, so she naturally knows how miserable this person was fooled by Black Zetsu, so she doesn't know whether she should pity him or not. Whoosh. Uzumaki Mizuki directly used the jump knife appeared behind Feng's Haibo Madara. Uchiha Madara felt it, but was instantly teleported away by Flying Thunder God technique. Then, Fugaku and Itake were also sent over. Mizuki, can you take me there? I want to see. Senju Hashirama saw that it was Uzumaki Mizuki who made a move, and hurried over and begged. Uzumaki Mizuki nodded, put his shoulders directly on him and put him through the doctor with him. Then he took Kaguya and passed. That was just now. Sent away by the Flying Thunder God, Uchiha Madara felt a little shocked. The security didn't notice that person just now. At this moment, I thought about the appearance of that person. King of Uruk. Uchiha Madara's face was cloudy and uncertain, but Itake and Fugaku were teleported after him. Here in the Valley of the End, the old battle location, the two father and son attacked directly, without giving Uchiha Madara a chance to think. Senju Hashirama was teleported over and was almost slashed by Susanoo, startling him. Uzumaki Mizuki and Kaguya came over, and it was much more stable. See if their strength can pose a threat to you. Uzumaki Mizuki to Kaguya Hime. Then he looked aside. They are all top experts, not waste. This kind of battle is still very exciting. Senju Hashirama tried a few words of persuasion, but seeing no effect, he didn't participate, but let the opponent fight. Anyway, Madara is dead, and then sealed, that's the same thing. Look away, boom. 3 Susanuos, all using ranged attacks. They all threw out the hook jade made of chakra. Collided and exploded directly. The lake in the Valley of the End directly splashed a huge water column and rushed to the sky. Uchiha Madara gets crushed. After all, he didn't mean that he was much stronger than the father and son. Mainly chakra and more, followed by experience. At first they were evenly matched, but within 2 or 3 minutes, they began to be suppressed. And more uncomfortable. Susanoo of Madara, whose hands are constantly being chopped off. Fortunately, there are many chakra, otherwise I really can't stand it. Tenge Shinsei. Uchiha Madara couldn't take it anymore. Everyone, Susanoo, is almost the same, and the opponent has an absolute advantage in numbers, so we can only use ninjutsu. In an instant, 2 huge meteorites fell from midair. However, it was an indiscriminate attack, and all 3 were covered within the attack range. Uchiha Madara was the first to clear Susanoo, then Wood Style opened the gap. Universal pull. Fugaku didn't hesitate to disarm Susanoo while doing this move. Uchiha Madara's pupils shrank, and then he used Shenluo Tianzheng without hesitation. Since you don't hide, let's try it out. I am in the state of impure world reincarnation. However, Uchiha Madara's Shenlashinzen was offset by the Shenlashinzen released by Uchiha Itachi on the side, made Uchiha Madara frown. P.S. The second update. Thank you for your flowers and evaluation tickets, stable updates, safe collection, please subscribe, please ask for monthly tickets. The huge meteorite fell on the lake in the Valley of the End. But fortunately, the lake is big enough that meteorites can't crash it. However, the waves brought up by the impact were overwhelming, rushing towards the surroundings in all directions. The first generation had to leave the lake and come to land, using wood style to block the impact of the waves. But with Uzumaki Mizuki and Kaguya Hime floating in midair, it doesn't matter. No Uzumaki Mizuki shot. Kaguya Ji launched the impact of her own eyes slightly, and blocked the lake water. The ground shook. The three of them seemed to be hit by a meteorite. But in fact, at the last moment, Fugaku opened the door of space, took his son directly, left the coverage area, and appeared on the shore. Uchiha Madara was hit by a meteorite. Soon, the second one also fell. This time it was really like an earthquake. The force of the impact is transmitted directly to the surroundings. The edge of the lake split open, and the lake overflowed. But no one lives around, so Uzumaki Mizuki doesn't care. He is not interested in protecting this kind of scenery. Very strong. Kaguya Ji looked at these people. It feels strong. Enough to be a warrior of the Otsutsuki clan. Unexpectedly, these inferior products actually possess such strength. What they lack is power, not the potential to exert power. Think of a way, cultivate a little more, and I don't have to spend time running around. Uzumaki Mizuki to Kaguya Hime. Now the only one who can cultivate these people on a large scale is Kaguya Ji. She has the most complete cells of the Otsutsuki family. But Orochimaru couldn't study it thoroughly. Uzumaki Mizuki is not everything to force others to do. He is not interested in forcing others to do something if he is not threatening himself. Kaguya Ji didn't speak, but she knew that Uzumaki and Mizuki were hinting at her. Boom. But at this time, Uchiha Madara also rushed out from the bottom of the lake. Although he was hit by Tenge Shinsei, he is in the state of impure world reincarnation, so he is not afraid to be. Rinnegan's time-space technique? Uchiha Madara looked ugly. He felt that he really didn't have that kind of dominance power anymore. These two people from the Uchiha family, if they were alone, they would definitely not be his opponents, but if they were combined, it would be really difficult for him to deal with. However, I am now in the state of impure world reincarnation, unlimited chakra, and chakra will eventually run out one day. Give up, people of the Uchiha clan, follow me, I will do better than the king of Urok, and change this world into a new world. Uchiha Madara started to use infinite Tsukuyomi to engage in MLM, but what greeted him was densely packed shurikens flying over. No ninjutsu is used, because everyone knows that Rinnegan can absorb ninjutsu. However, the shuriken was also restrained by Shenluo Tianzhang. You don't even have 1/10 of the king's strength. Fugaku stood not far from Uchiha Madara, and said very calmly, one is a boss who can tell at a glance that he has a bright future, and the other looks like he is about to die at any moment. Who to choose? Then, don't regret it. Uchiha Madara's face turned hard. He thought, get the Rinnegan from these two, and then find someone to use Rein Tensei to resurrect himself. The current him is not in his heyday, probably only displaying less than 80% of his strength. Wheel tombs are unavailable. Then, the three continued to fight. First generation is very cool to watch. It didn't take long for Uzumaki Mizuki to feel bored. Just like boxing, see who finds the opportunity first. In the end, it was Uchiha Itachi who got his chance. Using his Rinnegan's time-space technique, he blocked Uchiha Madara's attack, and was stabbed by the sudden ten-fist sword. Uchiha Madara directly lost the ability to resist. It's not bad. Before Uchiha Madara, the main lack is the amount of chakra. See if you can find Orochimaru to improve slowly, and you can also practice 100 healings mark. Uzumaki and Mizuki only showed up after the battle was over. Uchiha Madara looked calm. He can accept failure. Asking for flowers. Yes, king. Both Fugaku and Itachi responded respectfully. Are you the king of Urok? A brat. On Uchiha Madara's side, I can't move my body, but I can still see Uzumaki Mizuki. You are the strongest one among those who were released by Impure World Reincarnation. Do you have a feeling, who sent you to Impure World Reincarnation? Uzumaki Mizuki didn't mean to answer, and asked directly. Why should I tell you? Speak up, I'll tell you about Black Zetsu. Madara was just about to ridicule and vent her unhappiness. But Uzumaki Mizuki's words directly stunned him. You. Uchiha Madara had bad eyes. Say it quickly, do you want to be deceived by lies for the rest of your life? Uzumaki Mizuki means no nonsense. No, after being awakened by Impure World Reincarnation, everything is normal. But, this is the most abnormal point, someone smoothed everything out. Uchiha Madara said with a frown. He just wanted to die and understand, so he didn't mean to waste time, it didn't make sense, so he said it directly. Black Zetsu is her doppelganger, not yours, you just got tricked. Infinite Tsukuyomi plan is just to let her out, that's the truth. Try to see if you can feel the position of Otsutsuki Yi from him. Uzumaki Mizuki speaks the truth directly to Madara. Then he asked Kaguya Hime behind him. In terms of chakra, he is really not good at it. It would be better for this real chakra ancestor to do it. What did you say? Uchiha Madara was shocked. But then, Kaguya-ji's palm grew a thin channel like a blood vessel, which connected to Uchiha Madara's body. By Uchiha Madara's chakra, start reversing the position. Found it. After about a minute, Kaguya-ji's face was startled. Tried that before, but found nothing. But, with Uchiha Madara, she felt it. The breath of my rebellious son enters. Although Otsutsuki Yi used broiler chicken as a substitute, he did not use his own chakra. But Kaguya-ji found his way through Uchiha Madara, also not through this chakra, but through the chakra left over from Indra in Uchiha Madara's body. The chakra of Indra in Uchiha Madara has been extracted by Otsutsuki Yi, but after so many years, there is always a residue. Kaguya-ji found Otsutsuki Yi through Indra's chakra. Naruto Uzumaki Mizuki naturally wouldn't let Kaguya-hime get close, and Suzuki's side, Uzumaki Mizuki didn't want to use the child either. First generation didn't even think about it. Finally found a flaw here in Uchiha Madara. Where? Uzumaki Mizuki fixed his eyes and asked directly. For Uchiha Madara, who was still asking something, he didn't have the slightest meaning of 273. There is a weak induction in that direction, and finding him may take a while. Kaguya-ji said straight. As a rebellious son, his control over chakra is no less than her. She should have been able to directly sense the position of Otsutsuki Yi, because after all he was created by himself. However, Otsutsuki Yi gave up his physical body and completely became a chakra body, completely refining the chakra in his body. So she couldn't find her place as a rebel. But now, through chakra, created by his own inverse, has locked in place. However, it is very vague. It seems to be isolated by space, but this space seems to be connected to the ninja world. That's why it's very vague. Is he still necessary? Uzumaki Mizuki asked. It's Uchiha Madara on the sidelines. On Uchiha Madara's side, his face was ashen at this moment, and he didn't want to admit that he was cheated. However, now that Rinnegan is everywhere, he really can't figure it out. No, I've already got his chakra, just use this to find it. Kaguya-hime shook her head. Backstab Uzumaki Mizuki, and kill his own son. For some reason, Kaguya felt that killing her son seemed to make her feel better. At this moment, unknowingly, he worked hard. Seal him. Uzumaki Mizuki said directly. Itake directly controlled the 10-fist sword held on the arm of Susanoo's skeleton, and absorbed Uchiha Madara into it. Go back and watch Naruto. Uzumaki Mizuki said to Fugaku and Itake. Then teleport them back directly with Flying Thunder God. Now the more you use it, the faster the release speed will be. However, in actual combat, you can't achieve the same level as your own cheap father. At least it needs to be released in a time close to half a second. Try it. Can you find the position of Otsutsuki Yi on him? Uzumaki Mizuki asked Kaguya-hime. Seeing the effect of Uchiha Madara, Uzumaki Mizuki thought it might be related to the reincarnation of Indra Ashura. After all, other impure world reincarnation people before, he also asked Kaguya-ji to try, but they didn't find anything. It is good. Kaguya-hime nodded. Then, in the same way as Uchiha Madara, a white slender delivery tube is connected to first generation. Am I not from your impure world reincarnation? First generation asked in confusion. But there was no conflict. He believed in Uzumaki Mizuki. All said and done. It feels that the unification of the ninja world seems to be more stable. I have this feeling too. Kaguya-hime nodded slightly to Uzumaki Mizuki. She doesn't know about reincarnation. Uzumaki Mizuki didn't tell her either. First generation, don't go back to Urok soon. After the matter is resolved, I will take you back. Here's the money for you, go out and gamble around, and then come back. While talking, Uzumaki Mizuki opened the king's treasure house and came out with 2 boxes of gold. Where the banknotes were placed, all of them were replaced with gold by Uzumaki Mizuki. Basically, the gold in the bank is placed in the hands of Uzumaki Mizuki. Now the mana value has directly exceeded 1 million. Give first generation 2 boxes, basically nothing will be affected. Not letting first generation go back is because I am afraid of what Otsutsuki Yi will do. Anyway, not at home on the line. It is good. First generation didn't ask why either. Anyway, if you have money to gamble, it is the best. Let's go and get your son. Uzumaki Mizuki got ready here and said directly to Otsutsuki Kaguya-hime. Although the distant utopia is not in hand now, it is more important to find out what Otsutsuki Yi is doing. Kaguya-ji opened the portal directly, and the destination was the vicinity she perceived. The two directly stepped into the cracked space and disappeared in front of first generation. This is the country of ghosts. After Uzumaki Mizuki arrived, he glanced around through Tenseigan and quickly determined the location. Below the country of Chuanyo, there is a small country. The country with the largest religion for witches, but after being controlled by Urok, the original management method has not been changed, but a higher level management has been added. Over there. But Uzumaki Mizuki didn't mean to visit the scenery, and asked Kaguya-hime directly. It takes a little time, behind the space, but there seems to be a gap. Kaguya-ji said straight. At the same time, he slightly raised his hand, and immediately a huge tree grew out of the ground. She was looking for where she sensed chakra through the roots of the tree. That breath is not above the ground, but below. Uzumaki Mizuki did not speak, but looked around through Tenseigan and Rinnegan. At this time, it was approaching dusk, and the sky was turning yellow. Next to Naruto, there is his shadow clone, and he can know any movement. 2.8 is Kaguya-ji's side, very excited. As if about to bite. The power of nature here is a bit thick. Uzumaki Mizuki observed for a while and found this out. Others seem to be quite normal. There are no other traces, such as enchantment or something. Mother's breath. Otsutsuki Yi woke up from the trance. The plan was clearly about to be completed, but the perception of this breath really made him unable to continue. After all, the fear of Kaguya-ji is imprinted in my heart. On the contrary, Uzumaki Mizuki, he is not too afraid. P.S. The first update. Thank you for your flowers and evaluation tickets, stable updates, safe collection. Please subscribe. Please ask for monthly tickets. Close Pure Land completely? Or hold on. Otsutsuki Yi hesitated. He is now in the Pure Land. It is pitch black. Basically there is not much light from the fire. At the same time, there are a large number of souls in the Pure Land. Now he is merging with these souls, shaping new bodies by himself. In essence, the soul is the same, so Otsutsuki Yi chose to send Madara and others to Impure World reincarnation. The soul is life energy, which is a kind of natural force. Rinnegan has the ability to take away souls, human way. Now, Otsutsuki Yi is using the natural power of these souls to shape a new body for himself. Like his mother, an immortal body. There is a gap in the Pure Land, which connects to the outside world and absorbs the force of nature to increase the speed. Enough, that's all. Otsutsuki Yi confirmed the soul of the present Pure Land. I think it's enough for my own use. Although it may be a little worse than it actually is. But facing the risk of being found by his mother, it is better to lose a little. Put your hands together and completely close the Pure Land. Then, I started to make my own body at full speed. Now the chest is up, and it has all come out to 25. The one below is still in the shape of a vague phantom, but it is still slowly appearing serious. Lost perception? Kaguya-ji frowned, and said directly to Uzumaki Mizuki. At the same time, she also opened her hand and began to perceive the chakra she had just obtained from Uchiha Madara and first generation. But it doesn't feel like it did before. He closed the space. It seems that that place is independent, and it should be in this direction. Kaguya-hime pointed to the direction of the sunset and said to Uzumaki Mizuki. Even in the isolated space, she couldn't continue to perceive it. There must be a connection, but chakra is not yet capable of perception across space. The same is true for the flying thunder god, which cannot be perceived in another dimension. Leave the rest to me. Uzumaki Mizuki nodded. Then, directly opened the treasure house of the king. The dense sky locks fell directly to the bottom. He sent all the nearby residents away through the lock of the sky. After being touched by the lock of the sky, he can directly use the flying thunder god to send him to other places. Uzumaki Mizuki is ready to sweep the entire area with the deviation sword. Constantly changing locations, Uzumaki Mizuki began to transport the surrounding residents in large numbers. Fortunately, the population here is not large. Uzumaki Mizuki will only use flying thunder god to give away once when he touches more than 10 people in the sky lock. The speed is very fast. Under the instructions of Kaguya-ji, all the people who may appear in the range were sent away. Those people haven't reacted yet, looking around blankly. Let's start. Stay away, if you are affected, I will not show mercy. Uzumaki Mizuki raised the deviant sword and said to Kaguya-ji at the same time. Unleashing this power, except for his side, other positions are very dangerous. Kaguya-ji directly lifted into the air without hesitation. She wanted to see what Uzumaki Mizuki was going to do. Tear the world apart, EA. Uzumaki Mizuki begins to infuse magic profusely. The deviation sword made a hasty and piercing sound of choosing equipment. On the tip of the sword, a red magic ball condensed directly. At the same time, dark red swirling light streaks began to cover the surroundings. Space began to crumble. Ka. The earth split open directly. Trees were devoured, and the space around them began to shatter. The place shattered by space distortion began to gradually expand, from a basketball court to the size of a football field, and continued to expand outwards, soon reaching a range of 5 kilometers in diameter. The surrounding environment was directly cracked into pieces. Like a jigsaw puzzle broken into pieces. Kaguya-hime was in the sky, feeling threatened. She felt that if she was affected by this force, her body would also be torn apart. Although it can be recovered, it should be torn again immediately after recovery. Although she also has the power to target space, she simply cannot do the same as Uzumaki Mizuki, which can completely tear space apart. The tearing of space did not continue to expand, but downward. After covering about 10 kilometers in diameter, the space rift continues to explore downwards. Uzumaki Mizuki did not continue to maintain the torn space above, and moved down himself. Doing so consumes a lot of mana. There are still many places to explore, and it is necessary to prevent Otsutsuki Yi from attacking suddenly, so no matter what, you must leave some mana for self-defense. The exploration lasted a full day. The center of the ghost country is almost directly sunken down a large piece, like a huge basin. Uzumaki Mizuki will rest when only 20% mana is left. 2 days passed, and in the place where Kaguya-ji was drawn, 200 meters underground, the entire space was torn apart. Still nothing. But Uzumaki Mizuki didn't question Kaguya-ji either. After resting, he continued to use the deviation sword to tear the space. Kaguya-ji felt a lot of pressure and couldn't find it all the time. Kaguya-ji was afraid that Uzumaki Mizuki would suddenly point the weapon at herself. So she also worked hard, by planting the roots of the tree, and began to explore the subsurface, beyond the range covered by Uzumaki Mizuki's space tier. After 2 full days like this, the ground continued to sag downward for a full 500 meters, and with the previous ones, it was already more than 700 meters. 423 Kaguya felt that the surrounding space seemed to be a little unstable, and there was a feeling that it could be broken with any force. This way, the breath of life here is very strong. While Uzumaki Mizuki continued to use the deviation sword, Kaguya made a discovery here. She is under a lot of pressure. It's been almost 5 days. Nothing was found. She was really afraid that Uzumaki Mizuki would think she was cheating on him. So work hard. Through the technique of planting trees, she discovered that some parts of the roots absorb more intense natural power than other places. The difference has doubled. In this environment, it is somewhat conspicuous. Is it down here? Uzumaki Mizuki is also a bit distraught these days. However, he didn't think that Kaguya was deceiving himself. Whoever she teams up with, it won't be with Otsutsuki Yi. This kind of rebellious child, Kaguya didn't want to kill him, and Uzumaki Mizuki looked down on her. Well, the power of life is very strong, just this Tianchan. Kaguya said hastily. In the Otsutsuki family, the power of nature is regarded as the power of life, the power that can make the sacred tree grow. P.S. The second update. Thank you for your flowers and evaluation tickets, stable updates, safe collection, please subscribe, please ask for monthly tickets. Uzumaki Mizuki sensed it, and found that it was indeed as Kaguya said, the force of nature here is a little stronger. The power of nature around here has been taken away by the fragmented space, and the places that are much richer than the normal power of nature are somewhat conspicuous. Boom. Uzumaki Mizuki used Tenseigan to release a strong repulsive force, directly opening a huge hole in the ground. It was discovered that under this passage, the power of nature is much thicker than the kingdom of ghosts, which already has more power of nature. Step aside. Uzumaki Mizuki to Kaguya. Then he raised the deviation sword and directly condensed the mana value. Inject 100,000 mana at one time, then release it immediately. The dark red light instantly pierced through the place where the power of nature is strong, rushing all the way down. About 2 seconds later, both Uzumaki Mizuki and Kaguya looked surprised. Both of them felt the powerful force of nature. Uzumaki Mizuki put on the gold armor directly. Rinnegan Tenseigan appears directly behind. Your son must have someone behind him, so be careful. Uzumaki Mizuki didn't let Kaguya go. At this moment, Kaguya is considered to be in a good state of mind if he didn't rush directly to attack Otsutsuki Yi. Okay. Kaguya was slightly agitated. She couldn't wait to see the expression on her face when she saw her. Uzumaki Mizuki was the first to rush down the hole opened by the deviation sword. Kaguya followed closely behind. How could it be so fast? On Otsutsuki Yi's side, his expression was ugly. But he has already completed half of the body, about to the position of the navel. The hands are done, but the lower body is not. Just missing the legs. He was already very sloppy, using the power of Yangdun to make it quickly. However, it was still found. Uzumaki Mizuki and Kaguya, too, quickly entered the top 10. Kaguya opened the portal directly and locked the position of Otsutsuki Yi. Soon, the three met. It seems that you are indeed stronger than your mother. Although I don't know what's behind, it's definitely not easy. On Uzumaki Mizuki's side, Tafen looked at Otsutsuki Yi indifferently. He didn't do it right away, but slowly opened a large number of passages to the king's treasure house. At the same time, I am waiting to confirm who is Otsutsuki Yi's backhand, so that I can exchange for suitable equipment from the system. I didn't want to be your enemy, why should I press on every step of the way? Otsutsuki Yi looked at Uzumaki Mizuki. His face was a little helpless, and at the same time a little indignant. If my brother isn't involved, I'm naturally not interested in caring about you. Based on your growth rate, you can't keep up with me, and you won't be able to survive a move under my hands in a short time. Uzumaki Mizuki said very directly. At the same time, he was holding the deviant sword, ready to strike at any time. The sword of vowed victory is placed in the treasure house of the king, which increases the strength of the urine sword. If Otsutsuki Yi has no other backup, but his strength becomes stronger, then he will not hesitate to exchange for the distant utopia and put it in the treasure house of the king. With the sword of vowed victory, it is instantly upgraded to the X level, directly strengthening the power of a wave of deviant swords. Although I don't know where you came from in the universe, it seems that you shouldn't be in a place that mother is afraid of. Besides, you are too arrogant. Although the current me has not recovered my body, my strength has far surpassed the original me, Otsutsuki Yi said, looking at Uzumaki Mizuki coldly. He abandoned his old body because he knew that if he had been like that all along, he would not be able to surpass his mother. In order to gain stronger power, he also wants to start from the source of chakra, the force of nature. Transform your body to be completely composed of natural forces. But this is not easy. After all, the Otsutsuki family can only use the power of nature safely through the sacred tree. Immortal art only involves 1/3 of the power of nature, and its power is several times stronger than that of normal chakra. At that time, he was able to seal his mother because he had practiced fairy art and became stronger. Otherwise, relying on Rinnegan alone, his strength is not enough to seal his mother. Therefore, he wants a body that can freely use the power of nature. That's all he's prepared for. Uzumaki Mizuki did not reply, but Kaguya couldn't help it. She directly used the co-killing ashes, and rushed towards herself. The rebel snapped. However, Otsutsuki Yi actually caught 2 rounds empty-handed and killed the ashes. Impossible. Kaguya Hime looked shocked. This is her strongest ultimate move. Even if she is hit, her body will be shattered. But it can be quickly regenerated and recovered through Ying escape. However, it is absolutely impossible to catch it empty-handed like Nizai, without any damage. Master, we are a family, aren't we? Now I don't need to seal my mother anymore. I will deal with this outsider, and it's fine for my mother to watch from the sidelines. I don't think Mrs. Mother should be the kind of existence who would obediently follow behind such a person. It's up to me to help my mother get rid of it. Otsutsuki Yi said very arrogantly. After so many years of hiding, he was tired of it. Since someone is looking for death, don't blame him then. At this time, the appearance of Otsutsuki Yi is exactly the same as when he was young. Instead of the chakra state, the old appearance. Looks a bit evil? I'm procrastinating. It seems that absorbing the calendar of nature is very important to you. However, I don't have time to wait any longer, so let's end the battle here. Uzumaki Mizuki has not made a move and is also waiting. Restore mana. Just now, Haoxiao has recovered to about 80%. So, it's time to move. As soon as the voice fell, the densely packed skylocks rushed directly towards Otsutsuki Yi. As soon as Otsutsuki Yi raised his hand, he directly directed Shinra Tianzhang. The repulsive force blocked all the locks of the sky. In fact, on his side, Uzumaki Mizuki's strength is also somewhat unpredictable. So I dare not do it in advance. I have been speeding up the speed of absorbing the power of nature, thinking how strong it is. Some have no scruples. The force of nature flooded in directly from the space shattered by Uzumaki Mizuki. Sage mode power on. On Uzumaki Mizuki's side, he also started to snatch the natural calendar without being polite. This place is so rich, he can also maintain this state for a long time. The decisive battle officially begins. P.S. The third change. Thank you for your flowers and evaluation tickets. Stable updates. Safe collection. Please subscribe. Please ask for monthly tickets. Dense skylocks rush towards Otsutsuki Yi in the distance. But on his side, he didn't do it himself. When he raised his hand, a lot of arcs formed behind him and rushed out. Form a power grid to block the attack of the skylock. The powerful collision caused a huge impact in this extremely dark world. But here is all soil, no living things at all. The soul has been absorbed by Otsutsuki Yi, and it is ready to be refined. There is no extra. Except for Kaguya-ji, it basically didn't affect anyone else. Tear him apart. Heaven and earth, leave pishixing. Without any hesitation, Uzumaki Mizuki opened the ult directly. The dark red energy rushed straight out from the tip of the deviation sword. The powerful impact instantly emptied the surrounding air, and plunged into a vacuum at once, without any sound being heard. The surrounding space was torn apart in an instant, and the grid arranged by Otsutsuki Yi was destroyed. Otsutsuki Yi's pupils shrank. Last time, he fell under the attack of this weapon. This time, he didn't choose to fight hard. However, the surrounding space has been disturbed by this force, and he cannot use the time-space technique to leave. The location that can be moved is only in this area, and it has no effect at all, because it is completely within the coverage area. On Kaguya-ji's side, there really wasn't any movement. She was a little moved by the words of her own son. 607. Still, backstab Uzumaki Mizuki. Now she dares not do it? Looking at the dark red light, she felt heart palpitations. Boom. The dark red energy exploded. The surrounding space is broken into pieces. But Uzumaki Mizuki didn't stop, and continued to hold the deviant sword. He wants to kill this piece of pure land at once. Just like last time against Otsutsuki Yi, Otsutsuki Yi was not killed immediately. Although he cannot move in time and space, he is not life-threatening if he is not directly hit. Spread the Susanoo straight out to secure a large space. At the same time, release your own power to stabilize this piece of space debris. Ka. However, the surrounding space gradually began to shatter. The entire Pure Land began to be affected. Uzumaki Mizuki looked at Otsutsuki Yi coldly, without any intention of stopping. Although it is impossible to destroy the world now, but destroying this location is relatively simple. Just enough mana? After opening the fairy technique, the recovery speed is accelerated, and it can be fully recovered in basically half an hour. This power. Otsutsuki Yi had an ugly face. His Susanoo is constantly being crushed. However, it was barely maintained when he poured in a steady stream of strength. This is still the case that he can use the space ability, his Rinnegan, which is infinitely close to the reincarnation Sharingan. This pure land space was created by him. It is different from the space seal of the planetary devastation, and it is a space opened up separately. In the ninja world, only Kaguya-ji has such strength. However, he felt that he couldn't hold on for too long. Obviously, he still has so many powers that he hasn't had time to use. However, it is useless now. The space is broken, his ability can't break through the broken space to attack Uzumaki Mizuki at all. The two sides were almost disconnected at the physical level, and the sound could not be transmitted. This is the power of the space system. On Otsutsuki Yi's side, they originally thought about using stronger ninjutsu and faster attacks to deal with Uzumaki Mizuki. But when he didn't hit Uzumaki Mizuki the first time, getting close to him, it was over. King of Heroes, you are not joking. As long as you don't wave, you are the strongest. Rely on this weapon? Although Kaguya-ji's side was not the main attack direction, it was also affected. She kept retreating, for fear of being affected. Smash it completely. Uzumaki Mizuki speeds up mana infusion. The pieces of space debris that have been broken into pieces are being shattered. He wants to completely turn this piece into nothingness. Although I don't know if I can kill Otsutsuki Yi completely. However, as long as 2 more years, Kfi, are given, his strength will become stronger. So, just FK him to death. Do not. Otsutsuki Yi, too, sensed that death was coming. Obviously, my body is almost finished. At this time, the strength has also become extremely strong, and he can even catch his mother's ashes with his bare hands. However, don't give him a chance to show it. He knew that if he died this time, he would really die. If I die, your brother will die too. Otsutsuki Yi knew that voice could not pass through, so he used lip language. He knew that Uzumaki Mizuki would definitely be able to see. And Uzumaki Mizuki did see it, read the lip language, and looked a little struggling. Don't bet. Seeing the Pure Land, he knew that he might not be able to stabilize Naruto's resurrection through Rinnegan. Just such a brother. Uzumaki Mizuki gave up increasing his attack, and kept suppressing Otsutsuki Yi to the extent that he would not be able to recover, but he would not be able to kill him directly. Otsutsuki Yi also felt that the pressure was gradually decreasing, but he did not reach a safe place. Knowing that it worked, Yi was overjoyed. Let me go. I will never do anything to your brother. I will leave the ninja world and change places. Otsutsuki Yi wants to negotiate. But Uzumaki Mizuki directly increased the magic release. In an instant, half of Susanoo's body was swallowed. Otsutsuki Yi was so scared that he almost gave up resisting. He knew that the request had failed. Uzumaki Mizuki renounced the destruction of the entire Pure Land, and only maintained the fragmentation of the space around Otsutsuki Yi. Just about the same as recovery and consumption, so he can afford it. How are you going to deal with my brother, tell me? Uzumaki Mizuki said directly. He really couldn't find the problem. The only suspect, Nine Tails, was also locked up. The rest can only be related to the soul. Place where Ashira's massive chakra is placed. Soul. After I die, your brother's soul will also be shattered. Just like my mother, if I killed my mother at the beginning, I would die too, so I can only seal it, because Hamura and I were both made by my mother. But now, I have given up the body that my mother gave me, and changed my soul. Therefore, my ability is not restricted, and this is my ultimate goal. Otsutsuki Yi quickly explained. Originally, he didn't take this matter as a handle, but the person in front of him doesn't care about other matters, only this younger brother. Or he exposed it himself. So, he had to take advantage of this? P.S. The first update. Thank you for your flowers and evaluation tickets, stable updates, safe collection. Please subscribe. Please ask for monthly tickets. Is what he said true? Uzumaki Mizuki is asking Kaguya Hime. After he didn't smash the surrounding environment, it has been slowly repaired. At least it is connected with Kaguya-ji. So, the sound is still there, passed through. It is true. Kaguya Hime nodded. After she came out, she wondered why she couldn't lock her son's location. From Black Zetsu, she didn't quite believe it when she knew about the death of her own son. Moreover, if it wasn't for this, why would she worry about her 2 sons? Who knew that he still found a way to seal himself and seize his own power? Do you have a solution? Uzumaki Mizuki continued to ask. He doesn't like to be threatened. If Kaguya-ji can handle it, nature is the best. I can't do it. Now he's out of my control, I don't even know how he did it. Kaguya Hime shook her head. She was not happy at all for being so capable as a rebellious son. Originally, it was just to be a tool man, and they couldn't be backstabbed, because if they died, they would die too. Unexpectedly, it was sealed. Careless? She was raised from a young age, but she was so easily fooled by others. I am still too merciful? On Otsutsuki Yi's side, his expression was calm. It's the only way to gamble now. If Uzumaki Mizuki stops, after the space is restored, he will immediately attack Uzumaki Mizuki. You shouldn't have waited just now, you should take the initiative to attack. Is that all? Is there no other way? Uzumaki Mizuki turned his head and continued to ask Otsutsuki Yi. After reading the lips, Otsutsuki Yi stared blankly. What else is needed? He really didn't have time to get his hands on Uzumaki Mizuki. Including, threats to Uzumaki Mizuki may not necessarily succeed. His soul has changed, he has merged with so many ninja souls, he is already a completely different species, and he doesn't know if it will affect the souls of Chandra and Ashira. I completely disappeared, and he will die with him. Otsutsuki Yi can only say so emphatically. At the same time, he himself is also trying his best to break the fragmentation of this space. However, his power only comes from the life force of this planet, that is, the force of nature. But the power of the deviant sword is the emperor who destroys the world. The 2 sides are not on the same level. Just like Kaioshin and God of Destruction. Poor grade. I bought my brother's life. But now, I'm going to prepare one more move, and try to see if you are really that powerful. While Uzumaki Mizuki was talking, he exchanged for the distant utopia from the system mall. Otsutsuki Yi read Uzumaki Mizuki's lips, and couldn't help but feel a little bit overwhelmed. What does it mean to buy a life? Boom. Uzumaki Mizuki forked a shadow clone. At the same time, this shadow clone is holding a scabbard in his hand, as well as a talisman that breaks the commandments of all things. Then, use Flying Thunder God directly, and disappear beside Uzumaki Mizuki. Both Atsutsuki Yi and Kaguya Ji couldn't figure out what Uzumaki Mizuki was doing, so they couldn't help but panic. In less than 5 minutes, a handful of kunao appeared beside Uzumaki Mizuki. This is sent by Shadow Clone. Yunryu means ready. Over there, Shadow Clone has unfolded the distant utopia, turned it into hundreds of fragments, and wrapped Naruto, who had fallen asleep due to the illusion, into it. This noble phantasm enables the holder to be protected from all physical disturbances in the fairy township, and to reach the noble phantasm of the magic field. All physical disturbances, interference from parallel worlds, and the strongest protection known in this world form a connection and absolute defense that even the 5 major magics cannot touch. A defense that even a deviant sword can't break through. Moreover, the resurrection armor that Uzumaki Mizuki exchanged directly for the resurrection of his parents, the guardian angel, was also put on Naruto by Uzumaki Mizuki. 2 defenses? There is also the talisman that breaks the commandments of all things. Some strange power really follows the past and can be broken together. If you don't want to die, just leave here. Next, I will completely destroy this space. Uzumaki Mizuki said to Kaguya Ji on the side. Kaguya Ji was taken aback, wondering why Uzumaki Mizuki changed so quickly. It seems to have something to do with the shadow clone just now. She bit her lip, and finally felt that Uzumaki Mizuki was more reliable. At least follow him, he should not die. Believe that her son will work hard with Uzumaki Mizuki. She will not be able to do it. He ran away without hesitation, under the desperate eyes of Atsutsuki Yi. "Ie, let's show your power." Uzumaki Mizuki stares at Atsutsuki Yi. Then he opened the 100 healings mark without hesitation, which is his backhand. He has stored about 200,000 mana points, and now he will release them all at once. Seeking Flowers 0. The dark red spell seal was directly displayed on his collarbone, cheeks, and neck, as if a curse seal had been opened. Do not. Atsutsuki Yi felt hopeless. Obviously, his strength has not had time to show up yet. He is not willing to die like this. However, the world around him quickly shattered and disappeared like particles, making it impossible for his voice to be transmitted. Susanoo was shattered in an instant. It was impossible to resist. Atsutsuki Yi tried his best to use Rinnegan's space power to maintain the surrounding space without being smashed. But the Pure Land began to disappear. It lasted 10 minutes. Not the slightest sound came out. Atsutsuki Yi only has the space left for his upper body, and he can continue to maintain it. Other places have completely turned into nothingness and are very dark. This is the last. Uzumaki Mizuki pointed at Atsutsuki Yi with his deviant sword. A red light pierced through his forehead directly. The shattered space instantly inhales everything here. The entire Pure Land has become nothingness. On the side of Uruk Royal City, Uzumaki Mizuki's shadow clone is holding the talisman that breaks the commandments of all things, and at the same time, a pair of Rinnegans are opened behind him, inspecting the surrounding situation. Nothing happened. This was the case until the return of Uzumaki Mizuki himself. Uzumaki Mizuki took a special look at Suzuki, alive and kicking. Either he didn't die, or he has changed himself and completely got rid of his original self, so this ability doesn't work anymore. Uzumaki Mizuki said with some relief. Although it is a gamble, it seems that I am lucky. In fact, for Atsutsuki Yi, besides using the soul to reshape the body, he is also ready to take back the power of Indra and Ashura and integrate it into his body. He didn't want to give up these 2 powers, so he divided them into the bodies of his 2 sons and let them continue to practice and strengthen this power. At the same time, on the side of Tail Beast, he also dispersed the core of 10 tails. At that time, as long as he gets 1/3 of the Tail Beast, he can use these cores to complete the 1 tail. However, Atsutsuki Yi, it was too late to implement these plans. With so much preparation, it is better to start early, as 6 years passed quickly. Uzumaki Mizuki did not find any more information about Atsutsuki Yi. Some time ago, Naruto and Sasuke were just strengthened to the 6 paths level. Except for the 9 tails in Naruto, all other tailed beasts are drawn out, including the ones in my cheap father's body, all injected on Gadu statue. At that time, Kaguya Ji was watching from the sidelines, and almost wanted to do it, but in the end, I was still scared. For 6 years, Uzumaki and Mizuki hadn't made a move. Kaguya Hime has no idea about Uzumaki Mizuki's strength. However, Kaguya Ji was still very afraid of the destruction of the Pure Land before. In the end, I was cowardly. In the end, they could only cooperate with Uzumaki Mizuki to draw out the power of 10 tails and pass it on to Naruto and Sasuke, and Niji and Tonari. The qualifications of the 2 of them are indeed very good, and their eyes also exchanged with each other. After getting the 10 tails chakra, albeit only temporarily, let 883 activate their Tenseigan. At the same time, the physical fitness has been greatly improved. This is why, Atsutsuki Momoshi never forgets the fruit of the sacred tree, and has been looking for it for so many years. Because, it works great. It is mainly the power of yin and yang escape, which is the most important. Next is the massive chakra. 10 tails originally wanted to be used by Naruto, but was rejected by Naruto. So in the end it was placed in Uzumaki Mizuki's King's Curry. The greedy Kaguya Ji had no choice but to sigh. However, today several important people gathered together for the sake of business is another matter. Wang, although Uruk has entered the road of rapid development, it is still too early for another unknown world. It is Uchiha Fugaku who speaks. The discussion this time is about invading another world. The ninja world has reached its limit. Uzumaki Mizuki naturally wants to score more points. For example, for things like infinite gems, the exchange price is far more expensive than X treasures. The points saved over the years, in addition to being exchanged for a treasure, the rest are used to open the portal to another world. Opportunity for any world portal. It can be opened for a long time, but it only costs Uzumaki Mizuki's mana. The consumption is not large. The matter was brought up for discussion. Because management after invading the world requires someone to do it. They are ready for Uzumaki Mizuki to handle. You can collect intelligence first, so you don't have to do it so quickly. Send a few people first to investigate the situation, confirm the strength, and then make detailed plans. I can act as a pioneer and investigate in the past. Orochimaru spoke. At this time, he has a Sharingan and a blank eye, and that Sharingan is still Mangekyo Sharingan. This was stimulated by himself, and it was not easy to obtain the collection. White eyes are white eyes, no other special abilities. He is very interested in other world. Recently, his research has also reached a bottleneck. It is not that simple to completely perfect the genes and reach the 6 paths level. Keeps failing? This difficulty cannot be overcome casually. I think Orochimaru has a good idea. Hyuga Hayashi spoke. Niji turned on the Tenseigan, but let him loose. After all, before the Uchiha family, 2 pairs of Rinnegan put a lot of pressure on him. They are all from the same ancestor. Why is there such a big difference? But recently, there is one more person with Rinnegan, but give him extreme. This time he went to other world. He wanted to get more benefits. Ambition amplified by Uzumaki Mizuki's decentralization. Occupying more resources is everyone's approach, but now Uruk basically has no room for development. Moreover, Wang's father, Namikaze Minato, began to suppress these families. The civilian forces began to have people in power, and gradually began to replace them. Now that there is a new territory, Hyuga Hayashi naturally wants to grab it and get greater benefits. I agree with Orochimaru's idea too. Narashiju also followed suit. Most of the supporters are family forces. As for the civilian forces, Minato has the final say, but he has no choice but to do what his son wants to do, so he just keeps quiet and gives the greatest support. On Fugaku's side, he seeks stability. There are now 3 Rinnegans in the Uchiha family. It really makes him feel swollen. No matter how the civilian forces catch up, they can't compare, so he naturally doesn't want to involve risks. In 3 days, I will open the portal. Orochimaru, Kaguya Hime, Uchiha Itaki, Hyuga Niji, these 4 people set out with me in advance. Uzumaki Mizuki finally decided. He didn't dare to be arrogant in the past. Who knows what kind of world it is? Low Wu or High Wu? Is it a starburst at every turn, the same as Dragon Ball? Or is it the world of science and technology, the kind where Gundams fly all over the sky? Definitely risky. This world doesn't work, so just wait a year and change the portal. Anyway, it's random, but I didn't know where it was in the past. Yes. When Uzumaki Mizuki speaks, everyone dare not have any opinions. Although he doesn't show up much at ordinary times, Uzumaki Mizuki's opinions have been promoted as the spiritual symbol of the entire Uruk Empire. The most important thing is that no one dares to provoke the Vortex Water pair. I'm afraid I think I haven't lived long enough. Brother, why don't you take me there? My strength is also very powerful now. After Naruto heard the news, he couldn't help but come here. Now his strength is indeed one of the best in the ninja world, and he is already practicing the Flying Thunder God technique. After this learning, basically few people can suppress him. There are still foreign enemies in the ninja world, and we can't take everyone away. Now your strength is top-notch, and Sasuke is optimistic about the ninja world. The enemy is not weak. They are the existence that Kaguya fears, and they need reliable people to take care of them. Uzumaki Mizuki looked at this younger brother who was as tall as himself, and he still liked to cling to himself as before, a little disrespectful. Then speak up and say why. But this reason is also Hiruto's. Otsutsuki Momo style did not come so quickly. Moreover, a very powerful base has been established on the moon, which can monitor the movements of the entire galaxy. Otsutsuki Peach style is coming, sure to spot it early. That's it. Okay, when you're not around, brother, Uruk will be guarded by me. Naruto was a little reluctant when he heard the reason. Then he patted his chest and said very hard. I want to be praised by my big brother. It's up to you, Naruto. Uzumaki Mizuki said very cooperatively. 2.3. 3 days later, a group of people going to other world gathered together. Kaguya is reluctant. She has nothing to do these years. She has been somewhat assimilated by the recently emerging otaku culture. Watching TV at home, playing various tapes, very happy. The other 3 have different faces. Itake and Niji are serious, while Orochimaru is impatient. On Uzumaki Mizuki's side, throw 2 rocks like magnets on the ground. The 2 stones split directly. Then an irregular square portal opened here. Unlike Kaguya-ji's portal, this one is like a vortex, but it's different from a black hole because it's blue. Let's go. Uzumaki Mizuki walked over directly. The others quickly followed. With Minato and Fugaku watching, the 4 disappeared in front of them forest. After passing through the portal, the scene was changed immediately. It is a forest. Orochimaru was very excited and began to observe the surrounding trees and soil. At the same time, dozens of white phosphorus snakes were released from under the sleeves to explore the surroundings. Blind eyes. Niji was very serious. He opened his eyes and observed the surrounding situation. Uchiha Itachi also looked alert. After all, no one knows where it is. Kaguya also looked around curiously. She has not actually been to a few worlds. She has only been to the ninja world since she left the Otsutsuki clan. Everyone was groping slowly with a vigilant and excited attitude. Uzumaki Mizuki also used Tenseigan's perspective ability to observe the surrounding situation. Modern society. It's still a day-to-day environment. Uzumaki Mizuki soon discovered that they were on a hill very close to the city. Looking at this environment, it looks like a modern Japanese bomb. It's not a world of fairy tales, ghosts, or high-tech. This was a relief for 25 Uzumaki Mizuki. When encountering these two kinds, it is the most troublesome. This kind of seemingly normal, the degree of danger is not so high. Kaguya, turning into an ordinary person, you are too conspicuous. Uzumaki Mizuki orders Kaguya. The main reason for taking her with me was that I was afraid that staying in Urok would cause some bad intentions. Now in Urok, Naruto Sasuke is the strongest, followed by others. So he can come out with peace of mind. Otherwise, he is ready to bring Naruto along. But probing the outside world is also dangerous. The portal has a 10-day cooldown and cannot be used for fast travel. So it's safer for him to investigate first. Kaguya was helpless. But I'm used to listening to Uzumaki Mizuki's orders. She does not use the transformation technique either. The body shrinks directly and automatically in a different position from ordinary people. The hair is also shortened, and instead of mopping the floor with long hair, it reaches the waist position. The two corners of the head were also retracted, and the forehead became flat, including clothes. They all directly changed into a modern look, probably similar to a witch's costume. The clothes of the few of you are also changed, and they are similar to the usual ones. There should be no fighting here in a short time. Uzumaki Mizuki then greeted the others. The three of them quickly used the transformation technique to change their clothes. Then Uzumaki Mizuki took the lead and walked down the mountain. Several other people followed behind Uzumaki Mizuki on full alert, not daring to relax in the slightest. After entering the city, several people relaxed a little. Doesn't look like a dangerous place. I also saw a lot of people along the way, and they seemed to be human beings. But only Orochimaru, looking at these humans, felt a little salivating. He wants to get the body of a person in this world and do experiments to see if the genes will be different, including organs and so on. Uzumaki and Mizuki led a group of people, and I found a gang gathering point. Discovered by Tenseigan. Don't kill them, just teach them a little lesson. In the case of several gangsters staring at them with bad eyes, Uzumaki Mizuki gave orders directly. It was Orochimaru who did it, and he couldn't bear it anymore. Seeing Orochimaru make a move, the others didn't make a move and just watched from the sidelines. Orochimaru beat the group of gangsters gathered in the corner of the alley to the ground. Uzumaki Mizuki opened his hand, took out 2 gold bars directly, and held them in his hands. Then throw it directly on the ground. Take out your money and exchange it. Uzumaki Mizuki said very indifferently. I came here to exchange money. He is a reasonable person, and he is ready to spend money on food and drink. I took more than 1 million banknotes and left directly, which is about 100,000 in RMG. 2 gold bars are a lot. It's just that these gangsters were beaten for nothing, which made them a little scared. Thought it was a robbery? Unexpectedly, the gold was returned, and it was more than the money taken away. The most important thing is, why is that guy who looks like a woman so flexible and has such weird moves? Orochimaru managed to collect hair and blood, everyone has it, and he carefully put it in a jar for storage. Then, Uzumaki Mizuki was very skillful, took a few people directly to the big shopping mall, and changed into a set of modern clothes. Then I skillfully bought foreign fast food and ate it while walking. On the commercial street, a few people attracted the attention of many young girls. Uzumaki Mizuki, Niji, and Itachi are all beautiful boys, especially Uzumaki Mizuki. Kaguya is also very attractive, and people keep taking out their mobile phones to take pictures of them. Seeing the mobile phone, Uzumaki Mizuki also hurried over, and the Japanese bought one, then skillfully tinkered. Orochimaru et al. Have found that Uzumaki and Mizuki are very skilled, but no one dared to open their mouths, and silently pressed their phones while receiving text messages from here. Although the sounds are similar, the writing is different. Urok also has a mobile phone, but it is relatively primitive, the one with a black and white screen, and the one I have in my hand now is very fresh. Without Superman, Iron Man, Ultraman, and monsters, is this a normal world? Uzumaki and Mizuki, after reading the news on the phone, he didn't find the information he wanted to find. Everything is normal, just like on Earth. Nothing special at all. Is it a world of scoring points? But here, it seems to be a bit small. It's not like a big world. It's only as big as the island country 260. On Uzumaki Mizuki's side, the blind spot was also quickly discovered. On the map, there is only the island country, and the whole world is not big. Slightly smaller than Ninja World. But the population is more than that of Ninja World. The points consumed by the portal are only 1 billion, which is not high. If you control the world, you can earn it back soon. Find a place to live. Uzumaki Mizuki said. Illusions are useless, they don't have chakra, they just use mental power to control them. However, when registering, everyone did not have an ID. Orochimaru said to Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha nodded, opened Sharingan, and easily deceived the past. Everyone found a foothold and began to rest. In the wee hours of the morning, Uzumaki Mizuki stood on the balcony of his room on the 3rd floor, looking at the starry sky, thinking back to my memory, which world is most similar to this place. But it's too common, and there is no special point at all. However, when Uzumaki Mizuki was about to go to rest, he suddenly turned his head. False. Saw a weird creature floating in midair. But on the chest, there is a hollow. Discovering this made Uzumaki Mizuki smile. It seems that the king's treasury can finally be filled with some valuable things. Orochimaru and others also discovered the creatures in the sky, standing on the roof one by one, looking at that thing. The 4 people who came over all had blood inheritance limits. There are 2 other kinds of Orochimaru and Kaguya. If it is a normal eye, it is impossible to find this thing in the sky. What is this? Orochimaru's heart fluttered again. His face was a little flushed, and he was very excited. Itaki and Niji are on guard. The 2 came here with the attitude that they would sacrifice at any time. Only Kaguya is curious expression. She had never seen this thing before. Su, a creature that devours human souls and spirits. Uzumaki Mizuki was the last to reach the roof. He explained directly. Now he is not afraid of exposing anything, even if they know, so what? Hearing Uzumaki Mizuki's explanation, the expressions of the 3 became a little more serious. Creatures that specifically target human souls are not a good thing as soon as you hear them. And the void in midair was actually attracted by several people. The souls of Uzumaki, Mizuki, and others are too powerful. Although they do not contain spiritual power, they are also very attractive to Su. Seeing a few people on the roof, Su rushed down without hesitation. It was Orochimaru who made the shot. He is most interested in stuff. However, he didn't dare to touch it with his hands, but instead used the hidden shadow snake hand, using several long white snakes, to try to catch this void. The Su was also taken aback. It has never seen so many snakes come out of anyone's hand. Snake spirit? Like a ball of wool, it floated in midair, and was instantly bound by several snakes. This vanity wants to struggle. But Orochimaru is very numb here, covering it with more snakes. I wanted to use poison, but afraid of getting killed. This thing is rare. He wanted to do an experiment, slice it up, study it carefully. There was no one on the road in the early morning, and no one noticed. After Orochimaru came to this house, he opened a basement underground with snakes and released the machine sealed in the scroll. It's not easy to drag this thing to the basement. The 4 of them didn't intend to sleep, and the 3 watched Orochimaru, slicing the virtual slice. They are also very curious, what kind of creature is this? This ghost let out a scream. But this sound is not heard by ordinary people. Orochimaru was very excited, cut off one piece after another, and then put it on the detection instrument to start analysis. Been a busy night? As for Uzumaki Mizuki, he didn't care so much. It doesn't do much good, he's after Shinigami's Zanpakuto. Shinigami, virtual, destroyer. If these 3 forces are resolved, the world will be finished. It's a little bit far from Karakura town. Let's go here tomorrow. Uzumaki Mizuki looked at the mobile phone map and determined the location. On the 2nd day, greet everyone directly and change positions. There are a lot of these things, just kill them and catch them later. Uzumaki Mizuki said directly to Orochimaru, who was still unwilling to kill Su. This guy, after a busy day and night, didn't feel tired at all. Okay. Uzumaki Mizuki spoke. Orochimaru still didn't dare to refute. In the end, he decisively controlled a snake and swallowed it. He wanted to see if his snake would change. Then, Kaguya, looking at the phone map, determined the location with difficulty, then opened the portal and arrived at Karakura town. According to yesterday's situation, go to change some money, find a house, move freely during the day, and I will come back at night. After reaching Karakura town, Uzumaki Mizuki said to Itaki, throw him some gold bars. Then arrange the people. Confirmed the situation. Now as long as he doesn't run into Old Man Yamamoto, Aizen, and Yuhabak, the others basically have no threat to him. After speaking, Uzumaki Mizuki left directly. Niji and Itaka didn't talk about protecting the king at all, such words can't be said. I'm so tired, when can I rest? Ichigo was jumping fast on the roof. Just got back from Soul Society. A big battle made him very excited. But he recovered again, and he felt a little bored when dealing with ordinary situations. However, this feeling of secretly saving the world made him very satisfied. Great sense of accomplishment. What? Arrive at the place where the ghost appears. An ordinary void was directly cut open by Ichigo with a single knife, and it directly turned into a spirit and merged into the world. It feels like Susu has appeared a little too much recently. On Ichigo's side, carrying Zanjutsu on his shoulders, he said with some doubts. Much more than when he first started acting as Shinigami agent. But fortunately, the calendar is so-so. Okay. But suddenly, Ichigo felt palpitations. Looking up at the abandoned building, I saw a young man with blonde hair who looked about his own age, looking directly at him. Humanity? Shinigami. Ichigo was taken aback. Ordinary people cannot see spirits. Moreover, before the battle, he has the props to release ordinary people. It stands to reason that no one should appear here. The other party's sight clearly found him. But when Ichigo was watching, he found that figure had disappeared. He jumped on it, but when he arrived, there was no one there. I thought I was wrong, but I looked at the pair of footprints on the ground. It's getting weirder. Ichigo felt palpitations. Following Uzumaki Mizuki's example, Uchiha Itachi found the gangsters, knocked them down, and exchanged gold for money. On the way back, Uchiha Itachi suddenly got a tight back. His sight immediately locked on a Qianzhao man wearing a green striped hat not far away. Not an easy role. Uchiha Itachi sensed the opponent's momentum. Similarly, Urahara Kisuk shrank his pupils and looked at Uchiha Itachi in surprise. Imaginary? Shinigami? Or a full performer? Such momentum? Strong? Only characters at the captain level can feel the power. But Uchiha Itachi doesn't have the habit of causing trouble, and the most important thing is to do the work arranged by the king. Seeing that the other party had no intention of doing anything, Uchiha Itachi left directly. Urahara Kisuk looked at Uchiha Itachi's figure disappearing. His face was a bit ugly. Aizen has only just turned mutiny. Still haven't figured out how to solve Hueco Mundo's problem. Unexpectedly, something interesting happened again. Headache? P.S. The second update. Thank you for your flowers and evaluation tickets. It seems that the plot is not over yet, and Ichigo has not yet reached his peak. However, it's not just the beginning. It should be a while. I don't know if it's the Soul Society chapter or Hueco Mundo.w. At night, Uzumaki Mizuki finished his investigation and went directly to Flying Thunder God to Uchiha Itachi's side. Uchiha Itachi has already found a good house skillfully, and everyone also started their own preparations. Orochimaru started digging the basement again to prepare his research room. The power of life in this world is very strong and easy to absorb. It is really a good place. On Kaguya-ji's side, it's rare for her to take the initiative to speak. Lingzit, the energy that is almost connected with the force of nature. It is very helpful to Kaguya-ji. She has not been staying at home all these years, helping Orochimaru to do research, and also obtained a lot of means from Orochimaru. At the very least, she has also mastered Sage Mode, and can absorb the power of nature to cultivate by herself. Well, the concentration is about 10 times that of a normal place in the ninja world, comparable to the land of the 3 heavenly immortals. Orochimaru also noticed this, and said directly. It made him very tempted. It feels like I've come to the right place. He still has no way to break through Sage Mode, and is still stuck on the matter of the soul. Young people don't know the value of the soul. 863, come late and watch the heart suffer. The most intense places are Soul Society and Hueco Mundo. This world is made up of 3 things. Soul Society, the present world, and Hueco Mundo, the 3 planes formed. Soul Society is where human souls live, and this world is where humans live, and Hueco Mundo is where those things caught yesterday mainly live. Soul Society and Hueco Mundo, the concentration of spiritual particles is several times higher than that of the present world. After these few days are stable, let's go and have a look. Uzumaki Mizuki explained to several people. It also doesn't make any sense to hide them. Several people can be strong, not to mention the fiercest, at least the average captain, and Espada can deal with it. After briefly introducing them to the relationship between Shinigami, Su, and humans, Uzumaki Mizuki didn't have much to say. If you want fakes, you can catch them yourself. Usually, there are more of them at night. How to deal with it is up to you. Don't fight if I have a problem. If you can't fight, just remember to run. These words were mainly addressed to Orochimaru. Niji and Itachi are naturally not interested in finding Su, but Orochimaru will definitely go, and Kaguya-ji is not sure. Anyway, I'm not in the ninja world, so I can tinker with CFFJ. He doesn't have any psychological burden to attack Shinigami and Su. Yes. Everyone responded quickly. In the evening, Uzumaki Mizuki rested directly, without the intention of being busy. Go find Urahara Kisuk tomorrow, find ways to Hueco Mundo and Soul Society. As for Orochimaru, he directly smeared and went out at night. He is going to go out for a while. But that's all. Ichigo comes out to work overtime at night. Kill Suji directly with one blow. Hey, who are you? But at this time, another Shinigami suddenly appeared, with an afro head. He looked at Ichigo suspiciously. Who arranged such a simple job for 2 people? Agent Shinigami, don't you know? Ichigo took out the badge of his agency Shinigami and showed it to the other party. I haven't heard of it. Are you a fake? This Shinigami asked with a puzzled look on his face. But suddenly, both of them froze. I saw a man with a pothead appeared behind the 2, holding a Zanpakuto in his hand. Hirako Shinji? Oh, the spirit being hunted down by Arankar controls Ichigo's body and runs away quickly. At the same time, they screamed. Obviously just want to take advantage of Ichigo's overtime work, come out to play around with him. Why is it such a coincidence to be targeted by Minos Grande? Too bad luck? At the same time, Ishida Urayo was also being targeted. The whole Karakura town is extremely lively at night. Everyone basically stays at home and does not go out. What an interesting world. On Orochimaru's side, Shinigami and Su were spotted through the eyes. Seeing this situation, he didn't mean to intervene, but was slowly observing the king. Soul was saved by Ichigo's father. And Ichigo let go of Hirako's entanglement, and also rushed towards Su. Ishida Uraya's Su who chased him down was killed by his father. Orochimaru's white eyes are a little too much to use. He is carefully recording these situations so that he can analyze them. There is a kind of game player who is like playing a new game, and it is still very fun. Uzumaki Mizuki didn't expect that there would be such a lively scene on the first day after coming here. But they were all small battles, and he was not interested. Ichigo's Zanpakuto, wondering if he should grab it now. The local forces in this world are not so easy to deal with. Look at the situation first, and then choose the time to do it. One night, Orochimaru didn't catch the emptiness, the one he caught last time is still under analysis. It's basically gathering intelligence. Watching the battle between Shinigami and Su, and the Quincy that Uzumaki Mizuki didn't mention, were also discovered by Orochimaru. Ishida Uriu's father almost discovered Orochimaru, but fortunately, Orochimaru didn't use the power of nature, that is, spirit suns, which are basically chakra, so they were not discovered by the Quincy master who claims to master spirit suns. Orochimaru was very satisfied with the harvest of one night. However, Uzumaki Mizuki and others have noticed a little bit. Because Kaguya unceremoniously absorbed the spirit, the movement was not small. However, there was no false reaction, and everyone didn't know what was going on. The next day, because the snake was still working around the clock, Uzumaki and Mizuki are taking Itachi and Niji out for a stroll, mainly, by a game console. Although there are also ninjas in the ninja world, the effect is a bit poor. Although the technology is developing at full speed, this thing cannot be made immediately, and all supporting facilities must be able to keep up. Anyway, Uzumaki Mizuki is not in a hurry now, and it will take a few days for the next portal to open. So, I am interested in going out. Itachi and Niji followed silently without any comments. Bought a handheld, and a bunch of Uzumaki Mizuki cassette, suddenly looked up. Both Itachi and Niji also reacted. Suddenly, a very powerful breath of natural force appeared. This world is very busy. Uzumaki Mizuki smiled. After taking out a few 10,000 banknotes and handing them to the cashier who was dazzled by her opinions, the three of them disappeared directly in front of her, startling her. I thought I was dazzled, but I actually dreamed of a handsome guy during the day. A boring world, the spiritual power is so thin that it's hard to breathe. On Yami's side, looking at Nana in this world is very uncomfortable. Stop complaining, I didn't mean to bring you here. Ulquiorra put his hands in his pockets and said very indifferent soul suck. The location where Yami and Ulquiorra appear is a park. It fell directly from the air and hit the ground to make a pothole. Seeing the humans around, Yami showed his eyes looking at the ants. Then, directly shrink the mouth into a chrysanthemum shape, and then suck hard. Directly inhale the souls of the surrounding humans into the mouth. There are still people alive. After the inhalation, everyone fell down. However, Yami found that there was another person who was still awake, which made him a little interested. It's Arisawa Tatsuki? Looking at the fallen people around her, a look of horror appeared in her eyes. Then I saw Yami, who was like a titan, walking towards her. It's just trash, Yami, Ulquiorra said indifferently. Yami originally thought that he had found a good thing, but it turned out to be exactly as Xiao Wu said. Hands up, ready to punch this guy. Boom. The fist hit Sato Yasudara's full manifestation arm. The impact directly fractures the ground. Inu Orium also appeared and quickly stood in front of Longui. The two were very nervous, because they felt Yami's huge Ryutsu, which was full of experience. Are you going to kill this guy? Yami said carelessly. This time, I came down to solve a goal. That's rubbish, too. Ulquiorra Law is not interested in watching at all. Yami also felt that it was the case, and directly struck, and instantly abolished the arm of Sato Yasudara's full manifestation. Is this woman also trash? Yami, looking at Inu Orium, asked the Ulquiorra method. Well, it's rubbish too. Ulquiorra said very directly. Yami raised her hand with a smile, like a naughty child, ready to beat this woman into minced meat. But immediately, his face froze. Ulquiorra also turned away. Next to the seesaw in the park, Uzumaki Mizuki, and Itachi and Niji appear there. Itachi and Niji looked unfriendly, because many people fell around. They lived here for 2 days, knowing that these are ordinary human beings, not much different from the ninja world. And Uzumaki Mizuki also popularized with them the difference between Shinigami and virtual. Then this guy who is as tall as a titan and has hollow holes is a murderer at first glance. No Ryutsu. But, it feels weird. Aren't they garbage too? Yami didn't care about Inu Orium anymore. All eyes were on the three people who suddenly appeared. On Inu Orium's side, he quickly used his full manifestation technique to heal Sato Yasudara. Look very anxious. She didn't know who the three people who appeared suddenly were, but they were not virtual, they were more like human beings. Then, she felt that she should protect them. No, it's weird, but it's not like an easy character. Is the Shinigami in the Yoshi cake? Ulquiorra Law finally changed his face. He looked at the three of them a little curiously. Finally made this judgment. If it is an ordinary human being, it simply cannot bear the Ryutsu of both of them. It can easily shatter their souls. Oh, looks like something interesting happened. Yami is a little bit excited. This mission would have been without him. Come along, naturally just to have fun. Now it seems that I am lucky, I just came here and met a suitable opponent. Whoosh. Who? But at this time, the day nurse also arrived. Appeared directly in front of Inu Orium and Sato Yasudara. Holding Zagetsu, facing Yami who is leaning sideways to him. Here comes another one, it's really interesting. On Yami's side, she smiled heartily. It's really good luck. I didn't expect to invite the telegraph when I first came here. That's right, that guy is the target this time, Yami. On Ulquiorra's side, seeing Ichigo's appearance, he recognized him immediately. Orange hair, easy to distinguish. Luck. Kill him, it's over. While talking, Yami raised his hand, ready to make a fist. Bankai. Ichigo looked directly at Yami, feeling the powerful Ryutsu of the opponent, and broke out without hesitation. Let's try the opponent's strength. It's above cage level, and it should be a little bit worse than Chaoying. Uzumaki Mizuki to Itaki and Niji. He is not interested in making a move against an opponent of this strength. Itaki and Niji haven't dealt with Kao yet, so it's good to have them both hot. Ask for flowers. Yes, king. Itaki and Niji took the lead directly. Then, do it directly, without any nonsense, just do it. 8 trigrams air palm. Great fireball technique. Both made tentative attacks first. After all, the report is unknown. Nor were they prepared to use all their strength at the outset. Itaki eyed the Ulquiorra law. Niji's attack met Yami. The sudden attack attracted the attention of the people on the field. Yami directly raised his hand, opened his palm, and received the empty palm. Pushed him back a little. As for the Ulquiorra method, there is no hardwired meaning. With a sudden turn, it appeared behind Itaki, holding Zanpakuto in his hand, and swung it down, ready to kill Itaki. Clang. This knife cut on Susanoo's skeleton. Uchiha Itaki's eyes also changed from Sharinon to Mangekyo. However, the ground was also slightly cracked by the gravity of the slash. Interesting, haha, really interesting. Yami here, lol. Ulquiorra's side was a bit surprised. He didn't expect that his speed would be easily reacted by others. Moreover, this weird ability does not have the slightest feeling of Ryutsu, which makes him a little puzzled. Buzz. But suddenly, black flames burst out from Susanoo's skeleton. Amaterasu? The flames traveled directly along the skeleton, touching Zanpakuto and spreading towards Ulquiorra Fa. Can't be extinguished. Ulquiorra said in surprise. He wanted to use Ryutsu to destroy this black flame. But, nothing works? 8 trigrams collapse mountain strike. On Niji's side, he moved closer to Yami. A slap hit him directly in the abdomen. A basketball-sized hole was drilled directly in Yami's stomach. Yami didn't even react because like Itaki, Niji didn't have any Ryutsu on him. Originally thought it was just an ordinary attack, and it was still empty-handed. How could it break his Arrancar's steel skin? But unexpectedly, it was pierced. It really made them feel incredible, obviously without any Ryutsu retreat. Ulquiorra Law sensed that something was wrong. Did not continue to shoot Itaki. Instead, he appeared directly in front of Yami, held the Zanpakuto covered by Amaterasu, and forced Niji back. Then directly opened the passage to Hueco Mundo. The space is directly split up and down, like teeth. Damn it. Yami is a bit out of control here. The corner of the mouth was bleeding, and he was hit in the abdomen. It was not a minor injury by any means. He didn't expect that he would suffer such a big loss. I thought I was here for vacation, but I didn't expect that I almost lost my life. He wants to continue the fight, and is ready to return to the sword. Snapped. But Ulquiorra couldn't hit his companion directly with his left hand, which was not covered by Amaterasu. Yami nearly fainted with a punch in the stomach. Boom. However, Itaki's side, who controlled Susan 407 to be in a skeleton state, directly pulled out the chakra sword and slashed at the two of them. Ulquiorra raised his hand, and a siro flew from his fingertips. The collision of the two attacks directly caused a huge commotion. On the Ulquiorra side, he led Yami directly into the space crack. Calm was quickly restored on the court. Itaki turns off Mangekyo, and Susanoo also disappears. Niji retreated behind Uzumaki Mizuki and didn't say much. It was just a test, and it didn't mean to kill the other party, so Niji didn't mean to be depressed. Ichigo looked at Uzumaki and Mizuki in surprise. It's you? Recognized Uzumaki Mizuki. This golden hair is still very conspicuous. Does Ichigo-kun know them? On Inu Orium's side, Sado Yasutura has been healed. A little wary Uzumaki and Mizuki, the three of them, heard Ichigo's question, and couldn't help but wonder. But Uzumaki Mizuki naturally would not answer. As for Itaki and Niji, their eyes were on the grove in the park beside them. The reason why he didn't continue to attack Su just now was because he found other people appeared, and his intentions were unclear. They don't understand everyone's strength judgment, so they are not careless. I've never seen you before, are you human? Urahara Kisuke's side, using Shunpo, appears next to Ichigo. Covering his hat, he pressed his cane to the ground with the other hand, and asked Uzumaki Mizuki and others. The world belongs to humans. Suhi Shinigami, the future is not allowed to be so rampant in this world. Uzumaki Mizuki said coldly. Both Niji and Itaki were also shocked. They know that this is the king's order, so they must do it in the future. This world has already set the rules, and then, it will be executed according to this order. Have all the space coordinates been recorded? I didn't wait for Urahara Kisuke to answer. Uzumaki Mizuki asked the two. Yes, king. Itaki and Niji both nodded. Both of them have mastered the power of space, and can open the transmission channel through the power of the pupil. The coordinates behind the space crack just now have been captured by them, and the road to Hueco Mundo can be opened at any time. You. Hearing this answer, Urahara Kisuke's expression changed. These three people gave him the feeling that none of them were simple roles. When he fought with Yami just now, he came over, and like Ulquiorra's method, he couldn't see what tricks Niji and Itaki used. No Ryutsu at all, so weird. However, Uzumaki Mizuki did not answer what he meant. Take Niji and Itaki directly and use Flying Thunder God to leave the scene. It seems that there are still things hidden in this world that you don't know about. Yoriyuki's side, the last to appear. She hid in the dark as a backhand. After all, she was not that strong in frontal battles and was more suitable for sneak attacks. However, she also couldn't see through the strength of those three people. The Jayaki snake Shendo has appeared. It seems that this time, it's a little difficult. Urahara lowered the brim of his hat, not letting anyone see the slightly excited face under his hat. After all, like Orochimaru, he is a scientific researcher, and exploring the reality and essence of this world is what he wants to do. However, before that, at least this world cannot be destroyed, and at the same time, it cannot affect my own research. The spiritual power of this place is much stronger than the place we just arrived. Orochimaru was slightly excited. During the day, I sent Shadow Clone out, and caught the Shadow Clone again. He directly opened Shikai to plan, and wanted to study the nature of this creature. It is found that these guys are more like life forms made of natural forces, similar to the state that Otsutsuki Yi finally wants to transform into. Ordinary people cannot find it through vision. Moreover, Orochimaru has already begun to cultivate new cloned embryos, and will collect the human genes of this world, as well as this virtual gene, and try to start cultivating them. There are many strong people in this world, and they accidentally lost their lives someday. There is no way to resurrect here, Uzumaki Mizuki said. Now mainly look at the work of Orochimaru. The strength of the ninja world, controlling Hueco Mundo and Soul Society, may be a bit difficult. Therefore, if Orochimaru can develop a method to allow people in the ninja world to adapt quickly and increase their strength at the same time, it may be able to provide great help. Hearing what Uzumaki Mizuki said, everyone naturally dare not be careless. People in the ninja world, if they want to have the power of this world, the only thing they can do is what Yu Wang said. The power possessed by that Inu Orium, and Sato Yasudara. Put the so-called spiritual power in this world on the device, and then activate it to exert your own strength. Like Shinigami's Zanpakuto, if one can master the ability to make a complete manifestation device, then taking over the world should not be too much trouble. Orochimaru here, give your opinion. He also knew what he came here for, although he didn't put his energy on it. He was more looking for a body that suited him. Look at it and do it. If it doesn't work, call the Soul Society and get the method of making Zanpakuto, Uzumaki Mizuki said. Itaki and Niji told Orochimaru the information they observed today. Orochimaru is very excited here, so many days without sleep, and there is no problem with 2.1. Suck here for half a day, just like that. If you have time, go to Hueco Mundo and Soul Society, where the power of nature is strong. Uzumaki Mizuki said to Kaguya Hime, who was already like a tree. As the Jinchuriki of the real 10 tails, Kaguya-ji has the ability of a certain god tree. She can also absorb the power of nature and convert it into chakra. I have nothing to do, I can only absorb some life force and live my life. Talk like an uncle. Uzumaki Mizuki doesn't care about her either. But Orochimaru was more cautious, and knew how to set up a barrier. But the speed at which Kaguya-ji absorbs the force of nature is still obvious. At the very least, Urahara found out. We're back, Master Aizen. At this time, Ulquiorra, who had been covered by Amaterasu, returned to the Palace of Void Knights. He has returned. Because if the blade is not returned, the recovery of the ability of high-speed regeneration cannot keep up with the consumption of Amaterasu. This thing, in fact, he has already thought of a way to solve it, which is to replace all the skin on his body. But he felt that this thing seemed to have some research value, so he came back and prepared to let Master Aizen analyze it. Oh, this thing on you is very interesting. It has no spiritual power, but it keeps burning. On Aizen's side, Amaterasu's strangeness can be seen clearly at a glance. Then, let me see, everything you see and feel in this world. Aizen didn't do anything right away either. Knowing that his little brother is fine, he arranged for him to start replaying with peace of mind. The Ulquiorra method directly cut out his own eyeballs. Before being burned out by Amaterasu, it directly crushed the eyeball. Everything experienced in this world is replayed in front of Aizen. These three are humans. Aizen was a little surprised. The other party didn't use 25 Ryotsu, but the strength they displayed was able to block my attack and penetrate Yami's body. That's why I'm retreating. Ulquiorra explained very calmly. You should have killed them straight away. At this time, Grimjo, who was sitting on the side, said directly and indifferently. He felt that the Ulquiorra law was not worthy of being above himself at all. Do things procrastinately. Haha, interesting. This world has become more interesting. There are still things I don't know. Aizen was a little excited here. Then, get up directly, get up from the throne. Then step by step, he walked to Ulquiorra's body, and then, he directly opened his hand and held the flame of Amaterasu. Completely different power, never seen before. Aizen's face gradually perverted. Sven Scum becomes pervert in an instant. Amaterasu on Aizen fades out as Hogyaku adapts. This technique was not meant to be a particularly powerful move, but after being adapted by Hogyaku, it has no effect. However, the things to do now are more important, and I can't wait. Aizen didn't attack right away, because his original plan is more important. If it's just the ability shown before, it's Espada at most, and he doesn't pay attention to it. Therefore, you can leave it alone, and after you become the new ruler of this world, you can slowly adjust it, and it will be too late. The next day, Soul Society reinforcements arrived. The team led by Hitsugi Toshiro directly replaced Yoshiko and mixed into Ichigo's school. As for the forces on Uruk, only Orochimaru is still collecting information, but the ones sent out are all shadow clone. Plus without Ryotsu, it's easy to fool the Shinigami and the virtual sides. But at noon, Orochimaru himself appeared. He approached Inu Orium and Sado Yasudara. This world belongs to the power that human beings really have, and he is very interested. On Ichigo's side, he was taken out by Rukia to find false spawners, but Hitsugaya and others wandered around. Orochimaru easily sneaked into the school, and then, with a little guidance, brought Inu Orium and Sado Yasudara together. Who are you and what is your purpose? Sado Yasudara stood in front of Inu Orium with a wary face. Inu Orium was not that nervous, because she felt that the person in front of her who looked similar to Big Sister was a bit like the lead singer of a rock band. You are human, you have been suppressed by Shinigami and Su, do you feel angry? Here in Orochimaru, the old abducted and trafficked children opened the mouth directly, touching the most uncomfortable point in the hearts of the two of them. You. I thought it was a pervert, but I didn't expect to know so many things. Both Sado Yasudara and Inu Orium turned serious. I can help you become stronger, I also admit it, but in exchange, you have to help me conduct some experiments. It won't hurt yourselves, nor will it cause harm to others. I just want to collect a little data. On Orochimaru's side, he spoke very calmly. At the same time, slowly open your hands. Raise non, float directly in Orochimaru's hand. This is. Both Sado Yasudara and Inu Orium were a little surprised. They didn't feel any Ryotsu. But, what is going on with this glowing ball in front of you? Orochimaru didn't mean to be cryptic either. The arm stretched straight out, and the raised non in the palm directly interrupted the lazy tree next to a tree that was wrapped by one person. The whole tree just fell down. Wood style. Then, Orochimaru withdrew his arm and made a light knot gesture. The tree grew a new trunk directly from the broken position, connected the fallen tree body, and then returned to its original shape. After you think it over, you can come to this address to find me. Orochimaru took out a piece of paper and wrote down the address of his current residence, and handed it to the two of them. Then, directly Shun Xin disappeared in front of the two of them. What happened? On Hitsugaya's side, they rushed directly with a group of people. Both Sado Yasudara and Inu Orium hesitated, not knowing what to say. Although strong can be used, it is not necessary. On Orochimaru's side, he still dare not make his own claim. Only peaceful communication is still possible. Everyone helps each other. I have to study the realization technique myself, but I can also give the other party chakra seeds as a reward. It's not a hassle. By the way, you can also collect a little gene. After Orochimaru went back, he continued to study his new clone, preparing to try another body in this world. Uzumaki Mizuki played games in the room. Let Itaki and Niji go out to buy vegetables and cook. He is at ease. Itaki's first-hand molecular cuisine is very powerful. Through Mangekyo Sharinon, the fire is controlled to the best, so that each molecule can be divided accurately. The dishes made by 133 are very delicate. Niji was slightly off the mark. The group was headed by Uzumaki Mizuki. He didn't speak, and the others naturally didn't have any opinions. Kaguya Haim, someone came to your door because of you, get rid of him. Uzumaki and Mizuki are having fun. After arriving in the ninja world, he has never relaxed. After getting this slightly familiar world, he relaxed a lot, without the sense of urgency he had before. In the middle of the night, someone came to the door. Whoever caused it will resolve it. Yes, King. Kaguya Haim was somewhat reluctant. Slowly got up from the yard. She raised her head and looked at an errand car standing in midair looking at her with indifferent eyes. Die. Kaguya Haim can be humble to Uzumaki Mizuki. She never paid attention to others. Dare to look down on yourself? Without giving this errand car time to react, the reincarnation Sharinon on his forehead opened directly. A strong air pressure hit this errand car directly. Then reincarnation Sharinon slowly closed. Errand car in midair was directly shattered all over. Everyone in Karakura town was overwhelmed by this momentum. Shocked. Because they all felt a powerful Ryotsu disappear. Hueco Mundo. Soul Society, people on both sides are in disbelief. Who is it? It's that group. Only Urahara Kisuk said with a serious face. Who is it? Abarai Renji wondered. The place he chose to live is Urahara Kisuk. A bunch of dangerous guys. But today, I probably don't have time to care about those. Let's figure out a way later. Urahara Kisuk looks at the night sky, sensing Ryotsu around. With Hitsugaya etal, Ichigo's pressure was reduced a lot in an instant. Abarai Renji also swallowed the Yuhun pill, ready to fight at any time. Kaguya-ji-sama, it's a pity, it's good to keep it, such material is very rare. It was too late when Orochimaru came out. Kaguya-ji abuse dishes have a hand. In addition to being similar in strength, she can be dragged to opponents who use experience as the key to victory. Others who are weaker than her are basically instant kills. If you want it, grab it yourself. Somewhat afraid of Orochimaru, Kaguya-ji. This kind of person is too pervert. It made her feel a little scared. Wang, can I do it? Orochimaru also felt that there was no problem when he heard Kaguya-ji say so. So he opened his mouth quickly and made a request to Uzumaki Mizuki upstairs. Whoever you want, go wherever you want if you are not afraid of death. Itaki and Niji, you too, if you want to see something, just go and see, feel free to come out. Uzumaki Mizuki spoke directly here. In this world, it is not so easy to die. And ninjas are the most cautious, and they all have strong strength, so they won't fall so easily. Yes, King. After Orochimaru received the order, he ran out directly. It feels like every night is very lively here. The king will be guarded by me. If you want to go, just go and have a look. Itachi said to Niji. After all, he is the same generation as his younger brother. Although he is 1 year older, it does not prevent Itachi from treating Niji as a child. Trouble, Commander Itachi. Niji naturally wanted to go out and have a blast. He has been suppressed in the ninja world, and he feels that in this world, he should not be able to. With Itachi around, he doesn't have to worry about anything. He left the house directly and rushed towards the battlefield he thought was the most intense. That guy Ulquiorra is really too careless. He has already fallen 2 Erankars. This kind of threat should be resolved early. Grimmjow originally wanted to go directly to Uzumaki Mizuki, but halfway through, another subordinate was dropped in seconds. The distance was relatively short, so he came to Ichigo and Rukia. The Erankar just now was dropped by Rukia in seconds. A group of people are fighting. But secretly, Orochimaru's shadow clone controls the white phosphorus snake, secretly collecting various materials, including Shinigami's blood, and these Erankar's genes, etc. He has gained a lot. There are scenes of fierce fighting everywhere. No one ever noticed him as a guy who didn't have the slightest bit of Ryutsu. It will not be aware of ordinary snakes. Bankai Ryaman Hojikameru. Bankai Baboon King Zabumeru. Bankai Daigiran Hyaran Meru. The battle quickly heated up. A few people who know Bankai immediately exploded. The location Niji chose was Hitsugi Tashiro's side. Because he was wearing a small vest, it felt different. Is it only to this extent? Sure enough, it's a sign. Xiao Long of Erankar number 11 looked indifferently at Hitsugi Tashiro whose body was bleeding. On Matsumoto Rangiku's side, trying to pull it aside. But can't help much. As for Inu Orium, he could only stand below and watch the battle with Rangiku's Yoshiko. There was no other way. It seems that I chose the wrong position. The battle in this place is a little easier. Niji stepped out of the shadows. He rolled his eyes and was attracted by Grimmjow. But the Shinigami here seems to be unable to hold on. Shinigami is considered to be in the camp of order, while Su kills humans indiscriminately, so Niji naturally has a bad opinion of Su. It was yesterday. Inu Orium recognizes Niji, but Niji glanced at him, and then flexed his neck. Then, get covered in green chakra? Niji entered Tenseigan chakra mode. What is that? No Ryutsu. Xiao Long and Hitsugi Tashiro, who were in midair, both noticed the powerful momentum suddenly appearing below. Looking down, I saw Hyaga Niji slowly floating up, but the pupils of the two shrank immediately, because that figure has disappeared. It's over. Suddenly another voice was heard. The voice came from behind Xiao Long. Hitsugi Tashiro looked at Hyaga Niji in disbelief. And Niji's palm has already lived on Xiao's head. Xiao Long had no time to return the blade. I wanted to escape, but my body couldn't move at all. Concentrated green chakra, straight up popping. Xiao Long's head disappeared immediately, and then Niji raised his hand and pulled it back. The Ryutsu in Arankar's body was directly pulled out by Niji, and Arankar's body also turned into spirit particles and disappeared in midair. Instant seconds. Impossible, without any Ryutsu. How did he do it? Hitsugi Tashiro couldn't believe it. Completely broke through his common sense. And the opponent easily pulled the huge Ryutsu out of Arankar's body. What kind of power is this? Niji glanced at Hitsugi Tashiro, and didn't intend to kill him. Captain Hitsugi, limited edition has been approved. But at the same time, a voice came from the prop that communicated with Soul Society. Boom, boom, boom. Far away, several Shinigami erupted directly. They've been beaten by Arankar all the time. Seeing this, Hitsugi didn't hesitate, and directly lifted the restrictions, deserved, to restore her own strength. Do you want to fight? Seeing Hitsugi like this, Niji was somewhat surprised. At the same time, I feel that the other party is a bit shameless. He obviously wanted to help kill Arankar because he saw that you were injured, but he turned around and was hiding his strength. You are not hypocritical. Then, there is no reason to fight. Now I am going to help my companions. If you fight, next time. Hitsugi Tashiro didn't move at the end. Regarding Niji, he recalled what Urahara had said to them yesterday. It's not the time to fall out with 10. After finishing speaking, Hitsugi immediately greeted Rangiko to help Abarai Renji and others. Seeing this, Niji didn't say much, and rushed directly to the battlefield between Ichigo and Grimmjow. It feels like a little bit of a fight here. Just now, it was too weak. Crescent Sky rushes. After Ichigo Bankai cut out a powerful attack. On Grimmjow's side, it took a little effort to block it. Ha ha ha, that's what makes it interesting. Go on, Ichigo, Grimmjow said very excited. However, there is no time to fight the second wave. Tuin is here. At the same time, Hitsugi also appeared. The other Shinigami, who also killed their opponents, followed to this central battlefield. You should consider the consequences of doing such a thing, right? Master Aizen is very angry, Tuin said calmly. But at this word, Grimmjow was shocked. The fear of Aizen is etched into the soul. The pleasure of fighting finally appeared, but it disappeared immediately. Hey, are you running away? On Ichigo's side, looking at Grimmjow in midair, he was very angry. Obviously you came to provoke me first, but you are leaving before the winner is decided? Niji watched silently from the side. It feels like this world is really lively. Also found Orochimaru on the sidelines. He has no intention of continuing to participate. As for the order camp, he didn't have much thought. These would have to wait for the king's order. Originally thought that there would be a big battle, which would make him care a little bit, but he didn't expect it to be such a disappointment. I went straight back. 390 A group of people left. Shinigami, all suffered a lot of injuries. All of them were seriously injured because they couldn't exert their own strength because there was no limit to release. Orochimaru was full of rewards and went back very satisfied. But the next day, an uninvited guest ushered in. Urahara Kisuke, Yoriyuki, Inu Orium, and Sato Yasudara. On Sato Yasudara's side, he didn't help at all last night. He was rejected by his friends and asked him to leave the battlefield. This made him very frustrated. So I thought of Orochimaru, saying that it could help them become stronger. However, Sato Yasudara believed in Urahara Kisuke even more, so he approached him first, and he told him about Orokai's approach. In the end, Urahara Kisuke made his decision. As the person in charge in this world, I should pay a visit to find out what the intentions of these uninvited guests are. Since the other party helped hit Shibuya Toshiro and killed Broken last night, it means that the other party is not from Hueco Mundo. Knowing this, you can negotiate. At the same time, it also proves that the strength of the opponent is not simple, and it should have captain-level experience. 3 captain-level characters? This is not a force that anyone can underestimate. Ding dong. Very normal visit. He also rang the bell at the door. It was Uchiha Itachi who opened the door. I don't know what you can do. Uchiha Itachi looked at everyone very calmly. When these people approached, they were discovered. Since the other party is visiting very normally, he will not use any bad attitude. Last time, and last night's help, I didn't have time to thank you. This time, I made a special trip to visit and thank you. This is a gift. As Urahara Kisuke spoke, he raised a snack in his hand. There is no need to thank you, then, that's it. Uchiha Itachi spoke. Uzumaki and Mizuki didn't give him an order, so he naturally didn't dare to invite the other party into the process. Itachi's attitude surprised Urahara Kisuke and others. After all, the other party has been helping them, but has not communicated with them. Let him think that the other party wants to visit by himself and take a better posture. But now in this situation, I guessed wrong? This time, apart from thanking you, there are actually other things. I want to communicate with each other, but I don't know if it is possible. Urahara Kisuke could only continue to ask. It's all here, he doesn't want to leave empty-handed like this. So a pie invitation was issued. You. Not qualified enough. Please leave. Uchiha Itachi said very directly. A king is a king. Not everyone can see it. It was hard to accept Uchiha Itachi's answer. What about insulting? I don't know what qualifications I need. CFFH. Urahara Kisuke asked with a frown. He was going to see what the other party could say after he got this qualification. In this world, Hueco Mundo, Soul Society, and the leaders of the 3 planes are qualified to visit. If you have nothing else to do, please don't bother. Uchiha Itachi said straight. Level equivalence. Although the 3 planes feel that it is not enough to take them out alone. But, barely enough. A scientific researcher, a fighter, is not qualified to meet the king. Are you one of those leaders? Yoriyuki, who was on the side, asked a little unhappy. She felt that this person was somewhat similar to herself. A person who lives in darkness. I'm just an ordinary guard captain. Uchiha Itachi replied. Where was the one from last night? Urahara Kisuke followed suit. It's a member of the bodyguard. Uchiha Itachi is not idle either. Although he was also planning to destroy his family at the beginning. But, he is also a good character. Hearing this answer, both Urahara Kisuke and Yoriyuki tensed up. Very troublesome? What is the origin of this? I can't understand it at all, which makes Urahara Kisuke feel a little flustered. The vice captain is his younger brother, Suzuki. The guards are basically composed of super cage level. There are only a few Rinnegans and Tenseigans, and Naruto is the younger brother of the king, so naturally he can't be a bodyguard. Fugaku is the commander-in-chief of the entire ninja military, more of a civilian job. But at this time, someone else appeared. Are you here to complete that deal? I can help you become stronger without too much burden. Orochimaru came out from the basement, opened the door on the first floor, and walked out. Asked to Inu Orium and Sato Yasudara. At the same time, his eyes were also on Urahara Kisuke. Uzumaki Mizuki told him about this man, a scientist of the Soul Society, one of the best scholars in the world. We're here to thank you, not to beg you, sorry. On Inu Orium's side, he said with some embarrassment. Seeing someone answering, Sato Yasudara didn't say much. This world is becoming more and more dangerous. With enough strength, you can protect yourself and the people you want to protect. The old lied to the child. Orochimaru is very interested in fooling the 2 high school students. I leave it to you, Orochimaru. Uchiha Itachi Junction. If the other party forcibly breaks in, then it will not be a simple mat in the end. Urahara Kisuke still had no intention of rushing in. Those guys are very dangerous. On the way, Yoriyuki said to his good friend very seriously. When I met Uchiha Itachi just now, she felt that he is not a simple character. And the sissy who appeared in the back, it doesn't feel weak either. But these people are actually just guards. So how strong are the people behind them? Captain? Or is it the level of Aizen? Do you need us to help you find information? Sato Yasudara then spoke. He can also feel that this group of people is not simple, and the store manager and others are kind to them. So, Sayurihara Kisuk get all so serious, so want to help them. They are very dangerous, maybe their lives will be in danger. Urahara Kisuk stopped, then turned his head, looked at Sato Yasudara seriously and said, this group of people really put a lot of pressure on him. This is an existence that he is completely unaware of. After today's experience, this idea is even more certain. The other party must have plots, but he doesn't even know the details of the other party. This is really unacceptable to him. Looking at the other party's attitude now, unless there is a fight, it will be difficult to communicate. It is also impossible for him to let the captain come over and talk to the other party. It would be very dangerous to let Sato Yasudara pass. The other side probably won't relax towards us, and we probably can only detect some ordinary information. There is no complacency on Sato Yasudara's side either. He felt that he would be able to inquire about a little bit of information on the surface. It's hard to say how useful it will be, but it's better than guessing like a headless chicken. I can too. Inu Orium followed. During this period of time, the two were left behind by Ichigo, but they felt very unbalanced in their hearts. I want to be a useful person? If you are prepared in your heart, then I will leave this matter to you. Protecting your own safety is the first priority. You don't need to be too deliberate about information, it is enough to know something on the bright side. Urahara Kisuk said to the two. He did feel a little uneasy about this matter. So, take it seriously? It is good. Sato Yasudara and Inu Orium quickly agreed. I thought you wouldn't come, but I'm really bothering you. On Orochimaru's side, the two were warmly received. Then, take them directly to the basement. It was impossible to take them upstairs. Moreover, Uzumaki Mizuki arranged for the completion of the study of the technique, so Orochimaru has confidence. Both Niji and Itaka pretended not to see it. It should be us thanking you. The battle during this period of time really made us feel that we are not strong enough. If we want to catch up with our companions, we have to work harder. Inu Orium is usually very outgoing and speaks normally. Sato Yasudara just kept silent, looking silly. It's all related to the way of cultivation, aptitude, and potential. I don't know your strength, so make a data registration first, and see where you can strengthen. In this way, I can formulate the best plan and improve your strength for you. On Orochimaru's side, while talking, he led them to the place where he had just dug out to test his strength. About the size of a football field. Both Inu Orium and Sato Yasudara did not hide news of their abilities. I don't think it's necessary. Then, it was time for Orochimaru to play. He didn't mean to lie to the other party, he really wanted to help the other party to strengthen his strength. But the most important thing is to obtain research data. Your ability seems to be a bit powerful. Orochimaru also noticed the healing ability of Inu Orium. It seems that it is not really healing, but like going back in time. Really? Inu Orium himself was unclear and somewhat puzzled. I'll explain this to you later. Sato, what you want to improve is speed and strength, right? But the most important thing is to rely on Ryutsu to achieve, basically without any combat experience. So the easiest way for you to increase your strength is to quickly increase Ryutsu. Orochimaru began to explain. The way of fighting in this world is much simpler and rougher. Ask for flowers. Most of them, like Kaguya, are good at abuse, and they are basically crushed by Ryutsu. Especially on the virtual side. Everyone is relying on instinct to fight. Like the reckless Cloud Shinobi village from before. But it works really well. Mr. Orochimaru, do you have such a method? Sato Yasudara rarely spoke. He is still very obsessed with improving his strength. He doesn't want to be left behind by Ichigo anymore. He wants to protect Ichigo's back. There are two methods. One is to strengthen the device of the complete manifestation and make it stronger, then when you use the complete manifestation, the effect should be better. The second is to strengthen yourselves, but this is risky, and it is very likely to lose your life. Orochimaru spoke. There are ways to improve quickly. The simplest thing is that he made a curse mark. And it has been successfully produced, the curse seal of this world. Seal the spirit seeds in their bodies, and when needed, activate and strengthen their own strength. However, he is more interested in the implements of the full manifestation technique. Can I try it both ways? Sato Yasudara said. For this kind of thing, he felt that he should try it first. Inu Orium can heal herself, and she is weak, so she must be the most suitable candidate. Mr. Sato. Inu Orium was a little concerned. But Sato gave her a positive look. It seems that you are very confident. Then, just try, and I will try to save your life. Orochimaru said. He also didn't want to kill two precious research objects. Fullbringers don't have Shinigami and Suduo, so, be protected. Please. Sato bowed very skillfully here. Inu Orium followed quickly. The weapon you use to perform the technique is your arm. It just so happens that my method is also aimed at the body. It's called the curse seal. Seal the power in your body, let your body adapt, accept, and make you stronger. Orochimaru opened his mouth to explain. Several people started to discuss in the basement. For several days, Orochimaru was busy with this. This guy really dares to think. Uzumaki, Mizuki, were overwhelmed by Orochimaru. Orochimaru infused Shinigami, and the power of Hollow, into Sato Yasudara through the spell seal. The first stage is the power of the Shinigami, and the second stage is the Void. They are all spiritual power in essence, but they are different when used. Just like the senjutsu of the three major ninja lands, Ryokai Cave, and Mount Myaboku have different effects. But Orochimaru already has a deep understanding of the human body, and at the same time, the body that has been replaced for so many years is not without any gains. He knows how to squeeze the human body to the limit, and he has already tried it on himself, so he is welcome to try it on Sato Yasudara. Does it have to be done this way? Inu Orium paled. She watched as Orochimaru's neck grew, and then bit Sato Yasudara 047 on the neck. It's easier this way. Orochimaru moved his head a bit, then smiled at Inu Orium and said, almost made Inu Orium cry. Ugh, ah, Sato Yasudara screamed. A few days have passed before Sato Yasudara decided to accept this enhancement. Of course, he naturally communicated with Urahara Kisuk. That's why I dared to try. I also felt that the other party didn't mean to kill them, it was more like an experiment. Without harming his life, he naturally chose to try. It's okay, Sato-kun. Inu Orium is in a hurry, although they have been told in advance that it will be painful. But looking at Sato's appearance, she felt very painful. At this time, Sato Yasudara also felt the pain, which came from deep in the bone marrow. However, he still held on and did not give up. Orochimaru is not trying to kill him now, and the material is also very good, so naturally the priority is to ensure the survival rate. So if Sato Yasudara can't stand it, he can apply to give up at any time, because Shimura will immediately remove the curse seal. But Sato Yasudara wanted to hang on. The black curse marks covered the skin of Sato Yasudara. Orochimaru was calm while watching Sato Yasudara's physical changes with his eyes open. Inu Orium was in a hurry, but there is nothing that can be done, because this is Sato Yasudara's own choice. The howling went on for about 10 minutes. Sato Yasudara passed out directly. Mr. Sato. Inu Orium hurried over. It's okay, he's gotten over it, he doesn't deserve it. Orochimaru spoke. Under his white eyes, he could observe that Sato Yasudara's body had stabilized. After all, Shinigami, Void, including full manifestation, all come from the same energy, spiritual power. However, the previous curse seal, but the power of nature was integrated into it and implanted into the human body. The death rate was naturally high. Inu Orium looked at the unconscious Sato Yasudara with red eyes. On Orochimaru's side, he was put directly on the hospital bed, equipped with various instruments and continued to observe. After about an hour, Sato Yasudara woke up. Did I fail? Sato Yasudara looked a little ugly. No, the country is gone. You can try it now. I have improved this method many times, and it is very stable now. As long as you get through it, there is basically no big problem. The next step is to use this power. Whether your body will not adapt to it or not, all this needs to be tested. Orochimaru spoke from this side. He couldn't wait to get more data from this experimental body. Hearing this, Sato Yasudara was also delighted. Quickly began to cooperate. Then Orochimaru instructs Sato Yasudara to use the seal. Soon, Sato Yasudara learned. After entering the manifestation mode, the curse seal was immediately activated. The skin of the body, including the face, is covered with mantra seals. And Sato Yasudara's Ryutsu skyrocketed instantly. Amazing. Inu Orium said in surprise. Ryutsu is almost twice as strong as before. This kind of progress is too great. On Orochimaru's side, he started sparring, in order to collect the most accurate data. Triple Earth Flow Wall. Attack with all your strength. Let's see how strong it is. For Orochimaru's side, proceed to make a test target. Summoning technique cannot be used here, because it is another world, so Rashomon cannot use it. The white phosphorus snakes used were all brought from him, and he also brought a lot of snake eggs, which were spawned through chakra, so that he had the labor force to dig holes. It is good. Boom. Sato Yasudara poured all of his Ryutsu into his right hand, and punched hard. The 3 huge earth flow walls were directly blasted to pieces. The strength has increased by more than double your previous strength, but as your own strength becomes stronger, this increase will also weaken. You must be prepared. The second stage of the curse seal is a bit dangerous. Do you want to continue trying? Orochimaru, after coming to a conclusion, continued to ask Sato Yasudara. The power of Shinigami is relatively stable, but if it is empty, it is a little irritable, like the fairy chakra, but it is also more destructive. So, when you were in the second stage, you lost control. Urahara Kisuk asked with a serious face. Yes. Sato Yasudara was a little annoyed. He felt as if he couldn't bear such a strong force. Mr. Orochimaru said that the second stage is the virtual power. If you can't stabilize your heart, you can't use it. But the enhanced power is better than imagined, and can make Sato-kun 5 times stronger in his current state. Inu Orium added. She's been watching. I recorded everything and reported it to Urahara Kisuk carefully. The power of Shinigami and Su can be integrated into the human body, and it can be opened freely without letting it change. This man is very judged. Urahara Kisuk feels a bit like a match. He didn't expect that someone could do this step. And the other party is actually a human being? Just now you said that the one called Orochimaru easily stopped Sato Yasudara who was running amok, right? On Yoriyuki's side, he focused on the actual history of the cause. 1.6 Now that Sato Yasudara's strength has skyrocketed by 5 times, even she cannot be said to be subdued easily. Yes, Mr. Orochimaru, it only took a few hits to knock Sato-kun down and wake him up. Inu Orium said. At that time Sado Yasudara lost consciousness, so he could only rely on Inu Orium's instructions. I think this force needs to be treated at the highest level. They are really too strong, Yoriyuki said to Urahara Kisuke with a serious face. She used to be a member of the secret mobile team, and she has been responsible for collecting and inquiring about various information and monitoring many people. But, except for Aizen, who couldn't find the mastermind at the time, this group of people in this world is the most dangerous. It's almost time, let's attack Hueco Mundo tomorrow, because Urok is in this world, let's occupy a base first. Uzumaki Mizuki sat up from the sofa. Move your body a bit, and then speak directly. There are only 2 days until the cooldown of the portal. Then, it's time to start working on it. Yes, King. What preparations do I need? After everyone answered, Orochimaru followed suit. He is mainly in charge of logistics. After all, in terms of fighting, he is indeed inferior to others. However, it is not so easy to kill the guy. It can be said that he will not die when everyone else is dead. There is nothing to prepare. However, a direct attack seems to be a sneak attack. There is no need for this, Itaki, just use the clone to go there, announce the start of the war, and then come back. That's it. Uzumaki Mizuki said. He doesn't need the Soul Society's help either. If even Hueco Mundo can't suppress it, then what qualifications do they have to control the whole world? The trouble is still the Soul Society, and the Quincy hidden in the dark. On Su's side, Aizen is the only one that needs to be dealt with seriously. Nothing else. Yes. Ferret Kaido. Then, it was normal. Now everyone has nothing to prepare. Ninja tools and the like are basically useless, and those that need to be used are already placed in the scroll. So, just wait for the war to start tomorrow. We have something to do tomorrow, so we don't have time to guide you. It may take a few days before we are free. Orochimaru is still helping Sado Yasudara and using Orium to become stronger. Especially Sado Yasudara, excellent research material. The opponent's willpower is not weak, but it is out of control in the second stage of the curse seal, which is not very good. So he has been trying to help the opponent to stabilize and control this state. Okay, excuse me. For Inu Orium, I think Orochimaru is very approachable and very temperamental. Can't help feeling a little good. But it's not the kind of men and women, but the kind of elders. Trouble. Sado Yasudara also hummed and said. But this time, Itaka came to Orochimaru's research institute. Orochimaru, does Hueco Mundo have anything to bring? Itaki asked Orochimaru. In fact, Hueco Mundo has not been there yet. But Wang said to do it, so do it, there is no other way to go. But after Uzumaki Mizuki announced, Orochimaru asked Itaka to help bring back some special products of Hueco Mundo. Soil, plants, including water, are fine. Orochimaru said hastily. His Mangekyo Sharinon cannot open the portal yet. Only Rinnegan and Tenseigan can. This made him a little envious. If he could go by himself, he would have gone already. Itaka nodded, and left directly. Virtual circle. Inu Orium stammered a bit. It feels like it's a bit powerful. I don't know, what is the guy going to Hueco Mundo for? Sado Yasudara asked very seriously. He felt as if he had discovered some secret. Oh, he went to Hueco Mundo to declare war. Our Urok Empire will attack Hueco Mundo tomorrow. Orochimaru said very calmly. It doesn't matter if the news is concealed or not, now it's time to attack Hueco Mundo, and then Soul Society. This world is the last. Because it is also the weakest. But it has the highest points, so it is the last shot here. It will be exposed after taking Hueco Mundo, so there is no need to hide it now. Attack Hueco Mundo. Both Inu Orium and Sado Yasudara were taken aback. However, more information was not asked. The two left early in the afternoon, and Orochimaru didn't care. It's kind of fun to scare people. What did you say? They're attacking Hueco Mundo. Urahara Kisuke also looked shocked. Those guys are too arrogant. Who do they think they are? Hueco Mundo is so powerful, can a few of them deal with it? Abarai Renji was there too. Hearing the news, he naturally expressed disbelief and mocked directly. Urok Empire, what is it? On Yoriyuki's side, he caught the key. I don't know, Mr. Orochimaru didn't say anything else. Inu Orium shook his head. It seems that he is also aware of our existence, and deliberately told us the news. Why? If you want to attack Hueco Mundo, why not team up with Soul Society? What is the other party's purpose? Urok Empire, there is no such country in the human world. Urahara Kisuke felt a little annoyed. For Aizen, he was prepared. But this group of people in Urok was completely unexpected. Even more so, like Aizen, he thinks he already knows everything about this world. However, when there is something that we cannot understand, we will doubt ourselves. Is this the Hueco Mundo? Itaki opened the portal through Rinnegan. Looking at this barren, lifeless place, he frowned. Finally, I filled a bottle of soil and threw it behind the portal, after which the portal was closed. In that direction. Although there is no Ryutsu on him, Uchiha Itaka will also be in Sage mode. Through perception, I locked on the most intense position of Ryutsu force of nature. Then head straight over there. It took less than an hour to arrive at Suigkalis. At the same time, he was immediately spotted by Arankar who was patrolling outside. Boom. However, he was directly sent flying by Shenluo Tianzhang. Before the Arankars could fight back, Uchiha Itaka struck first. I am the special envoy of the Urok Empire. I am here to announce the war against Hueco Mundo. The time is 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. On Uchiha Itake's side, through ninjutsu, he gave his voice to Hiruden. In an instant, it spread throughout the 410 virtual night palaces. Hearing this voice, many people appeared in an instant. There are 7 of them in Espada. Also Ichimaru Jin and Tuin. Oh, Uruk Empire, what kind of force is this? Aizen sat on the throne, dragging his chin with one hand, looking at the picture that appeared in the void of the palace. His face was very calm. The current him naturally wouldn't get angry when anyone provoked him casually. Humanity. Too arrogant, let me kill him. Noitra Gilgo looked at Uchiha Itachi with disdain. Then he raised his hand, and Siro condensed directly in his palm. The others didn't say anything either. Boom. A yellow light rushed towards Uchiha Itachi, then directly fry the mushroom cloud. It seems that Hueco Mundo is nothing more than this, and he also treats the messenger with this attitude. Uchiha Itachi stood among Susanoo with a very calm face. The Siro that was sent just now is not as strong as the tailed beast bomb. Naturally, Susanoo cannot be pierced, although it is only released by Shadow Clone. But it can also reach the level of full body, that is, without feet, which is the same as the full release of normal Mangekyo. What? Arrancar on the field was taken aback. Apparently, they were also taken aback by this guy who had no Ryutsu and blocked Arrancar's Siro 10 times. In response, I'll attack as well. The red Susanoo on Uchiha Itachi's body directly raised his right hand, and in the middle of the palm, 3 red hook jades appeared directly and spun quickly. Then, Susanoo threw it directly. Yasaka Guyu. The fast-spinning Uzumaki has almost turned into a Uzumaki in the eyes of others. Instantly. 1 second later, it will directly hit the Suicalis. This attack has no Ryutsu, but many Arrancars felt the danger. From your own instinct. It was Noitra Gilga who took the shot. This time he was serious. Just open your mouth. From the tip of the tongue and sends out a burst of fierce Siro. It is different from the one released just now. This shot was his strongest attack yet. The golden light hit the red vortex directly. What exploded this time is the real mushroom cloud. The impact force directly annihilated some ordinary Arrancars that were relatively close to the test. This impact made Espada on the field feel the pressure. The opponent's strength doesn't feel weak. The shock is over. Many Arrancars don't change faces, although this attack is enough to threaten them. However, this level is not enough. Then, I will sue first. Tomorrow afternoon, the Uruk Empire will officially invade Hueco Mundo. Uchiha Itachi did not continue to attack. He is a shadow clone, so he can't exert his strongest strength at all. Rinnegan's strength was limited a lot on Shadow Clone, and he couldn't exert his full strength at all. So he didn't stay, and made a wave of 7 in and 7 out. Wait, are you running away? Noitra Gilgo wants to catch up here. But watching Uchiha Itachi helplessly, turned into a cloud of smoke and disappeared in front of him. This is. The Arrancars on the field finally got some expressions. How did the other party leave? Only Aizen, the pupils contracted slightly. A body made entirely of energy. Isn't it from the original body? With the strength it possesses, it can block Espada Arrancar's Zero. Aizen is getting a little serious here. This group of people is more powerful than he imagined. However, he was not afraid. Everyone in Suigcalis, prepare for battle. Tomorrow, these intruders will be wiped out directly. Aizen's voice slowly resounded within the range of the Void Knight Palace. Many Arrancars were a little surprised. After all, they have always believed that their enemies are only those Shinigami from the Soul Society. Is this kind of power that has never heard of its name worth their shot? However, Master Aizen gave orders, so they naturally did not dare to relax. Uchiha Itachi's move made Arrancar and the others pay a little more attention. On Ulquiorra's side, the memory of Niji and Itachi's shot was shown to many Arrancars again. Sure enough, Hueco Mundo does have more spiritual power than in this world. But the strength is too high, isn't it suitable for ordinary plants to survive? On Orochimaru's side, after analyzing the soil quality of Hueco Mundo, he couldn't help sighing that there is still such a place in this world. He couldn't wait to go over and see that place. The next morning, everyone was still very calm. What to do? If there is no Uzumaki Mizuki, just let them do it by themselves. It must be a little panic. But with Uzumaki and Mizuki, they have confidence? At first glance, it was clear that Wang knew a lot about this world, and since he wanted to do something, there must be no problem. How to deal with those people outside? At around 12 noon, Niji asked Itachi, Urahara Kisuk here, with Yoryuki, and Abarai Renji outside. Also present, are Hitsugi Yatashiro and Rangiko. But they didn't mean to do it, but were waiting for something. Don't worry about them, there will always be hostility in the future, but these people may not be able to become members of Uruk. The Order Camp can still try to control it. Itachi said, accepting the power of the Soul Society is naturally the best way to take over this world. Niji nodded and said no more. At 41, everyone gathered together. Run if you can't fight, be careful of some strange powers, although Kaguya-ji can use Yingdun to heal you, but your life is gone, and you can't be rescued. Uzumaki Mizuki, let your subordinates be careful. Orochimaru and Kaguya-ji, it is definitely not so easy to have an accident, or it is difficult to die, mainly against Itachi and Niji. Yes. Everyone naturally has no opinion. Although several people on the court were taught by Uzumaki Mizuki, but now everyone is quite convinced of Uzumaki Mizuki. Sincerely be a big brother. Open the portal. Uzumaki Mizuki said calmly. The current Aizen has not yet reached its peak. If you want to solve it, it shouldn't be a big problem. Just don't give him time to evolve, the rest is fine. Yes, Itachi was responsible for opening the portal, but this thing consumes a little chakra. But immediately behind him the passage to the king's treasury appeared, and then a branch touched him directly and started sending him chakra. Also to Neji, Orochimaru, and Kaguya Hime. 10 Tails is now at King's Curry. Uzumaki Mizuki used it as a power bank. Don't panic about the magic value now, just play casually. They are all gathered together, a vortex appears in the space, are you going to leave? Hitsugi Tashiro frowned. The Soul Society also has its own plan, and this kind of irrelevant people's actions can easily cause twists and turns in the Soul Society's plan. It is now known that Aizen's goal is to make the king key, and the goal is the Soul King. The Soul Society is already preparing for the Winter Armageddon. I didn't expect someone to intervene, let's attack Hueco Mundo first. Shall we go to Hueco Mundo too? Asked Abarai Renji. In the past, it would be troublesome to come back, and there is a high possibility of accidents. This is where Urahara Kisuke struggles. It's not easy to go to Hueco Mundo and come back, but the opponent's ability to go to Hueco Mundo really doesn't understand. They are leaving, and the only time to stop them is now, Yoruaki said hastily. She is ready to strike anytime. But as soon as Yoruaki finished saying this, Kaguya Hime turned her head and gave her a look. A terrifying oppressive force directly covered everyone. Everyone is creepy. Then, watching the 5 people helplessly, they disappeared directly into the cracked space door. Call. Saw them disappear. Everyone let out a sigh. Is that their king? Abarai Renji was a little scared when he applied. That golden hair may be the king. Urahara Kisuke said very seriously. Oh, it seems that you did a good job yesterday, Itachi. As soon as I come here, the goals that need to be solved have basically appeared. Uzumaki and Mizuki stood in front of Wo. Orochimaru, Kaguya Hime, Uzumaki Mizuki, Itachi, Neji. 5 people lined up. And opposite, is Espada, also Tuan and Ichimaru Jin. Only Aizen is not there. Is it just these few people? Tuan Kaneme's tone was a little calm. Obviously, he didn't pay attention to the 5 humans in front of him. All human. I thought it was the Soul Society, some forces were hiding. Ichimaru Jin put his hands behind his back, showing a narrow-eyed smile. My uncle alone is enough. Last time I got revenge, this time I will take revenge directly. On Yami's side, he waved his arms, looking eager to try. There were probably dozens of other Erankars around. But it belongs to average strength, that is, a guy who is a little stronger than the average Minos Grande. The other Espadas didn't speak, but they didn't look too anxious. Because the number of opponents is too small, they think that even if the Soul Society wants to deal with them, not a few people can solve all of them. Be careful with that old man, and do the rest directly. Uzumaki Mizuki said directly with his hands in his pockets. Yes, king. Except for Kagayaji, the other 3 took orders directly. What? What did I hear? Are you looking down on my uncle? Yami is very rampant here. While speaking, he opened his mouth, ready to send Zero. The other Espadas also raised their hands, ready to release Zero and kill these humans. 053 hasn't revealed his own Ryutsu yet, it's despising them? Boom. Zero is released directly. A dozen or so rays of light attacked the 5 of them. Shen Luo Tianzhang. Uchiha Itachi shot straight away. Bounce those Zeros straight away. Yinlun turns explosive. Niji's body was instantly covered by green chakra, and 9 truth-seeking balls appeared behind him. Pull directly with the right hand. These truth-seeking balls fly straight out while being covered in a layer of green chakra and spinning fast. Form a silver halo. Then a huge tornado is launched from the aperture. Instantly cover the Espada on the field directly. Blow them away directly. Amaterasu. At the same time, Uchiha Itachi also activated Manjaku's pupil technique and released it directly at those Erankars. The black flame of Amaterasu instantly ignited these Erankar bodies. Not every Erankar can retain the ability to regenerate at high speed after Erankar. Shoot him, Shinso. However, Ichimaru Jin was not threatened by Yinlun Shashung. He Shunpo left the attack range. Then on the side, direct Shikai's own Zanpakuto, using its ability, CFFD, to attack Uchiha Itachi. Clang. But in the end, the Shinso crashed directly into Susanoo's raised shield. Is this what happened yesterday? Ichimaru Jin was slightly surprised. After all, he didn't expect his attack to be blocked so easily. What returned to him were green balls of light chasing after him. Contains truth-seeking ball and Tenseigan chakra attacks. Ichimaru Jin sensed the danger and did not pursue. As for Uchiha Itachi, he didn't intend to hold back either. Put your hands together. Planetary devastation. The irregularly shaking black chakra rose directly into the sky. Then the whole ground began to shake. On Niji's side, he drove the Tenseigan mode and chased these Erankars. The truth-seeking ball's attack was as fierce as ever. Those arrogant Erankars, who thought they had steel skins, were ready to resist, and a hole was directly opened in their bodies. Kill him, wrathful beast. Yami roared, and his whole body instantly became huge. Take a sip, concubine. Calm down, I'd Sangha. Pray, holy weeping mantis. Numerous Erankars went straight to the blade. They all sensed danger. Dude, why don't these people have Ryutsu? This common sense confuses them even more. However, there is no time to think so much at this time. Kill the ashes together. Kaguya Hime raised her hand and shot a slender bone straight out of her palm. It hit Yami directly. Yami just raised his feet, ready to give these ants a kick, to let them know when my uncle is great. Something that didn't hurt at all stabbed him. He didn't even have time to laugh. The whole face is distorted. Do not. Yami growled. Many errand cars on the field were attracted by the sound. Then they watched Yami's whole body slowly turning into powder and disappearing before their eyes. Seeing this scene, these espadas panicked. It just came back to the blade, and Ryotsu exploded. Why did it just disappear? Only the top few, and Ichimaru Jin, locked eyes on Kaguya Hime. This woman is dangerous. But at this time, the suction force of planetary devastation is also formed. Many ordinary errand cars can't resist at all, and they are directly sucked into the sky by the suction force. Then get covered in Hueco Mundo's sand, making it impossible to escape. Return to the blade. Block it, Blackwing Demon. Conquer him, the Emperor Shark Queen. Crack it, Leopard King. Other front espada, dare not be careless. Man, how long has it been? It feels like it could be killed at any time. Golden Wheel Reincarnation Explosion. As for Niji, he has no interest in dragging these espadas. They are still pulling. And Niji directly opened up. The palm of the right hand that was raised immediately shot up into the sky with a golden light. It's like turning on the X-curry stick. This shocked the errand cars on the field. But Niji didn't hesitate. Swipe down with your right hand you directly. The golden light directly cut the planetary devastation, and then cut to the errand cars on the ground. In the theatrical version, Otsutsuki Shiren relied on this blow to cut the moon open. The current Niji is still a little short of the peak of Otsutsuki Tonari, but this force is not something that espada can resist. Under the lock of white eyes, Niji exploded 4 espadas in an instant, and there were a lot of ordinary glass noodles. The fallen ones are number 9, number 8, number 7, and Neutra Gilga, number 5, who also provoked Uchiha Itaki yesterday. These people were hit by the Golden Wheel Reincarnation explosion, and they turned into spirit particles and disappeared on the spot. Niji's move directly calmed down the scene. However, the suction of the planetary devastation is also broken. It was a little quieter around. Interesting power. Are you from the outside world? Aizen did not know when to appear in the field. His face was somewhat fanatical, because he felt that he had found a way to break through the constraints of this world. The fighting ability of these people is not from this world at all. He is sure. The battle just now can basically be seen clearly. If it is not the power possessed by this world, then it can only be from the outside world. This is what he expected to find? This world is just a cage, and the universe cannot be explored at all. He found out about it, so, kept thinking about leaving. Now, finally, someone who can do it has been found. How can he not be excited? This world limits you, and you can't overthrow the Soul Society just because you want to. Interested in serving me and making me king. Uzumaki Mizuki saw Aizen here, so he opened his mouth to say a few words. Ordinary people, he does not have this interest. They are all instant kills. While Aizen backstabs are likely, Uzumaki Mizuki grows faster on his own. As long as the possibility of the opponent's backstab is overshadowed, there is basically no big problem. A mere human, delusional to make Master Aizen regard you as king. Stop dreaming. The first lackey, Tuan Kaname, stood up and scolded Uzumaki Mizuki. What greeted him was Hyuga Niji's truth-seeking ball. Tuan Kaname directly pulled out Zanpakuto and slashed at the green ball of light, but he couldn't stop the impact at all, and was directly hit and flew back continuously. Aizen didn't make a move, but observed the changes in Hyuga Niji very seriously. Completely, it is another power. Not spiritual power? I think it would be easier to catch you. Aizen has done so many things here, so it is naturally impossible for him to bow his head and surrender to Uzumaki Mizuki with just 1 or 2 words. It's just that the faces of the errand cars around are all heavy at this moment. Tough fight? Good guy, that guy cut down with a knife just now and lost 4 espadas. Not to mention the ringing, under the Tenseigan, there is no way to hide. Unless Niji's reaction nerves and body can't keep up with the opponent's speed, otherwise, he will definitely be able to hit. However, the strength gap between the top 5 and the bottom 5 in espada is still very different. The dead Neutra Gilga doesn't count, he was very good. I hope you can survive and have the chance to bow your head. If you die, you won't even have this chance. Uzumaki Mizuki didn't say much either. With a few words, it is so easy to subdue a world's big villain. It's much easier to fool the protagonist. The villains are all hexagonal fighters, and they are not easy to deal with. However, this is difficult to deal with compared to the protagonist group. Then try it. Heido no 90 Black Coffin. Aizen ended up in person here. Espada died too much, and it was a bit distressing for him. After all, these guys were cultivated by spending a lot of energy on him. Chant directly. In an instant, the 4 of Uzumaki and Mizuki were directly covered by Black Coffin. Aizen's Ryotsu at this time has far surpassed Espada and Shinigami's captain level. He doesn't even use his own Zanpakuto, like Kagayaji. He likes to use levels to suppress people, which is the most enjoyable. Boom. But Kido, who was above Heido 90, exploded before he had time to play a role. After it exploded, what was shown behind was the ultimate Susanoo. A pair of wings fluttered slowly behind the red armored warrior. Uchiha Itaka controlled Susanoo, and directly slashed hard. Target Aizen? Corrupt, Skull Emperor. Espadano.2 Baragan directly returns to the blade. Use your strongest strength. He was the king of Hueco Mundo before, and the strength he possesses is powerful. About the power of time. Death sigh. He opened his mouth directly and let out a long sigh. Then he raised his hand and touched Susanoo's long sword, as if he wanted to use his skeleton-like hand bones to forcibly touch the long sword dozens of times larger than his own body. Susanoo's slash faltered. The long sword disappeared in midair. More than half of the slashes were broken, and the ones that were not touched flew out directly, splitting a crack in the Hueco Mundo desert for the wolf. Has the passage of time accelerated. Orochimaru now has Mangekyo and white eyes, and his visual ability is very good. Watched there just now, and watched directly how Susanoo's long sword disappeared. Broken waterfall. But when Itachi fought with number 2 Espada Baragan, No. 3's Taya Hurley Bell directly cut out a waterfall like a water column, and rushed towards Uzumaki Mizuki and others. Wind-style great breakthrough. On Orochimaru's side, he simply formed a Madra, his chest puffed up, and then he spit out a strong gust of wind. Directly crushed this water column in midair. It's over. But at the same time, Ulquiorra Reifa and Grimjo appeared behind Uzumaki Mizuki and Kaguya respectively. Super fast spin. The two are good at close combat. One was holding a spear, and 10 were waving their paws. The meaning of preparing to kill the two of them directly. Boom. Kaguya raised her hand directly. Shen Luo Tianzhang exploded directly. Instantly push away everything around. Asking for flowers. The two just felt as if they had been hit head-on by a truck. It was thrown out in an instant. Amaterasu. On Itachi's side, he directly used the Immortal Flame on Gang. The position where Amaterasu appears is where the line of sight gathers. The flames, burning directly on the big Baragan, startled him. When he wanted to extinguish this flame, he remembered that this seemed to be the flame brought back from Ulquiorra's body at that time. Unquenchable flames? Using Death Sight, want to speed through time. But he found that his body was burned faster by the flames, so he had to stop using Death Sight. On Uchiha's side, continue to control Susanoo. Aizen frowned, always feeling that the other party didn't use all his strength at all. 0-0. Some of my subordinates couldn't resist it. Coyote. Aizen shouted the name of number 1 Arrancar. Yes, Lord Aizen. Coyote is a little helpless here. He is not a person who likes to fight, he is just lonely. But now, it seems that it will not work if you don't make a move. As for Aizen, it appeared directly beside Baragan. Then with a wave of his hand, he directly put away all Amaterasu. This relieved Baragan. And Susanoo's long sword slashed at the two of them directly. 81 Splitting Void of Bakudo. Aizen chanted again. A transparent wall made entirely of Ryotsu appeared in front of Aizen. But this Kido, when struck by Susanoo's long sword, was directly chopped into pieces. Aizen's pupil shrank, and he directly used Shunpo to avoid the attack range. Boom. The slash he brought directly hit the Sui Callus in the distance, and directly chopped off its top. This power. Aizen's face was heavy. Go after him, pack of wolves. Infinite Fill Zero. But at this time, Coyote Starkey on the side has returned to the blade. Turn your other half, line it, into a pistol and hold it directly in your hand. Then release Zero directly at Susanoo. In an instant, hundreds of blue rays of light were emitted. Uchiha Itachi controlled Susanoo to raise the shield, block directly, and hard block Thess Death Sai. On Baragan's side, continue to use his ability. And he has also prepared himself against Itachi, so he won't fall for that trick easily again. After opening Death Sai, he rushed directly towards Uzumaki Mizuki and others. He wants to see if everyone has the ability to directly attack himself. Let him handle it with me. Kaguya said this. Then, head straight for Baragan. Baragan's state at this time is no distinction between enemy and friend. Ulquiorra Reifa and Grimjo are too, even if they want to help, they are not easy to get close to. And now the most troublesome thing is the huge red Takeda next to it. The two also went over to help Coyote deal with Uchiha Itachi. Court death. Baragan saw the woman dressed similarly to Arrancar, and dared to rush towards him. 980. At this time, all around him is the breath of death. As long as he touches it, time will be lost quickly, and it won't be long before he can kill people. This is a force that no one can stop. Even Aizen, defeating him, used Kyoka Suijutsu instead of a head-to-head fight. This kind of defeat, he is not convinced in his heart. I think I am still the strongest in Hueco Mundo, but Aizen only uses tricks. Impossible. But immediately, he lost his voice. Because he watched the woman flying towards him helplessly, and after touching the sigh of death, there was no change. When he shouted these words, Kaguya had already appeared in front of him. The passage of time has the least impact on Kaguya, because her body is no longer a physical body, and this thing has no effect on her. Worse than being imprisoned on the moon by her son. Universal pull. Kaguya directly raised his hand and squeezed it. Baragan couldn't resist at all, and was directly sucked by Kaguya. Then, it directly bumped into the ashes of Kaguya's palm. Has a similar ability to Death Sai. Anyone who touches it will die. Baragan was really turned into ashes this time. Are you? If he wanted to question, it was too late to finish, and Baragan belched directly. The situation on the court was reversed immediately. Boom. In the distance, there was a huge explosion. The whole ground shook. After a while, Niji came back. And Tuan Kaname was missing. Aizen's complexion gradually became ugly. 3 Espada, surrounded by Uchiha Itachi, couldn't beat Susanoo at all. Espada has more than half of the casualties. Aizen also doesn't have many minions to use. Is your goal the world? Aizen condescending, see Uzumaki below Mizuki asked. This boy, who looked only a little older than Hitsugaya, made him feel a lot of pressure. These people around are actually just this person's subordinates. The proud Espada who was able to defeat the Huian 13th team was cut in half by these people. There are quite a few Eren cars around, but they are of no use at all. He himself can't even look down on them, the kind of one-shot goods. Do you want to surrender now? Uzumaki Mizuki asked. Amazing, or Soul Society. After all, I have been an old landlord for so many years, and I have only recently talked about human nature. In the past, it wasn't much better than Su. Using human souls to train weapons and so on was a normal operation. The strength accumulated over so many years is naturally not comparable to the strength of Aizen, a middle-aged man who has suddenly risen. People don't know the benefits of masturbating the Ling Wang. Aizen still wanted to get close to the King of Souls, but it was very difficult. No, I'm getting more and more interested. Outside, it must be wonderful. Aizen shook his head, and then said with a little fanaticism. He's going to end himself. Although Hogyako has not fully awakened, but enough. Seeing that you are also the king of Hueco Mundo, let me solve it myself. Uzumaki and Mizuki are also preparing to move their hands and feet. It's boring to stay here. Kaguya didn't intend to work hard either. After killing Baragan, he went back to the sidelines. For those who can fly, it still depends on Hyaganiji. Attack is dealing with 3 espadas at a time is not so easy to solve quickly. Not to mention there's a quick shot guy who keeps unleashing Zero. While these Zeros are not as good as the ones unleashed at full power, they are not such an easily parried attack either. There are also Ulquiorra and Grimjo, like ghosts, constantly attacking Susanna, their weapons and claws cut out traces on Susanna. Then I'll just wait and see. Aizen also got serious here. At this moment, he felt that dealing with the king of Urok seemed to be more troublesome than dealing with the captain. Let's do it, I'll do it first, you may not survive. As Uzumaki Mizuki said, he opened the king's treasure house behind his back. Rinnegan is on the left and Tenseigan is in the middle. 3 eyeballs floated directly in midair. Orochimaru and Kaguya both left Uzumaki and Mizuki's side quickly, needless to say. Niji played against Ichimaru Jin, as well as Tia Hurley Bell, prior number 3. You are really a little, too arrogant. Aizen just finished speaking. He appeared right in front of Uzumaki Mizuki, holding Zanpakuto in his hand, and slashed directly at Uzumaki Mizuki. Aizen compresses Ryutsu, directly into Zanpakuto. With this blow, he is sure to directly kill the Komamura Seijin who has been solved. Round Tomb Border Prison. When Zanpakuto was about to hit Uzumaki Mizuki, Aizen sensed something was wrong. But before it was too late, I felt a heavy blow to my stomach. The whole person was directly sent flying. Aizen rolled a few times in the sand before he stabilized. Just stood up. The chakra rays emitted by Tenseigan came to him. Aizen only had time to block the Zanpakuto in front of him, but it was too late to chant Kido. However, Aizen Ryutsu is powerful, and since 1.3, it cannot be solved with one hit of the chakra cannon, that is, the level of tailed beast bomb. After the attack was over, Aizen had no time to lock on Uzumaki Mizuki. Shen Luo Tianzhang. Uzumaki Mizuki uses a jump knife and appears behind Aizen. Aizen was caught off guard, and was directly knocked into the air by the powerful repulsion force. His internal organs were injured, and he couldn't help vomiting blood. Damn, without Ryutsu, there is no way to quickly lock this guy, the line of sight is too late. Aizen is very angry here. He didn't show his strength at all. The whole person was almost crushed and beaten by the opponent. Because they don't know the opponent's strength. At this time, he wants to use levels to suppress people, that is, use huge Ryutsu to deal with the opponent. But the opponent doesn't seem to take this trick at all. Uncomfortable. But Aizen is recovering quickly from his injury. From the power transmitted by Hogyaku. As long as Aizen wants to become stronger, Hogyaku will continue to give him strength. What Aizen wants at this moment is better eyes. Those previous techniques for catching the enemy are useless at this time, because the opponent has no Ryutsu on him. So if you want to defeat the opponent, you must at least be able to see the opponent's actions. So, the first step Aizen evolves is eyes. Puff. Aizen swung Zanpakuto again. It's just that this time, he cut out the sword pressure directly, instead of choosing to get close to Uzumaki Mizuki. He was hit flying for the first time just now, and he still hasn't figured out what happened. Tsitsaizi. The sword pressure directly hit Shen Luo Tianzhang. The repulsive force collided with Aizen's powerful sword, and sparks burst out directly. Aizen, a Shunpo again, appeared to the left of Uzumaki Mizuki, raised his hand, and chanted, Heido 63 Fiery Lightning Howl. A golden lightning flew out directly from Aizen. The target was directed at Uzumaki Mizuki. On Uzumaki Mizuki's side, Tenseigan unleashes the chakra cannon again. Collide directly with this Kido. Causes a huge impact of 25 blows, and the bright light makes the surroundings eclipsed. But before Aizen had time to release the next attack, the hairs all over his body stood on end. This is the feeling when I was hit for the first time. Aizen has already sensed the clone of the wheel tomb. But it's not obvious, only the feeling of being watched. Vomit. This time, Lunmu's avatar came with a set of combined punches. Up to 4 clones can be separated at one time, but if they want to be maintained all the time, these clones need to return to the main body in turn. so the two avatars grabbed Aizen and beat them up. It is Wang Baquan, the kind that has no rules. But cool? Aizen finally reacted. Barely parrying two moves, found an opportunity, and quickly opened the distance. However, Uzumaki Mizuki appeared next to him again. Universal pull. This time it's gravity? Aizen inserted Zanpakuto into the ground, but it didn't work. The ground of Hueco Mundo was full of sand, and there was no way to bear force at all. So he could only raise his hand, wanting to continue releasing Kido. But Luntum's identity came together, and he directly interrupted that hand. Aizen's expression twisted. It hurts that he hasn't given up yet. The whole person was directly pulled in front of Uzumaki Mizuki by gravity. Aizen raised the Zanpakuto and tried to slash at Uzumaki Mizuki, forcing him back. However, as soon as he raised his hand, the fist of Lunmu's avatar hit him hard on the stomach. Being so close, the four avatars came on stage in turn, grabbing him and beating him violently. In the end even, Zanpakuto is given double syndrome. Then it fell to Uzumaki Mizuki. The speed of Hogyaku's evolution is a bit too slow. Uzumaki Mizuki holds Aizen's Zanpakuto in his right hand, and moves heavily up and down, while stopping the attack of the round tomb clone. The strength displayed by Aizen at this time is actually the same. Head-on can't beat the level of the captain at all. However, it still has an advantage against the general captain level. And he fights. Originally more is to use his own Zanpakuto, but just now he has been useless. Then Uzumaki Mizuki won without hesitation. It seems that you know a lot of things. Such a short time, but do you really understand the truth of this world? Aizen struggled to stand up. The injury is recovering quickly. At the same time, the body also began to change slightly. Enhanced is the physical strength and reaction speed, but also the eyes. Eyes become sharper. Hogyaku is helping him to strengthen his body according to his opponent. However, his eyes were more focused on the Zanpakuto in Uzumaki Mizuki's hand. After all these years, it is almost equivalent to a third hand. At this moment, I feel a little regretful. I should have used Kyoka Suijutsus directly as soon as I came up. Otherwise, it would be such a mess there. I know, definitely more than you. The warm-up is over. Next, I will be serious and not give you a chance to continue evolving. Uzumaki Mizuki said. He is not the kind of fighter who will watch the opponent evolve until he can't beat him. After all, he's not the strongest yet. The more troublesome guy is still in the Soul Society? Then let me see how serious you can be. Although Aizen feels that Ryutsu is constantly rising. However, I don't have any confidence in my heart. Because the opponent's ability is unknown, how strong it can be, he has no idea at all. At this moment, he felt as if he could vaguely see the figure attacking him, and he would definitely not be without the ability to fight back. Then, don't be frightened. Kyoka Suijutsu. Uzumaki Mizuki smiled kindly. Then hold the Zanpakuto in your hand and reverse directly downwards. Then directly read Shikai's liberation language. At the same time, the blue light on the blade flickered, and there was a sound. Aizen's pupils constrict. When he saw Uzumaki Mizuki slashing his Kyoka Suijutsu down, he knew something was wrong. But his common sense tells him that Zanpakuto is unique and impossible for others to use. Let alone someone from the outside world. Now guess what? Have you been hit by your own Zanpakuto ability? Uzumaki Mizuki asked very calmly. Boom. Around, Itake and Niji were fighting fiercely with those Arrancar 123. At the same time, after they saw Uzumaki and Mizuki making a move, they immediately began to surrender. If the king is dispatched, they must have won the battle. To take over this world, it is naturally the best choice to have people who are familiar with this world. Once people from the ninja world come, there is no way to get started directly. Leaving some enemies who surrendered and helping them manage the world is the way we said before. Zanpakuto cannot be shikai'd by others, only I can unlock the ability to unseal it. Aizen held on, without showing timidity. However, I really panicked. What's going on? Why is this guy able to pull out Kyoka Suijutsu? In fact, he was very sure that he had been tricked. Because, that familiar low humming sound is absolutely correct. It is the sound that will only be emitted after Kyoka Suijutsu is successfully launched. But, why? In such a short time, he has mastered his own Zanpakuto? Omniscient and almighty star, this treasure I own can let me know the real name of Zanpakuto, and use it at the same time. Uzumaki Mizuki said very calmly. After so many years, he only opened the portal of Otherworld because he wanted to exchange for this treasure. Exchange for this noble phantasm that sublimates the omniscient and omniscient star is not the same as the omniscient and omniscient of Juhabak. It is impossible to predict the future, but the power to see through the essence of affairs belongs to the normal open state. If used, it can directly increase the attack power by more than double. Template Gilgamesh. J1265. Stamina, 958. Asterisk 3451. HP value, 9580. Magic value, 1E3578W. Equipment, Treasure of the King, Deviation Sword, Skylock, Seraphim's Rod, Kohler's Dagger, Travel Shoes, Talisman that breaks the laws of all things, Mangekyo Sharinon, 1, Rinnegan, Tenseigan, Wind King Barrier, Oath of Victory the Sword, the Distant Ideal Land, the All-Knowing and Omnipotent Star, the Sacred Tree 10 Tails, the Chakra Cannon, and Ninja Weapons. Uzumaki Mizuki's attributes at this time are completely different from before. At this time, he can use the Deviation Sword to destroy the world. It is also with this confidence that he dared to step out of the ninja world and think about exploring the outside world. Impossible, how could there be such a treasure? If that's the case, wouldn't all Zanpakuto be? Aizen's face changed rapidly. He didn't believe there could be such a treasure, but thought of Hogyaku. At the same time, there is also the identity of the other party as an outsider. All these things can be explained, it is the power of the outside world, not this world. So, are you better off deciding now? Uzumaki Mizuki asked. Aizen was cold all over. At this moment, he suspected that the direction of the voice was false. Is the Uzumaki Mizuki that I understand in front of my eyes still in that position? Have the five senses been deceived? Hateful. Not even Ryutsu can't catch at all. Aizen cursed in his heart, how could someone have such a strong power without Ryutsu? However, he could not surrender. I have been preparing for so many years, isn't this an opportunity to escape? If you bow your head, what is that? At this point he can only hope that Uzumaki Mizuki is an arrogant man. Still standing there? Aizen directs Shunpo, and he uses this ability to ultimate. I just hope that I can come to Uzumaki Mizuki one step earlier and get Zanpakuto back. Then, the whole person went straight through Uzumaki Mizuki's body. Just a phantom. You don't think I'm still standing there, do you? It seems that you have enough to look down on me. Uzumaki Mizuki spoke directly. Aizen's face was terribly black. Because it is his own Zanpakuto, he understands how dangerous it is. The whole Sei Linjian was played around by him. Those people were not simple people, but they were all fooled by their own Kyoka Suijutsu. Now, it's my turn, the result is a ride. He has no choice. If you beat me upright, then I am willing to surrender to you. Aizen spoke slowly. A look that said these words made him feel very uncomfortable. What? But at the same time, Grimmjow screamed. He hit Tsukuyomi. Although the illusion is ineffective, the pupil technique is still useful, just like Kyoka Suijutsu's general trick. Grimmjow's side fell straight to the ground and twitched. Arrancar on the field, seeing this scene, all of them looked ugly. The less timid forehead began to tremble. Because they couldn't see at all how the other party made Grimmjow, one of Espada, into such a look. How about it? As long as you really have the power to defeat me, then I am willing to surrender to you. Aizen is still talking about conditions. In fact, it is cheating and delaying time. Originally, I thought about whether my subordinates could give some strength. But now it doesn't seem to work. Then, you can only rely on yourself. Fight or flee. But at this time, something happened on the other side of the battlefield. Fight with me, still dare to be distracted. Hyaganiji saw Ichimaru Jin's side, and his eyes were on the battlefield on the king's side. This makes him very dissatisfied. The opponent is very fast and has never confronted himself head-on. There is also a woman beside her, who has been restraining herself. The Golden Wheel reincarnation explosion was released just now, which was a bit too much consumption. So he couldn't break out quickly at this time. At the same time, he also held the same attitude as Itake, killing a few less, to see if he could make them surrender, and become his own in the future. But this attitude made him dissatisfied. Look down on him? A truth-seeking ball flew directly over. Ichimaru Jin's eyes flickered. Then, use Zanpakuto directly to block in front of yourself. The whole person was instantly sent flying. But Tia Hurley Bell, who was on the side, came over with a weapon. Niji Tenseigan's status is relatively short, and he can't keep it that long. Now he can only keep 3 truth-seeking balls. So there is no way to chase after it immediately, so I can only get on with Tia Hurley Bell. And Ichimaru Jin also came to the place he wanted to reach. It is only a few tens of meters away from the Aizen battlefield. Aizen was not affected by Ichimaru Jin's fall. All his attention was on finding Uzumaki Mizuki. As a king, it seems that it is not good to directly refuse this kind of provocation. Uzumaki Mizuki's voice came. Aizen was overjoyed. It really is a stunned young man. Is it so easy to be fooled? Bankai Kamishine no Yari no step with blade. Ichimaru Jin made this move without hesitation. He has wanted to kill Aizen for a long time, but finding this opportunity is not easy. The environment on the field made him feel that this was his last chance. If you miss it, Aizen joins these guys, or Aizen dies under their hands, then you can't kill Aizen? Although Ichimaru Jin said that it is 500 times the speed of sound, it is a lie, but there are still 100 times the speed of sound. Aizen didn't react at all, and fell into this trick directly. The whole body, starting from the abdomen, exploded instantly. Silver, you. Aizen knew that Ichimaru Jin would backstab, but, to Li Xiao, did not expect it to be this time. However, he felt that he would not die yet. Hogyaku is working. Toxins in the body are being rapidly decomposed. Hogyaku was functioning, quickly recovering his body. It seems that you don't have the strength to continue fighting? But Uzumaki Mizuki appeared in front of him at this time. When the Wheel Tomb clone beat him, it left the Flying Thunder God mark on him. Aizen didn't notice at all. Tsitsaize, taking Chidori's left hand, directly across Aizen's chest, took Hogyaku in his hand, pinching it on 4 fingertips. No, order. Aizen's gaze captured it all. Roar directly. Ryutsu broke out. The impact was blown in an instant, pushing away everything around. And Uzumaki Mizuki, turned into a phantom again, disappeared under Aizen's attack. Uzumaki Mizuki will naturally not be pushed. Holding the Hogyaku, go straight back to the far side. At the same time, he opened the king's treasure house and threw Hogyaku into it. Give me back. Aizen has recovered most of his body and is able to move. Immediately, he came directly in front of Uzumaki Mizuki and grabbed Hogyako, who had fallen into the passage of the king's treasure house. Caught empty. Impossible, Hogyako has already recognized the master, how could it be taken away? Give it back to me, how can I repair it? Aizen is crazy here. But it was immediately bound by dense locks of the sky. Ichimaru Jin was taken aback, apparently he didn't expect that Aizen would be able to withstand his own Bankai trick. If I was the only one attacking Aizen, wouldn't I have already failed? I'm stronger than you, that's all. Hogyako will also make his own choice, he cannot disobey my order. Uzumaki Mizuki said very calmly. Aizen's hanging was sealed by himself. Then, he has lost the possibility of confronting himself. Impossible, I am the strongest in this world. If you are not bound by this world, you are definitely not my opponent. Aizen roared. Ryutsu keeps breaking out. The skylock that bound him was also directly broken by the impact. Aizen has evolved wings on the back at this time, which is the effect of the blue Ichimaru 820 silver attack just now. But there is only one pair, which seems to be incomplete, and the butterfly wings only have the upper part. But Aizen's Ryutsu has also been greatly enhanced. I missed it. Kyoka Suijutsu, it's hard to be played by the ability you are proud of. Uzumaki Mizuki's voice came. But Aizen has lost his mind at this time. After being influenced by Hogyaku, he no longer has the calmness of planning in the beginning. Has fallen into what he disdains, like a wild beast. Die to me. Aizen has no Zanpakuto, and can only attack with bare hands at this time. With a wave of his right hand, directly draw 3 scratches, leading Ryutsu towards Uzumaki Mizuki. However, all are phantoms. Aizen is constantly being played by his Zanpakuto ability. There is no resistance at all. Can't find the opponent, Aizen thinks, destroy everything around, until Uzumaki Mizuki has nowhere to hide. The next thing is garbage time, I'm not interested in procrastinating, let's end. After Uzumaki Mizuki finished speaking, he snapped his fingers. Immediately, hundreds of channel halos of the king's treasure house unfolded behind him. On each halo, the front half of the weapon emerges. Found it, you are the main body. Seeing the halo behind Uzumaki Mizuki, Aizen yelled immediately. Then he rushed directly towards Uzumaki Mizuki. But halfway through the flight, a long sword appeared less than half a meter in front of him. He didn't have time to dodge at all, and directly bumped into him, stabbing him on the body. Before he could pull it out, the next one came again. The Flying Thunder God coordinates were set on his body, and this attack was almost a fixed-point blast. Aizen can't hide at all. Weapons would shoot from all directions at him. Aizen rushed towards Uzumaki Mizuki's footsteps and was quickly stopped. In return, he constantly used Ryutsu to form a shield to block himself. But defense is the priority, so he can only use this trick in large quantities. Chakra Cannon. Uzumaki Mizuki continued snapping his fingers. In the halo of the king's treasure house, something similar to a tank turret appeared directly. And there are 10 of them? This is a war machine developed by the ninja world over the years. And the connected energy is naturally 10 tails. Release the Chakra Cannon, and you can directly hit full power for a day. Boom, boom, boom. Chakra Cannon fired one after another. Uzumaki Mizuki almost shouted and fired. The dazzling white light almost swallowed Aizen. Aizen felt tremendous pressure here. Ryutsu is consumed too quickly. At this time, he can't get Hogyaku's supplement, and his body is almost reaching its limit. If Ichimaru Jin's move hadn't, Kfei, evolved again, it probably wouldn't be able to stop such a bombardment at all. After finally making it through, the second bombardment came again. This thing is a little worse than the cannon that Cloud Shinobi Village was going to bomb the moon at that time. But it is also enough to blast directly through the moon. Similar to Landon, it has a strong penetrating ability. Aizen was maimed. There is still one breath left. 6 paths planetary devastation. Uzumaki Mizuki with the power of Rinnegan and Tenseigan, also blessed by 10 tails Jinchuriki. Uzumaki Mizuki was naturally able to release the trick of the 2 rebellious sons sealing the old mother. Didn't kill Aizen. It's because this guy really knows the world very well. I stayed here thinking that if it can be used, if it doesn't work, I will kill it when the time comes. King Ling, who knows what's going on. All limbs are conscious, but the main body is not, like a human stick. This kind of guy feels very dangerous. It is not a matter of time for Orochimaru to figure out the world. If Urahara Kisuk doesn't want to mess with his own, then keeping Aizen will still make a difference. How come? Aizen's eyes have lost their light. He never thought that he would lose so badly. And he didn't even know what the opponent's strength was like. After fighting for a long time, the opponent didn't seem to have really swung a knife at me. He didn't give him much time to think. Aizen was directly sealed by planetary devastation. Universal pull. Uzumaki Mizuki then hit Ichimaru Jin. Open your hand to him directly. Ichimaru Jin directly gave up resistance. Fuck. Uzumaki Mizuki was about to release Shinra and stopped. Surrender. Uzumaki Mizuki wondered. Ichimaru Jin nodded slightly. At the same time, he looked at the gradually formed ball in midair, revealing his killing intent. Aizen is not dead. He can't die yet. Zanpakuto to me. Uzumaki Mizuki said directly. Hearing this, Ichimaru Jin hesitated. But he obediently handed over Zanpakuto, his heart bleeding. This thing can be said to have accompanied him for hundreds of years. Who can hand it over easily? Go and clean up the battlefield, stay those who are willing to surrender, and kill those who don't. Uzumaki Mizuki said grimly. Virtuality is inherently unstable. If you can't even follow orders, then it will be of no use. It is better to turn into a spirit son earlier and integrate into this world. Yes. Ichimaru-jin cannot be defied. He didn't think that without Zanpakuto, he would still be able to make a move on this one in front of him. The battle was quickly over. Aizen lost. What are they still insisting on? Alquira is the most loyal to Aizen, and Uzumaki Mizuki is also very cooperative, killing him directly. The rest, except Grimjo, who is a little more rebellious. The other Erinkars are honest. Coyote Starkey doesn't like fighting very much, mainly because he can't fight. Aizen, there is no way. The same is true of Taya Hurley Bell, who is a little more stable, and is not so rebellious about the arrival of Uzumaki Mizuki. Wang, there are still 13 Erinkars, and the other Erinkars are basically dead. This world is very rich in spiritual power, but it lacks other foundations. It is difficult for ordinary creatures to survive, and it may take a lot of time to transform it. Orochimaru reports to Uzumaki Mizuki. 2 days have passed, and the place has gradually stabilized. Not many Erinkars survived in the Void Knight Palace, except for some who were too timid to come out to fight. Most of the rest died. AoE ability still killed a lot of Erinkar. I don't need to do the transformation. There are still a lot of troubles in this world. Let's use it as a foothold. Since there is no big problem, go back and organize the early manpower to start building the base camp here, and then prepare to conquer the Soul Society. Priority for scientific research personnel and fighters, as long as they can stabilize themselves in Hueco Mundo. Uzumaki Mizuki spoke. The Hueco Mundo makeover is too difficult. This is the rule of this world. In addition to the void that becomes from the evil of the human soul, Hueco Mundo will also automatically generate void. Virtual and Soul Society's souls are basically always trying to maintain a certain balance. Like the North and South Poles. Only in this way can the world be stabilized and not collapse. I haven't figured out the nature of this world yet, so I think it's better not to move around. Yes. Naturally, Orochimaru didn't have any objections. If Uzumaki and Mizuki were not there, he would dare to get his hands on these things. He doesn't have this strength. Going back this time, it's just him and Orochimaru. But Uzumaki Mizuki is naturally not interested in taking care of things, and let Orochimaru arrange it himself. After all, the main researchers who came here are all Orochimaru's researchers. After confirming, in the afternoon, Uzumaki Mizuki went back to Ninja World next to Orochimaru, leaving Kaguya Hime, Itaki, and Niji looking at Konya Palace. Brother, can't I go there? Naruto asked Uzumaki Mizuki after cooking 2 bowls of rice. Over there are a lot of powerful people, and someone needs protection here. You and Sasuke have to take care of your home. Uzumaki Mizuki raised his bowl, took the fish that Kushina had caught for him, and said. Orochimaru went to work. He naturally came home to relax. Have a meal together as a family. Let him feel some affection. Is that world dangerous? Minato was also curious. Now civilian power has risen, but the original interests have been occupied by many big families, and it is not easy to get them back. At the same time, after the civilian forces gain benefits, they will also become big families. Minato is also thinking about how to find a new method. Ordinary people are not bad, but the main thing is to fight in the dark, which is very dangerous. In a real fight, it is normal for tens of thousands of people to be killed or injured. This time I went there mainly to find a stronghold, so I didn't specifically explore their social form. Next time I come back, I will bring a copy of the information. Father, you can take a look at how this society works, and maybe you can learn a little bit of experience. Uzumaki Mizuki replied. Minato nodded while continuing to ask. Naruto is helpless. After all, as a big brother, his words are more useful than his parents. If you say you can't go, you can't go. Is this the new world? It's kind of desolate. It's very similar to the Land of Winds. The speaker is Senju Tobirama, who belongs to the research team this time and came here together. Also coming is Nagato. At the same time, there are hundreds of guards. The strength is at the level of Jonin. But I didn't expect them to do anything mainly to increase popularity. Nagato is Namikaze. Minato asked to join. Let Nagato personally experience the social form of this world, sum up the experience, and then bring it back to Minato to see. This is an independent space that belongs to a world. Only creatures named Su can survive here. Ask for flowers. Here is the information I have summarized. You can understand it first, and then confirm what to do. Orochimaru, as the person in charge, began to distribute materials. When I was in the ninja world, I didn't say much. Just choose the manpower, the things you need to know, come and learn more. A group of people immediately looked down at the information. A life form completely formed by the force of nature, void. The soul of a person after death can also become a Shinigami, with power beyond cage level. Why are humans so weak? Many people immediately exclaimed. Arinkar in the empty night palace also found extra humans. There was some pain in my heart, but I didn't say anything. Also, curious about where these guys came from. Uzumaki Mizuki and Aizen's conversation, they both heard it. Are they really humans from other worlds? Here is handed over to you to guard, here to absorb spiritual power. In case of danger, you are at Tianwei. Uzumaki Mizuki to Kaguya Hime. Now under my command, Kaguya-ji is the strongest. Naruto says okay too, although the power awakened, but the gap with Kaguya is still too big. This is a gap from the power rules. Still rank advantage. Yes. Kaguya is enjoying it very much at this time. In this world, there is no need to be afraid of being hunted down by the Otsutsuki clan. She didn't like to move very much at first, and she was very satisfied with the continuous absorption of life force here. Although it is not comparable to the divine tree, it can slowly recover her experience. Niji, you stay here to watch over Itake and Orochimaru, or follow me to this world. Uzumaki Mizuki continued. The next step is for the Soul Society to do it. We need to study the enemy first. After all, the background of Soul Society is not comparable to this empty Hueco Mundo. Stable harvesting of points is the most important thing. Let's see if it's better to attack the Soul Society, or get the world first. Yes. Several faces responded. P.S. The second update. Thank you for your 4 days have passed, Mr. Orochimaru and the others haven't come back yet. Inu Orium said with some concern. After all, we've been together for a while. And Orochimaru is always lying to children. Inu Orium and Sato Yasudara, both were a bit smitten by Orochimaru's personality. At this time, Inu Orium couldn't help but worry about Orochimaru's comfort from his own side. The Technical Development Bureau has monitored that 3 days ago, a powerful riot broke out in Hueco Mundo. It should be their battle. But it only lasted for about half a day, and the outbreak of riot ended, and the situation after that is unknown. On Urahara Kisuke's side, he spoke. His face was a little gloomy. Going to Hueco Mundo is not so easy. He has set up a teleportation channel, but he doesn't know whether to go or not. If 303 had passed, those people hadn't succeeded, and they would most likely have faced the siege of the Aizen forces. None of the Erincars who came here a few times before proved that the opponent's strength is not simple. If you trespass into Hueco Mundo without authorization, it is very likely that your life will be threatened. For this group of people, some are not worth it. Then there are only two possibilities. One is that after this group of people passed by, they were quickly dealt with by Aizen. The other is that this group of people defeated Aizen and the others. The possibility of escaping is very low. Aizen's means should be enough to stop them. Yoriyuki spoke. She has always felt that Uzumaki Mizuki and his party are very dangerous. The man with the nasolabial folds had a strong killing intent coming from him. It is not the killing intent that can be condensed by killing a few people, or even a dozen people. At least 100 people beheaded? Very dangerous. These guys are so arrogant, they dare to trespass on Hueco Mundo, they must be dead. On Abarai Renji's side, Yin said carelessly. Hitsugi Tashiro frowned. He has seen Niji fight, and he doesn't think that the opponent's strength will be worse than Arrancar's. Arrancar, who obviously has about 30% of his own strength, is completely vulnerable under that person's hands? Dididai. But at this time, Yori and Sato Yasudara's cell phone rang. It's Orochimaru Rishi. Inu Orium said in surprise. Quickly opened the message. The discovery was the message that Orochimaru invited them to continue their intensive training. On Urahara Kisuke's side, he stretched out his head directly and saw the information on his face. They won. Urahara Kisuke was shocked. After all, this kind of tone doesn't seem like the feeling of running back. But the guest result made him somewhat unacceptable. Aizen lost just like that? What the hell is going on with these people? Let's find out the information. Sato Yasudara spoke from this side. He also realizes that this matter is very important. Now the people here, except for him and Inu Orium, seem to be unaccepted by each other, and they can't get close to inquire about information at all. Please. I'll go to Hueco Mundo and investigate carefully. Even if it's dangerous, there's nothing I can do about it. Urahara Kisuke nodded heavily and said. He felt that this group of people seemed to be more dangerous than Aizen. So regarding Hueco Mundo, he needs to investigate carefully. Find out, did these people really defeat Aizen, or secretly teamed up with Aizen? This matter is very necessary. Can't be caught off guard. A group of people start to move. Inu Orium and Sato Yasudara, and soon Orochimaru. Then, continue to test Sato Yasudara's ability to withstand the second stage of the seal. Mr. Orochimaru, have you really defeated the Aizen and Erincars? Inu Orium asked almost directly. Sato Yasudara was ready to continue testing the power of the curse seal, but was taken aback by Inu Orium's opening. After all, it's a little too straightforward. Well, Hueco Mundo is now occupied by our Uruk Empire. Orochimaru nodded and spoke directly. This is not information that needs to be withheld. It cannot be said that the vortex water has already been ordered. Mainly about their fighting ability, there is nothing else that cannot be said. This is the sedative I made. Try to see if it will get out of control when using the second stage of the curse seal at this time. On Orochimaru's side, he took out something he brought back from the ninja world. This is mainly made for the Uchiha family. After all, Uchiha loses control of his emotions and will lead to a drastic change in temperament. At the same time, it can also be used to practice sage mode, and it can be used for auxiliary purposes. When he came here for the first time, he didn't bring any gadgets. He mainly brought instruments, and secondly, the materials here. He hadn't figured it out yet, so he couldn't make it on the spot. Yes. On Sato Yasudara's side, seeing Orochimaru was not dissatisfied. After thinking about it, I still injected this medicine. He felt that if the other party wanted to harm him, there was absolutely no need to use this method. After injecting the sedative, Sado Yasudara felt that his head became much clearer, but his body seemed to be a little slow. Let's start. Orochimaru only cares about his own research. Inu Orium is hesitating, don't ask further. It feels like asking too many questions, which is not very good. Boom. Ryutsu on Sado Yasudara's side exploded in an instant. This is the first stage. Soon, the second stage broke out again. Sado Yasudara's whole body has changed, with a lot of bone-like shells, like armor on a ship. Hiss. At this time, Sado Yasudara, who was completely covered by the bone-formed helmet, exhaled a breath visible to the naked eye. Breathing at 0.9 is very loud, just like the feeling of a dragon inhaling in mythology. Didn't you go berserk? Do you still know who I am? On Orochimaru's side, he was a little excited. Then, he opened his mouth and asked Sado Yasudara tentatively, Mr. Orochimaru. Sado Yasudara seemed to be a little unclear, but he still said the name. Sedatives will slow down your reaction and suppress the intense activity in your brain, so you feel a little slow in cognition. After you calm down, you won't feel this way anymore, you can try and use your own strength. Orochimaru continued to speak to Sado Yasudara. Inu Orium's side was also attracted by this incident, and seriously cheered for Sado Yasudara Hueco Mundo. According to the map of the Technology Development Bureau, the stronghold of Aizen and others should be in this direction. On Urahara Kisuk's side, using the props made by himself to cover Ryutsu, he slowly moved towards the Konya Palace. This time, Hitsugi Toshiro followed him. He came here as a representative of the Soul Society, and Yoriuki was in charge of Karakura Town. Other Shinigami also follow her arrangement. Ryutsu is much more violent than Soul Society, but there are no other creatures at all. Hitsugi Toshiro said curiously. After all, he has only been captain for not many years, although he is not inferior to other captains in combat. But in terms of knowledge and cognition, it is slightly worse. Next, we will be close to the target location, and the sleeping garden will be put away. Urahara Kisuk did not answer. Through Ryutsu probing, he also locked on to a powerful Ryutsu in the distance. Be very careful when using it. Probably slightly larger than normal spiritual power. If you don't pay special attention, you can't find it at all. Okay. Hitsugi Toshiro also has no comments. 25. The passage they came from was cut off by the barrier Ryutsu. Has been kept open. On the other side of the passage, Abarai Renji and others are guarding to prevent Yugza and Arankar from passing through this passage to the present world. What are these two doing? Didn't it mean that there are no humans here? This invisibility method is too rubbish, isn't there any training here? It can't even reach the level of Genin. A few ninjas of the Hyuga clan stood beside the Sud Palace, pointing at the location of Urahara Kisuk and the two. They have gone through Nagato's instructions and know how to analyze Arankar and humans. At the same time, they know that there is no human existence in this place. But now there are two more suddenly, which makes them a little confused. The news quickly reached Niji. Ryutsu is approaching. So fast. Both Urahara Kisuk and Hitsugi Toshiro were sweating. This Ryutsu, it feels like it's obviously rushing towards them. Do you want to do it? On Hitsugi Toshiro's side, Zanpakuto was already holding onto his back. Bankai is always ready? Get ready. Urahara Kisuk gritted his teeth, his face was ugly. Puff. Urahara Kisuk lifted the cloth covering Ryutsu from his body. Bankai is always ready. 2. This is now the territory of the Uruk Empire. Without an application, it is illegal to enter and will be repatriated. Hyuga Niji looked at the two indifferently. The battle hasn't officially started yet. Then it's not even an enemy. If the other party still wants to do something after the warning, then he will not be polite. It's you? Hitsugi Toshiro recognized Niji. He was about to pull out Zanpakuto's hand, but also stopped. This is Arankar. Where's Aizen? Urahara Kisuk looked at Coyote Stark with a heavy expression on his face. It seemed that it was the worst possibility he could think of. This group of unknown people defeated Aizen? He still has some understanding of Aizen, but this group of people don't know what's going on at all. The opponent also has the strength to defeat Aizen. It proved enough to threaten Dosei Reino? If he joins forces with Aizen, he won't be so worried. At most, he will have more fighting power. It's sealed in the sky. Okay, I'll give you 1 hour to leave Hueco Mundo. Otherwise, we will forcibly drive you away. If you resist, it will be regarded as hostility and you will be killed directly. Hyuga Niji directly explained the location of Aizen. The intent is to deter? Then it was very official to warn them. When Urahara Kisuk came over, he wondered what was floating in the air. Unexpectedly, Aizen was actually sealed inside. So, instead of joining forces with Aizen, the opponent defeated Aizen. May I ask, Hogyaku, did you get it from Aizen? Urahara Kisuk asked. This matter is very important. The treasure of Hogyaku is enough to change the fate of heaven defying. The result would be the same if Aizen had been sealed inside, reinforced through Hogyaku all the way. No comment. You have 59 minutes. Niji doesn't give face here. This kind of information is not suitable for disclosure. Continue to drive the two away. Coyote Stark here, covering his head and yawning. He was used to lazy days and didn't like to do this kind of thing. However, he is still responsible for the management of Arankar. He is the captain, Tia is the vice-captain, and Grimjo and Arankar are the rest of the team. But usually there is nothing to do. protect the surroundings of Sui Palace on time, and drive away ordinary Sui. Urahara Kisuk and Hitsuga Yatashiro exchanged glances, finally chose to leave. After all, if they really wanted to fight, it was impossible for them to be the only two. But now, I really didn't find that there are many powerful Ryotsu here, and I feel that the number is not as many as imagined. Niji watched them enter the portal, and would not go until the portal disappeared. After the two came back, they recorded what they saw. The next day, Inu Orium and Sado Yasudara also came over and recorded the news they had inquired from Orochimaru. I want to contact the captain, Urahara Kisuk said seriously. 587 The others naturally have no opinion. Hitsuga Yatashiro quickly took out a special mobile phone and started contacting Soul Society. Inu Orium and Sado Yasudara continued to Orochimaru to learn more, but after passing by, he found that the only one who opened the door for him was a beautiful woman, Konan. She came with Nagato. After dealing with the matter of the Sui Palace yesterday and arranging the normal work of the team, the two of them came here with Senju Tobirama. Is this the test item you chose? Orochimaru. Senju Tobirama crossed his arms and looked at Inu Orium and Sado Yasudara with appraising eyes. The two who watched felt uncomfortable. No, we are trading, they are not research objects. Still Orochimaru can talk a little bit. Let Inu Orium and Sado Yasudara feel relieved. What Senju Tobirama said just now, they thought they would be assigned. Up to you. Cast the curse seal, let me see how it works. Senju Tobirama spoke from this side. He is very interested in this matter. Originally, he was no worse than Orochimaru. After so many years of relearning, he has almost caught up with the big ones. It's just that Orochimaru is better at the human body, and he's better at developing spells. It's still a research body. Sado Yasudara was speechless. The human beings in this world do not have superhuman strength at all. It is a miracle that they can survive so well by relying on their own strength alone. Nagato was very surprised. 2 days is enough for him to master technological products. Now most of the knowledge, he has obtained from the internet. For the convenience of work, Uzumaki Mizuki took Shisui's eyes and lent him to use. Take one of his supercilious eyes and replace them with Shisui's Mangekyo. After all, Sharingan can be copied, and it is much more convenient to record. Most of the information I see on the internet is false, and a lot of it looks beautiful, but when it is used, there will be many problems, and I can't believe it all. Moreover, the current situation in Uruk may not be suitable for this method. It needs to be tried bit by bit, and it cannot be changed at once. Uzumaki Mizuki said to Nagato while looking at the manga in his hand. The current situation in Uruk is more like a feudal society, although it has opened up a little bit, and there are no slaves. But it is not easy for ordinary people to climb up. There is no best social system, only the most suitable one. The present social system does not necessarily apply to Uruk. Moreover, it is the same in the present world. It is also difficult for people without background to climb up. Everyone is the same. Yes, I remember, King. Nagato nodded seriously. After all, the next thing to be determined will be related to tens of thousands of suns in the ninja world, and it is not something that can be done casually. It's better to take a copy of the law back and discuss it with His Excellency Minato and others. The thing that can take effect quickly should be the technology. The technology here is much faster than Gong Luke's. Konan is holding a poured orange juice on one side, and placed them in front of Uzumaki Mizuki and next to Nagato respectively. Technologically, indeed. According to the division here, we should have just entered the level of 2G communication, and computers have not yet been popularized. Nagato nodded. He is watching all kinds of news, confirming the consequences of various policies after they are released. I found that many policies that I thought were good at the beginning did not achieve good results, and more problems occurred. Stay here, if you encounter danger, just crush this, and I will rush over. Uzumaki Mizuki read the last page of the manga, and then got up directly. Time to check out Soul Society. The Soul Society is the most troublesome. Lingwang Palace, Quincy, and Sei Linjian. These three forces must be dealt with. After speaking, Uzumaki Mizuki left directly. Is this the Soul Society? Uzumaki Mizuki, via Flying Thunder God, came to Soul Society. You, how did you appear here? A man dressed as a social animal looked at Uzumaki Mizuki tremblingly and said. After he died, he found out that it was even worse. Uzumaki Mizuki left him alone. During this time, he also made preparations, such as leaving the Flying Thunder God seal on the souls of all dead people. But of course they don't know. After Shinigami purifies them and transmits them to the Soul Society, Uzumaki Mizuki can lock the Soul Society through the Flying Thunder God coordinates. There is almost a link between Soul Society and this world. After all, the signal can be transmitted, and Uzumaki Mizuki can also perceive the coordinates of Flying Thunder God. Is it a god? Watching Uzumaki Mizuki fly straight into the sky, the social animal only had time to sigh. As for Uzumaki Mizuki, he quickly locked the position of Sei Linjian. Directly through the repulsion of Rinnegan, it flew quickly in the sky, and it took more than an hour to reach the side of Sei Linjian. Found the wall. Use the jumping knife directly, and you will enter the interior of Sei Linjian. After leaving a few secret coordinates, Uzumaki Mizuki began to observe. Want to find the invisible empire built by the Quincy division. Good guy, you are really brave enough to hide for so many years under the nose of Sei Linjian. It's released now, these guys probably won't work hard with the Soul Society in the first place, maybe they will go to occupy it first. However, Yhwach is a little more dangerous. We can't let him absorb the Spirit King and become a true omniscient and omnipotent. In that case, it will be a headache to solve. Uzumaki Mizuki found a hidden corner, released Tenseigan and Rinnegan, and observed the whole Shinobi. At the same time, he was thinking about what he should do first after finding people like the Quincy Master. Kill the Quincy? The ability of the Quincy is actually more suitable for humans, but these guys completely believe in Yhwach, and it is a bit too difficult for them to rely on us. It's still some time before Yhwach starts to do things, let's go back and discuss it. Uzumaki Mizuki finally decided on this side. Then, after an hour of earnest searching, the trail was finally found. But Uzumaki Mizuki didn't touch it, and chose to go straight back. After returning to the present world, Uzumaki Mizuki went to another place. You really want to kill me? Ishida Urayo held his injured left hand, fear still remained in his eyes. Just now, he was almost shot to death by his so-called father. If you don't succeed, it doesn't matter if you die, doesn't it? Ishida Longxian said indifferently. Then continued to draw the bow and arrow, directly launching more light loss. Ishida Urayo gritted his teeth, the ninja was in pain, and ran fast, avoiding the attack. Puff. However, the last light was lost and it directly hit Ishida Urayo 19 mm to the right of the heart. Ishida Urayo fell down with a pale face, and passed out directly. It worked? Ishida Ryusuke breathed a sigh of relief. Wear down the mental and physical strength to the limit, and then hit the 19 mm position of the right ventricle of the heart. This is the way to regain the lost power of the final form of the Quincy. Okay. But he just got up after checking his son's comforter. The pupils contract rapidly, because he found that in front of him, he didn't know when there was someone more. No Ryutsu. Control Ryutsu to the limit. Ishida Ryustring's whole body tensed up, ready to use Failien feet to take his son away at any time. Clean him up and talk about it, it's very important. Uzumaki Mizuki looked at Ishida Ryuzuru and said calmly. Then he turned around and jumped to sit on a stone pillar beside him. Ishida Longxian didn't dare to relax, the arrangement of this place was clearly over. But how the other party came in, he didn't notice at all. He only reacted when the other party appeared in front of him. If you want to kill him, you may die at any time. With the utmost vigilance, Ishida Longxian transferred his son to the ward he prepared. He is a superb doctor. After thinking about it, I finally went back to the barrier and met Uzumaki Mizuki. I don't know, what do you want from me? Who are you? Ishida Longxian has already changed into his most advanced equipment. Prepare the silver tube of spirit seeds, and ensure that you have enough spirit seeds to use. Then come in and talk to Uzumaki Mizuki. I can help the Quincy Division expand its power, but the Quincy Division must regard me as the king and obey my orders. Uzumaki Mizuki stood up, looked down at Ishida Ryuzuru standing on the largest platform below and said. The tone, Tianfen's affirmation. It seems that no one can refuse. I'm not interested in this matter, sorry. Ishida Longxian's face froze, but he still gave an answer immediately. Because of Quincy, he really suffered too much. This profession, he felt, was completely dispensable in this world. To deal with Su, there is Shinigami. Moreover, he didn't want the last blood of the Quincy Master to be involved in these matters. Yhwach is not dead yet, the Quincy will fight the Shinigami sooner or later. It's useless to escape, it's better to choose me, I will help Quincy, but Quincy has to pay a reasonable price. On Uzumaki Mizuki's side, there was number 133 hiding this matter, and he spoke directly. Ishida Urayu is much worse than Ishida Ryuan. Ishida Tatsururu's understanding of this world is far better than Ishida Urayu's. Just like Suzuki, although Suzuki will be stronger in the future, if Uzumaki Mizuki wants to choose his subordinates, he will still choose Fugaku. The other aspects of the two sides are simply not comparable. What Uzumaki Mizuki lacks is not thugs, but research talents. Ishida Longxian's super high IQ is enough for this job. What? I heard that the ancestors of the Quincy are still there. Ishida Longxian was very shocked, apparently never thought that such a thing would happen. For so many years, when the Quincy was persecuted by Shinigami, he had never seen Fahabak make a move. Those loyal to him are basically dead. The rest are people who survived only to save their lives. Up to now, there are not many pure-blooded Quincy masters left. Ishida Longxian couldn't accept this information for a while. I don't need you to fight, but I need you to do research. Compared to Yhwach, I think my opponent may be a little better. He should start doing it in a short time. This time, he must have the idea of destroying Shinigami. If you don't want to be involved, my side, Kfia, is a good choice. If you think about it, come here to find me. Uzumaki Mizuki didn't kidnap him right away either. After all, this is not necessarily required, it is just a suitable manpower. He doesn't care about competence, he cares more about scientific research and management personnel. Throw down a note with the address on it, and the whirlpool water just left. What did you say? Aizen lost. After practicing hard in Hollow, Ichigo, who finally came back, was stunned when he heard the news. So why have you worked so hard for so long? Resisting the swearing, he continued to ask, who is it? It's that group of outsiders, they are mysterious and powerful, and they may conflict with him in the future. Urahara Kisuk spoke. The communication with the captain is over. The captain also requested a certain amount of surveillance on this group of people. But the other party has not involved the interests of the Soul Society before breaking the rules of the world, then just sit idly by. After all, there's no way Hueco Mundo can kill them all. Although this group of people is very mysterious, it is a very troublesome job to maintain the status quo and prevent the world from collapsing. So, to sum up, the captain did not treat these humans in the most dangerous angle, but treated them like Hueco Mundo, without the ambition of Aizen, so SEI Linjian could not waste manpower to target them. Those people. I didn't expect them to be so powerful. Ichigo sighed. He didn't have much idea. These people are not considered enemies. Sato Yasudara is also very empty here. I have worked hard for so long. Why? Boy, there is no enemy for them to deal with. Hitsuguya and others went back. In the end, Rukia and Abarai Renji were left as monitors. Then the intensive training. Shall we still go? Inu Orium asked Sato Yasudara. On her side, she just accepted the curse seal. Able to start a phase steadily and double your own Ryutsu. She still dared to drive in the second stage. As for the power of fighting, she actually doesn't really want it, but if she doesn't have it, she won't be able to protect the person she wants to protect when she wants it. Can I go? I want to see them. Why do human beings have such great strength? Ichigo also spoke. Since the other party has no malice towards Inu Orium and Sato Yasudara, it proves to be a force that can communicate. He was careless and didn't care about so many things. There is no malice, because it is good to see it. At the same time, the belligerent factor in his body was also activated, and he wanted to fight with others to get addicted to it. Be careful, don't try anything, protecting yourself is the most important thing. Yura Harakisuk said seriously. The three nodded heavily, then set off directly, heading towards Yuhujian where Mizuki Sun Lee lived. But when he arrived at the door, he found an acquaintance. Ishida, you come here too. Ichigo greeted very warmly. Ishida Urayo pushed his glasses, but did not answer. After all, he promised his father that if he regains his strength, the premise is not to contact Shinigami anymore. Although he didn't take it to heart, would it be a little bad to do it in front of him? Yes, today he was brought here by his father. Before coming, just know to visit a special important person. At the same time, it is related to the future of the Quincy division. That's why he came here. Ishida-kun. Inu Orium also greeted tenderly. Ishida nodded. Mr. Ishida, please. Ishida Tatsurura had already rang the doorbell, so someone came out to receive him. It's Nagato. Trouble. Go in. He thanked Nagato, and then directly called his son to go in. Ishida Urayo glanced at Ichigo and the others, and then hurriedly followed. He was also full of doubts at this time. I haven't seen you for so long, this guy has become so cold. Ichigo said with some displeasure. Here we come, you guys. This should be Kurosaki Ichigo, my name is Orikimura, and I'm a researcher. On Orikimura's side this was long overdue. Seeing Ichigo, his eyes light up a little. He is very interested in this combination of Shinigami and Hello, Orikimura is here, I'm Kurosaki Ichigo. Ichigo also saw Orikimura's enthusiastic appearance, couldn't help taking a step back, and then responded awkwardly. Another world. After watching the video in his hand, Ishida Longxian didn't feel relieved for a long time. Win him over, and Uzumaki Mizuki has nothing to hide. When I came here this time, I also brought a lot of things, including videos, and so on. Nagato is responsible for introducing him. Is it another planet? Ishida Urayu asked. He feels that these people are not much different from them in appearance, and they don't look like aliens. Your world is formed from a space, not a real planet, and everything in the sky is false. Uzumaki Mizuki said directly. This world was completely constructed by the King Ling, not a real planet. After Yuhaba got the power of the Spirit King, he could destroy the whole world with one thought. It's like formatting the system in general. Impossible. Both Ishida Urayo and Ishida Ryuxian were shocked. After all, for so many years, although I don't pay much attention to things in the unexpected world, such things have been said on TV all the time. There is no need to deceive you. In your opinion, we may be invading, but there is no need to make up such silly lies to deceive you. Now I will tell you my purpose, and the next step is the time for you to choose. Take refuge in me. I will help you expand the power of the Quincy, or give up and wait for this world to be conquered by me before becoming my people. Uzumaki Mizuki leaned on the sofa, tilted his head back slightly, and said to the two calmly, get paid for doing things. To his own people, he is quite generous. In fact, no matter whether they choose to rely on themselves, they are not prepared to do anything, or even become enemies with themselves. The result is the same. His invasion will definitely succeed. For this pair of Master Mike and his son, their own success does not have much impact on them. After all, the current society does not help them much. And Shinigami, the biggest force in the world, has little to do with them. After controlling the world, what will you do? Ishida Ryustrang used honorifics. He felt that this opportunity could change his entire life. It's not that he didn't try hard in the past, but the opponent's strength couldn't make him resist at all. Once he realizes that the war between the Shinigami and the Quincy is only for power, he has no interest. This time, the blood that had been dormant for a long time was ignited in my heart again. Now the Uruk Empire is still in the feudal system. I want to see if I can absorb some advanced laws and change the world. In this world, there won't be too many changes. Stability is the top priority, and people in this world should try their best to manage it. Divided into 2 regions. They are mainly responsible for me. Just follow my orders and do things. There is nothing else important. Changed. Uzumaki Mizuki thought for a while, then said. He just wants everyone to have more children and keep the population growing. This will definitely involve the interests of the ruling class in the past, but it is useless for them to speak. Can the power of the Uruk Empire defeat the Shinigami? They have been the strongest in the world for thousands of years, and their accumulated strength cannot be underestimated. After listening to Uzumaki Mizuki's explanation, Ishida Tatsuki heaved a sigh of relief. If the other party wanted to treat people in this world as slaves, he might really find it unacceptable. Next, he wanted to confirm the strength of this group of people. If it really works, why not try it? However, the most important thing that cannot be ignored is the calendar area. With my own power, I can destroy this world. However, what I want is a complete world that can complement each other and strengthen my own strength. The real world is far more cruel than you imagined. This place is too small, Uzumaki Mizuki said very directly. Now that there are so many mana points, it is not a big problem to destroy this world. But he is not the king of destruction. He wants to become a real king, control the kingdoms of the heavens, and work for himself to earn points. This is his purpose. Hearing Uzumaki Mizuki's words, Ishida Ryusuke's expression was a little uncertain. But Ishida Urayo felt that what Uzumaki Mizuki said was too exaggerated. Destroy the whole world, even if you use nuclear bombs, you don't know how many nuclear bombs you have to throw to do it. Can you show it so we can see? Ishida Urayo said. Hearing that his son was so rude, Ishida Longxian's face tightened. No, this child has never seen the world, and may offend you, please don't blame him. Ishida Longxian apologized quickly. Although he has never seen Uzumaki Mizuki make a move, but the opponent's strength is definitely not weak. Ask for flowers. If you want to kill yourself, it may be difficult for you to react. Of course, let's go, your friend is also here, you go together, let me see your strength. Uzumaki Mizuki nodded. Bullying the protagonist group is still a good feeling. He also beat Suzuki Niji and the others before, and it was so cool. If Danzo hadn't insisted on following him, Uzumaki and Mizuki would not have wanted to be exposed so quickly, and only wanted to live in peace. If you don't fight in this world, others will come to force you. On Ishida Urayu's side, after recovering his strength, he felt much stronger than before. Feeling his own strength, and then facing Kuratsuka Mayuri, he will definitely be able to easily abuse him. At the same time, he felt that the blonde man in front of him was too proud. He felt that he was about the same age as himself, but his tone was so crazy. Trouble. Ishida Longxian pressed his son's leg, and he spoke first. He didn't want his reckless son to mess things up. Ishida Urayo pouted. He didn't feel any Ryutsu from the other person. On Ryutsu, these guys are normal people. Soon, we arrived at the Orochimaru underground training site. It's been nicely reworked here. However, Orochimaru made a teleportation array to the Hueco Mundo here. The 3 of Ichigo also just came down not long ago. Just about to experience the power of Sato Yasudara, Ichigo entered the spirit state and was ready to work. After knowing that Uzumaki Mizuki was going to beat all 3 of them, except for Inu Orium, Ichigo was a little upset. My strength is very powerful, don't get hurt. Ichigo looked at Uzumaki Mizuki and said very displeased, but the tone was still hinting. If you hurt me, I'll give you Hogyaku. Uzumaki Mizuki smiled and said directly. Hogyaku placed in Wangjibeo curry also produced a certain effect, slowly strengthening his body. Almost every day can increase more than a little attribute. Elsewhere, Uzumaki Mizuki didn't count on this stuff either. After installing this thing, I feel like I have the physique of a Sun, and I can keep getting stronger without getting killed once. However, people can also become strange. This kind of slow strengthening is very good, he likes it. Hogyaku is in your hands. Hearing this, Ichigo and others were very surprised. And Uzumaki Mizuki directly stretched his hand in, and took Hogyaku out of the opened King's Treasure passage. That's it. This is considered a bet. If you hurt me, this blockage is yours. After Uzumaki Mizuki gestured, he threw Hogyaku back casually and threw it to Wang's Haibeo curry. You were the one who defeated Aizen. If I want to defeat you, I'm really not sure, but if I hurt you. Ichigo didn't finish his sentence. But everyone knows what he means. It was only now that Ishida Urayo knew that this person had actually defeated that Aizen who played tricks in the Soul Society. The opponent's strength is definitely not weak, which made him put away his underestimating eyes and take it seriously. Then let's start. Let's go to 947. Uzumaki Mizuki said very calmly with his hands in his pockets. One person is enough. Ichigo is carrying Zanjutsu on his shoulders, Tabuna said confidently. Ishida Urayo and Sato Yasudara looked at each other, and silently took a step back. But if Ichigo is really in a tough fight, then they won't hesitate and will join the battlefield directly. Da-da-da. Ichigo charged towards Uzumaki Mizuki. Soon Ichigo frowned because the other party didn't explode Ryutsu. Although he already knew about it, he still felt weird. It's like, when everyone eats, they all take out their chopsticks, but you don't even feel like a bowl. Buzz. But in an instant, dozens of golden halos appeared directly behind Uzumaki Mizuki. Then, densely packed skylocks were thrown towards Ichigo. Ichigo's impact stopped instantly, and he retreated quickly. At the same time wielding Zanjutsu, these chains are forced back. No Ryutsu. A completely different way of fighting. Ishida Longxian looked at it very seriously. He wanted to find out the sign that the other party was a person from this world. But unfortunately, nothing can be seen at all. So fast. Is this Kido? Ishida Urayo and Sato Yasudara both looked tense. The attack speed of the Skylock is not slow, and it is very hard. When it is hit by Ichigo's Zanpakuto, it just emits sparks. It didn't break right away. Hateful. Bankai Tensa Zanjutsu. Ichigo felt a lot of pressure. If you continue like this, you may be caught. Orochimaru and other ninja people watched the battle at the entrance. As for Wang's strength, they are no longer interested in guessing, and are more concerned about Ichigo's situation. Boom. The dark red Ryutsu burst out directly. Ichigo's Death Fighter costume has changed its appearance, and Zanjutsu has also become smaller, and it looks a lot more flexible. Is this the Bankai of Zanpakuto? Senju Tobirama was very interested. Through the power unleashed through the weapon, everything stems from that Zanpakuto. Orochimaru spoke from this side. He's seen it a few times. So fast. Nagato said in surprise. Sherinon is actually somewhat unable to capture Ichigo's current movement speed, and can only see after images. You lose. Ichigo, a Shunpo, appeared behind Uzumaki Mizuki, holding a Zanpakuto about to slash, but aimed at the shoulder. After all, it's just saying that you want to hurt the other party. But Zanjutsu hadn't had time to swing it down yet. An irresistible impact instantly knocked him into the air. Shen Luo Tianzhang. I haven't even raised my hand yet. This level is too weak. Uzumaki Mizuki turned around, looked at Ichigo who was thrown by Shinra Tensei and hit the wall and said, "What is that?" Several living people on the field did not see clearly what was going on. Only Ryuzuru Ishida noticed a pair of strange round balls appearing on Uzumaki Mizuki's shoulders. Is it an eyeball? Ishida Ryusuke felt surprised. After all, he had also seen that several of these people's eyeballs had problems, and one looked like it was covered by cataracts. And pink eye? It seems that this is the difference between them and humans in this world? Ahem. Since this is the case, then I will be serious next time. Ichigo felt a tightness in his chest, as if his bones were about to break. However, in terms of tone, he still didn't want to be at a disadvantage, and said very seriously, "Boom." The sound of breaking the air. Ichigo moved at full speed, using the fastest Shunpo, trying to force the man, taking his hands out of his trouser pockets. But what greeted him was densely packed skylocks. With Rinnegan's lock, the skylock is even more aggressive. Ichigo didn't expect that after he erupted, he would not be suppressed. Crescent sky rushing. Ichigo looked at the dense golden chains in front of him, pulled Tensa Zanjutsu to his shoulder without hesitation, and swung forward fiercely. A dark red semicircular impact cut off all these chains. This kid, has his strength reached this level? Ishida Longxian was a little surprised. This kind of strength is not weak anymore. In the Soul Society, at least he is also a captain. Boom. But the crescent sky rushed, and stopped 3 meters in front of Uzumaki Mizuki, as if fighting against something. There is an invisible force blocking the attack. Is this the one that sent Ichigo flying? Ishida Urayo accurately captured this scene and directly analyzed it. Sato Yasudara was on the sidelines, recording Ishida Urayo's analysis to prevent himself from being tricked later. What is this? Damn it. Ichigo didn't expect his unique move to be blocked by the opponent. The other party still didn't take his hand out of his pocket, which made him even more upset. Boom. The crescent moon and the impact of Shenluo Tianzen's 0.4 burst together. The ground was smashed directly, and the smoke directly blocked Ichigo's sight. Universal pull. But suddenly, a suction force hit Ichigo, directly pulling his whole body in front of Uzumaki Mizuki. After Ichigo felt this feeling coming from his body, his face tightened. He raised his hand, wanting to release Crescent Sky Chong to attack Uzumaki Mizuki, trying to force the opponent back. But at some point, the skylock passed through the smoke and bound his limbs, and his whole body rushed towards Uzumaki Mizuki quickly. Whoosh whoosh. The 3 white lights were lost, directly breaking the skylock that bound Ichigo's hands. Ishida Urayo joins the battle. Rain of light. Now that he has done it, Ishida Urayo will not be polite. Using the flying feet, he disappeared in the same place in an instant, and when he reappeared, he was already above Uzumaki Mizuki's head. Holding the spirit bow in his right hand, he frantically pulled the bowstring with his left hand, shooting arrows of light densely packed like a torrential rain. Overwhelming, almost covering the 5-meter diameter area around where Uzumaki Mizuki was standing. On Ichigo's side, he also took the opportunity to cut off the chains tied to his feet, and jumped back a few times to widen the distance. The cold sweat on his forehead has not dissipated. Feel the great pressure. The surroundings where Uzumaki Mizuki was standing seemed to be attacked by a hail of bullets. However, Uzumaki and Mizuki were unscathed. Those arrows all hit the skylock above Uzumaki Mizuki's head. The density of the arrows is far less than the number of skylocks. The lock of the sky rushed out directly from the king's treasure house opened under the feet of Uzumaki Mizuki. Universal pull. Uzumaki Mizuki said calmly. This time the target was replaced by Ishida Urayo. Putting the ADC to play output, this is the wrong way. 25. Boil the water first? Ishida Urayo's face shook, and he obviously felt a pulling force coming from his body, trying to pull him towards the person on the ground. Raising his hand, accumulating spirit particles, he was about to release a powerful arrow, forcing the opponent to give up attacking him. But what came to meet him was densely packed sky locks. Ishida Uraya's pupils shrank. There is no time to accumulate spirit particles for him. He could only quickly release the arrows in his hand, and quickly break the chains that were close to him. Crescent Tian Chong. Ichigo made an effort here. Cut out a slash that was twice as big as before. His face was covered by a terrifying bone mask. Entered the state of hollow, enhanced his own Ryutsu, a powerful slash. Its power is more than 3 times stronger than that of ordinary Crescent Sky Chong. Shen Luo Tianzhang. Uzumaki Mizuki waved universal pull. There is no way to use these skills at the same time. Hit the repulsive force and rush towards the crescent sky. 2 powerful impacts collided instantly. The mountains shook for a while. The bright light produced by the explosion was dazzling. This power is comparable to Tailed Beast Bomb. It's a very strong attack. Senju Tobirama said in surprise. It is difficult for ordinary people in the ninja world to reach this level. Sunin is one of the representatives. If you don't open it, it's at most the level of Jiraiya. Senju Tobirama felt that he was facing Ichigo, and it was difficult to deal with him more or less. That kind of power is the power of Su. No wonder Wang asked me to pay more attention to this child. He is really different. On Orochimaru's side, his face was a little intoxicated. Ichigo's fighting style just now made him very concerned. Although the curse seal can also achieve similar means, but compared with the power that can be learned by itself, there is still a big gap. Just like the curse seal he used in Ninja World, and the real Sage mode. There is still a long way to go. This man, what's going on? Ichigo couldn't keep Hollow for long. In the case of Hollow, he directly cut out the crescent moon and released the strongest attack. However, it was still blocked by the opponent. Even, the opponent hasn't used his hands yet, just watching there, can't he beat the opponent? With one more Ishida Urayo, Uzumaki Mizuki just opened up some more passages to the king's treasure house. Consuming a little magic power and controlling enough sky locks is enough to play with the two of them. Is that all? I haven't shown even 1% of my strength yet. Uzumaki Mizuki pulled the taunt. These people fight, and most like to use shunpo, ring spin, and fly to quickly approach the enemy with cheap feet. In the past, everyone could only rely on Ryutsu detection to lock each other, and at the same time rely on their own reaction speed to deal with it. But now, this is the era of built-in sights. Rinnegan clearly saw the movements of the two of them. Rinnegan is a kind of teleportation in space, and Rinnegan is a bit difficult to capture. However, Shunpo and Fei Li and Jiao both had techniques similar to the instant technique, and they were strictly restrained by Rinnegan. Hateful. On Ichigo's side, he tried to get close to Uzumaki Mizuki several times. He was chased back by the sky lock. The closer to Uzumaki Mizuki, the faster the speed of the sky lock, and the faster the number. Only by opening a little distance can he barely react. The same is true for Ishida Urayu. He didn't have time to charge up the attack at all, and he felt the pressure when he faced Uzumaki Mizuki head-on. The almost unlimited chains made it impossible for him to stop and condense the strongest attack. In addition, the battlefield here is not very wide, that is, the size of 4 football fields. Basically there is not much room for dodge. Ichigo, I'm here to help you block the chain, can you get close to him? Sato Yasudara's side also played. Immediately using the full manifestation technique, the right arm completely changed its appearance. He quickly came to his good friend Ichigo, raised his arm, and broke the approaching chain. The skylock is actually not too strong for ordinary people. It is slightly harder than ordinary weapons, mainly for enemies with divinity, and the effect is exceptionally good. Right now, the three of them don't have such a thing. Sato, you, give it to me. Ichigo looked at Sato, and couldn't help but feel a little guilty when he remembered the scene when he made him retreat earlier. But soon, he responded firmly. I can't live up to my good friend's heart anymore. It is good. Boom. Sato Yasudara nodded earnestly. Then, directly broke out his own 323 Ryutsu. It wasn't the curse mark, but the left hand turned pale, with a few dark red lines in the middle, and a sharp bone spur appeared on the shoulder. The devil's left arm. Curse seal first section open. Sato Yasudara tried his best to raise his Ryutsu to the highest level. Black curse marks spread all over his body, and his arms looked like poles tattooed with flower arms. Ryutsu from Sato made Ichigo feel great pressure. Sato, you. Ichigo was shocked. Obviously, I didn't expect my good friend to have such a powerful Ryutsu. During this time, I have been trying my best to chase after you, Ichigo, Sato Tehu said very calmly. Inu Orium in the distance, is very excited. Seeing her companions, being able to join forces again, made her very relieved. This is what she wants to see. Up, Ichigo. Sato Yasudara finished speaking. The surrounding air froze for a moment. Then, looking at Sato Yasudara, he punched forward with his left hand directly towards the densely packed sky locks in front of him. Devil's Strike. An impact in the shape of a skeleton demon made of Ryutsu directly shattered those chains and rushed straight towards Uzumaki Mizuki. Ishida Tatsuzuro was surprised by Sato's Ryutsu, but he found that Orochimaru and Senju Tobirama were still pointing there. Their faces were not worried at all, but a little excited. Ishida Longxian felt that he was facing the 3 children, and the possibility of losing was very high. Shen Luo Tianzhang. Uzumaki Mizuki unleashes this trick again. Sato Yasudara's attack, very fishy, maybe slightly worse than the crescent moon after Ichigo Hollow. There is no way to block this attack from the Skylock. The Demon's Blow and Shen Luo Tianjing offset it. The impact set off a heat wave again, flattening the ground. It's over. Both Ichigo and Ishida Urayo appeared directly behind Uzumaki Mizuki. On the longbow held by Ishida Urayo, a giant arrow condensed. On Ichigo's face, Hollow's mask also appeared, and the Zanpakuto he was holding had been pulled down behind his shoulders, and the dark red Ryotsu was attached to Tensa Zanjutsu. Will Tomb Prison? Uzumaki Mizuki turned his head when the two appeared behind him. Looking at the eyes of the two of them, they were full of disdain. Neither Ichigo nor Ishida Urayo had time to get angry. I felt a heavy blow to my stomach, and the offensive I wanted to release stopped instantly. At the same time, Sato Yasudara, who rushed behind and wanted to limit Uzumaki Mizuki, was the same. I didn't know what was being attacked at all, and I couldn't resist the whole person being beaten. After all, they don't even know where the attack came from. This is... Ishida Longxian was shocked. Nor did he observe what was going on. Shinra and Universal Pole are fine, but what is this feeling like being attacked by an invisible man? Inu Orium covered his mouth, for fear that he would yell out and affect his companions. At first, I thought that I had the chance to win, but I didn't expect that the reversal would come so quickly. I am different from the opponents you have encountered in the past, and the degree of despair is the same. Shouldn't you have experienced overwhelming despair? Uzumaki Mizuki looked at the three of them and said, not to mention the level, but not at the same level at all. How can you fight me with a godly costume? Snapped. Ichigo was hit, and even Tensa Zanjutsu couldn't hold it anymore, and fell straight down, thrusting into the ground. Uzumaki Mizuki also took them out without a set combo, knocking the trio so dizzy that he stopped. Ichigo and Ishida Urayo climbed up out of breath, feeling pain in their bones. It was us who were attacked by an invisible doll, and I felt the fist. Ishida Urayo is still analyzing. At the same time, the spectacle lens, which is the main body, also has cracks. I know he's good enough to beat Aizen. However, I didn't even show my hand. I'm not convinced. From Ichigo's side, staring at Uzumaki Mizuki, he didn't want to lose so embarrassingly. The other party's performance is too understated. Dealing with them is like they are dealing with ordinary Su now. Crush. He couldn't accept that he was so weak. He had just gone through the life and death training and mastered the power of Hollow. But why is it still so powerless? Sato Yasudara is the most resistant here. Uzumaki Mizuki didn't kill him either, he just beat him a few times with ordinary force. He also came to the side of the two, waiting for the two to attack again. Neither the suction force nor the repulsion force can be used continuously. If one is used, the other cannot be used. And the invisible attack just now should also have a substance, but we can't see it, and there is no Ryotsu at the same time, so we can't catch it. Ichigo, you should be the one with the strongest attack among us. Let me help you create opportunities and use your strongest attack to make him let go of this superior posture. Is that okay? Ishida Urayo has completely told his father that he should not contact Shinigami after helping him recover his strength. At this time, he just wanted to make Uzumaki Mizuki serious. If you can't even make your opponent take it seriously, then what are you? Ichigo was also very angry at this time, and accepted the request of his good friend without hesitation. I will do my best. At critical moments, I will approach him and let him pay more attention. Sato Yasudara also followed suit. He decided to use the second stage of Spell Seal, although he will go berserk, but he will only attack the nearest target. The opponent's strength is like Tian's, and he feels that it should not pose too much threat to the opponent. We still have to create opportunities for Ichigo? Want to see my strength with hands? Then, I'll satisfy you. Uzumaki Mizuki spoke directly, although speaking very quietly, but Rinnegan read the trio's lips and easily understood what they were saying. The three of them were taken aback for a moment. Apparently they did not expect that what they said would be heard by the other party. #Universal Poll. But Uzumaki Mizuki was very decisive and did not procrastinate. He directly raised his hand and opened it slightly. The three of them tensed up, thinking that the target was themselves. But it turns out that the target is Zanpakuto Tensa Zanjutsu that Ichigo dropped on the ground just now. Damn it, Zanpakuto was taken by him. Ichigo said in surprise. After all, other people won't be able to use this thing if they get it. He was still thinking, wait for Shunpo to go over, get the Zanpakuto and do it right away. Ishida Urayo and Sato Yasudara also felt that Uzumaki Mizuki's method was a bit too shameless. Even in such a crushing situation, you still took away the opponent's weapon? But immediately, the faces of the three of them froze, and then showed a look of horror. Impossible. Uvs, shouted in shock at the same time. Bankai Tensa Zanjutsu. Uzumaki Mizuki points the Zanpakuto parallel to the front. Then, very calmly read the liberation language. Boom. Powerful Ryotsu burst from Uzumaki Mizuki in an instant. Everyone present felt their hearts stop and they couldn't breathe. Ryotsu or something. It's not that there are ninjas from the ninja world. After turning on Sage mode, there will be. It's just that it's useless when dealing with Aizen and others. So it has always been considered to be without Ryotsu. Plus the system can convert mana points into various energy uses, and when Uzumaki Mizuki used Aizen's Zanpakuto in Hueco Mundo, there was no Ryotsu either. Now Tensa Zanjutsu belongs to strengthening itself. Almost like turning on Sage mode, Uzumaki Mizuki's Ryotsu burst out instantly. P.S. The second update. Thank you for your flowers and comments. Is Ryutsu of this level really not from this world? Ishida Longxian was shocked, but quickly realized that this person was using Ichigo's Zanpakuto. Did you use someone else's Zanpakuto, Bankai? Things beyond their cognition directly caused the brains of the people belonging to this world to crash. Didn't you say that this Zanpakuto can only be erupted by the person who owns it? Senju Tobirama was also puzzled. But this doesn't belong to his cognition, it belongs to the knowledge he just learned, so he didn't show too much surprise. Only the king can do it, the reason is unknown. But it should not be popularized, otherwise, the king should explain it to us. Orochimaru spoke. Uzumaki Mizuki's secret, he did not dare to explore. Because of fear? Only when Uzumaki Mizuki took the initiative to tell his secret, he could know it. Others, he dared not have any interest. The more he knows, the more he feels the mystery of Uzumaki Mizuki. Why do you know so much about another world? It's obviously a random world? He didn't dare to delve into these things. Impossible, how can you use my Zanjutsu, and Bankai? Ichigo is in a coma. He felt his Ryutsu drop. Tensa Zanjutsu's bonus to him is rapidly disappearing. Ishida Urayo couldn't react at all. If the 460 Shinigami weapon is taken away, others will still be able to use this Zanpakuto's Bankai. So why Shinigami has been able to control the world for so many years? On Sato Yasudara's side, he was already thinking about whether he was going to open the Seal of Curse too. After all, it seems that Ichigo can't hurt the other party by helping to buy time. This weapon is not bad. But Uzumaki Mizuki, but Tensa Zanjutsu on the rooftop. Hearing this, Ichigo turned green and felt uncomfortable. Ishida Urayu's forehead was already sweating. At this time, the Ryutsu on Uzumaki Mizuki's body, he felt very clearly, it was very huge. He felt that his Ryutsu was like an ant in front of the opponent. Next, comes a slightly more vigorous attack, unleashed by your Zanpakuto. I shouldn't be able to resist it. Uzumaki Mizuki raised Tensa Zanjutsu above his head as he spoke. No way. Ishida Urayo panicked a little. He felt that this move seemed to be the match of Crescent Moon. Hateful. Ichigo was furious. But he knew he couldn't even get a meter closer to Uzumaki Mizuki. Plus he doesn't know how to Kido yet. At this moment, he can only use his hands to slam his face. Hollow again and strengthen your own Ryutsu. Su's mask directly covers Ichigo's face. Curse Seal second stage open. Sato Yasudara activated this mode without hesitation. Although he will fall into a rampage. But it is also the last chance to come back. Now that he has fully manifested his hands, Ryutsu is stronger than when he faced Mr. Orochimaru. It should be able to cause some trouble to this person. Crescent Sky rushes. Uzumaki Mizuki cut Tensa Zanjutsu straight down. A huge blue moon arc rushed towards the position of the three of them. The ground was directly torn apart by a corner of the lunar arc. Silver Barrel X4. Loss of light. Ishida Urayu opened the silver tube that he had collected in the past 2 days. A large number of spirits filled his side. He immediately condensed these spiritual particles together and directly made a huge arrow. Ichigo also has no Zanpakuto at this time, unable to release Crescent Moon. But he recalled that when he was training with Hirako Shinji, those people could use Zero after Hollow. At this time, he directly exploded in the small universe. Started using it on the spot. In front of the masked teeth, a dark red light condensed directly, flickering continuously. Then it expands several times in an instant. Whoosh. Ishida Urayu's attack was released first. Ichigo's Zero followed closely behind. Only Sato Yasudara, somewhat out of control at this point. Roaring like a beast. Covered by white bones, it looks like a warrior armed to the feet, covered in thick armor. Boom. CFDJ. The ground shook again. Gravel keeps falling. It is about 100 meters above the ground, and with the reinforcement of Orochimaru, it is not so easy to collapse. The two forces cancel each other out. Uzumaki Mizuki didn't use his full strength either, he just swung out a little bit. Slightly higher than the minimum double or so. Roar. Sato Yasudara's change was completed, and he rushed directly across the explosion area and rushed towards Uzumaki Mizuki. But in the middle of the journey, he was pushed against his chest by a knife and moon arc, and he was pushed back directly. At the same time, there are two more, attacking Ichigo and Ishida Urayu. The two quickly tried to stop it. Dense blue and white arrows, and tiny Zero, offset the crescent sky rush. And Uzumaki Mizuki, still waved Tensa Zanjutsu very calmly. The crescent sky is densely packed, and it doesn't stop at all, it has been rushing towards the two of them. Damn it, Hollow's time is coming. Ichigo was shocked. Why does the opponent's Ryutsu seem to be endless? Release Crescent Moon Skychong like this, wouldn't it be difficult for the opponent? Ka. On the way to free Zero, the mask is cracked. Broke directly in half. The unformed Zero directly disappeared in midair. Ichigo was directly hit by Crescent Moon, blood spattered on the spot. Sato Yasudara's side is relatively hard, but it has been working. Ishida Urayu felt that his hands were a little numb, and he was pulling the bow too much, and his body couldn't support it. Seeing Ichigo fall, he tensed up. Ichigo. Inu Orium cried out in horror. She was terrified that the day guard would die right here. Uzumaki Mizuki has no intention of playing anymore. The Master Kakuza can't stand it, and the rest of the abuse is meaningless. Ishida Urayu was still pulling the bow, but soon froze because he realized that Uzumaki Mizuki had disappeared in front of him. Uzumaki Mizuki appeared behind him, using the action that often appears in TV dramas hand knife, hit him directly on the neck. then appeared in front of Sato Yasudara, wielded Tenseigan Zanjutsu, and directly cut open the white bone armor that appeared on the second stage of the curse seal on his body, then used Rinnegan's psychic shock to knock him down. The time between Ishida Urayu and Sato Yasudara falling was less than 1 second apart. When it reappears, it has already been stepping on Ichigo's chest. Ichigo twitched all over at this time, as if something was about to come out of his body. Get back. Uzumaki Mizuki stomped a little harder. Directly step on Ichigo's abnormal state. In fact, Ichigo, who wanted to struggle to get up, stepped down and hit the amulet that broke the commandments of all things that appeared in the passage to the king's treasure house on the ground. Directly cancelled his abnormal state. Uzumaki Mizuki thrusts Tenseigan Zanjutsu into the ground next to Ichigo. Tenseigan Zanjutsu seemed to vibrate slightly and let out a low hum. How is the data collection going? Uzumaki Mizuki asked Daishimura directly. Meanwhile, Inu Orium ran directly past him. Come to Ichigo's side, use your own full manifestation, and start treating Ichigo. Shuangtian returns to shield. I refuse. The tone of voice when speaking is very anxious. But this recovery ability is indeed very powerful. By the time Uzumaki Mizuki walked up to Orochimaru, Ichigo's injury was almost healed. At the same time, he immediately woke up. Breaking the talisman of the commandments of all things, directly reset his body to 0. Back to the most normal Shinigami state, not the post-Bankai appearance. Someone treats, and Uzumaki Mizuki doesn't do it himself. Through 10 tails, he can use Yingdun and Yindun, and also has a strong recovery ability. Ichigo's injuries were not fatal. Coupled with the state of the spirit body, the treatment is actually very fast. Very detailed. Orochimaru hastily replied. Senju Tobirama on the side has already started writing and drawing in his notebook, not knowing what he is doing. If you think about it clearly, you can come to me anytime. Uzumaki Mizuki then said to Ishida Ryuzuru. Ishida Longxian nodded with a serious face. Then he bowed slightly to express his admiration. At the same time, I am also grateful for not being serious about my son. Let these few people, 2 messages to Urahara Kisuk. Tell him that the Quincy has been hiding in the shadow of Sirei Nobu and has been preparing for thousands of years. Yuhabak is going to attack Sei Ling Nobu at any time. By the way, after this news is sent out, pay more attention to the situation of Hueco Mundo. If these Quincy masters are found out, if they can't beat Shinigami, they should come to Hueco Mundo. Now it's our territory and we can't give it to them. Uzumaki Mizuki spoke to Orochimaru. It's better to get the Quincy out as soon as possible, so as not to give them time to wait. Head-on is the strongest, and Mizuki still thinks it's the old man Yamamoto Moten Yanagi Shijikuni. Yuhabak is so strong after that, more because he absorbed the Spirit King and mastered the authority of this world. And Juhabaka's omniscience and omnipotence was bestowed by the Spirit King, so can Juhabak continue to be omniscient and omnipotent for things that are not created by the Soul King and belong to other worlds? But old man Yamamoto, Bankai, does have the power to destroy the world. Releases flames that reach the temperature of the sun. Uzumaki Mizuki felt that in his treasure, it seemed that he could only deal with it with Lijian. And also guard against the so-called Spirit King. Uzumaki Mizuki is not ready to stand up too soon. So reminding the Soul Society that it would be better to make them pay more attention to the archenemy of the Quincy. Yes. Orochimaru naturally had no opinion. Uzumaki Mizuki used Flying Thunder God directly to go back to the room. A rare warm-up activity. Ishida Longxian also went to set up his son. After waking him up, he began to recall the battle just now. Ishida Ryuxian didn't think that with his own strength, he could be ranked among the top 10 in this world. But the situation that Uzumaki Mizuki showed just now made him feel somewhat at a loss. He couldn't see how much Uzumaki Mizuki had behind him. How strong is the opponent? The opponent used Ichigo's Zanpakuto S Bankai. Urahara Kisuk was shocked. After the battle started, they appeared near the house where Uzumaki Mizuki lived. But they didn't dare to break through, because they didn't know what happened. At the same time, I feel that something is really wrong. With Ichigo's strength, it shouldn't be a big problem to run out. But unexpectedly, so many strange things happened. And the strength of that blonde boy is really terrifying. He guessed right. Using it, there seems to be no obstacle. We can't resist the continuous release of the crescent sky. The other party didn't take it seriously at all. Ichigo was hit again. I originally thought that my own strength should not be too far behind the top people. However, when facing Uzumaki Mizuki, I was a little desperate. Are you sure Hogyaku is in his hands? Urahara Kisuk asked next. The combination of so many things is enough for Sai Linjian to pay attention to it. How useful it would be to leave only the Vice-Captain Rukia here? To deal with this group of guys, he felt that it would be enough to send at least half of Shiranobu's people? Ask for flowers. I'm not sure, but he said it was Hogyaku. Sato Yasudara said. He was not as uncomfortable as Ichigo. After all, he is not as competitive as Ichigo. But this time, I can't help Ichigo, and I still feel a little lost. Meet the Quincy, defeat Aizen, and get Hogyaku. At the same time, able to use the strength of others Zanpakuto, plus control Hueco Mundo. Horrible bunch of people. Urahara Kisuk to Uzumaki Mizuki ETAL, alert of Tianfen. As one of the producers of Hogyaku, he knows what kind of power Hogyaku has. He was afraid that it would affect the world, so he had to seal it up. But Aizen, who got Hogyaku, was defeated by them. 0. Because he created it by himself, so he knows how strong Aizen can be. That. Urahara store manager. Mr. Orochimaru, let me tell you one thing, but don't know if it will have any effect. Inu Orium hesitantly said to Urahara Kisuke. She also felt these days that this group of people is very difficult. She feels that the words conveyed may be very important, but she is afraid that they are false and will affect everyone. Say it, it's okay. Urahara Kisuke said very calmly. Even so, the news passed by the other party is definitely not a good thing. Mr. Orochimaru said that the Quincy has been hiding in the shadow of Serino for thousands of years, and Yhwach is going to attack Serino. Inu Orium said with a serious face. She can also feel that this matter is very important. What did you say? Urahara Kisuke was shocked when he heard the news. He is not a Shinigami who survived thousands of years ago, but became a Shinigami after the battle between Shinigami and Quincy, slightly earlier than Aizen. Explored a lot of things about that battle. When making Hogyaka, he didn't do much research on Quincy's abilities. The name of the ancestor of the Quincy is Yhwach, a powerful enemy who can fight the captain. These guys have been hidden in Sei Lingian for so many years, and no one knows about it. You mean, the Quincy Corps led by Yhwach is hidden in Sirenen? When Yoriyuki heard this, he couldn't believe it. After all, she was also in the covert mobile unit back then, but when she took office, there were basically not many people in the Quincy division. There are only a group of people left in this world, who are still dying out, dying due to the inheritance of blood. But tell her now that the Quincy is hiding in Shinigami's base camp, she naturally doesn't believe it. When Inu Orium said just now, she was not there. Instead, Uzumaki Mizuki and others are being watched. This matter, they said, the reliability should not be very high. Although Rukia said so, she frowned. After Urahara Kisuke's science popularization, she also knew how strong the Quincy is. Back then, they were the group who almost overthrew Sei Lingian. Although September 23rd is said that way, there should be no need to spread such false news. After all, even if they say that Aizen escaped and returned to Sirion, the reliability is a little higher than that. But I just said that, so I feel that this matter is very likely. Urahara Kisuke was very helpless. But he feels that this news is not fake. The other party showed such an arrogant attitude, and felt that there was no need to use this method to deceive them. Moreover, the destination is set at Sirion, which is the Shinigami base camp, so there is no waste of manpower and material resources. If this is true, then he feels that this group of people is even more dangerous. How did the other party know about this? From the looks of it, it doesn't seem like they learned it from the Quincy master in this world. It is only possible that they discovered it themselves. So, has the other party been to Soul Society? The Soul Society doesn't have any intelligence. Since you think it's dangerous, contact the Technology Development Bureau and let them investigate. Yoriyuki thought about it, and then said, tell that guy Kurotsuke Moyuri, he must be very interested. Take some time to investigate at that time, and you should be able to figure it out soon. Like Urahara Kisuke, she thinks people like Uzumaki Mizuki are more dangerous. For this matter, you should contact the captain. The danger of the Quincy is even more dangerous than you can imagine, and if it is really hidden for 1,000 years, then what they must do must not be underestimated. Maybe the Soul Society may be subverted. Urahara Kisuke shook his head. Then he said seriously, Aizen is has the potential to do things. But back then, the Quincy could almost wipe out the power of Shinigami. The two sides are not on the same level at all. Is it really that powerful? Then contact the captain. Seeing that his good friends are so serious, Yoriyuki dare not be careless. On Rukia's side, why is this world so dangerous recently? I'm going to send out the application now. Rukia Kukaki got up directly, and then took out her mobile phone to start contacting. She stays in this world, and exists as an envoy contacting the Soul Society. Sei Ling extended martial law. In performance, it is said that in order to prevent the attack of Hueco Mundo. But in fact, I began to look for the possibility of the existence of the Quincy. Now the Quincy divisions are making medals to seal Bankai, waiting for the final counterattack. And it has been 1,000 years, and their defense against Sei Lingian is not so persistent, and they are more relaxed. At the same time, the omniscience and omnipotence of Yhwach is not available all the time, but needs to be activated. Therefore, there was no commotion in Sei Lingian at all. After being cheated by Aizen once, Sei Lingian can be said to have checked it all over. After all, Aizen directly killed all the bosses in Central 46, which made those nobles in Sirion anxious and began to frantically conduct self-examination. So now, when the task is issued, everyone dare not say a word, and follow it very honestly. After about 3 days, a regular meeting is held in the first team. Now Central 46 has not been rebuilt, and everything is decided by the first team. After the investigation by the Technology Development Bureau, there is indeed a space enchantment constructed by spirit particles in a certain place, which is very hidden. If you don't search carefully, you can't find it at all. On the Kurotsuke Moyuri side, with his duck voice, he opened his mouth to report. The tone is a little serious, but also a little excited. So many new materials. This news is actually true. How did the people of the Uruk Empire know this news? Did you learn about it from the Quincy Master? Captain of the 2nd Division Sui Feng, the tone is not very good. After all, this matter belongs to her oversight. The Technology Development Bureau is not in charge of these things, and the monitoring of the Quincy Division is all in charge of the 2nd Division's secret mobile team. However, the Quincy had been hidden in Seinlingian for so many years. These Quincients are indeed terrifying. Ahem. According to Rukia's report, the Quincy masters in this world should not know about this matter, and these people from the Uruk Empire found out through their own investigation. Furthermore, according to Uraharakisuk's judgment, the other party may have already been to Sirainshu and found out about it, but for some unknown reason, he chose to inform us. The captain of the 13th Squad Jushiro Yukite coughed twice, and then explained. Uraharakisuk's judgment. Then there shouldn't be any problem. These human beings have already come to Sirian. Didn't the technology developers find anything? Sui Feng confronted Kurotsuki Mayuri. It is the fault of the Technology Development Bureau that there are human beings coming and going between the Soul Society and the present world, but nothing is discovered. Is it so? Not sure. Kurotsuki Mayuri naturally dissatisfied. Now let's discuss how to deal with these Quincy masters. I don't know their specific situation and strength now, but we should make a decision early, as they think, and catch them by surprise. Kiraku Shunsui interrupted the defense of Sui Feng and Kurotsuki Mayuri. Dealing with the bomb in their ass is more important now. Gather your hands and wipe out the Quincy hidden in Sirian by 0.4 in one fell swoop. Call Uraharakisuk, Yoryuaki, Kurosaki Ichigo, Rukia Kukaki to assist us. Launch a general attack tomorrow. Yamamoto Genrai Seishiji Kuni spoke directly. The normally squinted eyes opened directly at this time, exuding a rash-like aura from his whole body. He was very hostile to Juhabak. He didn't pay much attention to Quincy, but Fahabak was different. This person has the power to subvert the world. Aizen is only possible to have, but this person really has? Yes. The captain had spoken, and the others had no other opinions at this time. They have also studied history and know that the battle between the Quincy and the Shinigami was very tragic. Both sides, it is difficult to coexist. The making of the Star Badge is almost finished, and the time of our birth will not be long. A member of the Knights of the Star Cross, Ebembiata Basta, made a marriage proposal, shaking her short legs and saying, "It is very boring to stay in this space without any creatures." And in the past, they had to use spirit particles to build and maintain the effect of the Invisible Empire. Now there is no need, just wait for the completion of the last star chapter, and then you can start to deal with Seinlingian. Your Majesty, his strength has also recovered. He defeated the Shinigami, and with the addition of Xinjiang, there is no problem in dealing with the Shinigami. Star-Cross Knights T. Gaddy's Catnip spoke. In this world, I have endured the pain of loneliness for so long, and I have to give it all back to those Shinigami, let them experience the taste of despair. In the beginning, everyone lived in fear of being discovered by Shinigami. Without their Majesty you back, they would not be able to resist the Shinigami attack. Now, it's finally over. All these pains must be returned to Shinigami. Hugilin Hasward stood at the gate of the palace, calmly looking at the Quincies below. The rest are elites. They were empowered by His Majesty Juhabak. At the same time let them come to 25 to maintain the existence of this invisible empire. Counterattack Shinigami. Huge Lan Hasward was a little hesitant. It was he who stabilized these people during the days when Jubak slept. He can be said to be the second king in the Quincy division. Jubak also regards him as a bust. After so many years, he didn't feel as strongly about counterattacking Shinigami as the Quincy masters below. However, it is enough to help His Majesty. But suddenly, the sky, which is also the top of the Invisible Empire, suddenly cracked. The pupils of the Quincies on the field shrank and looked up in disbelief. Everyone has checked these things, and there is no possibility of accidents. Now that it has become like this, there is only one possibility. Shinigami found them? This position should be fine. Anyway, there are White Eyes and Sherry-non, so it doesn't seem to be a big problem. As for Uzumaki Mizuki, when he found out that Ichigo and others had appeared in the Soul Society, he brought a few of his men to the Soul Society without hesitation, ready to watch the battle. When he abused Ichigo and others that day, Uzumaki Mizuki left the Flying Thunder God coordinates on Ichigo. Now that Ichigo has arrived at the Soul Society, it is only possible that he went there to deal with the Quincy. Senju Tobirama has nothing to say. He also couldn't say that he didn't roll his eyes and Sherry-non. After all, he is in the state of impure world reincarnation. Even if there is no way to press it. Those who came here were Orikimura, Nagato, Itaki and Senju Tobirama. Konan is guarding the door at home. Niji and Kagayaji and others still stay in Hueco Mundo. Uzumaki Mizuki felt that the Soul Society should have no strength, so he directly eliminated the Quincy. Yuhabich is not weak. And I don't know if the metal they used to seal Shinigami Bankai was made. Orikimura and Nagato, both, have started to look seriously. This is a truly top-notch battle in this world, so they naturally have to analyze it carefully. One is from the aspect of research, and the other is from the aspect of equal strength. Shikai Ryujin Jaka. Yamamoto Genrai Seishiji Kuni directs Shikai's own Zanpakuto. The crutch burst into flames instantly, and directly turned into a slender weapon, facing the dot drawn by Kurotsuki Mayuri. In an instant, a powerful flame burst out, directly destroying the barrier built by the spirits in this area. In the eyes of many Quincy masters, they saw that their roof was broken, and then a powerful flame poured in directly. Yamamoto Genrai Seishiji Kuni rushed in at the head of the pack. The other captains are also Shikai's own Zanpakuto. The captain is so serious, you still want to be careless? The flames were blocked by Hugren Hadworth. The other quenching divisions around have also entered a combat state. Gathered together directly, looking hostilely at the Shinigami rushing in from the roof. Each one looked dignified. Unexpectedly, in the end, it was discovered by the other party. Kill them, leave no one behind. Yamamoto Genryusei Shijikuni squinted and ordered directly. The guys hiding here, all of you Habacha's loyalists. He has no interest in distinguishing between good and bad. Getting rid of Habaha is the right thing to do. Yes. All the captains around immediately replied. Fire hell. However, they have not had time to rush down. On Yamamoto Yuanyanaga's heavy countryside, he directly opened the AoE skill. Dozens of huge pillars of fire rose directly into the sky. In an instant, the space of the invisible empire was filled with flames. Gather together, just burn together and become coke? However, the strength of these Quincyans is not weak, and none of them is weaker than Espada Arankar. At the very least, they are above the level of Bankai. Is it only to this extent? The captain of SEI Linjian, it's too disappointing. Star-Crossed Knights H. Busby, stood up and taunted. Holy text, scorching heat. At the same time, he directly activated the power of the holy text, and then raised his hand, condensing a scorching flame. Then the flames spread towards the surroundings like the legendary resistance fire ring. In an instant, the approaching flames were directly forced back. Whoosh whoosh. At the same time, the Quenches also stopped the attack. Directly shoot hundreds of beams of light, attacking towards the Quincy Division 170 above. Scatter, Senbonzakura. Byakuya Kukaki directly holds his own Zanpakuto. The blade instantly turned into tens of thousands of sakura flower petals, directly blocking the light loss. However, it took less than a second to resist it. The wall formed by the sakura flowers shattered in an instant. Byakuya Kukaki was taken aback. Heido no 81 splitting void. But this time, Kido chanted by Jushiro Yukitake is released. Blocked subsequent attacks. However, the Quincy Masters also discovered that the strength of these Shinigami did not seem to be as powerful as they imagined. One by one excited. Hold back for so many years. They have long wanted to vent. Now, it seems that is the time. Let's attack freely, and the guards stay to protect the palace. Huge Lan Hasward said very calmly. He also felt that the captains of these fan teams are very young. Not someone I've met before. Then, there shouldn't be much difference in everyone's strength. It is not a good thing for all to gather together and be beaten. Oh, on the contrary, on the side of the Quincier, all of them suddenly became excited and excited. All of a sudden, I don't know who is against whom, the Quincy Masters showed their Ryotsu unabashedly. In an instant, the pupils of most people on Shinigami's side constricted. All of them looked at the Quincy's below in shock. This level of Ryotsu is simply not something ordinary people have. Even they, the Ryotsu on their body at this time, can't compare with these Quincy Masters. After all, these Quincy Masters stayed in the space of the Invisible Empire, and there was nothing else they could do. You can only practice hard and strengthen your own Ryotsu. Practiced for 1,000 years. Naturally, it is better than Shinigami, the captains who have only been in power for hundreds of years. The only Shinigami who has survived for thousands of years is Yamamoto Genryusei Shijikuni. A Ryotsu of this level, a strong opponent, no wonder the captain cares so much about Quincy. Kiraku Shunsui was not as relaxed as before. At this time, his face was a little serious, and he couldn't laugh at all. The captains of the other teams on the field did not show any joy at this time. Ichigo was shocked. He didn't expect that Quincy still hides so many powerful guys. It seems to be stronger than that guy Ishida Urayu, but on Quincy's side, they didn't have time to chat. Immediately start the attack. This time it was a real attack. Densely packed arrows were flying towards them. The Shinigami didn't dare to be careless anymore, and started to take precautions with all their strength. The strength of these people is very powerful. According to what they say, none of the Ryotsu is weaker than these Shinigami. Is Quincy really weaker? Orochimaru wondered. About the plan, Uzumaki Mizuki spoke to them. Wait until the Shinigami and Quincy decide the winner before dealing with their surviving opponents. And he feels that Mizuki is more optimistic about Shinigami. That old man is very powerful. However, there is also a powerful guy on Quincy's side. This battle mainly depends on the outcome of the two of them. The others are not that important. Uzumaki Mizuki spoke. He naturally wants to deal with Shinigami more. Yuhabak is too ruthless. He wants to rebuild the world, integrate Soul Society, Hueco Mundo, etc., with the present world to form a new world. Uzumaki and Mizuki couldn't figure out whether this was right or wrong, but Habaha really didn't put ordinary people's lives in his eyes. This kind of courage makes Uzumaki and Mizuki feel that Yuhabak has a problem. Is it the reincarnation of the Soul King's consciousness? After all, what I know is what I see from my memory, not what I saw with my own eyes. Just like Otsutsuki Yi, still hidden so deep. Who knows if this guy is also the same guy as Otsutsuki Yi? Understood. Everyone nodded. Even the guy who is said to be powerful by his own king is definitely not easy. And now they see it. The old man, wielding Zanpakuto alone, pinned down 5 Quincy. But at this time, Yuhabak finally appeared. Walked out directly from the gate of the palace. Looking up at Yamamoto Yuanryusei Shijikuni in the sky, he smiled directly. It took me so many years to realize that you are much more relaxed than before, Yamamoto. Yuhabak spoke directly. Humph. Torch. But Yamamoto Genryusei Shijikuni has no intention of reminiscing with old friends. A swirling tornado-shaped flame was cut out with a single knife, and it was thrown straight towards Yhwach. Medium wholly lost. Yhwach raised his hand, didn't even condense the bout, and directly condensed the arrow in his palm. Then throw it directly at this tornado-shaped flame. The two forces directly cancel each other out. The impact caused the people around them to raise their hands involuntarily to resist. The footsteps also retreated a certain distance. The Quincy's all looked at their majesty with fiery eyes. Shinigami sighed. Can't laugh. What monsters are these? The Quincy master really deserves his reputation. He is indeed worthy of being the people who almost overturned the world back then. Urahara Kisuke's face was heavy. It feels like the world is in jeopardy. Why did it become like this? But suddenly, he was in a trance for a while. The Quincy can seal the Bankai, take it away, and if they want the Bankai, do it in covert locations. These words seemed to appear beside his ears. Urahara Kisuke is creepy. He didn't think he was hallucinating. The only possibility is that he hit some trick. Did someone from Quincy do it? No, it's someone else. Could it be those people? Damn, no time to analyze. Urahara Kisuke was shocked at this time. He didn't have time to analyze whether this matter was true or not. But it feels, and very likely to be true. This made him extremely panicked. One is that the panic quench possesses this power. The second type is panic. Did the people who knew about this incident come from the people who claimed to be from the Uruk Empire? At this time, the captains of other teams were severely beaten by the Quincy division. Bankai is always a possibility. Everyone, be careful when using Bankai. The opponent has the power to seal Bankai. Urahara Kisuke then, without hesitation, used Kido to directly expand the sound to the entire battlefield. These words spread throughout the entire battlefield in an instant. Both Shinigami and Quincy showed expressions on their faces. What shocked the Quincy was, how could this matter be exposed? Shinigami, on the other hand, was shocked that the other party actually possessed such power. Really have. Seeing the looks of these Quincy masters, Urahara Kisuke's heart sank. The opponent really has the power to restrain Bankai? None of this proves that what the one just said is true. Yhwach's smiling face suddenly turned cold. You have some powerful guys under your command. Yhwach said very unhappy. But in fact, Yin's heart was already burning with anger. How could this matter be leaked? Obviously, this was only made recently, and no one left the Invisible Empire at all. How did the other party know about this? You are the enemy in this world that must be eliminated. Yamamoto also found out what Urahara Kisuke said. Lin Yohao is true. This made the killing intent in his eyes undisguised. It's really dangerous, this guy, specialized against Shinigami. It has to be exterminated. Is there still such power? Wang, can we get this kind of technology? Orochimaru was intrigued. Su can be caught at any time. There are also Hueco Mundo and several Erincars who can help with research. But here in Shinigami, there isn't much Harvest Village yet. He was eager to study Zanpakuto. Maybe it's okay, after the time comes to rule, take your time to study. Uzumaki Mizuki spoke. It feels like these Zanpakuto are more like rules that have been broken down. It is the authority of this world. Otherwise, with Kido alone, it would be difficult for Shinigami to deal with Su. It can be called a god, but it still has authority, and it belongs to the Authority Dog series. It was Uzumaki Mizuki who told Urahara Kisuke about it. Through the Rinnegan, cast illusions remotely. Passing a voice, Urahara Kisuke had no time to react. This kind of trick that is not seen before, ordinary people can't react immediately. Telling them is also to make Shinigami work harder, to force out more strength from Quincy, and to remove some obstacles for Uruk. Of course it is better to win. If you lose and Uruk wins, then Shinigami will have a third of the credit. Uzumaki Mizuki speaks wise words here. On the field, the Shinigami and the Quincy were all on guard. Shinigami can't beat Quincy normally. Ryutsu gap is there. But using Bankai and opening permissions, their strength can increase dramatically. But now, the other party has the means to seal the cheat. But you need to see the moment when the plugin is used and get the evidence. So people on both sides are pulling. The Quincy side didn't dare to attack too fiercely, so he didn't have a chance to take out the star medal and let the opponent Bankai succeed. Both parties felt a little uncomfortable, but Shinigami was naturally more uncomfortable. After all, they are the ones being restrained. Can't Bankai. Hateful. Ichigo is having a hard time here. In Shikai's state, his strength can't be played much at all. 137 is like a miscellaneous fish at this time. Together with Rukia, they deal with a Quincy division. I'm fighting for a chance with you, come to Bankai, Ichigo. Rukia said to Ichigo. Although now Rukia's Ryutsu has recovered a lot. But facing a Quincy master of the Star-Crossed Knights, it was still very difficult. Almost all of them were suppressed and beaten. Added Ichigo, too. Shinigami, is there only this level of power? Giselle Jewel, codename Z's Quincy, is a pseudonym. It is to constantly use Fei Lian's feet and use the spirit bow to release the sacred disappearance to attack the two of them. It's like ADC chasing two fighters. With an extra hand of infinity, the damage is really high. White Tree. After Rukia finished speaking, she directly used her Zanpakuto power to release a large amount of ice mist, directly interfering with the line of sight of the Quincy on the field. Block Ichigo in the middle. Bankai Tensa Zanjutsu. Ichigo didn't hesitate at all either. He believes in his teammates. Bankai without hesitation. Ryutsu skyrocketed instantly. Giselle Zuel also felt something was wrong here, and released a strengthened sacred, Kfeb, destroyer, attacking towards the ice fog. However, this sacred annihilation was cut off by a dark moon arc in the middle, and at the same time, this moon arc was directly rushing towards him. The arc of the moon directly crossed his shoulder, and blood spattered everywhere. Is that all? If it's Bankai, they're no match at all. Ichigo feels like he's doing it again. Gently waved the Tensa Zanjutsu to blow the ice and snow away. Seeing this scene, the other Shinigami and Quincy's expressions changed somewhat. Shinigami's side is, it seems, Bankai's. As for the Quincy masters, their expressions were somewhat strange. Smiling but not smiling? It hurts so much. On Giselle Jewel's side, clutching her wound, she let out a cry. But it's not painful at all. Startled, Ichigo immediately fixed his gaze on Jill Al. I have been preparing for so many years, I thought Shinigami would become stronger and stronger. Let me down, Yamamoto. Hyasub, what about Ten's hero and the others? Is it in the palace of the Spirit King? If you want to rely on these young people, defeat my star-crossed knights. Yuhabak suddenly spoke to Yamamoto Motoyanagi Shijikuni. Now both of them are probing, and they are not attacking with all their strength. The difference between the Ryutsu of the two sides is not too big, so it doesn't seem like one is better than the other. To deal with you, draw a candidate. Yamamoto Motoyanagi Shijikuni said with a blank expression. Zanpakuto in the hand, has been completely covered in flames. In fact, he had long wanted to use Bankai to get rid of this guy in front of him. But, no chance found? He is very clear about what the opponent's ability is. If he can really seal Bankai, then he is absolutely no match for this person. The strength of the opponent must be more than that. Using the ability to seal Bankai must pay something. Therefore, at this time both sides are playing games, waiting for his subordinates to decide the outcome and fight for opportunities for them. If Quincy wins first, then Yamamoto Motoyanagi Shijikuni cannot keep Shikai, and only Bankai can solve the rest of the battle. Yabuk also has the opportunity to use the ability to seal Bankai. Likewise, the Shinigami side is the same. The other team captains can help interfere with Yuhabak with their hands free, and Yamamoto Motoyanagi Shijikuni can also use Bankai to change the battlefield in one fell swoop. No need to hide your strength. These Shinigami are weaker than I thought, so let's use the power of the Holy Script directly. Get rid of them. Yuhabich directly ordered. Seeing Ichigo just now, he was somewhat surprised. But soon, after discovering Bankai, Ryutsu is weak and pathetic. At this level, there is no need to seal the Bankai before dealing with them. Now that it's known, it's better to use all your strength and deal with Shinigami directly. It seems that it will be faster. There may be some losses, but he can take it? Yes, Your Majesty. The Quincy Masters have long since grown impatient, knowing that Bankai is the Shinigami's ultimate move. But now it seems that the opponent's unique move is only to that extent. There is no need to target at all. The Shinigami on the field looked somewhat ugly. Look down on them? Complete Eucharist Holy Word Thunder. Complete Eucharist Holy Word Miracle. Complete Eucharist, Holy Text. The quenches exploded directly. If you use the props that seal Bankai, then you cannot use the power zone of the Holy Text. We are not going to seal Bankai now, so we can release the ultimate power of the Quincy Masters with all our strength and complete the Eucharist and Holy Text. The power bestowed upon them by Wybek? The powerful Ryutsu finally directly destroyed the shattered invisible empire space. Next, regiments are the top fights in the world. With Rinnegan level strength alone, you can't suppress them. You must master some 6 paths level strength to do it. Uzumaki Mizuki said calmly. In the final analysis, the power of these destroyers is also the power to destroy the city. The top ones still depend on Yuhabak and Yamamoto Motoyanagi Shijikuni. The power to destroy the world. Orochimaru and Senju Tobirama are somewhat excited. Nagato's expression became serious. There are so many powerful guys in this world. Relying on the current manpower of the Uruk Empire alone, it may not be able to suppress it. Then there might be a lot of conflicts. Bankai, Shinigami dare not be careless. Hitsuguya Toshiro, Byakuya Kukaki, both of their opponents have exhausted the power of the Eucharist. Directly sent the two of them flying in an instant. It crashed into the house of Sei Linjian, and the smoke spread. The two also took the opportunity to direct Bankai, Daiguren Higher and Meru, Scatter, Senbonzakura Kage Yoshi. The cold air, and the pink sakura flowers, began to spread towards the surroundings. At the same time, a large number of sacred disappearances also appeared in the midair non-stop, attacking many Shinigami. The real battle started between the two sides. Several people from the Uruk Empire outside Sirian could feel the vibrations from the ground from time to time. Yoryuki, bring Hirako and the others over here. Reinforcements are needed here. On Urahara Kisuk's side, looking at the battlefield, there are scenes of Shinigami falling down constantly, knowing that if you continue to fight hard, you will only die more. Now there is still a new force that has not joined. It was originally intended to be used against Aizen and Hueco Mundo, but I didn't expect it to come in handy this time. When he came here this time, he deliberately brought the members of the Masked Legion to Rukanga to hide them first. It didn't take them directly into Sei Linjian. After all, their identities are really inappropriate now. Hollow's Shinigami? Or Shinigami? But now, there is no time to think so much. Rukia. Ichigo is angry here. Seeing his good friend, blood was splashed on the spot. Straight into a runaway state? With a pull of his right hand, Su's mask appeared directly on his face. Then he slashed out a blow, and the powerful crescent sky rushed. But it was easily blocked by the opponent's sacred destruction. Is it only to this extent? Shinigami, be my zombie subordinate. The pseudo-mother, Giselle Julie, looked at Kurosaki Ichigo very indifferently. The two sides are mortal enemies. At this time, whoever is merciful will be the next one to fall. After using the holy body, his Ryotsu skyrocketed, but the power of his holy text has not yet been revealed. Hateful. Ichigo doesn't believe it. Why is the result of my hard work so hard to be so vulnerable? Since Crescent Moon is ineffective, then he goes directly to attack the opponent with Tenseigan, a shunpo, appearing directly behind Giselle Jewel. When the knife cut down and cut a wound on the back of Giselle Rongel's face was smiling. Rukia lying on the ground felt bad. I tried to stand up and wanted to help, but my body was really helpless, and I was very reluctant to stand up. Ha ha ha. Everyone who is touched by my blood will become a zombie and become my slave. Giselle Jewel turned her head, looked at Ichigo with a smile and said. Ichigo also saw it. His Death Fighter outfit seemed to be corroded by something, and his body was changing. But Ichigo didn't panic, but stared at Giselle Jewel. Crescent sky rushing. Even if I have to die, I will kill you before I die. Ichigo cut Tensei's Zanjutsu, who was braving dark red Ryotsu, directly on Jiao or Fual. Almost split his body into two. This brought together Ichigo's final Ryotsu attack, which did not kill Giselle Jewel. My abilities can be regenerated. However, it hurts a bit. Unfortunately, you are dead. Giselle Jewel's body was split from the left button to the abdomen. However, he is not dead yet. The wound is healing fast. Seeing the scene where Ichigo fell straight backwards with his eyes losing their light, he spoke directly. Ichigo. Rukia roared. She did not expect that this battle would be so tragic. Obviously it has nothing to do with Ichigo, but here he comes and dies here. How does she explain to Ichigo's two younger sisters? It's so noisy. Go and kill her. Giselle Jewel is still recovering. But it's not impossible to move. He wanted to try to see how effective this servant was. Hateful. Byakuya Kukaki was extremely angry. Seeing his beloved sister hurt, there was nothing he could do to help at this moment. Look there, handsome boy. If you are not careful, if you die, it will be a pity for this face. A member of the Star-Crossed Knights, T. Gaddy's catnip, a blonde woman in revealing clothes, arcing all over. Ask for flowers. While speaking, he unleashes the divine annihilation with thunder, attacking Byakuya Kukaki. Byakuya Kukaki can only control a large number of sakura flowers transformed by Zanpakuto, and stand in front of him to block the attack. The pink sakura flower, struck by the electric arc, directly blooms with blue light. Boom. But suddenly, a strong Ryotsu surged directly into the sky. Dark red. The eyes of the people on the field were instantly attracted. Ichigo. Rukia looked in shock at Ichigo, who was walking towards her step by step. She saw a void in Ichigo's chest. At the same time, the face is completely covered by bone, forming a mask like a bull's head, covering its head. Dark red lines appeared all over his body. 0. This is. Orochimaru was surprised. However, he quickly tapped the screen with both hands to record these things. If it weren't for his Sharingan's quick memory, there is no video recording now, and he will definitely regret it. Equivalent to a Jinchuriki runaway situation. He has a lot of power in his body, and he can control all of them. He belongs to the top powerhouse in this world. Uzumaki Mizuki said. Shinigami. Quench division. Void. There is also the perfect manifestation technique that belongs to human beings. But the last one was too weak to be used as a real power. The combination of the first three forces can make Ichigo reach the level of Old Man Yamamoto. Dead. How come? Too fast. It's so useless, let's really die here. Giselle Jewel frowned. The appearance of the pseudo-mother makes him very cute. The injury also recovered. Seeing Su is disgusting, after all, it is the prey of Quincy. So, he raised his hand without hesitation. A huge sacred loss appeared above his head. Die. Directly control the spirit bow and launch the arrow doctor. Roar. But Tao Ichigo turned his head straight away. Open your mouth and let out a roar. A dark red Siro headed directly devour the sacred annihilation. Siro also covered Giselle Jewel, directly exploding a huge mushroom cloud. Siro. This guy, the huge Ryotsu, really isn't a display. Giselle Jewel was still a little scared at this time. Just now she used flying feet to avoid Siro's attack. Looking at Ichigo, who was standing in midair not far away, his face was a little heavy. This Ryotsu seems to have surpassed him now. Blink. What? Giselle Julie found the void, which disappeared before his eyes. Not good. Behind? When Giselle Jewel thought of this, it was too late to use the flying feet. Ichigo swung it directly, the Zanpakuto that was almost connected to the arm. Cut off Giselle Julie directly. Gathering of spirits. But Giselle Jewel is not dead. Originally, he was the one with the strongest vitality among the members of the Star-Crossed Knights. Open your hand, build a silk thread through the spirit, and pull the lower body. Then the whole person fell directly to the ground. However, in the midair of 393, he quickly tied his lower body and upper body together through the lingzi. When they fell to the ground, their bodies had already closed together. But the lower body cannot move. Because it just seems to be closed, but the body functions have not recovered. This guy, Giselle Jewel's face was ugly. It is obviously contaminated by your own blood, why is it ineffective? Roar. But on the side of Naruto Ichigo, he didn't chase after him to make up the knife. Instead, he roared directly towards the sky. What should you do in this situation? He is almost empty. Killing him is the best choice. On Yuhabaka's side, he continuously unleashes the sacred annihilation to attack Yamamoto Genryusei Shijikuni. The movements on the field could not escape his eyes. Now he's not using omniscience. If omniscience is used, then he cannot seal Yamamoto's field solution. Other Shinigami don't have to do this, but Yamamoto Genryusei Shijikuni does. Afterwards, the old man will personally send him on the road. But this time, you will definitely die. Yamamoto Genryusei Shijikuni looked at Yuhabak with a murderous gaze and said, the strength of both of them is there. Without Bankai, Yamamoto Motoyanagi Shijikuni will not be able to suppress Yuhabak. The current situation is that Shinigami is being suppressed and beaten by Quincy. The strength of the new generation is indeed not comparable to that of Yamamoto's generation. It's not that the aptitude is poor, but that it hasn't reached its peak. The youngest, Hitsuga Yatoshiro, has not been captain for 100 years. I think this time, you will die more miserable. Yuglin, do it. Yuhabak showed a rash smile on his side. Then he ordered directly. None of his 4 bodyguards have done anything yet. If Hyasub and others are still there, it is difficult to deal with them now. Yamamoto Genryusei Shijikuni underestimated him. After retreating for thousands of years, the strength under his banner is stronger than ever. Now these Shinigami can't stop their subordinates at all. Yes. Huge Lanhur's ward bowed slightly. Go ahead, clear the obstacles for His Majesty as soon as possible. Yugalin then said to the other 3 people beside him. I'm already impatient. Ligiabero took out a large-scale sniper rifle while talking. Completely looks like a Quincy heretic. Do it. A skin Necroval, codenamed D, lethal dose of holy text power. Let me deal with that guy. Gerald Valkyrie, codenamed M, the miracle of the power of the holy word. He's talking about the bullhead Ichigo. Giselle Jewel was not good at fighting in the first place. She was more like a nanny who could help them quickly recover their stumps and broken arms. In this situation, Giselle Julie died, but it was a bit troublesome. With him here, a lot of losses can be reduced. Pulling away the longbow made of spiritual particles, a powerful divine annihilation occurred, attacking the new head Ichigo who was staying in midair. Naruto Ichigo cut off the arrow directly with his backhand. Roar. Then, directly from the middle of the 2 horns, condense the Siro and launch it directly. Come on. Gerald wasn't panicking at all. Dressed like a Spartan, with a small buckler in his hand, and something like a mask on his head. He resisted Siro's attack directly, and his whole body was instantly blown away. The entire battlefield was extremely intense. Sei Linjian couldn't bear the collapse of the Emperor's building at all. For many people, the impact of moving alone can destroy their houses. An impact stronger than that of a supersonic fighter. Such a battle is not suitable for this world. On Nagato's side, he commented. Too many souls who lived in Sire Noon died. Such Ryutsu is totally unbearable. The world is unified, and the casualties caused by the battle can indeed be reduced. Senju Tobirama said. At this time, he was a little upset. He knew that he should be the first Hokage. However, the Uchiha Madara side will definitely not agree. At that time, there was no need to wait for Uzumaki Mizuki to complete this matter. Humans feel like pigs, caught between 2 worlds. Although we are working hard, but without the power to resist, the future will still be dominated by humans. After going back this time, try to contact the human forces here, and try to accept it as calmly as possible. 1. Uzumaki Mizuki spoke. At this time, the masked army joined the battlefield. But not too messy. That heretic in the Quench division is holding a sniper rifle, and the gun is killing people. The captain was able to escape the attack barely. The Divine Forgiveness Guards joined the battlefield, and the stalemate was about to be changed in an instant. There are a lot of Shinigami though, but mostly ordinary Shinigami. Without it, even Ryutsu is hard to hold on to. There are too few high-level Shinigami, and they are not comparable to the Star-Cross Knights, with a total of 26. Although there are more than 30 Shinigami members in total, there are not more than 20 people who know Bankai. Yes. Nagato recorded the incident. Ready to get in touch. Surfing the internet during this period of time, but he knew a lot of things. Whoever he was looking for, he would definitely not be wrong. Wong, it feels like if this continues, the Quincy seems to be winning. Orochimaru analyzed. Shinigami can't stop it at all. The Quincy's are getting stronger and stronger one by one. The guy who was fighting Ichigo was getting bigger and bigger. Similar to Yami, it can continuously strengthen itself and increase its own Ryutsu. Looks like Captain America. Old man Yamamoto looks dead. The Quincy seems to have not reduced its staff yet. Let's help Ichigo get rid of his opponents first. Uzumaki Mizuki was talking, while pulling out Ichimaru Jin's Zenpakuto Shinso. Lock on the Flying Thunder God coordinates on Ichigo, then directly open a space door about the size of a fist. This is the power gained after mastering 10 tails. Bankai God killed the gun no steps and blades. Uzumaki Mizuki played Bankai very calmly. The 0.3 goal is Gerald Valkyrie, who is physically huge at this time. The target of the attack is his head. Die. At this time, he was holding the bull's head Ichigo in his hand, and was about to crush it. He saw a small black circle appear in front of Ichigo. Then, he lost consciousness. The whole head is gone. Did not come back to life. Because at the same time, Uzumaki Mizuki controlled the lock of the sky and walked through this passage with the amulet that broke the commandments of all things, touching his body. Therefore, his immortal buff was not activated. Is truly dead? For the sake of human beings. Uzumaki Mizuki closes the space channel. Naruto Ichigo went berserk again. But at the same time, there was a moment of silence on the battlefield. Everyone took a look of shock and astonishment, and looked together. Only Juhabok sensed something was wrong. Impossible. Gerald's holy text power, why didn't it activate? The Quincy masters on the field were all thinking this way. This is unreasonable. It's normal for other Quincy's to be killed suddenly. But Gerard Valkyrie shouldn't. Even if he dies, he can reshape his body through spirit particles. How could such a person disappear? Shinigami was shocked too. After fighting for so long, they haven't killed a Quincy yet, and now one has died for no reason. Is it Ichigo? Urahara Kisuk frowned. He is also on the battlefield, already Bankai at this time. The Quincy facing him is not weak. There is no time to pay attention to the situation on Ichigo's side. Are highest of them. However, even if it is them, it is impossible to kill my personal guards so easily. Juhabok was very surprised. He didn't feel any wavering in his heart, but the inexplicable death made him a little surprised. At this time, he wanted to activate omniscience and omnipotence to deal with it. Instant coaxing thunder god battle form. Bankai, Guanyin 25 opens Hanji Kai. Bankai iron fist chop the wind. Several people in this world began to explode. This situation on the field does not seem to be resolved in a short time. That being the case, it is better to start early and attack with all your strength. The death of a person has a slight blow to the morale of the Quincy division. Shinigami also feels that the opponent is not unkillable. The vast majority of people have never fought against the Quincy division, but the Quincy division has observed them for nearly 1,000 years. After fighting for a while and becoming familiar with each other's abilities, distinguish between moving blood equipment and static blood equipment, and analyze the power of the other party's sacred text, after opening the transformation of the holy body, also began to have a grasp. Ryutsu, although the opponent is a bit stronger, but Ryutsu is not everything. Aren't you using Bankai yet? Then you're welcome. Yuhabok also felt a little boring. While speaking, his eyes began to change, becoming double pupils. Omniscient? Bankai Remnant Fire Sword. Yamamoto Motoyanagi Shijikuni also seemed to see the opponent's ability. Seeing that Yuhabok activated omniscience, he did not hesitate to use Bankai. The powerful Ryutsu instantly shocked the entire venue. Yamamoto Motoyanagi Shijikuni was covered by a garment made entirely of flames. The Remnant Fire Sword west the prison clothes of the Remnant Sun. Yamamoto Genryase Shijikuni held Zanpakuto and looked at Yuhabaha indifferently. The surrounding air began to rise rapidly. The temperature of the clothes on his body reached 15 million degrees. A temperature comparable to that of the sun. If it weren't for the fact that there are so many spiritual seeds here, which are much stronger than the present world, it is estimated that the surrounding areas will start to dry up and shatter. Sanctuary singing. Habaha chanted and used other tricks. Directly summoned 16 cross-ring beams of light composed entirely of spirit particles, covering him in front of him. These things don't work for me. Yamamoto Motoyanagi Shijikuni stabbed directly into the ground. The pillar of fire instantly devoured the cross-beam of light formed by these spiritual particles. But Jubik didn't care. Under omniscience and omnipotence, the other party cannot harm oneself. He is looking for suitable opportunities to collect Bankai. A stand-in for feigning death is also ready. When he was almost ready and wanted to do it, that is, he saw the accident happen. A man with blonde hair. After I used Bankai, the opponent appeared. This world is more troublesome than I imagined. It seems that there should be other reasons for coming out this time. Please trouble. Juhabok had a headache at this time. He is looking for the only flaw in the future. However, when I found myself looking at this blonde man, I couldn't see through the future that belonged to him. He just knew that he stopped himself, and even had the ability to kill himself. But what the other party is using, I don't know. What is this? Facing the situation of Yamamoto Genryase Shijikuni, he couldn't find a chance at all. The opponent is called the strongest Shinigami, and it's not a joke. At this time, Juhaboka's omniscience and omnipotence can only see through the future, but cannot change it. Changing the future can only be done after he absorbs the Spirit King. At this moment he regretted a little. Omniscience should not be activated so quickly. In the absence of omniscience and omnipotence, how many tricks can he and Yamamoto Genryase Shijikuni do? But now, I can only dodge constantly. It's so hot. That's Bankai, the captain. The most influential one is naturally Hitsugi Toshiro. The ice behind him melted faster. Shinigami and Quincy both felt the history. If the battle doesn't end quickly, the Soul Society might be destroyed. The explanation is the captain of the 4th Division Ano Hinaretsu. She doesn't have a Bankai yet, and she's been healing all the time. The situation on the court has not yet come to her turn to use her full strength. You just run away. Yamamoto Motoyanagi Shijikuni looked at Yuhabok and said. Ibak did not fight him head-on at all. The opponent's perception is extremely sensitive, and he has been dodged by the opponent several times. However, Yamamoto Genryase Shijikuni did not forget to settle this matter quickly. Cutting out a flame at random, the power is stronger than the full power attack that others have solved. The target is naturally the Quincy Master. World Reconciliation. However, this attack was blocked by Lan. Holding a shield, blocked the flames to all 880 units. The high temperature was reduced by the power of the holy text. But it wasn't something Lan could bear quickly. So Lan did not hesitate to use the second stage, to take the blame. Feedback attack to the attacking enemy. But the flames could not pose any threat to Yamamoto Genryusei Shijikuni at all. If Lan resisted the attack and made a scapegoat for the injury, then the effect would be different. However, Lan was afraid that she would die immediately. Kill him, no. Leave, no. Is there only a death battle? On Yubaka's side, he was just now calculating the future of the emperor. He felt himself in a dead end. No matter what, you will end up with the blonde man. After that, the future became blurred, and the result was that I lost. On Yamamoto Motoyan Ajisai Shijikuni's side, it never occurred to him that the opponent he was dealing with after Bankai didn't pay full attention to him. The remnant fire Teideo Nanhuo Huo 10 trillion dead funeral formation. Yamamoto Genryusei Shijikuni opened AoE. Since the other party likes to hide, let's see how long they can hide. Soul Society has already started to change because of his Bankai. The fight cannot last too long. It should be resolved as soon as possible. Otherwise, not only SEI Linjian, but the whole Rokanga may have an accident. Got you. But at this time, Yubaka finally found the position of the blonde man who has been appearing in his future through omniscience and omnipotence. There will be some troubles. Nagato, you go back first. After Uzumaki Mizuki finished speaking, he sent Nagato away. He felt it, locked himself in. But it is not surprising. Just send Nagato away. After all, he doesn't know how to flying thunder god, and the means of survival are relatively poor. Orochimaru doesn't die that easily. Senju Tobirama has flying thunder god, and he can run away. Have you been found? Orochimaru was a little surprised. After all, he felt as if he was just hitting harder and harder. Just now Wang fought, but he didn't find it. Now that the fight has become fierce, he was found instead. The king of the Quincy seems to have seen me through the future. Change your positions yourself. Next to me, it may be very dangerous. Uzumaki Mizuki didn't go this way. He is not afraid. What to go? Then I'll just leave a shadow clone. Senju Tobirama is very decisive here. He is not strong in fighting. Maybe he can't beat the current big snake. But there are many bells and whistles. Leaving a shadow clone behind, Senju Tobirama left directly. The same is true for Orochimaru, who left behind a soil clone, and the main body did not hide there. Whoosh. Not long. A divine annihilation flew over. Rinnegan, who was released directly by Uzumaki Mizuki, was bounced directly. But it didn't take long before Yubaka appeared in midair. He looked at the blonde man standing on a very abrupt stone pillar. Who are you? Yubaka asked directly, but did not wait for Uzumaki Mizuki to answer. Yamamoto Genryusei Shijikuni chased after him. On the way, he also spotted Uzumaki Mizuki and recognized him. Blonde, a boy in the same grade as Ichigo, the guy Urahara Kisuk has always cared about. Leaving because of injury, just to find him. Has the opponent teamed up with the Quincy division? Since there is a threat and Hueco Mundo is under control, let's kill it together. Yamamoto Motoyanagi Shijikuni made a decision as soon as he appeared. Kill Uzumaki Mizuki together? Directly controlling the corpse made of flames, it attacked the two of them. A distant ideal land. Uzumaki Mizuki was not careless here either. The strongest individual mobile fortress was directly used. The scabbard that shattered into pieces instantly formed a barrier, protecting Uzumaki Mizuki in it. The clones of Senju Tobirama and Orochimaru were directly destroyed. On the side of Yubaka, he continued to use various tricks to resist the attack. Ability that can't be seen through at all. What's going on? Yubaka thought that his cheating had expired. But I found that looking at Yamamoto Genryusei Shijikuni's side, it's very simple. What tricks the other party makes, I will know next. But this man? Only know the result. The process cannot be seen. It's like being mosaicked, and I can't see clearly at all. What? Yamamoto Motoyanagi Shijikuni saw the flaming corpse summoned by his Bankai, but he couldn't break through the barrier-like defense released by the opponent. Yubaka was also a little surprised. He didn't dare to take Yamamoto's attack hard. I can only find a way to avoid it and offset it. Transferring the battlefield here will also reduce the pressure on his subordinates, and at the same time, let's see what this person who has been staring at himself and changing the future is going to do. It doesn't seem to be spreading, but deliberately attacking me. Tell you about the Quincy Master, but didn't you get a good impression? The stone pillar at the foot of Uzumaki Mizuki has been turned into carbon powder, but he can also stand in the air. Looking up at Yamamoto Yuanryusei Shijikuni asked in midair. These old things are really cruel. King Ling turned into a human stick, and I don't know if he has anything to do with these people. Humph. Yamamoto Genryusei Shijikuni didn't mean to explain. A large number of flaming corpses attacked Uzumaki Mizuki, but to no avail. Hukbaka's pressure was relieved a lot at once. However, he didn't have any joy. This person is very dangerous. There is no chance of escape, so we can only fight to the death. Jubaka's face stiffened. In the future I see, this person is still with me like a shadow. At the critical moment, even if Yamamoto is chasing him, he will catch up with him. What hatred? Who the hell are you? Yamamoto Genryusei Shijikuni couldn't help it. The temperature of the flame after Bankai is almost as hot as the sun. The other party was unscathed at this temperature? but the surrounding space has already begun to soften, and it feels like it will melt at any moment. But the other party looked at him calmly. It made him a little less confident. King of the Uruk Empire Uzumaki Mizuki. The king's goal is the whole world, Hueco Mundo, the present world, and the Soul Society. So, both of you are my enemies. Uzumaki Mizuki spoke directly. Now that we met, he didn't have the consciousness of plotting. Just come and shoot if you have the ability. After trying the power of the remote Utopia Avalon, Uzumaki Mizuki felt that the problem was not big. Not to mention a sure win, but it is still possible to remain invincible. This thing is really easy to use. You are not from this world. Jubuk was taken aback. He finally felt that something was wrong. It turns out that the ability used by the other party is not from this world, so I can't see through the future. Can only see this person. And he uses things that his own omniscience has no effect on. Yamamoto Yuen Lai Yuzei Shiji Kuni Yashuang, Li Qianzhao, stared. Obviously did not expect that the origin of the other party was so unexpected. You want to change the world, give you a chance, be my subordinate, I can help you change the world. Uzumaki Mizuki to Yuhabak. The old man Yamamoto is more suitable as a thug, basically he has no political awareness, like a reckless man. So Uzumaki Mizuki prefers Hongai Yuhabachak. Secondly, Yuhabak can also exist as a substitute for the King of Souls. As Urahara Kisuk said, you are really dangerous. But just right, here, let me solve it together. Yuhabak has not yet spoken. On Yamamoto's side, Yanase Shijikuni made a decision. It would be fine if he himself directly wiped out these two enemies who threatened the Soul Society. Let them disappear completely from this world. It's not a simple role, and I can't be careless. While Uzumaki Mizuki was talking, the king's treasure passage that appeared behind him was conveying something. A white robe quickly appeared on his body, with black lines and black hook jade on it. Finally, 9 black spheres emerged from behind. Its truth-seeking ball? Uzumaki Mizuki enters 6 paths mode. Through the king's treasure house, I injected the power of 10 tails into my body, and quickly entered the 6 paths mode. But Uzumaki Mizuki is not Jinchuriki. Through the characteristics of the treasure house of the king, plus the all-knowing and omnipotent star, it is possible to achieve the 6 paths mode that can be achieved without 10 tails in the body. It is slightly stronger than Uchiha Madara, but still has a distance from Kagayaji. All aspects of physical attributes have been rapidly improved. Remnant Flame Sword East Rising Sun Blade. But Yamamoto Motoya Nagisai Shijikuni didn't have any hesitation. Immediately a Shunpo appeared in front of Uzumaki Mizuki, holding the remaining fire sword and slashing towards Uzumaki Mizuki. But in the end, it collided with the barrier of Utopia far away, and sparked white sparks. Boom. Yamamoto Genryase Shijikuni refused to accept. Instantly increase Ryutsu. Lai Yan, raging flames, exploded from him in an instant. Covering the surroundings directly, a pillar of fire rushed straight into the sky. Almost lit up the sky. A large number of flaming corpses also kept rushing over. 813 was like an evil spirit trying to devour people. The dire situation, ordinary people would feel their scalps go numb just by seeing it. Impossible. But immediately, Yamamoto Genryase Shijikuni roared. Because he found that even though he attacked like this, he still couldn't hurt the other party. He really can't break this barrier? Great holy bow. But at this time, Yuhabak also made a move. Directly using the spiritual power of his body, he summoned a huge spiritual bow with multiple arrows shaped like giant spears in midair, and launched an attack in the direction of Uzumaki Mizuki and Yamamoto Motonyanagi Shijikuni. But these arrows were annihilated by the high temperature when they were about to approach the two of them. At this moment, only flames are allowed to exist here, and any other items can only be burned up. However, Mizuki just couldn't threaten Uzumaki. It's my turn. Uzumaki Mizuki spoke. Then his figure disappeared directly at the position of Yamamoto Genryase Shijikuni. On the other hand, Yuhabak immediately turned around. I saw Uzumaki Mizuki's side appearing in the sky over Shirinobu's side. Using Flying Thunder God, fly to the location where Shirinen left the coordinates. Spin. No, it's a more direct space transfer. Jubuk frowned. Still the same as before, I only saw the result of the opponent's movement. But the process cannot be seen clearly. This greatly weakens the effect of his omniscience and omnipotence against this person. As for Uzumaki Mizuki, he still unhurriedly pulled out the sword of vowed victory. Neither Yamamoto Yanagi Shijikuni nor Yuhabak took the initiative to attack. Both of them wanted to see if the strength of this human being was as powerful as he said. If you want to annex the 3 interfaces, strength is the key. X-Curry Stick. Golden Wheel Reincarnation Explosion. Uzumaki Mizuki held up the sword of vowed victory, while injecting a large amount of mana, which could not be used up at this time. At the same time, on this attack, there is a strong repulsion from the Tenseigan on the cover. At this time, the entire Soul Society saw that in the direction of Shirinobu, there was a golden light that directly broke through the sky, very dazzling. Including both Shinigami and Quincy who are still fighting. They were all stunned. What is this? No Ryutsu. Urahara Kisuk was taken aback. Immediately think of the result of my guess. This result is definitely the worst. Those humans have joined the battlefield, but will the target be Yuhabak? Or is it that the other party, together with Yuhabak, is dealing with the captain? The Quincy was also a little panicked. After all, no matter how you look at this attack, it is not very simple. Is it Shinigami's trump card? although he is very confident in his majesty. But at this moment, CFDG couldn't help feeling a little flustered. What if? After all, in case of this matter, it might happen. Yugalin chose to leave the battlefield. After all, his main task is to protect Yuhabich. Drying Shinigami originally didn't arrange his tasks too much. Similarly, Shinigami chose to withdraw from Urahara Kisuk. Thanks to Yamamoto Motoriase Shijikuni's several attacks just now, it still caused a lot of trouble for Quincy. Uzumaki Mizuki swung the sworn victory sword directly downwards forcefully. The golden light also fell. At this time, the sword of vowed victory, combined with the distant utopia, exerted its greatest power. Plus Tenseigan's golden wheel reincarnation explosion blessing. At the same time as the light fell, the surroundings froze for an instant. It was as if the space had stopped. Boom. Yamamoto Motoyanagi Shijikuni felt great danger. Without hesitation, a huge pillar of fire rose directly into the sky. Similarly, on Juhabaka's side, it is almost impossible to use omniscience to see through this attack. All he knew was that he would be seriously injured next. When he saw the light, he had already started to construct the spirit particles with all his strength, creating defenses one after another for himself. The light cut off directly. The pillar of fire that had just charged high into the sky immediately stopped, and was cut open by the light. The main target of Uzumaki Mizuki's attack was Yamamoto Motoyanagi Shijikuni. Yamamoto Genryase Shijikuni's eyes widened, watching the light that was about to fall on his head. He held Zanpakuto straight up without hesitation. Boom. When the mushroom cloud rises, the sound of the explosion came directly. The powerful impact brought about directly destroyed the city wall of Sirenen. Any houses that come into contact are directly reduced to fly ash. Urahara Kisuk and Yugalin were very tacit in the middle of the journey and did not attack each other. But when they saw the mushroom cloud covering the sky and the sun, they couldn't help but feel palpitations. At the same time, soon, the shock also came. The two used their own methods to barely resist the impact of the pot, and they were not taken away together. What kind of battle is it? Urahara Kisuk looked shocked. Most of his Bankai Konanbairiki Benihime Radam's body just disappeared. On the other hand, Yugalin was relatively hard. It is not a big problem to resist with the scapegoat shield. The power is reduced by half due to the high temperature. The strongest Zanpakuto, it really lives up to its reputation. Uzumaki Mizuki saw the situation through Tenseigan's perspective. This destructive power is not all. Most of it was cancelled out in the hot and high temperature flames that broke open. Not exerting maximum destructive power, this is. When Urahara Kisuk and Yugalin rushed to the battlefield, they were both frightened by the tragic situation. A huge crack opened directly on the ground, nearly 30 meters wide, and the bottom could not be seen at a glance. At the same time, all the houses on the side of the Seilingan wall were annihilated. In the middle of the explosion, a basin appeared directly. Few strands of alive riot soot can be felt around. However, the vast majority did not die under the impact, but ran away when Shinigami and the Quincy fought. After all, it hasn't been long since the last time Aizen ran away. Coupled with the complete annihilation of Central 46, everyone regards their lives as very precious. It really is him. Urahara Kisuk saw Uzumaki Mizuki standing in the sky. He couldn't forget that golden singing style at all. His Majesty. As for Hugilin Hasward, he came to the edge of the battlefield in a hurry. Jubik did not face the attack head-on. But the aftermath alone was unbearable for him. The static blood outfit can't stop much at all. The collision of the two forces, with him right next to him, was much greater than Yugalin and Urahara Kisuk who were bearing the impact in the distance. Juhabak thought about using flying feet to leave by himself. But I saw the future, and the goal became my own result. If you can't hide, then you can only resist. Half of Juhabaka's body was gone, starting from his left shoulder and ending at the root of his thigh. But the brain is still there. Battle on the battlefield is much more troublesome than I expected. In this situation, it is definitely impossible to win, you can only use Holy Bee. Juhabak is very decisive here. With his current strength, he couldn't survive. Then the only thing to do is to improve your own strength and find a way to fight for a future. Soul recovery? Holy. After speaking, he used sanctification very decisively. The Quincy, who was fighting the Shinigami, suddenly showed a look of panic. No, Your Majesty. Many Quincy screamed. The Shinigami were at a loss, not knowing what was going on. Then, they saw the bodies of these Quincy masters dry up in an instant. At the same time, a powerful spiritual force burst out from their bodies and flew in the direction of the explosion just now. The shock just now shocked them. Unexpectedly, such a weird thing happened again now. Puff. Hiss. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Yamamoto Motoyanagi Shijikuni crawled out of the ground. It was his left hand that came out first. Pushing the dirt directly above his head, he slowly stood up from it. Then he took a deep breath, and at the same time the Zanpakuto in his mouth fell and was caught by his left hand. The right hand that had received the attack just now had been distorted and deformed, and it could no longer be used at all. Captain, I will treat you now. Urahara Kisuk was shocked to see this scene. Then rushed over quickly, ready to use his ability to help with treatment. Now this is the hope of their Shinigami, absolutely nothing will happen. But halfway, he felt palpitations and stopped immediately. Truth-seeking ball stopped in front of him. You are valuable, are you interested in playing for me? Uzumaki Mizuki did not know when, came to the center of the battlefield again. At the same time, an invitation was sent to Urahara Kisuk. Scientists, the more the merrier. As long as you abide by your own rules, push yourself harder. Who the hell are you? Urahara Kisuk looked at Uzumaki Mizuki and felt the pressure. With a defensive face, let him take refuge in just one sentence, it is too small to underestimate him. You and Aizen are both limited by this world. With your scientific research capabilities, you can go to a bigger world. I can give you this opportunity to see the wider world instead of being restricted in this world. Explore the mysteries of the real world and understand your own existence. Only I can give you this opportunity. Uzumaki Mizuki spoke from this side. In the fight just now, he also felt that Yamamoto Motoyanagi Shijikuni is indeed very strong. However, he is not his opponent yet, although it is the strongest boss. But it is still more difficult to deal with guys who cheat and have authority. However, talent is more important to him. Appearing in this kind of world, Uzumaki Mizuki will also have doubts. What is the real world? Real plane? Or the real earth? On his own, Uzumaki Mizuki finds himself difficult to understand. And it's totally system dependent. To figure it out, the scientific research team is very important. So Uzumaki Mizuki wants to gather these researchers to see if they can explore the real world. Urahara Kisuk was a little moved. After developing something like Hogyaku, he naturally felt the limitations of the world to them just like Aizen. Ask for flowers. He also guessed at this time that the other party must have come from outside this world. Otherwise, it is impossible for him to be ignorant of the opponent's ability. You don't have that chance. The old man will be here and kill you. Yamamoto Genryusei Shijikuni stared at Uzumaki Mizuki, and said directly. And Yuhabaka's combat effectiveness is rapidly improving. The body is recovering quickly. Except for Yugalin, he gave up all the other Quincy's outside. If he survives this battle, he can resurrect everyone, but if he dies, everything will be gone. So, he didn't have any hesitation. You have no chance. Uzumaki Mizuki spoke. Yamamoto Motoyanagi Shijikuni did not hesitate and was ready to use Bankai again. 0. Just now, he directly cut his Zanpakuto power to its original state. However, it didn't hurt the source, and it can still be used. What? However, before he could use it, he felt a sharp pain in his left hand. When he saw clearly, his left hand, together with Zanpakuto, had already fallen into the opponent's hand. Kyoka Suijutsu, Zanpakuto of Aizen, familiar. Uzumaki Mizuki is now in his left hand, holding the slender Zanpakuto. This is the weapon he took out just before coming over. These people have been hinted by Kyoka Suijutsu by Aizen, and Uzumaki Mizuki doesn't have to do it himself. Plus he's not using Sage mode, there's no Ryutsu at all. Yamamoto Jinyonaga Shijikuni couldn't lock him. Only Juhabak saw it, but he did nothing. Instead, he is rapidly improving his Ryutsu. Not good. Urahara Kisuk immediately remembered the scene when Ichigo told him that this person could use his Bankai Remnant Fire Sword. Uzumaki Mizuki let go of Kyoka Suijutsu's hand, and Kyoka Suijutsu disappeared into golden light particles in midair. Also, Zanpakuto of Uenya Neisei Shijikuni directly from Bankai Yamamoto. His arm was instantly annihilated by the flames. Seal. But at this time, Yuhabak made a move. His long-prepared trick, used by Uzumaki Mizuki. The cross in his hand directly sealed the power of Bankai. The situation on the field changed again. Even Ubik didn't know why this person was able to use Yamamoto's Bankai. However, since I saw it, I couldn't let him release it. Good guy, he was already so powerful, and now he has taken Yamamoto's Bankai, and then he can't beat Ryutsu no matter how tall he is. Sure enough, you can't see through abilities that don't belong to this world. But yes, your ability is an item obtained from this world and cannot see through other worlds. It is also normal. Uzumaki Mizuki originally wanted to be handsome, finally let go, and directly put Zanpakuto of Yamamoto Genryusei Shijikuni into Wang's Haibeo Curry. Sealed? Yamamoto Genryusei Shijikuni had a look of anger at this time, but there was nothing he could do. Without Zanpakuto, his strength can defeat the average captain, which is considered pretty good. But for the current Uzumaki Mizuki and Yuhabak, it is a dish. 057 you will lose. On Yuhabaka's side, the absorption of Ryutsu has been completed. The Ryutsu of the whole person instantly rose, even stronger than Yamamoto Motoyanagi Shijikuni after Bankai just now. Looking at Uzumaki Mizuki, said very calmly, if he doesn't lose, he will be finished. So, only you can win. After finishing speaking, in an instant, dozens of rounds of sacred annihilation about 1.5 meters long appeared around him, attacking Uzumaki Mizuki. But behind Uzumaki Mizuki, the golden halo of the Emperor's treasure house also appeared. The huge sky lock was strung directly from the king's treasure house. Now that he has the all-knowing and omnipotent star, he can directly use the final form of the treasure without the need to release his real name. The densely packed heavenly locks directly swallowed up the sacred annihilation. There was hardly any splash. On Yuhabaka's side, he raised his crossblade of annihilation, cut out a powerful sword pressure, and resisted the densely packed huge chains. Urahara Kisuk is taking Yamamoto Genryusei Shijikuni off the battlefield. He is naturally happy to see the situation where the dog bites the dog at this time, and he has no interest in intervening in it. Yuhabak erupted. Ryutsu rose instantly. A sword directly cut through more than a dozen huge chains of the sky lock. Only this level of attack? Yuhabak asked very arrogantly. standing on a higher position, overlooking Uzumaki Mizuki. This is just a warm-up, and we can start now. Uzumaki Mizuki smiled. Then hold the sword of sworn victory. Then, it appeared in an instant at the front of the skylock which is closest to Yhwach. When the skylock broke out of the king's treasure house these days, Uzumaki Mizuki left coordinates on it in an orderly manner. Get close to the enemy from the lock of the sky, and choose a suitable position to attack. Universal pull. X-curry stick. No more than 50 meters away from Yhwach. Rinnegan behind him directly launched universal pull, using gravity to pull Yhwach over. At the same time, the sword of the Oath of Victory in his hand has also burst into golden light, shooting directly at Yhwach. Yhwach's pupils shrank. But the movements in his hands followed immediately. The mighty Ryotsu, attached to the Doom Cross blade in his hand, counterattacks instantly. The blue-white beam of light directly faced the golden beam of light. The two streams of energy exploded directly in midair. What is that? The Seirei no Bushinigami who are heading towards the battlefield. I was shocked by the movement brought by the explosion in the sky. No matter how you look at it, it doesn't look like the captain's attack. Moreover, they also felt it just now. The captain's Ryotsu dropped rapidly. But it still exists, it has not died out. Ichigo and Rukia, lying on top of Anohinaretsu Shikai's fish, are being treated. Soon, they encountered Urahara Kisok leading the captain back. Seeing the captain with one arm twisted and one arm disappearing, everyone was shocked. This is their strongest combat power. I'm here for treatment now. Anohinaretsu handed over Ichigo and Rukia to his deputy. Immediately, he came to Yamamoto Motoyanagi Shijikuni and started treatment. The man from the Uruk Empire has come, defeated the captain, and is now fighting Yhwach. Urahara Kisok concludes. Now this situation is very complicated. He didn't think these people would be of much use. The Ryotsu that Yhwach broke out just now is almost equal to the captain. What decides fate now is the battle over there. That human really has such a strong fighting power. The Shinigami on the field were all taken aback. Kirako Shunsui is the one who cares more about the Uruk Empire. However, he never thought that the opponent's strength could actually defeat the captain. Some people who still have combat power are approaching the battlefield. In midair, golden and blue-white rays of light were constantly bombarding. Gas explosions occur all the time. Everything around has been destroyed. Only barren land remains. What a power. Komamura Seijin was shocked. It feels like the knife they swung casually is more powerful than the attack I Bankai slashed out with all my strength. That guy, no Ryotsu. Sui Feng's face was pale, but he still made a judgment. The captains of the other teams looked at him and remained silent. It is indeed difficult for them to participate in this kind of battle. There is no time, do you want to run away? Urahara Kisok's sight, hidden in the shadows. Watching the battle in the distance, I feel heart palpitations. At the same time, my heart fluctuated for some reason. Because of what Uzumaki Mizuki said to him just now. In fact, he doesn't have much interest in ruling the world or anything. Maintaining this world is what he wants to do. Compared with outsiders, he naturally trusts the Shinigami more. B. He has his own ambitions? Give up on Sei Reino. Byakuya Kukaki's tone fluctuated a bit. Everyone else felt more or less impotent rage. Let's retreat and let the country lead the team to deal with it. Yamamoto Genryase Shijikuni came over and said. His twisted right hand returned, but his left hand disappeared, and treatment alone couldn't do it. Unless it is a new Orium's ability to go back in time, it can be restored. No matter who wins, the final goal will be the Lingwang Palace, where the final decisive battle will take place. Yamamoto Motoyanagisai Shijikuni continued. 0.1 The other captains showed unwillingness on their faces, but in the end they all decided to follow the instructions of the general captain. Is this all your strength? Uzumaki Mizuki has a little injury on his body. After fighting with him for a long time, Yhwach seems to have seen through some of his abilities and was able to give timely feedback. Injured his shoulder. Self-healing. Yhwach was even more seriously injured. Below the elbow, the left hand disappeared. However, his ability to heal is not as bad as Minos Grand's high-speed regeneration. I'm just warming up. Next, be more serious. 6 Paths Sage Mode. Uzumaki Mizuki looked directly at Yhwach. Then, in an instant, a powerful Ryotsu erupted from. He was moved that Uzumaki Mizuki had such a powerful Ryotsu. Even though he is from another world, he has such a powerful Ryotsu? How long have you been hiding in this world? Now, the last chance. Will you surrender to me? Uzumaki Mizuki's face appears fairy face. A golden yellow patterned pupil appeared in the middle of the forehead. Dark red lines also appeared on the white robe made of chakra. Yhwach's eyes glowed slightly. This is the use of omniscience and omnipotence. The future I see is all about my own death. This made him laugh at himself. The praying mantis catches the cicada and the oriole is behind. After preparing for so many years, as soon as I came out, I ran into such a thing. Really bad luck. Do it. Yhwach roared. Vent the anger in my heart. As the king of the Quincy division, he will not bow his head to anyone, including Lingwang. Uzumaki Mizuki nodded. Yugelin on the side clenched his fists. But at 25 he didn't say anything either. Your Majesty knows everything, and since he is like this, he must have made a decision. It's useless to speak up yourself. Uzumaki Mizuki is 3 times faster than before. The speed directly breaks through 10 times the speed of sound. When he appeared beside Yhwach, although Yhwach reacted, but it was still thrown out and hit the ground, and a huge hollow appeared directly, as if it was hit by a meteorite. Yubik fought back. The condensed Holy Destroyer, before approaching Uzumaki Mizuki, was bounced away by Shenluo Tianzhang. Universal Pull. Uzumaki Mizuki caught Yuhabak. Yubik resisted, but Uzumaki Mizuki slashed horizontally with the Sword of Vowed Victory, and the pressure of the sword directly cut off his body. The densely packed sky locks rushed out and wrapped around him directly. Uzumaki Mizuki took out the Deviation Sword. The Sword of Vowed Victory is still unable to exert its maximum power, because to truly liberate its power, it is necessary to break the 13 seals. It's a little troublesome, but the bonus effect of putting it in Wang's Haibao curry is the same, so Uzumaki Mizuki has no interest in messing around. Now to end Yuhabak, he took out the Deviation Sword. Use my strongest weapon to end you. Uzumaki Mizuki looked at Yuhabak, who had no resistance, and said. Yuhabak didn't answer, just raised his head, looked directly at Uzumaki Mizuki, and stared directly at his own death. Boom. The dark red energy directly devoured Yuhabak. Erase it directly from this world. The retreating Shinigami also found this dark red light, and soon a mushroom cloud exploded. If this continues, the world won't last long. Urahara Kisuk watched this scene and couldn't help being silent. It is not a good thing for a whole world to be divided into 3 parts. Back then, the members of the 5 major families chose to split off the Soul Society for their own benefit and wanted to survive for a long time. Spiritual bodies can survive for a long time, this is their purpose. It's a constant battle now. The world won't take it. King, is the battle over? Suddenly, Orochimaru came out from the ground. But what came out was just a soil clone. His body is hiding far away. Confirmed the situation with the white eyes. I didn't expect to take over Soul Society so soon. But that old man has a strong killing intent, and it's not appropriate to be beaten passively. Arrange manpower, prepare to receive the Soul Society, receive information from the Technology Development Bureau, and confirm the status of this world. Uzumaki Mizuki spoke. Shinigami who ran away were all locked by him. The coordinates on Ichigo's body are very obvious. Yes, King. Naturally, Orochimaru is happy to do this. What about you, do you choose to surrender to me, or die here? Uzumaki Mizuki asked Yugalin. It is naturally the best to have multiple captain-level combat effectiveness. If he didn't want to, he wasn't going to waste his time. I would like to die at your hand. Yugalin was actually a little confused. If Habaha wants him to die together, it's very simple, just let him do it together. But, however, he has no intention of being loyal to another person. Uzumaki Mizuki nodded. Destroy his body directly with the truth-seeking ball. Go back and arrange manpower. Uzumaki Mizuki to Orochimaru. Then the right hand opened a teleportation black hole about the size of a basketball. Uzumaki Mizuki reached over and slapped Orochimaru on the shoulder, using the Flying Thunder God to teleport him to Hueco Mundo. Then, Uzumaki Mizuki flashed. Appeared above Ichigo. The Shinigami on the field were instantly overwhelmed by the sudden appearance of a powerful Ryutsu. Having such a powerful Ryutsu, the idea that Shinigami was present, as was Yuhabak, was shocked by Uzumaki Mizuki's Ryutsu. Ichigo is human, and I'm going to take it away. I'm ready to accept Sei Linjian. If you are willing to come and work, you can come. If you don't want to, just hide. Don't make trouble. I will not be soft on killing people. Uzumaki Mizuki's hand, at some point, has caught the unconscious Ichigo. Then, looking down at the Shinigami below, he spoke directly. No one spoke. Everyone felt humiliated. The dignified Shinigami of the 13th team of Sirei Nobu was treated like this. The corners of Yamamoto Motoyanagi Shijikuni's eyes were beating all the time. Everyone acquiesced in taking Ichigo away. By the way, your Zanpakuto, I quite like it. I took it as a price for letting you go. Uzumaki Mizuki continued. After speaking, he snapped his fingers. Everyone's pupils with 370 holes shrank. The Zanpakuto in the hand and on the waist, all disappeared. At the same time, they saw a slender Zanpakuto that appeared beside Uzumaki Mizuki at some point. Kyoka Suijutsu. Yamamoto Genryusei Shijikuni gritted his teeth and said. Everyone reacted immediately. The opponent used Aizen Zanpakuto's ability. And they had all received hints, plus all their attention was on Uzumaki Mizuki just now, and they didn't even notice that their Zanpakuto had been taken away. The 5 senses are completely manipulated. Urahara Kisuk, Kuratsuki Mayuri, researchers are welcome here. Thugs are not really needed, just maintaining stability is enough. I figured it out, come to selling Yanbian to find me. I won't go to the Lingwang Palace so soon, but if you come here to anger me, be prepared for the consequences of destroying the world. Uzumaki Mizuki said finally. After finishing speaking, he disappeared in front of them directly. It's not that I want to massacre cities and countries. So there is room for negotiation. Uzumaki Mizuki didn't kill them either. The Shinigami's spirits fell for a while. No one spoke. But everyone felt the despair when facing Uzumaki Mizuki. There is no way. All Zanpakuto are taken away. How to fight this? There are many people who are still alive in Seilinjian. Mostly Shinigami, followed by those nobles. Everyone was terrified. After all, none of the captains of the 13th Guard team they relied on was there. In charge of commanding the Shinigami on the field is Ichimaru Jin. After all, he is from Shinigami, so it is much more convenient to do this. Ichimaru Jin never thought that one day, he would be able to come back. He took the people from his previous team as his subordinates and began to take over the city. Uchiha Itachi and Hyaga Niji, tasked with helping him deal with the rebels. Try not to kill people. It took a full 2 days for the regiment to completely stabilize the matter. At the same time, all Shinigami, including Zanpakuto in stock, were confiscated. One is to weaken their combat effectiveness. The second is to feel that Zanpakuto may have secrets about this world. In Rukanga, there are dead souls of living people. We can summon the researchers who belong to the present world in the past, as a new supplementary force, and we can also compete with the people from the Syringan Technology Development Bureau at that time. We can start contacting in the present world. Try to maintain a stable reception and don't cause riots. If necessary, take their people to Hueco Mundo or Soul Society, and use some powerful tricks to scare them. What I want is a stable world, don't be chaotic, and try to act according to the laws of the past. The main thing is that Shinigami came to this world to deal with Su. Uzumaki Mizuki was at home, exhorting the main people, mainly Orochimaru, Ichimaru Jin, and Nagato. They are respectively in charge of research, Soul Society, and the present world. Hueco Mundo is very stable, and Uzumaki Mizuki did not interfere with Hueco Mundo's original rules. It is still a world of the jungle. The hardest thing to change is Hueco Mundo's, because it's mostly instinctive. The present world is different from the Soul Society, and troubles can be resolved through negotiation. Yes. The three replied one after another. Only Ichimaru Jin has the most complicated heart. Now that he has figured out the origin of the other party, is he helping outsiders to invade his own world? It's somewhat complicated. But now, there is no other way to go. He is not afraid of death either. Soon, both Orochimaru and Nagato left. Ichimaru Jin stayed. What's the matter? Let's talk. Uzumaki Mizuki said directly. Meanwhile in hand, looking at the report written by Orochimaru and Nagato, about what to do next, what is the goal, etc. I want to ask the king to be merciful and let one person go. Ichimaru Jin gritted his teeth. Then he spoke. This matter is indeed very important. Matsumoto Reinjiku, right. If she wants to die and insists on resisting me, then I will not be polite. If she surrenders, I have no interest in targeting her. If she offends me, let her go for your sake. Uzumaki Mizuki said directly. Ichimaru Jin's face froze. Obviously, he didn't expect that the other party would know about the matter between himself and Reinjiku. If she will rebel against the king, I will stop her. For Ichimaru Jin, that's all I can say. Go to work. Tomorrow, I will call the Syrian people. I want to talk. Let them figure out their identities. There is no such thing as nobles under my banner. The nobles in my world are basically finished. Only a combination of family interests is left. Do you understand what I mean? Uzumaki Mizuki didn't care about it. He waited for what the Zero team would do next. Losing Zanpakuto, can the other party give them another forge? In Wang's Haibeo Curry, nothing can leave without his consent. Yes. Ichimaru Jin's heart shuddered. Has the whole world's nobles been uprooted? Such a king, I feel, seems a little believable. In the afternoon, Ichigo came to the door with Inu Orium and Sato Yasudara. Can you tell me what happened next? Inu Orium said, you brought me back. Ichigo is very anxious here. Because, he found out that Urahara Kisuk didn't come back. Neither did Rukia. All dead Shendugon. He couldn't get in touch with those people. So, just look for Uzumaki Mizuki. They all lost to me, and now Soul Society is my place. Uzumaki Mizuki crossed his legs, looked at the anxious people, and said directly, what? Isn't Shinigami and Quincy fighting? Are you on the side of the Quincy? Ichigo was taken aback. Then he immediately guessed the answer he thought of. Looking at Uzumaki Mizuki's face, he couldn't believe it. No, I defeated the Shinigami and the Quincy. Are you interested in a job as the head of a special task force that maintains stability in the world? Uzumaki Mizuki shook his head and directly explained the result. Then sent an invitation directly to Ichigo. In the present world, it is better to be managed by humans. Without Arrancar's strength and only Minos Grande, Ichigo's strength can be handled completely. The main ones in trouble are Soul Society and Hueco Mundo. What? You defeated the captain and the others, as well as the Quincy. Ichigo was a little shocked, but more disbelieving. There are so many people in the 13th Guard team. And you're a Hera store manager, knight, and them. Think about it yourself, but Karakura Town represents Shinigami. You continue to do it to protect the safety of this place. Uzumaki and Mizuki were not prepared to talk to him too much. After speaking, he waved his hand. Use Flying Thunder God to teleport all three of them out. The three came out, and the regiment found that it was heavy. Rukia and the others, nothing will happen. Inu Orium was a little worried. Ichigo's face is cloudy, Wang Zhao's, uncertain. Can't beat the opponent again. There is also no way to go to Soul Society right now. Hiriko and the others seem to have gone to Soul Society too. At this moment, he really has nothing to do, and Uzumaki Mizuki came to Hueco Mundo directly after reading the report in the afternoon. Let's see if we can talk about it. If it doesn't work, let's just kill him, and staying here is also a trouble. Uzumaki Mizuki was at the top of the Void Palace, watching the planetary devastation floating not far away. He was going to see if Aizen was awake. In a flash, it reappeared, already standing on the planetary devastation. Then, open the king's treasury, release the Rinnegan, and then open the passage to the sealed space of the planetary devastation. Then Uzumaki Mizuki jumped straight down. After entering, I saw Aizen standing in midair, looking at him. P.S. The first update, thank you for your flowers and calm. Have you thought it through? I've already conquered the Soul Society, and the whole world is basically left with the resistance force of the Zero Division. It's a trouble for you to stay. If you are willing to work for me, you can continue to live and explore the secrets of this world. If you don't want to, just die here. Uzumaki Mizuki said to Aizen calmly. This kind of person, after calming down, will choose the most suitable decision for himself. It is the power of the protagonist to act on his own will. Villain no? When the villain gets his way, he's screwed. Just like when he lost to himself before, he had completely lost his mind. In your opinion, what is this world like? Is it very strong? Or, just an average level? Aizen looked at Uzumaki Mizuki and asked. The tone is very calm, as if to accept everything. If everything in my memory is true, this kind of world can barely be regarded as a middle level. The most powerful is the level of destroying the entire universe in an instant, and the second is the level of being able to blow up planets anytime and anywhere. According to the division, this world can be regarded as a star-level power at best. Uzumaki Mizuki, according to various memories in his head, finally said these words. Destroy the universe, and you will be king. Then there is the extent to which Thanos got the Infinity Stones. Fighting on the ground is just like this. Not to mention, the mythical world 713. Inside is more complicated. Uzumaki Mizuki feels that he is in the real world at this moment, and he is not ranked at all. Aizen was a little moved when he heard Uzumaki Mizuki's words. There are so many unknown worlds. He was very excited. What do you need me to do? Asked Aizen. In terms of research and combat, your strength is considered top-notch under my command, but I value your research ability more. After defeating Team Zero, there should be no resistance, and you can try to study the real secrets of this world. Moreover, to enter other new worlds, researchers like you are also needed. Uzumaki Mizuki said directly. Fights don't expect them to fight. Just help out with those headache calculations. His mentality is simply not suitable for doing such a thing. And as a king, it is enough to lead everyone to victory, and leave other matters to professional people. He doesn't have to do it himself. Aizen is willing to work for you. Aizen knelt on the ground directly in midair, bowing his head in surrender. After being in planetary devastation for so long, he also figured it out. Can't beat the opponent. Thinking about everything is superfluous. Without Hogyaka, he has no means of defeating the other. CFDE. Although there is still a hint of the idea of a backstab, but there is no absolute possibility, it is impossible for him to do it. Now after learning about the gap with the outside world from Uzumaki Mizuki, the flame of rebellion in his heart is almost extinguished. It's not something that he can solve by himself. Clatter. Then that's it. Go to Hueco Mundo later and help provide various data so that my people can understand the world. Now we are waiting for Team Zero to counterattack. Uzumaki Mizuki snapped his fingers. The whole space began to collapse. The planetary devastation outside began to drop sand and gravel, and began to collapse. The people in Team Zero are very mysterious, and almost all of them are from the same era as Yamamoto Moten Unagi Shijikuni. They should know the true secret about the Spirit King. Aizen spoke from this side. The Spirit King has become a tool, just a stick. If you have a kind heart, you will be asked for it without limit, and you don't know that there will be a relic left in the end. Uzumaki Mizuki spoke. Aizen was a little puzzled. He also didn't know much about the news of Lingwang Palace. Everything about King Ling is confidential. From the biographies of several big families, I didn't find much. Not to mention Sei Linjian. No one knows anything about King Ling. But if you kill the Spirit King, the world will be destroyed, he still knows. He who thinks he is limited by this world just wants to break through the boundaries of this world. Bring Aizen to Orochimaru, and ask Aizen to work with Orochimaru temporarily. Tell Orochimaru to be careful, although Aizen has no Zanpakuto now, but has evolved through the second stage of Hogyaka. Maybe he has been able to subtly use the ability to manipulate the five senses. But both are old-fashioned. It's not certain who cheats who. Orochimaru, Uzumaki, and Mizuki are not afraid of his death either. So let the two of them get along well. The next day, Uzumaki Mizuki came to Soul Society. People in Syrian basically gathered at the place where Uzumaki Mizuki fought with Yamamoto and Yuhabak. Because this place is the widest and can accommodate everyone. There was some confusion on the court. Because everyone does not know what will greet them. Soon, though, the whirlpool jug arrives. Standing directly on the stage. To be more realistic, Uzumaki Mizuki put on a gold armor to make himself look a little weatherier. My name is Uzumaki Mizuki, and I am the king of the Uruk Empire. From today, the Soul Society, Hueco Mundo, and the world that is about to surrender will all be the territory of the Uruk Empire. Everything in the future will be recognized by the king, allowed by the king, and the whole world will be carried by the king. Everything will be decided by this king. From now on, the privileges of the five major families will be abolished, no nobles will be owned, Syrian will be established as a royal city, Shinigami's responsibilities will remain unchanged, and the stability of the world will be maintained. The specific regulations will be decided after discussion. After Uzumaki Mizuki came to the stage, he spoke directly. He looked at the thousands of people below. When I heard that the privileges of the five major families were going to be abolished, I was both happy and sad. There are also many angry ones. But these people are naturally people from these 5 major families. Although it is said to be the 5 major families. But the head family of Ichigo, that is, the Shiba clan, the head family of Kurosaki is Hein, lives in Rukanga now. There are only 4 families left. That's it, those who want to resist, I will wait for you in the city. After Uzumaki Mizuki finished speaking, there was no nonsense. Just a notification. He wasn't in the mood to take care of these people's uncomfortable feelings. Come if you can. What the hell is he going to do? It was Sui Feng who spoke. The captains and deputy captains of the 13th Huian team are all in the Lingwang Palace. Watching it live now. The picture is the picture at the gate of Sei Linjian just now. It seems that they are really from other world. If we can master the method of traveling between the 2 worlds, it will be of great help to us. There was a hint of greed on Hyasub's face. This world is broken. However, this matter does not seem so easy. Sooner or later, the other party will attack the Ling Palace, so you have to make preparations in advance. Ermiwa Wang Yu said. There was also a trace of fire in his eyes. However, the manpower of the 13th Guard team has changed somewhat. Many people did not expect that Uzumaki Mizuki would abolish the 5 major families. More than half were born civilians. Everyone's thoughts will naturally not be the same. Definitely feel differently about what Uzumaki Mizuki did. 5 days have passed. The Hueco Mundo is the quietest, with little change. However, the drastic changes are in the present world and the Soul Society. The current person in charge was taken to Hueco Mundo and Soul Society for a tour. After seeing planetary devastation and Golden Wheel reincarnated, he didn't show off his so-called superiority in firepower. These people are very unwilling. But knowing that with absolute strength, these are useless. If you are not obedient, just replace it with an obedient one. But this matter has not spread so fast yet. But the hearts of the high-level people are floating. Manpower is not enough. King, do you need to bring more people from the ninja world? Nagato asked Uzumaki Mizuki for instructions. Orochimaru's research team brought the most. There are only a dozen people who belong to him. Now, they are all dealing with the relationship with the secular world, and both sides are in trouble. To receive it stably, it is necessary to guarantee the interests of the vast majority of people. Although it is not impossible to directly put the high level in one pot, and then colonize. However, it will be a lot of trouble. The best way is to be able to stably accept the existing system. Wait a while. There is also the last group of troublesome enemies. After you get rid of them, you can go all out. Uzumaki Mizuki said. He left the coordinates of Flying Thunder God on Yamamoto Motoyanagi Shijikuni. But, gone. Somewhere. This place, the Soul King Palace, is even more troublesome than the one that is isolated from the Soul Society in this world. Only at a fixed time can the communication channel be opened, allowing Sei Linjian to communicate with the Lingwang Palace. Yes. Nagato naturally had no opinion. Busy at most. Anyway, the Uzumaki family is in good health and able to work. Now put on Shisui's Sharinon, and remember things quickly. Life is much better than when I was sucked blood by Rinnegan. Konan is also helping with work, very busy. After Nagato is finished, the next step is the City 2 Silver. Sei Linjian is still under currents. Many people are waiting for Team Zero to kill them. The people of the 5 great nobles were secretly in touch. If people from Team Zero show up, they should also backstab us. Should we get rid of them in advance? King. Ichimaru Jin asked. This news is not hidden at all. However, because Uzumaki Mizuki directly abolished the 5 nobles, he still got the support of many ordinary Shinigami. Aren't nobles all good people? And they take up the most resources. It's more of an ordinary Shinigami that's working hard outside, already dissatisfied. Now that Uzumaki Mizuki has issued such an order, it is naturally unanimously approved. Collect evidence of their conspiracy. There is no need to deal with them in advance. It is enough to stabilize the situation now. Uzumaki Mizuki shook his head. These people, the strongest, are just like that. They are basically the stuff of one move in seconds. Knowing Bankai is already pretty good. But their Zanpakuto were basically confiscated, and maybe a few people stayed, but it was of no use. Seeing that Uzumaki Mizuki said so, Ichimaru Jin has nothing to report. There is a lot to do now. For those people in Rukanga, a school was open to impart knowledge. Prepare to build a new world in Rukanga that is the same as the present world. They are obviously capable, but the people of Rukanga live worse than beggars in this world. Dealing with Su is only because of avoiding too many Rukanga's dead souls, resulting in an imbalance with Hueco Mundo. The last to report were Orochimaru and Aizen. Uzumaki Mizuki went to their laboratory in person. What is the most important discovery? Uzumaki Mizuki asked curiously. That's not to say, he didn't even want to come. It's about Soul Society and Hueco Mundo stabilizing this thing. According to the information collected by Aizen, if the soul of Soul Society and Hueco Mundo's void are not kept within a certain ratio, it will cause the collapse of the world. In addition, what you said, Wang, that the Spirit King lost consciousness and turned into a human stick is very likely because after the world was divided before, the Spirit King needed to keep maintaining it, which consumed a lot of power. After the Spirit King loses consciousness, he cannot guarantee stability. Human intervention is needed to maintain the number of virtual existences of the soul and Hueco Mundo. However, if all the souls are reincarnated and Hueco Mundo's virtual capital is destroyed at the same time, will the world really collapse? On Orochimaru's side, he began to speak at length. Aizen was watching Uzumaki Mizuki's face, wanting to see what he would say. It should be related to preventing the Spirit King from recovering. The 5 major families backstab the Spirit Kings. After seeing what these Shinigami have done, I feel that they don't take the souls of ordinary people too seriously. A long time ago, it was normal to use the souls directly to refine weapons, which is different from the current world. The attitude towards ordinary people is completely different. Asking for flowers. It's more like I don't want to see this happen, and it's very possible to destroy the world, but it feels more like I'm afraid of the Spirit King. Uzumaki Mizuki said. This world was divided into 3 spaces by Ling Wangqiang. It wasn't originally like this. If the world collapses, it feels like the 3 worlds will merge into one, not really destroyed. The results obtained are indeed true. Shinigami forcibly kept their souls and prevented them from being reincarnated, and even let them live in Rukanga all the time. It may be to prevent the Soul King's consciousness from returning. If these souls are put into reincarnation, the Spirit King will most likely wake up. Orochimaru said. When I was studying Hogyaku, I had this feeling, but I didn't know the condition of the Soul King. I thought it was under house arrest by the Zero Division, or deprived of power. I never thought that the Soul King lost consciousness. Aizen followed suit. If it is known that King Ling has lost consciousness, then his goal must be to deal with the 5 major families first. These people possess the ability to counterattack the original owner of this world, the Spirit King. Are these souls the consciousness of the Spirit King, or is it that the power of the Spirit King is used to make these souls, and the consumption is too great to wake them up? Uzumaki Mizuki asked. He didn't care too much about the Lingwang Palace. Mainly Lingwang. This kind of world master doesn't feel like a simple role. Uzumaki Mizuki has always dealt with him as the biggest imaginary enemy. I'm afraid that this matter can only be confirmed by inspecting the Spirit King after capturing the Spirit King's palace. Aizen said. Orochimaru also nodded, affirming the thought. Just wait until they show up. The main focus is on the Spirit King. Only by solving this matter can we stably conquer this world and move on to the next step. Uzumaki Mizuki said. Both nodded. During this period, the 2 also fought secretly, but it was insidious, not a frontal fight. Both parties recognized each other's intelligence and were able to communicate. Otherwise, both sides are unconvinced and are ready to compete. Determine who will be the leader in technology in the future. On the side of Lingwang Palace, they are undergoing special training. The Ascension Ryotsu, the Ascension Ryotsu. It's time to change to a new Deadly Bully outfit. Just change to a Deadly Bully outfit. Only one thing stalled. Can't bring back the Soul in Zanpakuto. Did the other party put Zanpakuto in other world? Irmiwa Wanjayo said doubtfully. He forged a new Zanpakuto, and wanted to help the Shinigami of Serino and get back the power of Zanpakuto. Originally, if Zanpakuto is damaged, it can be restored through Ryotsu. Even if it is lost, it is the same. Now there is a new body of Zanpakuto, but the power of Zanpakuto cannot be awakened. That's the opponent's power, right? The Golden Light Zone released by the General. Urahara Kisuk said. As for Uzumaki Mizuki, they really have no intelligence. Can only fight hard. But now, without the power of Zanpakuto, if only Kido is used, there is no way to use the full combat power of everyone in 417. The least influential one is Zaraki Kenpeki. Others, all have great influence. Want to wait for hundreds of years to see what kind of changes will happen to the other party. They are human beings, they should be aging, and at the same time, they can also take advantage of this time to obtain their information. It was Sui Feng who spoke. This time though with the beloved former leader Yoriyuki. But everyone is not happy. The situation of the Soul Society, they have all seen it. As a big family, she was naturally very unhappy. Hitsugaya and other Shinigami who were born as civilians didn't feel much. Instead, they found what Uzumaki Mizuki did very interesting. According to the information obtained by Ichigo and the others, those people are all young. The Orochimaru I've seen the most seems to be in his 50s, and the others are probably even younger. Moreover, their methods feel like our world is just one of them, and their strength should be far stronger than we imagined. This is the weakest point of Urahara Kisuk. The few people I have met feel that they are not very old. It felt like a bunch of blinks. All of them are full of potential. They can't see the opponent's limit at all. Urahara Kisuk's words silenced the few people in Namiya Wanjayu's place. Really? This is hard. In fact, more than half of the captains of the 13th Huian team had no desire to fight anymore. Because they found that Uzumaki Mizuki did not destroy, nor did he enjoy the time of massacre. On the contrary, I think it seems to be better than Shinigami. The other party will not let us go. To come to Lingwang Palace, you need Wang Jian. After the other party controls SEI Linjian, they will definitely know the news. After he makes the Wang Qi, he will appear. If you don't resist, you will only die. It was Hyasub who spoke. His tone was very cold. Urahara Kisuk pulled down his hat slightly and didn't say much. These people in Lingwang Palace are not good people. Backstabbing the Spirit King, they are the first. It is also the most beneficial. These are also the people who live the longest. It can be said that they are the real rulers. Whatever you want, arrange it, and SEI Linjian will do it with all his strength. Help collect. Including the soul. The temporary soul is also researched in this way. After that, the intake of general summoning souls was reduced. In making Hogyaku, Urahara Kisuk did it secretly, not without the purpose of breaking this restriction. In the end, there is only the way of resistance. Moreover, they have a last resort. This is also the reason why Team Zero and others have the confidence to resist. A month passed in a row. Everyone is in penance. It is the first time for the vast majority of people to know that there is such a good thing. Soaking in hot springs can quickly recover. There are also deadly costumes made of special materials. They didn't know this kind of thing before. The people in Lingwang Palace didn't pass these things on to the people in Selinjun. It finally appeared. Uzumaki Mizuki was originally in Sirei, watching the reports made by Ichimaru Jin every day. It says roughly what will be done, and at the same time, what the 5 major families have done secretly, but it is not very detailed. But Uzumaki Mizuki put down these reports at this time. The whole person disappeared in place. When it appeared again, it was in midair, above the clouds. This is the fixed time, and the liaison room with SEI Linjian opened a gap, allowing me to perceive the coordinates of Flying Thunder God. Uzumaki Mizuki has remained in sage mode during this time to improve his perception. Just to wait for this scene. The location is different from the place where SEI Ryanobu and his party disappeared. But the distance is not very far. Unleash the Tenseigan and Rinnegan. Uzumaki Mizuki began to open the channel to the coordinates of Flying Thunder God. At the moment of linking, everyone in Team Zero felt it, and their faces changed drastically. That person is here. Quick, start preparing. Hyasub said with a nervous face. The Soul Society has been monitored, but there is no trace of making Wang Jian. Thinking that the other party wants to accept the whole world slowly, and you are not in a hurry to deal with them may be arrogant. It never occurred to me that the Lingwang Palace would be found directly. In an instant, everyone gathered on the square at the gate of the Lingwang Palace. In midair, a rotating black vortex slowly appeared. Then, a person stepped across the vortex and appeared in front of them. The preparation time of more than a month should be enough for you to prepare something. Uzumaki Mizuki looked down at the crowd and spoke directly. The people below have different complexions. However, Uzumaki Mizuki noticed that there was only one person missing. Yamamoto Yu and Yanase Shijikuni. The target that was still locked on just now has lost the information of the coordinates of the Flying Thunder God. Is this the whole person disappearing? Uzumaki Mizuki's eyes were placed on the Soul King Palace. I think there is no need for this between us, we can talk about it. Hyasub stood up and spoke. Looking at Uzumaki and Mizuki's eyes, there is something flattering. It seems that they are going to attack King Ling. You want to fuse with Spirit King 5.8, and then attack me. Uzumaki Mizuki said directly. The only thing that can make a comeback is the Spirit King. Others cannot be his opponents. Hear the words of Uzumaki Mizuki. The faces of the people on the field finally changed. SEI Linjian and those people couldn't believe it. They never knew what state the Spirit King was in. Many people even felt that they came here because they hoped that King Ling could make a move. Only the captain, discussing with the people from Division 0. This makes them a little unacceptable. Hyasub's face changed drastically, and he looked at Uzumaki Mizuki in shock, wondering how the other party knew about this plan. This kind of thing, in this world, only a few of them know about it. Will this plan fail? One word, one letter. For Hyasub's side, he gave his Zanpakuto to Shikai without hesitation. Holding the brush-shaped Zanpakuto, use the ability directly to write a seal in front of you. This is a boundary, like a compartment between the 3 planes, which cannot be crossed casually. This time, I won't show mercy. Uzumaki Mizuki's voice fell. His whole body appeared behind Hyasub. At the same time, Hyasub's body was also cut open obliquely. Uzumaki Mizuki has put on a white windbreaker and entered the 6 paths mode directly. No one on the field reacted. When they noticed, there were actually 2 Uzumaki Mizuki here. The first one to come in is Uzumaki Mizuki's shadow clone. After all, who knows if someone here will use the ghoul seal trick. Although it doesn't feel like a problem. But send a shadow clone to play it safe. Moreover, this so-called seal does not have much effect under the symbol of breaking the commandments of all things. It was broken in an instant. The main body flies in 25 Thunder God directly from the outside world, and easily appears beside Hyasub. Da-da-da. Chains of the sky, binding Hyasub's torn body. At the same time, give the writing brush Zanpakuto to Wangjibeo Kuri. Uzumaki Mizuki knew that this guy didn't die so easily, and after his name was called, he could reappear. No matter how you look at it, it looks like a thief who stole the Spirit King's ability, really squeezed out the Spirit King, leaving only a stick. If you don't want to participate, go aside. If you want to die, hurry up. While Uzumaki Mizuki was talking, the passage of the king's treasure house kept appearing behind him. He wants to blow up this Lingwang Palace directly. At the same time, he loosened his right hand, and the sword of vowed victory turned into golden particles and disappeared in midair. Then, in the halo of King's treasure house that appeared behind him, a Zanpakuto slowly stretched out, and Uzumaki Mizuki grabbed it. Bankai Remnant Sword. Last time, Bankai was not successful and was sealed by Yoba. This time, it finally works. The scorching high temperature instantly swept across the entire Lingwang Palace. The Shinigami standing in front of the Lingwang Palace had complex expressions. Good guy, use their abilities to deal with them? But soon, someone came out first. It is Urahara Kisuk. Hearing what Uzumaki Mizuki said just now, coupled with Hyasub's straight-up ruthlessness, the people of Team Zero really did something to King Ling. These people completely put their own desires above them. Instead of continuing to let the world go on like this, try to change it. I saw someone stand up. Many other people were tempted. Then came Kurotsuki Moyuri. He was also displeased with the Zero Division team. Then Komamura Seijin, Hitsuga Yatashiro. Then came Hiroko Shinji and other members of the Masked Legion. The last ones left are Byakuya Kukaki, Yoryuki, Sui Feng, and Jushiro Yukitake, Uno Hinaretsu, and Kiraka Shunsui. I want to fight you. The speaking is Zaraki Kenpeki. Be the first to take a stand. I will die. 8,000 streams said. But she didn't leave Zaraki Kenpeki? Zaraki Kenpeki is still very excited. It doesn't matter if you die, just feel the thrill of fighting. Then come and see if you can stop it. Uzumaki Mizuki swung his right hand forward. The tunnels of the king's treasure house that appeared behind them stretched out various weapons directly. Even the Zanpakuto of these people in front of you. However, if these Zanpakuto are not in his hands, they cannot use their Shikai Bankai abilities and can only be used as ordinary weapons. But the dozen or so muzzles seem daunting? But the first to attack is the purple energy condensed by Tenseigan. Then, other weapons also rushed out together. The target is the Lingwang Palace. Splitting Void. Jushiro Yukitake and Kiraku Shunsui chant Kido. A double wall appeared in front of them. But it was useless at all, and it was broken in an instant. Thousands of clues. Shudera Senjumaru, the creator of the Shiba outfit. Use your best silk thread directly? A long time ago, the ground was covered with the silk thread she prepared. At this time, all appeared, and the tears overlapped towards the spin. At the same time, Ermewa Wangyu also made a move. Holding the sheath in his hand, this is a failure, but it is also the strongest and sharpest blade in the world. This is the item used to give Uzumaki Mizuki a fatal blow, because he believes that no matter what it is, it can be cut open by this weapon. Shine, Jack Jika. Kylin Temple Ten's Hiroshikai made his own Zanpakuto. The dazzling golden light instantly covered the audience. He's here to play control, to limit Uzumaki Mizuki's line of sight. The last one to move out was Hakaifun Kiryu. She launched a specially crafted planting, a wooden cage that directly surrounds Uzumaki Mizuki. When the four of them shot together and were about to suppress Uzumaki Mizuki directly on the spot, before even getting close to Uzumaki Mizuki's four, he was hit directly. It is the clone of the Round Tomb Prison. Uzumaki Mizuki opened the king's treasury, almost equivalent to filling the surroundings with the coordinates of the Flying Thunder God. Instantly disappeared into the wooden cage. Appeared next to Ermewa Wanjayo. Ermewa Wanjayo resisted the attack of Lunmu clone, and threw the sheath in his hand towards Uzumaki Mizuki. Prepare to attack Uzumaki Mizuki. But he hit a blank directly, and the teleportation of the jumping knife changed the position. 017 is space movement. In order to reduce trouble, Sage Mode is not used. Basically there is no Ryutsu. They adapt to the combat method of confirming the enemy's way through Ryutsu. Facing Uzumaki Mizuki doesn't work at all. Just a few seconds. All four fell under the hands of Uzumaki Mizuki. Not even a body was left. It was directly annihilated by the remaining fire sword. The strongest Zanpakuto truly lives up to its name. When I saw that everyone in Team Zero did not have any blocking effect on Uzumaki Mizuki, the faces of the people on the field were ugly. Kiraku Shunsui and others couldn't resist the continuous attacks from Wang's Haibeo Curry. Not good. Kiraku Shunsui was directly knocked to the ground. Watching the attack helplessly, he passed through them and hit the palace of the Lingwang Palace. After the battle started, the entire Lingwang Palace was shaking. This is also due to the solidity of this world, otherwise, it would have been broken long ago. The Shinigami without Zanpakuto are vulnerable. Uzumaki Mizuki didn't show any mercy. Kiraku Shunsui and others, who were constantly pierced by weapons such as Zanpakuto. The chakra cannon is mainly used to attack the Lingwang Palace, and Uzumaki Mizuki also passed through them directly, and came to Yamamoto Genryusei Shijikuni. The attack just now broke the barrier of this palace boom. At the same time, as the enchantment shattered, a powerful Ryutsu also rose directly into the sky. The Shinigami on the field felt trembling, as if the sky was falling. They knew that something had happened on King Ling's side. Urahara Kisuk looked slightly anxious. He didn't want to see anything happen to King Ling. Everything in this world was related to King Ling. It is very likely that there will be serious losses. However, he didn't dare to go in and check. Who will inform this world depends on the situation inside. Human body. Looks like Team Zero is already ready to do this. After Uzumaki Mizuki came in, he immediately found Yamamoto Motoyanagi Shijikuni standing next to Riwang, absorbing the Spirit King. At this moment, King Ling only has his head left. Yamamoto Motoyanagi Shijikuni is almost done absorbing. But Uzumaki Mizuki discovers that Yamamoto Genryusei Shijikuni's body is a human body. Not everyone can replace the Spirit King. You must have the power of Shinigami, Quincy, and Su to be able to do it. Team Zero must have been prepared for so many years. But they themselves are not willing to be this person's stick. If Uzumaki Mizuki hadn't appeared this time, none of them would have chosen to use the power of the Soul King. Hayasub, are they down? This time, I will not lose to you again? Yamamoto Motoyanagi Shijikuni said Hayasub's name. He wanted to revive Hayasub and appear in front of him through the special method of calling his name. But, because Hayasub is not completely dead, he is bound by the Sky Lock. It is slowly eroding his strength, so he won't die so quickly. Boom. It's me who doesn't give a chance. Uzumaki Mizuki has no regrets letting Yamamoto Genryusei Shijikuni escape. After all, even if it wasn't him, it might be someone else from Team Zero who came to absorb the Spirit King. To get Yamamoto Motoyanagi Shijikuni to do this, he must be a member of the Zero Division, and treat him as a tool man. After using it, it is also a chess piece that can be discarded at will. The scorching flames rushed directly towards Yamamoto Yunryase Shijikuni. Yamamoto Motoyanagi Shijikuni was forced to leave his hand from the body of the Soul King. Afterwards, the body of the Soul King was directly swallowed by the flames, turning into spirit particles and blending into the world. Mizanpakat. The Me now is a god who can release this kind of power at will. Yamamoto Yuan Liuzai Heavy Country is also angry with Uzumaki Mizuki. Zanpakuto was taken away. The people who were forced to take Sei Linjian left the Soul Society and went to the Lingwang Palace for help. He is very clear about the consequences of becoming a Spirit King, knowing that this time, there is definitely no way to survive. To maintain the stability of this world, the members of Team Zero were mediocre in external combat, but against the King of Spirits, they struck hard. All kinds of props against the Spirit King are their trump cards. They never took the matter of their greatest enemy away from the Spirit King. Yamamoto Genryase Shijikuni's voice fell. Burning flames immediately burst out from his body, even stronger than the flames behind Bankai. At this time, he has the most powerful Ryutsu in the world. If it is not that the absorption is not completed, the rules can even be changed at will, turning 1 + 1 + 3 into a fact. But now, only his Ryutsu is strengthened. Neither the head of the Soul King nor the right hand of the Soul King, Jushiro Yukatake, was absorbed, and cannot have real authority. Yamamoto Motoyanagi Shijikuni grabbed Uzumaki Mizuki with his right hand. Almost white flames formed the appearance of several fire dragons and attacked Uzumaki Mizuki. The surrounding space began to distort and deform. It is much faster than the speed of space distortion change when Bankai Remnant Fire Tachi. Boom. 6 Paths Sage Mode. Uzumaki Mizuki's eyes also became serious at this time. Without any hesitation, I entered Sage Mode directly. Ryutsu skyrocketed instantly. The power of the Remnant Fire Tachi also doubled instantly. A large amount of magic power was injected into the remaining fire sword. 1 bone. Yamamoto Genryase Shijikuni punched out directly. The powerful Ryutsu, like a meteorite falling from the sky, exerted great pressure on Uzumaki Mizuki. In the end, it directly collided with a gigantic sky lock, like the fist of mechanic Gayabo, rushing out of the king's treasure house. He slammed into this punch hard. The entire Lingwang Palace exploded completely. The Shinigami on the square saw the two confronting each other in midair. So hot. Hitsuguya Toshiro could already feel his back sweating. During this time, at least half of their Ryutsu has been raised. But at this moment, it feels like ants in the eyes of these two people. Everyone quickly retreated to the edge of the Lingwang Palace. What releases Kido, also releases, to help fight the heat. Double bones. Yamamoto Jinyanaga Shijikuni continued to punch hard. The power this time is double that of last time. However, Uzumaki Mizuki releases more sky locks. The entire Lingwang Palace was shaking. The buildings above were all quickly annihilated under the impact. Several Shinigami who released Kido, all felt tremendous pressure. Others also use Ryutsu like crazy, for survival space. You are really strong. I didn't want to do this at first, but I can't help it. Yamamoto Genryase Shijikuni said while looking at Uzumaki Mizuki. As soon as the words are finished, a large number of white flames instantly ignited beside him. The space is lit. The entire space outside the Lingwang Palace also disappeared. The world is collapsing. Urahara Kisuk was shocked. This level of Ryutsu is absolutely impossible for ordinary people to achieve. Only the Spirit King can achieve this level. Although he doesn't have complete rules, Yamamoto Genryase Shijikuni can already do the damage. A distant dreamland. Uzumaki Mizuki didn't change his face. The individual fortress directly wraps his body inside. The changes around him did not affect him in the slightest. At the same time Uzumaki Mizuki also put Lizeahao, Remnant Fire Sword back to Wang's Haibeo Curry. To deal with this guy, it seems that we still have to deviate from the sword. In this world, there are such powerful props. But, can you hide in it all your life? The people you bring, I can go and kill them. Yamamoto Genryuse Shijikuni found that the white flames he released could not break through this barrier-like defensive sound. This surprised him a little. But think of it, the other party is an outsider who can invade the world. It's normal to have something like this. I'm curious, you should know that you won't be let off by those in Team Zero. Uzumaki Mizuki held the deviant sword in his hand, and felt at ease right away. All fear comes from insufficient firepower. Then, Mizuki asked Yamamoto Motoyanagi Shijikuni, I'm just protecting the world. Yamamoto Motoyanagi Shijikuni is that human being really that strong? Even the chief captain who absorbed the Queen of Spirits can't solve it. Sui Feng had piercing wounds all over his body right now, but it didn't die. Because Nani Anohinaretsu didn't die, are helping them heal quickly. Although Anohinaretsu himself, just now also received a large number of fatal injuries. However, with breath, she can milk fire. The soul body is much easier to treat than the physical body. As long as Ryutsu recovers, most problems can be quickly resolved. As expected of a king who can invade other worlds. If the Spirit King is still alive, can he resist him? The exclamation is Komamura Seijin. He felt that this person really had the temperament of a king. Sighing at the same time, the Spirit King is not there. What kind of scene would it be if the kings of the two worlds collided directly? Hearing Komamura Seigen's words, the Shinigami on the field also had a flash of confusion in their eyes. Because they are trained in school at the right time, that is to say, they must be loyal to the King of Souls. But when they knew that the Spirit King was just a body, they couldn't believe it. Who do you want to win? It was Hitsuguya 763 Toshiro who asked this question. After seeing the cruelty of this world, he felt that Uzumaki Mizuki seemed a little trustworthy. He was born in Rukanga and possessed a strong talent. He was directly recruited to the academy to study, and then became a Shinigami directly. After so much, I feel like I'm just a tool. Not so-called Shinigami. Always busy. There is a feeling of beating a worker. In the past, there was still a feeling of protecting the world for the sake of world peace. But now, after knowing that the Spirit King is a body, he has grown disgusted with these people in the Zero Division. Whatever you say has nothing to do with us. In the end, it depends on the outcome between the two of them. Kiraku Shunsui interrupted directly. He didn't want to lose his mind at this time. However, he was somewhat disliked by those in the Zero Division team. However, there is no way to overturn it. These people have almost integrated into this world. There is no border, a barren world. Uzumaki Mizuki and Yamamoto Unryase Shijikuni are engaged in a final showdown. Absorbed Yamamoto Genryase Shijikuni, who was not a complete Soul King, and his strength skyrocketed. The flames released now have really reached the temperature of the sun. Those Shinigami below did not die, but also because Yamamoto Genryase Shijikuni controlled the flame and only appeared around Uzumaki Mizuki. Your current strength is very strong. However, if it was when I first came to this world, at your level, I might not be able to solve it. But now it's different. Because, I got the treasure of this world Zanpakuto. Uzumaki Mizuki felt that some overwhelmed voice came from the distant utopia, and there was a creaking feeling. Therefore, he did not continue to wait. While talking, he took out the deviation sword. At this time, thousands of Zanpakuto are kept in the king's treasury. There are all kinds of abilities. These things are placed in Wangji Bailian's courtiers. In addition to slightly improving his own attributes, the biggest improvement is the destructive power of the deviation sword. Purgatory. But Yamamoto Genryase Shijikuni is such an old guy. Combat consciousness is very rich. Lost once to Uzumaki Mizuki, he has almost lost the day. This time, he will not have any hesitation. Kill the opponent directly with all your strength. A phantom like a demon appeared in the white flame, constantly rushing towards the barrier outside Uzumaki Mizuki's body, like a water ghost trying to pull people into the water. Soon, from the foot of Uzumaki Mizuki, a darkness surrounded. And I'm slowly gaining muscle? There is a feeling of falling into the dark lake. Yamamoto Motoyanagi Shijikuni had blue veins on his forehead. The sky of the Lingwang Palace was also completely shattered at this time. At the same time, the main camp of the Soul has also appeared, CFDF, and now serves as the Minister of the Soul Society. People in the Soul Society felt a palpitation, as if the sky was about to fall. That is, powerful people such as Ichimaru Jin have noticed the method passed by Ryotsu. His eyes were full of not daring to execute. This is, the Spirit King's palace. At the same time, Aizen in the Technology Development Bureau directly judged and gave the result. The king is going to do the finishing touches. Orochimaru spoke. Just now he noticed that Uzumaki Mizuki disappeared from Siri Inobu. So sudden at this time, just like the strong natural experience that erupted just now. Definitely go for it. I'll take a look. For Aizen, I chose to watch a play. After finishing speaking, he disappeared directly into the research room. Not to be outdone, Orochimaru also began to rush towards the doctor in the direction of the explosion. EA, sing to your heart's content. Uzumaki Mizuki pours the magic power directly. Before the black substance covered the enchantment and reached his chest, the injection was finally completed. In the passage of the king's treasure house opened behind, two branches stick out directly, and press behind Uzumaki Mizuki for chakra delivery. This blow is the strongest attack he can unleash at this time. Goal, Yamamoto Motoyanase Shijikuni. Yamamoto Motoyanagi Shijikuni also seemed to sense the danger. The whole arm was directly sacrificed. One knife cremation. The entire arm of Ryotsu is sacrificed directly. The temperature of the flame has increased again, and it has almost become transparent. The distant utopia was completely surrounded by flames, and there was even a crack in the middle. This time, even the empty space began to slowly distort. Zeon attack power. But at the same time, Uzumaki Mizuki's deviant sword also passed through the distant utopia. Uzumaki Mizuki's right hand also went out together. Before being burned to ashes, the energy in front of the tip of the deviation sword gushes out directly. Silent attack. Everything in front of this almost dark energy was directly swallowed. Those flames that were as white as jade disappeared immediately after touching them. Die. Enemy. Uzumaki and Mizuki lead to 100 healings mark. The stored chakra surged in an instant, and he used the remaining hand to inject the final power into the deviation sword again. One knife cremation. Yamamoto Genryase Shijikuni sacrificed his other arm again. However, when the powerful flame released hits the energy released by the deviation sword, it basically has no blocking effect. It was pierced in an instant. In the end, Yamamoto appeared in front of Shijikuni Motoyanagi without a sound. Then, he passed directly through the body of Yamamoto Genryase Shijikuni, and kept moving forward. On this day, a crack of nothingness was seen in the sky above the entire Soul Soci.